At times, I ponder my own identity, the nature of the world, and the significance of my existence within it. Am I merely an NPC? Or perhaps a superfluous virus? Yes, a virus I feel as though I've been infected by one, or that I am, in essence, a virus myself. My name is Zhang Shun. I am 30 years old, and I am a patient in a mental institution, specifically the San Yuan Hospital, which is the name of the psychiatric facility where I reside. Unlike other patients, I voluntarily sought admission into this asylum. I still recall that day, which began like any other. As I walked along the street, I suddenly beheld a creature, entirely cloaked in darkness, crouching upon the body of another individual. My heart raced with terror as I gazed upon this monstrosity, which seemed to sense my attention and responded with a grotesque grin. I felt a profound sense of unease, and it was evident that something was amiss. Perhaps it was my vision or my mind itself that had faltered. The crowd around me morphed into grotesque figures, individuals with dog-like heads, others with serpentine tails, and some devoid of faces altogether. I rubbed my eyes in disbelief, yet the crowd remained as bizarre as ever. I closed my eyes and reopened them, but to no avail. The surroundings bore no semblance of normalcy. I concluded that I must be unwell, akin to a computer afflicted by a virus. At that moment, the initial creature I had seen released its grip and leapt to the ground, advancing towards me, while the person it had been entangled with trailed closely behind. In a panic, I attempted to retreat, only to find myself utterly immobilized. The creature seized my hand, and despite my desperate efforts to shake free, I was powerless. Under its control, my hand delved into my pocket, where it encountered a hard object, the nature of which I could not discern. I had not considered it at the time, but in hindsight, it was clear that I had checked my pockets before leaving home, and they had been empty. After that, the events that transpired became a blur. I recall awakening in a police station. Upon seeing the officers, my anxiety subsided somewhat. They appeared normal. No animal ears, no tails, no strange eyes, and certainly no monstrous beings clinging to their bodies. The officers wore serious expressions and coldly demanded name. Zhang Shun. I was merely an ordinary office worker, and in the presence of the police, I felt an inexplicable trepidation. Age: 30. What is your relationship with the victim? Victim? I stared blankly at the officer across from me, bewildered by this inquiry. How did you acquire the handgun? What was your motive for murder? I found myself at a loss for answers to the officer's questions, as I possessed no knowledge of the situation. The terms victim, police, handgun, and murder motive seemed to belong to the realm of television dramas, far removed from my reality. I had never envisioned a day when I would find myself seated in a police station, facing such inquiries. The handgun bears your fingerprints, and there are numerous witnesses. Witnesses? My emotions became entangled. Were these witnesses referring to the creatures I had seen? Or had I misinterpreted the situation? Hesitantly, I asked, "May I meet the witnesses?" The officer regarded me impassively, and after a lengthy pause, uttered a single word: yes. The witnesses were brought forth promptly, one of whom was a young man in his 20s, appearing entirely normal. Under the officer's scrutiny, he calmly recounted what he had witnessed. I pulled a gun from my pocket and shot a man. He died. So, the hard object I had felt in my pocket was indeed a handgun? I had digressed from the matter at hand. The officer tapped his pen against the table and inquired, "Is there anything else you wish to say?" Yes. I should reflect on the act of shooting someone, even though I had no recollection of such a deed. The witness seemed entirely rational, suggesting that the creatures I had perceived were mere figments of my imagination. But why had I reached into my pocket? No, I shook my head. This was not merely about reaching into my pocket, let alone the act of murder. How could I possess a gun? I was a 30-year-old man struggling to make ends meet, unable to even marry, spending my days watching mindless television. What means could I possibly have to acquire a firearm, especially one capable of taking a life? It is well known that firearm regulations in Huagua are exceedingly stringent. A person as unremarkable as I could go a lifetime without ever touching a gun, barring an apocalyptic scenario. I do not know in truth. I only recall seeing someone approaching me. Then I reached into my pocket, where I felt a hard object, but I am certain that I have never purchased a gun, nor even contemplated doing so. What was your relationship with the victim? I did not know any victim. Confess and be lenient, resist and face severity. At that moment, I noticed the witness smiling a triumphant smirk. The officer caught my gaze and ordered the witness to leave. As the witness turned away, I shrank back in fear. Had I not been seated, I might have curled into a ball. The witness trailed a pale, worm-like appendage behind him, writhing as he moved. Upon reaching the door, he turned and flashed me a malicious grin. I sprang to my feet, grasping the officer's hand with one hand while pointing at the witness' tail with the other, exclaiming, "Did you see that?" The officer shook off my grip, sternly commanding, "Sit down." I trembled as I stammered, "I killed that person. Please, please, lock me away." However, after my confession, the officers appeared far from satisfied. They pointed at the chair, insisting sit. I glanced toward the door the witness had already exited, and the door had closed behind him. Only then did I dare to take a seat. The officer stated, "You claim not to know the victim, nor do you possess a gun." "No, I have a gun. That person is the one I killed." "Do not become agitated. We are conducting this investigation impartially. We will not overlook a villain, nor will we wrongfully accuse an innocent. If there is anything you wish to disclose, now is the time." You seem quite afraid of the witness who just left. I found myself at a loss for words, for the officer did not seem to recognize the abnormality of the worm-like tail. There were two reasons for this. First, he could not see it. Second, he was one of them. Tentatively, I asked, "May I see your back?" The officer regarded me with a strange expression, before finally rising and stating, "Very well." Everything appeared normal on his back. He was not a monster. I sighed in relief, grateful that it was the first reason. Once the officer resumed his seat, he inquired, "Can you explain why you wanted to see my back? And what about the witness' back?" I had initially intended to inform the officer of my observations, yet the memory of the witness' malevolent grin silenced me. "Speak honestly, what are you afraid of?" I shook my head. The outside world was too terrifying, and I no longer wished to venture out. "I killed that person. Please confine me." The officer slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming loudly, "You are a man. Why are you hesitating? Speak plainly. Who is that witness? What is your connection to him? Why do you fear him?" Knock, knock, knock. The sound of a knock echoed. The officer adjusted his collar and leaned back in his chair, saying, "Come in." A police officer who appeared to be around my age entered, carrying several sheets of paper. He glanced at me and asked, "How is it going, Officer Shin?" Officer Shun, clearly agitated, replied he confessed, but something feels off. "What do you mean? How is the investigation proceeding?" The officer who had just entered reported, Zhang Shun, 30 years old, a low-level office worker. He has a mild temperament and rarely makes enemies, with no connection to the victim. What puzzles me is how he managed to shoot so accurately, hitting the temple with a single shot. Has he trained? The last question was directed at me, and I promptly nodded. As long as it meant I would be incarcerated, I would agree to anything. Officer Shin gestured to the adjacent chair, saying, "Have a seat." The newly arrived officer continued to peruse the papers in his hand, stating, "You have not trained in marksmanship. A single fatal shot could also be considered a coincidence. I'm curious about how you acquired the gun. Additionally, why were you so eager to claim that you had practiced shooting?" "I found the gun. I killed the man. There were numerous witnesses at the scene, right? Do you not believe the many pairs of eyes that witnessed the event?" The two officers exchanged glances. Officer Shin shrugged and remarked, "That's right, he is willing to confess, but only after the witness entered. No, to be precise, after he saw the witness silhouette." "The witness? I will look into this." Officer Shin stood and concluded, "That will be all for today." I was then taken to a detention center, a modest solitary cell, but I was quite content. What I needed at that moment was precisely a small, secure space for solitude. It was not until mealtime, when the detention officers began distributing food, that I realized my nightmare had yet to conclude. Upon the head of that officer, two flesh-toned appendages swayed, each extending approximately 1 meter, undulating around him. As he approached the cell door, the tendrils breached the iron bars, reaching out towards me. I instinctively retreated to the corner of the cell, relieved that the length of the appendages was limited. They could only flail in my direction, never quite touching me. This place was no longer safe, yet I dared not utter a word, nor did I venture any movement, fearful that even the slightest action might incur the displeasure of the owner of those appendages. The following morning, I found myself once again summoned to the interrogation room. Seated across from me was Officer Shun, the very same from the day before. Once I ascertained that Officer Shun exhibited no peculiarities, I mustered the courage to declare, "I am guilty. I implore you to confine me." Officer Shin replied, "Your emotions are quite agitated." I hastily retorted, "No, I am not agitated. It was indeed I who committed the murder, truly. Officer Shun continued, Very well. Answer me this. Did you genuinely find that gun? Yes. Do you truly not recognize the victim? Yes. Do you really have no girlfriend? Yes. Are you afraid of the witnesses? No. Did you indeed kill that person? No, yes, it was I who killed him. Officer Shun shook his head and stated, Your reactions reveal everything. Can you elucidate what the truth truly is? Were an innocent person to encounter this officer, they would undoubtedly feel a sense of relief. However, although it was a monster that compelled me to pull the trigger, to others, the act of shooting was attributed solely to me. Moreover, this truth could not be disclosed to do, so would surely result in being deemed insane. Insane? My eyes sparkled with realization. It is widely acknowledged that those who deviate from the norm are considered insane. Thus, if the world were teeming with various monsters, what would set one apart as different would be the presence of the sane. Eventually, I achieved my desire to enter the psychiatric hospital. As for Officer Shun, who relentlessly sought the truth, he visited me before my admission to the institution. I did not feign madness before him instead. I recounted all that I had witnessed and cautioned him to be wary of the officer who delivered meals at the detention center that fateful day. Regarding my fellow patients, I have been residing in the psychiatric hospital for quite some time now. The conditions here are rather satisfactory, allowing for free movement between the ward and the courtyard. As a psychiatric patient with a history, I occupy a room alone. To my pleasant surprise, the doctors and nurses here appear quite normal, though there are only a handful of them. Next door lives a genuine psychiatric patient, whose emotional state is often quite agitated. I frequently hear the chaotic sounds emanating from his room. After his outbursts, it is invariably the time for the nurses to intervene. For patients exhibiting violent tendencies, the hospital administers a sedative during their unstable moments. Following the injection, the adjacent room gradually falls silent. Eagerly, I sit up in bed, marking the conclusion of another day's entertainment. Indeed, I have come to regard the commotion next door as akin to a drama series, one devoid of visual imagery. The patient beside me is quite intriguing. The nurses inform me that he suffers from paranoia and aggression. Consequently, during his episodes, he often utters phrases like "stay away," "don't come near." His aggression stems from his delusions of persecution. As fear transforms into hostility, I have yet to meet him, but I can easily understand why no one would feel at ease allowing a potentially dangerous individual to roam freely outside the ward. Perhaps you might argue otherwise about me, but I must contend that I am an exception. Firstly, I am not unwell. Secondly, in order to gain the privilege of freely entering and exiting the ward, I have behaved myself for an entire month. Upon my initial arrival at the psychiatric hospital, I strictly adhered to the nurse's instructions, remaining quiet and punctual with my medication, despite my lack of any illness. Stepping out of my room, I find myself in a spacious courtyard, the lawn meticulously maintained, thanks to daily grooming. The one tending to the grass is a patient in his 50s, a former professor. Though now he merely serves as a landscaper, if ever he is denied the opportunity to trim the lawn, he becomes agitated. He is the most perplexing of patients to me. What a splendid profession it must have been to be a professor, earning a living and earning respect. Far more enviable than my own plight as a beleaguered white-collar worker. Why he would forsake such a noble career for that of a groundskeeper is beyond my comprehension. I am aware of the reasons behind his affliction: immense pressure, a profound disdain for his former occupation, coupled with obsessive-compulsive tendencies. Thus, under his self-imposed delusion, he has forgotten everything, fixating solely on the act of mowing the grass. It is indeed strange how the minds of intelligent individuals can work. I shake my head and gaze at the girl in the center of the lawn. She appears to be merely a teenager, yet, like the professor, she appears daily in the courtyard at the same time. However, their conditions are not the same, as one could argue that the girl is not mentally ill. She believes herself to be a flower, and if the nurses do not pull her back into the ward, she will remain squatting in the grass, only shifting slightly when the professor approaches with his mower. To me, she truly resembles a flower. I can see the bud atop her head, upon first encountering her. I was startled, fearing even the psychiatric hospital was unsafe. However, when I noticed the bud exhibited no reaction, I gradually set aside my fear to be why now. I harbor no trepidation towards her at all. At times, I even engage her in conversation, inquiring about her color or her preferred weather, trivial matters indeed. She claims she is green, and the butt atop her head is indeed green, which is why I assert she is not ill. After taking a stroll around the courtyard, I return to my room. The sunlight today is excessively brilliant, which I do not particularly favor. However, such weather is beloved by both the professor and the flower girl. As the summer flora flourish with ample sunshine, as evening descends, the bell for dinner rings. This is my favorite time of day. This psychiatric hospital appears to be quite aged. The number of patients, doctors, and nurses is relatively small. Nevertheless, the meals are quite agreeable. Well, the quality of the food does not stem from the hospital's generosity, but rather because one of the patients is a chef, or rather, believes himself to be one. He is a gentleman in his 60s, afflicted by dementia. His culinary pursuits are not a result of exploitation by the hospital, but rather stem from his passion for cooking. When denied the opportunity to cook, he incessantly practices, much like a programmed robot, repetitively performing the tasks he has set for himself. I suspect this is also why he was abandoned at the hospital's doorstep. His relentless practice can indeed appear somewhat unsettling. The distribution of meals is also handled by a patient, a woman in her 40s. Prior to her admission, she was a teacher, but after murdering several children, she was apprehended and ultimately classified as a psychiatric patient. She appears quite normal, speaking gently, utterly devoid of any semblance to a murderer. Initially, I assumed she, like me, was under the control of some malevolent force. I even attempted to probe her, but alas, my efforts yielded no results. Carrying my plate of food, I made my way to my usual seat. There are over 20 patients here, most of whom prefer to occupy fixed positions to avoid inadvertently taking someone else's seat. Thus, I resolved to designate my own seat as well. Just as I began my meal, a doctor entered the room. He approached the front and clapped his hands, instantly drawing everyone's attention to him. I have a favorable impression of this doctor. After a month of my compliant behavior, he not only allowed me to move freely in and out of the ward but also ceased my medication. Stating that my condition had stabilized and I required only psychological guidance, I am grateful to him, as I truly have no ailment. Aside from dutifully taking my medication in the nurse's presence, I have hidden the pills away, ultimately burying them in the courtyard. Following the doctor was a young man with his head bowed. The doctor stepped aside and said, "This is our new nurse. Let us welcome him with applause." As soon as he finished speaking, the patients enthusiastically clapped. The doctor gently encouraged the young man. "Would you like to say a few words to everyone?" The young man lowered his head further, timidly responding, "Hello, everyone. My name is Li Yu." The doctor expressed his delight. "Very well, from now on, consider this place your home. There is no need to fear the patients. Once you get to know them, you will find they are quite endearing." "I will do my best," the young man replied. The doctor patted his shoulder, saying, "No need to rush. Take your time. It's mealtime now. Go ahead and eat. After dinner, I will show you to your room." All right, I found little interest in this small interlude, but when I noticed the new nurse moving into the room adjacent to mine, I was taken aback. This is a patient ward. How could a nurse reside here? Could it be he is not truly a nurse? The soundproofing of the ward is quite poor, and upon returning to my room, I pressed my ear against the wall. The doctor remarked, "To become a competent nurse, you must first learn how to interact with the patients. Hence, I have arranged for you to reside in the ward. This is the quickest way to familiarize yourself with them. Of course, some may not accept this method. If you have any objections, no, I don't mind." "Thank you, doctor," the young man replied. "Not at all. I am pleased you understand I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Should you need anything, please feel free to approach me at any time." Understood. I smiled to myself, pondering what affliction he might possess and what its origins could be. Some man so bored that I spend my days watching dramas. I find myself occasionally quite curious. In this psychiatric hospital, there are no work obligations, no need to earn money, and even meal preparation is unnecessary. If one chooses to skip a meal, the nurses will even deliver food to the rooms. This languid existence fuels my insatiable curiosity. Or perhaps, in this monotonous life, the only thing to do is to satiate my inquisitive nature. In any case, listening to the nurses discuss patients' conditions has become my sole pastime. The following day, the new patient did not emerge, yet I witnessed the agitated individual. His complexion was pale, his hair entirely white, and his skin wrinkled, making him appear quite aged. I found it difficult to ascertain his actual age. He was flanked by two nurses, their expressions tense, their eyes fixed intently upon him. It was during breakfast that I learned his parents had come to visit him. What might they look like? Having raised such a man? This question did not linger long in my mind, for I soon encountered his parents. To my astonishment, they appeared remarkably youthful, likely no older than their 40s, if this were the case. In addition to suffering from paranoia and aggression, did he also have a condition that caused premature aging? What a misfortune indeed. Rather than departing immediately, his parents chose to sit and dine with him. It was during this meal that I perceived something amiss. Not long after, I inadvertently glanced down, only to discover a multitude of tiny black insects on the floor. These insects seemed to have a purpose. Forming a neat line as they advanced in unison as they passed by, I lifted my foot and crushed the leading insect beneath my sole. However, the others did not halt, continuing their march forward as I persistently stomped on them. When I inadvertently looked up, I realized many eyes were upon me, gazing as if I were a madman. Save for the agitated individual. His eyes shone with admiration, surprise, and gratitude, as though perceiving me as a deity. It suddenly dawned on me that something was amiss. Akin to the monster or the flower bud atop the girl's head, these entities were invisible to others. Could it be that the insects on the ground were equally imperceptible to those around me? The nurse's actions swiftly clarified my doubts. The nurse responsible for my care hurried over, positioning herself directly in the path of the advancing insects. However, it seemed as if the insects were oblivious to her presence, crawling past her feet and continuing on their path. Reflecting on the condition of irritability, I understood precisely how to respond. I am not truly mentally ill, nor do I wish to be confined. So I smiled at the nurse and inquired, "Is there something you need?" The nurse's expression remained grave, showing no signs of softening in response to my gesture. In a cold tone, she asked, "What were you doing just now?" I casually stamped my foot and replied, "Just this. It aids in blood circulation." "Really?" She posed it as a question, yet it sounded more like a statement of fact. I nodded, adding, "You might want to try it. They say it can lead to a long life." At that moment, the doctor hurried over, head bowed, followed closely by Li Yu, another neighbor of mine. Before the doctor could speak, the irritable one dashed toward me, hiding behind my back, fearfully exclaiming, "They're coming! They're coming! Quickly, kill them!" The target of the black little insects was indeed my irritable neighbor. Regrettably, the fear of the irritable one was something no one, save for me, could comprehend. Although I understood, I chose not to voice it. For most, what they perceive as reality is deemed fact, while for a select few, the truth as they see it is labeled as delusion. I did not wish to be regarded as delusional, so I remained silent. The nurses swiftly subdued the irritable one, and his parents, tears streaming down their faces, watched as he was taken away. Meanwhile, I was overlooked. After all, my own episode seemed trifling compared to that of the irritable one. Observing the parents of the irritable one, I felt a pang of compassion. Sometimes, people are like this. Even when their own situation is dire, they still find room in their hearts to empathize with others. Approaching them, I asked, "Do you know when your son, the irritable one, began exhibiting these symptoms?" The father of the irritable one pulled his wife back, viewing my earlier frantic stomping on the insects as a sign of my own affliction, for in their eyes, I was merely a lunatic. The mother of the irritable one grasped her husband's hand tightly, wiping her tears with the other, and then lifted her gaze to me, saying, "It was a year ago. He changed after we returned from a trip. He was only 17 then. Why, poor child." Upon her words, tears once again streamed down her face. 17 a year ago, which meant the irritable one was now but 18. Yet he appeared as though he were 80, no, even older than that in just a year. He had transformed in such a manner. It seemed those insects were feasting not only on his blood. A chill ran through my body as I suddenly perceived this world as exceedingly unfamiliar. Is this truly the world I once knew, or have I truly succumbed to madness? What of materialism? What of science? Can all this truly be elucidated through my past experiences? Just as I began to doubt myself, the mother of the irritable one suddenly grasped my hand, her eyes brimming with tears as she implored, "Did Xiaohan not just ask you to protect him? He has never approached others when he was ill. You can help him, can't you? You will help him." She suddenly knelt on the ground, pleading, "I beg you, please save my son. My poor child is only 18. I could crush the insects, but how could I possibly eradicate so many?" I reached out to help the irritable one. No, I should now refer to him as Xiaohan. I joined Xiaohan's father in assisting his mother to her feet. Xiaohan's father thanked me and half embraced his wife as they departed. I stood there, faintly hearing Xiaohan's father's words, "We are still young. We can have another child. No, as long as you wish, we can have as many as you want. But you must pull yourself together. Our child is gone, but I am still here. You cannot let me lose you too. Do not act foolishly again, or I shall not allow you to come near." I smiled wryly. Though I may not be able to save Xiaohan, my presence might at least alleviate some of his fears. In truth, if I could just endure a moment longer, perhaps I would agree to help. Alas, his mother undoubtedly loved her son dearly, but his father, although he had not said anything wrong, the notion of having another child to distract oneself from the loss of one is undeniably cruel for someone who lives in fear every single day. This is humanity. This is human nature. Regardless of who departs, the world continues to spin, and no matter what is lost, life persists. Had I not entered the mental institution, had I not been sentenced, what might I be like now? Would I be akin to Xiaohan, living in constant fear? I sighed. After all, we are in the same institution, so I might as well help. Theo put it selfishly. If Xiaohan were consumed by the insects, they would lose their target, and then I, along with others in the institution, would surely suffer the consequences. I did not leave immediately but returned to my original seat to continue eating. I understood that returning now would not change much. After all, with a sedative administered, Xiaohan would likely have no awareness. Furthermore, to others, he had just had an episode, and it would be unwise to approach his room abruptly. Slowly finishing my meal, I carried my bowl towards the designated area for utensils. I must admit, life now is far more relaxed than before. I need not even wash my own bowl. Aside from a slight boredom, it is virtually perfect. The room next door was exceedingly quiet. Not a sound could be heard. I found myself conflicted about whether to check on him now. Though I had resolved to help, what if I opened the door to find a room full of insects? The mere thought of such a sight was almost unbearable. After a moment's hesitation, I rose and stepped out of the room, knocking on the door of the adjacent room. The door opened, but it was not Xiaohan who answered. It was a nurse. I was somewhat taken aback. Should she not have left after administering the sedative? The nurse's expression was not pleasant, and she glanced at me, asking, "What do you want?" I dotted it. I just wanted to see how he was doing. "It's kind of you to care, but please go back. This is no longer your concern. Did something happen to Xiaohan?" "What about the insects?" I asked anxiously. What happened to him?" The nurse rubbed her forehead and replied, "He's fine. He just fell asleep." "Well, if you want to see him, go ahead." The nurse stepped aside, and I first looked at the floor, finding no insects before I entered the room. The scene inside took my breath away. It was not that there were no insects, but rather that they were all gathered in the center of the room. I could no longer see Xiaohan, only a large black mass. The nurse said, "His breathing is very faint, and his pulse is slow, as if he were a hibernating animal." The cluster of insects was indeed motionless, resembling a cocoon. I thought I had misjudged. It seemed these insects were not there to consume him after all. "It is commendable that you care. Although he is currently unaware of anything, it is always good to talk to him. Do come by to see him when you have time." I nodded, eager to discover what he would ultimately become. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, a week, 2 weeks, a month. Xiaohan remained unresponsive, showing no signs of emerging from the ball of insects. However, those insects began to change. One day, when I entered the adjacent room, I noticed many insect corpses scattered across the floor. "The insects are dead?" I gazed in astonishment at the large black mass. Although the remaining insects did not seem to move, they did not appear dead at all. I picked up one of the insects on the cocoon to examine it closely. It was indeed alive, but its reactions were sluggish, resembling something whose vitality was waning. In the following days, the floor of the neighboring ward would accumulate yet another layer of insect corpses. The corpses of the insects could not last long, generally vanishing after 3 days. Thus the floor of the ward did not appear particularly terrifying. Recently, the cocoon had grown increasingly thin, and I was eager to discover what Xiaohan had become. I opened the door to the neighboring room. The floor was littered with insect remains, yet the bed was empty. Has he vanished? Was he consumed? Or? The nurse walked in and said, "This morning, Xiaohan's parents came to take him home." Taken home? His mother certainly cared for him. But his father, did he not say he had given up on him? Why would he suddenly remember to take him away? Indeed, although Xiaohan had not awakened, His condition had evidently improved, leading his parents to believe he was nearing recovery. Is it true? The life essence of those insects had indeed transferred to him. Yet, I wondered what his aging had been for. However, none of this concerned me any longer. The matter was resolved, having no impact on the mental institution. I need not fear facing terrifying monsters should the institution cease to exist. I encountered Xiao Han again 2 months later. He had returned to make a donation. His complexion was rosy, his spirit vibrant, and he resembled a typical 18-year-old youth, full of life. Except for his belly. He was not overweight, yet his abdomen subtly protruded, creating a curve in his clothing. I pondered for a moment and ultimately concluded that it resembled pregnancy. Perhaps the nurse or doctor had mentioned it to me. Xiao Han approached me, smiling. Hello? His smile was radiant, completely devoid of any trace of the decaying old man he had been just months prior. Teetering on the edge of the grave, I sincerely say, Hello, congratulations on your recovery. He is quite fortunate to have so many peculiar creatures willing to assist him, though it remains uncertain whether this is a blessing or a curse. Xiao Han's smile gradually faded, and with a wry grin, he remarked, You know, this is not necessarily a good thing. Regardless, I must extend my congratulations to you. Your mother has been very kind to you. Do treat her with more consideration in the future, in my eyes. Merely reclaiming a life is already a stroke of luck. The one who was ensnared by the monster, and subsequently killed while I was under its control, is the one who truly suffers. Xiao Han shook his head and said, She is already pregnant, and He touched his abdomen, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, he continued, In any case, I must thank you for visiting me each day. You can see me? I was somewhat taken aback. In truth, I had been unaware of his changes, as I could only perceive a swarm of insects, and I had not anticipated that he was aware of his daily visits. Xiao Han nodded, affirming that he could see and even sense. Xiao Han, we must take our leave. His mother interrupted him. Xiao Han flashed me an apologetic smile and said, Goodbye, perhaps I shall return before long. I hope you want to return then. Regardless, the outside world is far more vibrant than the confines of a mental institution. If it weren't for my own cowardice, I would certainly explore what kinds of demons and monsters exist beyond these walls. Xiao Han shook his head and replied, Let us hope so. After saying this, he departed. Point 4 about the new neighbor. Once Xiao Han's matters were settled, my life returned to a state of tranquility. However, one thing puzzled me. Apart from being timid and reticent, Li Yu, my neighbor, did not appear to possess any traits that set him apart from ordinary people. If one were to suggest he had autism, it would be misleading. He would actively greet the other patients in the facility. Yet he seldom ventured outside during the day. If he must go out, he would dress heavily, donning a broad-brimmed hat. Could he be possessed by some monstrous entity? I discerned no such indication. Good morning, everyone. Li Yu greeted the professor and the flower girl that I sat on a bench in the courtyard, observing him. Good morning. It seemed he noticed my gaze, turning to flash a smile and offer a greeting in return. I looked up at the sky and remarked, It is evening now. Oh, more or less, Li Yu replied with a shy smile. So, is his condition simply a matter of being unable to distinguish between day and night? That hardly seems a significant ailment. Li Yu also looked up at the sky, then, somewhat excitedly, leaned closer to me and whispered, Shoo, don't speak. They will hear us. I inquired, puzzled. They? Who? Suddenly, Li Yu covered my mouth. Indeed, he is unwell, as I heard a rustling sound. I quickly looked up to see a cluster of dark figures rising in the distance. They must be birds. However, shouldn't they be returning to their nests at this hour? Why do they appear to be departing instead? Moreover, how could I hear them from such a distance? Is it possible? I cast a suspicious glance at Li Yu, wondering if he was behind this. Did you see that? Li Yu asked, and I nodded. Li Yu continued. For them, this marks the beginning of the day. Look, they are about to go for a meal. I felt a chill run down my spine and took a few steps back to maintain my distance. I then glanced behind him. No wings. He was just a normal person. Li Yu smiled and said, You are quite special. I did not respond, but he seemed unfazed, continuing. I have said the same to many others. Yet they believe I am insane. Even my family deceived me, claiming they brought me here to experience life. In truth, I am aware. This is a mental institution, and they think I am unwell. You are indeed unwell. Since you know this is a mental institution, you should cooperate with the treatment. I began to feel I was overthinking. He was merely a child seeking attention, caught in a phase of adolescence. As for the sound of birds taking flight, surely many explanations could account for it. Do you think I am lying? Is it not true? Certainly. Yet, since you do not believe me, there is nothing more to discuss. With that, Liu walked away. So this is what true madness looks like? Finally, there is a genuine case of mental illness in the third ward. Kiyomi, the professor, the flower girl, and the cook all seemed perfectly normal. Merely harboring secrets unknown to others, Liu was the first true neurotic I had encountered. I hoped the doctors would cure him soon. He is a bat. A voice emerged from behind the flower bed. I recognized the speaker. He occasionally shared intriguing tidbits with me. Regardless of my inquiries, he always provided a cogent response. Nurses would discuss the conditions of each patient but seldom spoke of their backgrounds, as some had been admitted long before they arrived. Yet this individual seemed to possess knowledge of all things. He appeared to be in his 20s, but possessed an uncanny omniscience, not only about patients, but even when I asked him what was for dinner tomorrow, he could answer correctly every time, like a prophet. Sometimes I pondered that if I possessed such abilities, I would not be confined to a mental institution. I could easily set up a fortune-telling booth outside and earn limitless wealth. Money is a wonderful thing. If I had enough, I could hire dozens of bodyguards, rendering me impervious to any monstrous threat. A bat? Why do you say that? He is a normal person, I am certain, absolutely certain. He is a bat, the prophet reiterated. Very well, I shrugged, choosing not to argue further. Perhaps even prophets can be mistaken. After all, they are not divine. It will rain tomorrow. Do not hang out the laundry, the prophet added before departing. Soon after, a nurse approached, urging the flower girl to return indoors. Though reluctant, the flower girl followed the nurse. I rose and looked at the professor, who was still weeding, and asked, Professor, aren't you heading back? Typically, he would accompany the flower girl when she left. Yet today he seemed disinclined to depart. It will rain tomorrow. I want to finish tending to the lawn beforehand. My only thought was that this way, the nurse would have an easier time tomorrow. The professor was notoriously stubborn. Come rain or snow, he would insist on trimming the lawn. Heaven knows there is no grass to cut in winter. That night, I vaguely heard some unusual noises but paid them little mind. After all, the residents here all possessed rather unique personalities. The following morning, I awoke to the sound of rain outside. The rain continued unabated. After breakfast, the professor sat in the corridor, gazing at the lawn. While the flower girl unexpectedly did not appear, I squatted beside the professor for a while. Utterly bewildered by what he was observing, however, I recalled the prophet's words. It truly was raining today. So, what of Liu? Could he be a bat? I resolved to check on Liu's room. His door was tightly shut, and I waited a long time without seeing a nurse arrive to open it. Did he not require meals? During lunchtime, he did not come out, and the nurse did not enter to deliver his food. I received my meal on time, and when the nurse brought it, I reminded her that Liu had yet to eat. However, the nurse said there was no need to concern myself with him. No need? Why? The nurse would not elaborate and hurried away. That day, I squatted by Liu's door for the entire duration. He did not emerge until dusk. Were you waiting for me? He opened the door, a half-smile playing on his lips. Yes, I hesitated before asking. What are you? Guess, he replied, winking before stepping away. I shouted after him. A bat. He halted, turning back to say, You are indeed different. Why? I questioned, perplexed. Why did he refer to himself as a bat? Why did the prophet say the same? In terms of personality and appearance, he bore no resemblance whatsoever. Kiyomi, bats are treacherous, cunning creatures. While Liu may be timid and introverted, he certainly did not embody treachery. Because I am a bat, Liu approached and whispered in my ear. I glared at him, feeling irritated. Was there truly no difference between saying and not saying? Haha, Liu laughed, giving my shoulder a playful pat. I must go eat now. We shall talk later. His grin made it clear he was toying with me. I scoffed and replied, No need to chat. I no longer wish to know. With that, I turned and returned to my room. Slamming the door shut, I admit I am curious, but this is merely entertainment, not the entirety of my life. If discovering this truth requires me to be toyed with, I shall forego this curiosity. From this moment forth, Liu shall be on my blacklist. No matter how intriguing things may become around him, I shall refrain from prying further. Lying in bed, I pulled the covers over my face. Just a bat, after all. How interesting could it be? There is a real flower in the courtyard. As I pondered these chaotic thoughts, I drifted off to sleep, only to be abruptly awakened by a knock at the door. I opened my eyes and peered outside. It was pitch black. I thought it strange for the nurse to arrive before dawn. Besides the nurse, I could think of no one else who would seek me out. Upon opening the door, I was astonished to find Liu standing outside. I frowned and asked, "Is there something you need?" Liu shook his head and said, "Would you like to take a walk?" "No. Venturing out of the room at night is undoubtedly an unwise decision. At the very least, all the doctors and nurses here disapprove of such behavior. So, may I invite you in for a chat? That would pose no issue. A mere conversation should not attract the attention of the on-duty nurse." I sidestepped to make way. Once inside, Liu comfortably seated himself on my bed. I found this act rather disconcerting. As though my personal space had been invaded. "What do you wish to know?" Liu inquired, gazing at me. It dawned on me then that he had mentioned earlier his intent to dine and chat with me later that evening. So he truly came. Although I had not consented to this, I had indeed firmly declined, and right now, I was not inclined to listen to him. I wished to know nothing. In fact, I had lost all interest in your affairs. Liu shrugged, expressing his disappointment. What a pity. I had hoped to find someone to listen to my mundane tales. Subsequently, Liu departed. As I approached the bedside, I glanced at the window. A shadow rested on Liu's shoulder. I rushed over to fling open the window. Liu seemed to notice the commotion. Pausing to look back, I pointed to his shoulder and asked, "What is that?" Liu raised his arm to touch the shadow, saying, "He is my friend." The fact that he could touch it indicated his awareness of the shadow's presence. Could this entity be seen by everyone, or is it akin to those monsters and insects? "Liu, doctor, I require your assistance." "Very well." Liu patted the shadow. His lips moved as if he were speaking, yet no sound reached my ears. Then, the shadow on his shoulder took flight, revealing itself to be a bat. Saw Liu as host to a bat. A sense of panic washed over me. Perhaps it was time to relocate, much like the creature that compelled me to commit murder. If Liu became of no further use, would the bat seek to control me as well, to dispose of him? Or would it choose me as its second host? "Isn't your pet supposed to stay at home?" In my panic, I heard the doctor's voice. "No, doctor, he is my friend." "Very well, then can you persuade your friend to leave? Pets are not permitted in the facility." "Understood, doctor, I will inform him to depart." I exhaled in relief, wiping the cold sweat from my brow. It turned out that the bat was indeed real. This was a relief. Upon calming my tumultuous thoughts, I realized I had been overthinking. This is a psychiatric hospital, and Liu is clearly a patient with severe mental instability, one who requires discreet transportation to the hospital. For someone like him, believing himself to be a bat is merely a normal manifestation of his condition. Moreover, perhaps that day I simply encountered an unfortunate series of events, as I had only seen one monster at the police station afterward. How could there possibly be so many monsters in this world? With the fears that had long plagued me beginning to dissipate, I enjoyed a restful sleep that night. The following day, I emerged from my room feeling invigorated. The rain had ceased, and the sun had emerged. It was a splendid beginning. I considered seeking an opportunity to venture outside. Though the psychiatric hospital had its merits, the world beyond was undeniably more beautiful. However, the prospect of leaving required careful deliberation, for entering this place was simple, yet exiting proved quite challenging, particularly with the troubles stirred by the monster's influence. After all, it had been less than a year, and claiming to have recovered from mental illness would only seem a transparent ploy to evade justice, to deceive the police. After lunch, I aimlessly wandered the courtyard, observing the professor carefully navigating the muddy grass, yet even so, he left several muddy prints in his wake. The flower girl had not appeared today, which struck me as peculiar, for she had been absent yesterday as well. Ah, another one in a comatose state. Hadn't the last one returned to normal after sleeping for several months? I could only hope for a similar outcome. Comatose? The flower girl? Indeed, she was the only one missing from breakfast. Approaching the door of the flower girl's room, more accurately, the door to their shared room, I noted that the flower girl had no history of aggression or violent behavior, allowing her to share her space with another patient. This companion was of a similar age to the flower girl but was afflicted with depression. She exhibited no tendencies toward violence or self-harm. She simply remained silent, capable of sitting alone for an entire day without eating or drinking. The root of her depression stemmed from the pressure her parents placed upon her, fearing she would fall behind from the very start. Thus, since her earliest memories, her life had revolved solely around academics. Not to mention the weekend tutoring sessions. Even after school, she was expected to learn a musical instrument. Poor child. Witnessing her plight made me reconsider what I wanted for my own children in the future. A simple, ordinary life would suffice. I digress. Not to mention children, I have yet to marry. Returning to the topic of depression, she resembled a thoughtless doll, responding to any prompt given to her. When silent, she remained seated. Observing her blank stare from the chair, I asked, "Would you like to take a walk?" No sooner had I spoken than she stood up and walked out. I was left astounded, muttering to myself, "Indeed, she does whatever is suggested." The nurse was entirely correct. I turned my gaze to the flower girl, who lay peacefully in bed. However, the flower bud atop her head had grown. Initially, there had only been the bud without leaves. But now numerous vines had sprouted, entwining around her. Perhaps it was nearing the time for blooming, though I wondered what would happen after the flowers bloomed. I stepped closer, attempting to see if I could touch the bud, only for the vines to come alive, thrashing toward me as if to deter my approach. I raised my hands and took a step back, saying, "I merely wished to check on her condition. I mean no harm." Whether it was my retreat to a safe distance or the impact of my words, the vines fell silent once again. If the newly sprouted vines possessed awareness, then what of the flower bud? Did it harbor consciousness as well? I sensed the situation was becoming increasingly complex. The presence of other conscious beings growing upon a human body could only suggest parasitism, and I could fathom no other explanation. My mood soured. It seemed the flower girl had previously exhibited little awareness, but what of now, after her slumber? Would she merge with the bud? Would she be supplanted by the consciousness of the bud or the vines? I felt compelled to save her, yet how should I proceed? Should I sever the vines and the bud? However, plants do not fear pruning. The more frequently they are trimmed, the better they tend to thrive. And I dared not imagine where their roots might lie. After much contemplation, I resolved to leave for the time being. For apart from eliminating the flower girl, I could think of no other course of action. I had indeed taken a life once, but that instance was under others' control. In a state of conscious autonomy, I doubted I could do it again. I spent the entire morning consumed by my anxieties. At noon, I entered the dining hall and spotted the kindergarten teacher distributing meals. Suddenly, an idea sparked in my mind. Recalling her past experiences, perhaps she could provide insight on how I should proceed. "Hello, may I ask you something?" "Your food." She thrust a portion of rice into my hands. Accepting the meal, I pressed on with my inquiry, if, and I emphasize if, you knew of a person who was destined to be parasitized by other species, what would you do? She regarded me with impatience, replying, "Next." The person behind me shoved me forward, taking the food from her hands. I squeezed through to continue my questioning. "What would you do? Especially if you were unable to prevent other species from consuming her consciousness? Then do not intervene. It is not as though they are going to parasitize you, so why concern yourself? Not intervene." But I was pushed aside once more. The kindergarten teacher no longer paid me any mind. Merely stating after serving the next person, "Take your food," I sighed, carrying my meal to a table to sit down. What should I do? Not intervene. How could that be permissible? Perhaps the flower girl had already lost her consciousness. How could I allow her body to be occupied by another entity? After all, she was a fellow patient in this institution. "You are in turmoil." I looked up at the seer and replied, "Indeed, I am quite conflicted. Simply follow your heart, my heart." What did it truly desire? To aid the flower girl, or to eradicate the monster? I believed it should be the latter. The flower girl had shown no other awareness aside from basking in the sun on the lawn. Even for basic needs like eating and sleeping, she required the nurse's prodding. A normal person would never need to sit on the lawn every day, exposed to the elements. It was evident the bud had orchestrated this. How foolish I had been to once believe the flower girl was in a vegetative state. She was clearly being controlled. Thus, to follow my heart, to eradicate the parasitic bud and vines. I turned to the seer. "Will you assist me?" The vines exhibited a strong aversion to outsiders, and I believed I would require the help of someone who could not perceive the vines. The seer smiled, "Of course, and so?" The seer and I devised a plan for our nocturnal mission. As for why we did not choose daytime, we were not foolish. During the day, we would likely be discovered before we could even act. In the dead of night, I slipped from beneath my covers, quietly departing my room. Before leaving, I made sure to neatly tuck in the covers. The night was tranquil, so quiet that I could hear the chirping of insects. Suddenly, a whispering voice broke the silence. "Where are you going?" I jumped, spinning around to find Liu had appeared behind me without my notice. "Where are you going?" Liu repeated, and I shot him an incredulous glare and demanded, "When did you start following me? Do you walk without making a sound?" I had no idea that this would frighten someone. "Just now, where are you going?" Truly so stubborn. Impatiently, I said, "It's none of your business." "Mind your OW," and Liu smirked at me and said, "The doctor just asked me to find him. This is a threat." I am precisely afraid of his threats. I was merely going for a stroll. Liu elongated his voice, saying, "Then I shall accompany you." I retracted my previous assessment of Liu. He is neither introverted nor timid, but rather, it is all an act. His current demeanor is the true essence of himself. Initially, I was reluctant to acquiesce, yet I ultimately capitulated. There was no choice. I could not delay, for if the flower girl's body were to be overtaken, it would be too late. The monsters that have merged with humanity are not so benevolent. When Liu and I arrived at the flower girl's ward, the seer was already present. I gestured toward the interior, but the seer shook his head. I quietly approached him and inquired, "What is it?" "This is not the right time." I cracked the door open slightly to peer inside. The lights in the psychiatric hospital are centrally controlled and do not turn off at night, allowing me to discern the situation within. The depression stood by the flower girl's bedside, watching her. So, the seer stated that now is not the right time because of the depression. I pushed the door open and proposed, "Shall we go for a walk? There are many stars tonight." To my surprise, the depression did not exit but instead turned to look at me. Her gaze was icy, as if she were observing a doomed soul. A shiver ran down my spine as I asked, "Who are you?" She certainly was not the depression. She must have been disguised by someone else. The depression smiled, a familiar smile, as if I had seen it somewhere before. Where could it be? Suddenly, my eyes widened as recognition struck. It was the witness with the worm-like tail. So she is a creature. I adore creatures. Liu, having appeared at my side unbeknownst to me, grinned and said, "You mean her?" As I pointed toward the depression. "If not her, then who else could it be?" Liu licked his lips. The sound of flapping wings resonated, and I turned to see a bat appear beside Liu. Liu gazed at the bat and, with a hint of regret, said, "Do you fancy this kind of species? Very well, I shall leave it to you." Upon finishing his words, the bat darted toward the depression. The seer protested, exclaiming, "I told you it is not the right time." "You are so disobedient," Liu retorted. "Isn't the problem resolved now?" The seer, fuming, replied, "What do you know?" She. Ultimately, the seer did not finish his sentence, lowering his hands in disappointment as he approached the flower girl. It was then that I remembered my purpose. Indeed, I had come to resolve the issue concerning the flower girl. With this thought, I set aside my concerns about the seer's unfinished words and hurried to the flower girl's bedside. The seer was already quite close to her, yet the vines showed no intention of attacking. Did they believe the seer would not harm the flower girl? Or did they think the seer would not pose a threat to them? I halted my steps, sensing that my presence was no longer necessary. The premonition was strong. I believed the seer was capable of addressing the flower girl's predicament. He pulled out a brand new blade from his pocket and swiftly glided it along the roots of the vines, precisely at the branch beneath the flower bud. Whether it was due to the blade's sharpness or the vine's fragility, upon contact, they fell away rapidly. Soon, only a single flower bud remained atop the flower girl's head. I inquired, "Is it done?" The seer shook his head, stating, "The roots must be extracted." Everyone knows where the roots of the flower bud lie. No explanation necessary. Hesitantly, I asked, "Isn't that a bit dangerous?" The seer looked into my eyes and said, "Trust me." Under his gaze, my doubts dissipated, and I confidently replied, "All right, I trust you." The seer began his work. His movements were swift, yet I found myself unable to watch. Thus I averted my gaze. As the scene shifted, I caught sight of the depression beside me, from whose body many red, soft-bodied worms crawled out, while Liu's bat feasted upon them. "All done," the seer paused, patting my shoulder. "We can leave now." Asked the flower girl, "All right?" "I want to check." I turned, but the seer blocked my view. With a serious expression, he said, "You cannot look now. We must leave this place. Very well. Although I did not understand his reasoning, I had faith that he had his justifications. So I refrained from asking further. Li Yu crouched nearby, eagerly watching the bat consume the worms. Indeed, he was quite the eccentric, a madman with a split personality. I could not be blamed for saying this. As the difference between his daytime and nighttime self was stark, despite my limited encounters with him, I said to Li Yu, let us go. His lips moved, seemingly forming words, yet I did not catch any sound. Just like at that time when he was outside the window, after his mouth ceased moving, the bat halted its consumption of worms. It appeared reluctant, casting several lingering glances at the depression before finally flying onto Li Yu's shoulder. Just as we were about to exit, I glanced back at the motionless depression lying on the floor. Should we not place her on the bed? It seemed rather inappropriate. If we departed and the nurse did not come, she would remain on the floor until dawn, already infested with worms, foolishly soaked. Wouldn't it be even more foolish if she fell ill again? The seer gazed into my eyes and said, "Do not meddle." His eyes were profound, as if they could see through all my secrets. I averted my gaze and replied, I understand. During my time in the psychiatric hospital, I had grown accustomed to sleeping early. For the sake of the flower girl, I had endured until midnight. Both physically and psychologically, I was utterly exhausted. Thus, upon returning, I collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Unfortunately, this slumber did not last until dawn. As I was awakened midway by the nurse, drowsily, I murmured, "I'm not hungry, I want to eat." "Someone is looking for you." The nurse's tone was peculiar, tinged with fear and anxiety. I sat up and inquired, "Who?" This was my strength. No matter how sleepy I was, when called to rise, my consciousness would immediately awaken, and of course, if I wished to continue sleeping, it was possible, provided the one waking me ceased their efforts. "Zhang Shun, Officer Shin, what brings you here?" I stared in surprise at the person behind the nurse. "I have a few questions to ask you." "All right, please go ahead." I held a favorable impression of Officer Shun. He was indeed a good policeman, so I would answer his questions thoroughly. After all, I had already revealed my greatest secret to him, leaving no further reason to conceal anything. Officer Shun nodded to the nurse, who then exited the room. I pulled the blanket aside and said, "Officer Shin, please have a seat." Officer Shin shook his head, producing a pen and a small notebook from his pocket. "I'll ask, and then I'll leave." I had grown accustomed to this ward, considering it my home. I was the host and Officer Shun was the guest. If the guest did not wish to sit, I could not force him. Could I? However, it was also improper for the host to sit while the guest stood. Thus, I rose from the bed, put on my shoes, and stood across from Officer Shun, saying, "You may ask now. Where were you last night?" "Last night?" I was somewhat taken aback that he was not inquiring about prior events. "I was in the ward. Then I went to find the flower girl." Could it be that the depression truly lay on the floor all night ill? "And where did you go after that?" Officer Shin probed. Looking into my eyes, I asked the depression, "The girl who does not speak, is she ill?" Yet, lying on the floor for a night could only result in a cold. Such an occurrence could not possibly warrant police involvement. I felt bewildered. "She has died." A chill ran through me. She had died. She was truly gone. Did the presence of those worms not serve to sustain her life, rather than as parasites? Then, what about the flower girl? Surely she would not. I widened my eyes, anxiously grasping Officer Shun's arm, asking, "What about the other one? The girl in the ward, how is she?" Originally intended to save a life. Yet if the depression had perished, what if the flower girl? Her skull was opened, and her brain was extracted. What do you think? For an ordinary person, indeed, she would not survive. But the flower girl was different. My shoulders slumped in defeat. If the flower bud atop the flower girl's head were to be uprooted, she would be no different from an ordinary person. I felt a profound sorrow. I had misjudged and erred. I should have listened to the kindergarten teacher and let things unfold naturally. There are both good and bad in humanity. Perhaps monsters are no different, just like Xiao Han, just like the depression, just like the flower girl. Officer Shin remained silent for a moment before saying, "All right, I have finished my questions. You may continue to rest," I said, overwhelmed with guilt. It was I who insisted on helping the flower girl. And it has nothing to do with Li Yu or the seer. Officer Shin, if anyone is to be apprehended, let it be me. I am not actually mentally ill. I was merely pretending. Helping? Officer Shin echoed. Yes, the flower bud atop the flower girl's head has grown larger and sprouted many vines. And, as for the depression, I did not know what would happen after the worms in her body were consumed. I had never anticipated that the flower girl's bud and those worms existed to aid her. I thought she was merely parasitized. Officer Shin rubbed his temples and said, "All right, I understand. You should focus on recuperating here and refrain from meddling further. However, I am not ill. Are you not taking me away? I still have matters to attend to. Perhaps I can return later." Very well, it was only after Officer Shin departed that I finally breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, I was not quite prepared to leave immediately. Although the creatures here are benign, those in the prison are certainly not. After such a lengthy conversation, my drowsiness had dissipated, and I resolved to rise and check on the Prophet and Li Yu. Just my presence had already caused them some guilt. They must be feeling even worse. The door to the adjacent room was closed, and after knocking a few times without response, I surmised that Li Yu must still be asleep. I decided to disregard him for now and proceeded to see the Prophet. The Prophet's ward was situated some distance from mine, requiring me to traverse the garden to reach iti in the garden. The professor remained diligently weeding, though regrettably, the lawn lacked another familiar figure. A wave of melancholy washed over me, prompting me to turn away and hasten my steps. Unfortunately, the Prophet was not in his room. It was empty, devoid of any belongings, not even the bedding remained. Had he been transferred to another ward? Just as I was pondering this, a nurse entered. Upon seeing me, she instinctively took a step back. I smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Zhang Shun. There's no need to be afraid. I'm not aggressive and will not harm you." I had not encountered this nurse before, so I felt it necessary to clarify. Perhaps due to my lack of rest, my pallor was quite pronounced, and instead of being reassured, the nurse retreated another step, appearing even more anxious. "Why, you shouldn't come any closer." I raised my hands and assured her. "Rest assured, I will not do anything." Chu Jing, are you all right? A familiar nurse entered. Chu Jing hurried over to her side and said, "Sister Ran, I'm fine." "Zhang Shun, what are you doing here? Were you not supposed to be resting and skipping meals?" She didn't wait for my response and continued, "Since you are already up, you should go eat. Otherwise, there won't be any food left in the dining hall." I did not wish to dawdle and directly inquired, "What about the Prophet, the person who originally occupied this ward? Has he been moved? If so, where to?" Ran Shui, the nurse referred to by Chu Jing, replied, "He has already left." Left? I contemplated the implications of that word. The flower woman and the depressed could be said to have left, and Xiao Han could also be said to have left. So in what context did the Prophet leave? Yes, he has indeed left. "You should return. Perhaps he will come to see you when he has the chance." So, it meant he had departed the psychiatric hospital. I nodded and exited the ward. Although I knew the Prophet was safe, an inexplicable sense of unease lingered within me. Days swiftly passed, and the tranquility of those days, alongside the Prophet's departure and the passing of the flower woman and the depressed, had not impacted my life in any significant manner. Sitting on a stone bench in the garden, I gazed up at the sky. The clouds were beautiful, albeit a bit gray, and the sky mirrored that same dull-hued. I lowered my head in disinterest, realizing the sky was not blue after all. To be honest, my recollections of the sky were rooted in childhood. Had it not been for the unforeseen circumstances, I doubt I would have taken the time to observe the sky. I felt as if I were an animal trapped in a cage, yearning to escape yet simultaneously cherishing the safety of confinement. A shrill scream erupted from behind the building across from me. The voice belonged to a nurse, as I had only seen one male doctor. The scream was undeniably sharp and feminine. The outcry did not draw any attention. The professor continued trimming the lawn, while other patients ambled about, engrossed in their own musings, as if they had heard nothing. Was it possible that after experiencing hallucinations, I was now hearing things? I sighed. Some things are inevitable, and I might as well investigate what was happening. Behind me was the area where doctors and nurses resided. I had never been there before and initially feared I would not gain entry, but surprisingly, everything progressed smoothly. Throughout the journey, I encountered no one. Upon entering, I realized an issue. The sound had only been a singular utterance, and I was uncertain of its origin. This truly posed a dilemma. As I surveyed the empty corridor, I began to doubt whether I had misheard. "Zhang Shun." Hearing the familiar voice, I turned to respond, "Officer Shun." Officer Shun could not possibly appear here without reason. Combining this with the scream, I concluded I was not imagining things. I seemed to have indeed heard a scream. Yet I did not know who had produced it. Regarding the basement, this matter does not concern you. You must leave immediately that I can assist. Some things can only be perceived by oneself, hence, I wish to see for myself. It is not merely to help others, but also to prepare for my eventual departure from the psychiatric hospital. I am certain there are monsters outside, and they are undoubtedly far more ferocious than those within the hospital. Therefore, before I leave, I must devise a means to protect myself, and that necessitates understanding the weaknesses of these monsters. No one can aid me in this. It is something I must discover on my own. Your departure would be the greatest assistance to me. I gazed earnestly at Officer Shen and said, "You know I am different from others. Perhaps I can be of help." Officer Shen remained silent for a moment before conceding. "Very well, but you must take care of yourself." "Yes, I will ensure I do not cause you any trouble." I followed Officer Shen to a corner where a very low door awaited. Officer Shen reached out to push the door open, stating, "Stay close." Only after I nodded did he proceed with confidence. The space within was quite small, devoid of any furnishings, save for a staircase leading downward. Thanks to the motion sensor lights, the illumination inside was not dim. Descending the stairs, I found myself in a corridor flanked by rooms with closed doors. Reaching the last door at the end of the corridor, Officer Shen halted. The door was ajar, and inside stood several doctors and nurses clad in white coats. Their expressions were grave, entirely different from what I was accustomed to seeing. In the center of the room, a person was struggling on the bed. An ominous feeling washed over me. I rushed forward to see that the prophet, whom I had been told had already left, was bound to the bed. Upon seeing me, the prophet's struggles intensified. It seemed he wished to communicate, but with his mouth gagged, he could only emit muffled sounds of that I reached out to untie him when a wave of tingling sensation enveloped me. "Zhang Shun, it is dark. You should return to your room." I opened my eyes and looked up at the sky. Indeed, night had fallen. "You should go back and rest," the nurse urged once more. "All right," I nodded somewhat dazedly and then made my way back to my room. Upon entering, I shook my head, my awareness gradually clearing. Night had fallen, but wait, what was it that had happened? My memory was blank. I had no recollection of the events of this day. No, to be precise, it was several days. I was aware of what had transpired before. And I knew that prior to today, there were several days devoid of memory, yet I had no impressions of those days whatsoever. At that moment, a heavy weight lay upon my heart. What does one do when there is nothing to occupy their time? I do not know how others cope, but I tend to reflect on past memories. When I discovered my memory loss, it felt akin to an impending apocalypse. From dusk until dawn, I found myself mired in contemplation. Yet despite my efforts from morning till night, I could not uncover the reason behind my disquiet. At night, I heard the sound of wings flapping, and a shadow was cast upon the window. Ordinarily, I should have disregarded it, for materialism had shattered into fragments, and encountering something unscientific seemed unsurprising. Yet, inexplicably, I felt compelled to step outside and investigate. Following my instincts, a familiar phrase suddenly surfaced in my mind. As if I had just heard it somewhere, though my astonishment, the entity outside was not terrifying. Rather, it was quite scientific, as it was simply an ordinary bat out of bat. I recalled Liu. Did he summon the bat? After circling around me once, the bat flapped its wings and flew away. So, was it unintentional? I chuckled helplessly. It was merely a pet. What was happening to me? Had I been in the psychiatric hospital for too long, thus becoming overly contemplative? I mused. Perhaps I had become prone to overthinking. Just as I returned to my room and was about to close the door, the bat returned, this time circling around me twice before departing. Glancing back at me as it flew, "Did you mean for me to follow you?" I tentatively asked. The bat nodded. It had indeed become sentient. It turned out there were truly creatures that had gained awareness in this world. Dazed, I followed the bat, traversing the garden and crossing over to the area where the doctors and nurses resided. I halted my steps. That place was certainly not one to approach casually. Everyone knows that one must not offend doctors, especially when in need of their care. In a psychiatric hospital, this admonition is magnified manifold. Although they appear amiable and easy to get along with, I understood that it was merely a fade. Observing my hesitation, the bat grew anxious and circled around me. Perhaps it had truly gained sentience and possessed its own consciousness. I hesitated. If that were the case, then the bat's actions could mean three things. First, Liu directed it to do so. Second, Liu was in danger, and the bat sought my help. Third, Liu was orchestrating the bat to play tricks on me. I ruled out the third possibility. There were numerous ways to tease me, and this method, frankly, was less entertaining than allowing the bat to frighten me. As for the second point, the doctor was quite courteous towards Liu, so he likely wouldn't do anything to him, especially since this is a dormitory and not a laboratory. Excluding the latter two possibilities, only one remains. What purpose did Liu have in bringing me here with the bat? Or rather, what did he wish for me to see? The bat flew behind me, nudging my back as if urging me to move forward. I gazed at the imposing building before me. Merely stepping inside for a moment shouldn't lead to any dire consequences. Right? Very well, I shall enter and uncover what mischief Liu is truly up to. The bat's flight path was peculiar, always dodging left and right. Was there a reason for such erratic movement? I followed behind it, mimicking its every move. Under the bat's guidance, I arrived at a rather low door at the end of the corridor. It must lead to a storage room. What secrets could possibly lie within a storage room? Indeed, I had misjudged. Liu was undoubtedly nearby. He must be waiting for me to enter so he can lock the door behind me. How tiresome, a tedious prank. I should have ignored him, along with his pet. Ah, a faint scream echoed, emanating from the storage room. I reached out to push open the door, and the scene inside was not at all what I had envisioned. There was no one inside, nor any clutter, just a staircase leading downwards in the center of the room. The bat circled the staircase incessantly, yet showed no inclination to descend. I could faintly hear some voices. Capture him, use electric shock. Take action. There is a secret below. Just as I was about to descend, I heard footsteps approaching. Someone coming up? The bat darted out anxiously, and I hurriedly followed, determined not to be discovered, regardless of what lay beneath. I sprinted back to my room, slamming the door shut behind me, and glanced at the bat, asking, "Where is Liu?" The bat perched on the table. Observing me, I continued, "You can understand. I know you can comprehend what I am saying. Liu sent you to find me, didn't he?" The bat remained motionless, staring at me. What lies beneath? How did Liu know? Why did he want to share this secret with me? No matter what I said or asked. The bat paid me no heed. It was as though it understood nothing. Had it not previously displayed such intelligence, I might have believed it to be an ordinary bat. Unfortunately, it had chosen to feign ignorance too late. I had a premonition that unraveling this secret would lead me to recover my lost memories. Perhaps tomorrow I could inquire with the oracle. He must know the true meaning behind Liu's actions. As for why I wouldn't ask Liu directly, it was simply due to my distrust of him. After a moment's pause, I opened the door and beckoned to the bat, saying, "It's time for you to leave." The bat did not move. I frowned and approached, attempting to well, I failed to catch it, as it proved to be playing dead. After several missed attempts, I irritably declared, "Go find your master. You are not welcome here." Finally, the bat took flight, circling above my head a few times before landing atop it. This bat, much like its master, was utterly unlikable. I resolved to ignore it, tossing aside the blanket and lying on the bed. Meanwhile, the bat settled back on the table, remaining motionless, as the morning sun streamed into the room. I awoke to find the bat's presence had vanished from the table. When I opened the door to my room and glanced back, I noticed two glowing orbs beneath the bed. A shiver ran down my spine as I recalled what had transpired. The door and windows were shut. That bat had not escaped, upon closer inspection. I found it hanging upside down under the bed. Staring at me, I stood at the doorway and said, "I am going out now." The bat not only remained still, but it even closed its eyes. I was taken aback. It had seemed quite obedient to Liu before. Whenever Liu mumbled a few words, it would obediently fly away. Was it sulking? But even if it were to run away from home, it should find a more distant hiding spot, shouldn't it? Hiding next door was hardly an escape. No, that wasn't right. It had followed Liu's commands to the dormitory the previous night, so it couldn't be running away. Was it then that it feared venturing out due to an unfinished task? This raised the question. Did Liu intend to keep me there, or did he wish for me to discover what lay inside? "Zhang Shun, it's time for breakfast." A nurse interrupted my thoughts. I nodded, closed the door, and stepped outside. Regardless, I decided to seek out the oracle first. Upon entering the dining hall, I scanned the area, but unfortunately, I did not encounter the oracle. Disappointed, I consumed the now-cold meal and rose to leave. Passing through the garden, the lawn appeared neatly trimmed, yet something seemed amiss. What could it be? I couldn't recall. The door to the oracle's room was shut. I pushed against it, only to find it locked. I knocked, but received no response. Was he not in his room? Where could he possibly be? I wandered back into the garden. While the psychiatric hospital was sizable, the activity areas were limited. The dining hall was empty, the patient rooms devoid of life, leaving only the garden. Since breakfast had just concluded, several individuals strolled through the garden. Each time I encountered someone, I inquired about the oracle, but they all shook their heads, claiming they had not seen him. After thoroughly searching the garden, I despondently sat on a stone bench. Are you still searching for someone? A gentle voice broke through my thoughts. I looked up to see a young girl who seemed somewhat familiar, though I was certain I had never met her before. I am Chu Jing, a new nurse. We have met before. A flicker of recognition sparked within me, and I asked, is it 2 days ago? Chu Jing sat beside me and replied, no, it was about a week ago. I believe I initially thought you. She smiled and continued, I must have misunderstood your intentions. Who are you looking for? Perhaps I can assist you. Looking forward at the oracle, so I had at least lost 7 days of memory? The oracle? The patient who left from the first floor? Chu Jing appeared somewhat surprised. I nodded, but then felt something was off. The name oracle was one I had assigned. How could she know whom I referred to? After all, they dismissed all of the oracle's prophecies as mere nonsense. Chu Jing looked at me earnestly, saying, if he returns, I will inform you. Truly, I grasped her sleeve and asked, what do you mean by returned? The oracle has left. Why? Did he not say he had no family left? Furthermore, the doctors believed the oracle's condition to be quite severe. The patients in the 2 buildings had varying degrees of illness. The patients in the oracle's building were viewed as critical cases, with little hope for recovery. The patient you mentioned, have you forgotten? He has already left. I told you about it a few days ago. Could not understand why I felt reluctant to share my amnesia with her. It seemed you two were quite close. Every time I saw you, you were searching for him. Close? I don't think so. My visits to the oracle were solely due to my need for his assistance. By the way, assistance. This meant that a few days ago, I had encountered a situation I could not resolve. What could it have been? Had that matter been resolved, could it possibly be related to Li Yu? If you ever need help, feel free to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist you. All right, I replied casually that I had heard such sentiments far too often. To take them seriously would be foolish. I am sincere. Should you ever require assistance, don't hesitate to let me know. Why? Chu Jing smiled and said, I am a nurse, and you are a patient. Do I need another reason? Her smile was radiant, contrasting sharply with the feigned kindness of other nurses and doctors. Thank you. You're welcome. Her smile appeared even brighter, and she added, I have other matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. Remember, if you ever need help, you must find me. All right. I nodded, this time genuinely promising. If something truly arises, I believe I would seek her out. Chu Jing waved and departed. I looked up at the sky. Although it remained overcast, it somehow felt much more pleasing. I thought to myself, perhaps this is what it feels like to welcome spring. My gaze returned to the lawn, and only then did I realize what was missing. The flower girl was not squatting on the grass. This was indeed a rarity. She was usually undeterred by wind or rain. What could be the reason for her absence today? The oracle had left. So the only person who could answer my questions now was Li Yu. Li Yu would not appear during the day, so I decided to visit the flower girl. Upon opening the door, I found the patient room empty, just like the oracle's room, devoid of anything at all. This was strange. The oracle had departed, the flower girl was gone, and even the individual who shared a room with the flower girl had left. I was puzzled. What had transpired during those days of lost memory? How had so many patients recovered? Just as I was about to step outside, I heard unfamiliar voices. How is the progress? Everything is going smoothly. No signs of rejection have appeared. Has the bat found him? Not yet, but I will locate it as soon as possible. The voices grew fainter until they were completely inaudible, prompting me to step outside. I believed I understood the bat's reason for seeking me. Li Yu was certainly not in his room, but rather in the basement. Perhaps the oracle and the flower girl were in the same situation. I resolved to return to the basement tonight to uncover the secrets hidden within. As night fell, the bat emerged from beneath the bed, swirling around me. Dio, you want me to search for your master? The bat flew forward while glancing back at me, seemingly urging me to follow. I approached and remarked, you are quite clever. After returning last night, you feigned unconsciousness, presumably to convey the message that I should refrain from going out again. I adeptly followed the bat to the low door, opened it, and descended the staircase. The corridor was lined with closed doors, and due to the absence of windows, I could not discern what lay within. The bat halted before the third door, colliding its body against it. I hurried over and whispered, don't knock. The bat obediently ceased its actions and stepped aside. I grasped the doorknob and twisted it. Producing a soft click, I silently thanked my fortune that the door was not locked. The bat eagerly squeezed through the crack of the door, but no sound emanated from within, prompting me to enter with a sense of anxiety. Indeed, Liu was inside the room, the bat circling him incessantly, yet he was utterly helpless, bound hand and foot, his mouth gagged. Upon seeing me, his eyes widened in excitement. I approached to untie the ropes binding him when suddenly, footsteps echoed from outside. My instincts propelled me to close the door. Liu came to my side and pointed at the door. The footsteps grew nearer, followed by the sound of a door opening. That sound was emanating from the adjacent room. I clenched my fists, wiping the cold sweat from my palms onto my clothing and mouth. Will they come in? Liu shook his head before I could feel relief. He formed the words with his lips. I don't know. A lump lodged in my throat, nearly causing me to choke. Why not simply say you do not know? Shaking his head only instilled false hope. Then dashed it. Such cruelty. Faint voices drifted from the next room, but the words were indistinct. After what felt like an eternity, the voices ceased, followed by the sound of a door closing, then footsteps. They had not departed. Rather, they had moved to another ward. Liu pointed outside, and I waved my hand dismissively. It was safest to wait until they left before making a move. Liu gently twisted the doorknob, and as I attempted to stop him, the bat obstructed my way, leaving me with no choice but to watch him open the door. Liu first cracked it ajar, peering through the gap before beckoning me with a hand gesture. Without waiting for my response, he stepped out cautiously. I sighed and followed suit. Hiding had lost its significance. If he were discovered, I too would be exposed. It was better to venture out together. Miraculously, we successfully returned to my room. Even after closing the door, I found it hard to believe our fortune, pinching my arm sharply to assure myself of reality. Approaching the bedside, I asked Liu, who sat there, can you tell me about the basement? Of course, he replied, locking his gaze with mine. This calm is merely superficial. This mental asylum is far from what it appears. You know this, right? Are you speaking of the basement? What purpose does it serve? Why were you bound? Liu teased. It's a long story. I frowned, insisting, then make it brief. This man was quite intriguing. Even while bound, he found time to engage in other matters. Liu sighed. Well, very well. His expression turned serious. In recognition of your assistance in my escape, since you wish to know, I shall tell you. But remember, it's essential. Otherwise, I shall inform the doctors of your presence here. Liu seemed unfazed, a smile gracing his face as he said, have you forgotten? I am the one who is bound. Without assistance, how could I possibly escape? Trust me, revealing this information would serve you no good, and besides, you do not wish to end up like me. Are you implying that I have boarded a pirate ship? One from which I cannot disembark? I never claimed such. He paused. Let us not dwell on that. I know you and I are alike. You are sane, correct? I shook my head, asserting that I was indeed normal, but he was clearly not, exhibiting unmistakable signs of mental illness. I entered for a reason. In truth, I am an undercover agent. I shook my head again. I truly do not understand why I should have brought you out. Allowing you to continue your treatment would have been the best choice. You do not trust me. Do you possess any credible evidence? Although this bat was unlike the others, your demeanor when claiming to be one was unmistakably genuine. Illness must be treated. Evading reality is not the answer. Do you not wish to know what lies in the basement? I can investigate it myself. As for Liu, I held no belief in his words. Even if he claimed to be bound for dissection, it bore a semblance of truth. Yet to label him as sane was absurd. His mental state was undoubtedly compromised. I speak the truth. I am not ill. I am here undercover. The number of patients in this asylum is scarce. Do you not find that curious? What is there to find curious? There are not that many genuinely insane individuals in the world. Perhaps half the population displays signs of abnormality. If true madness were more widespread, would there be any sane individuals left? You are too naive. The pressures of urban life have led to a significant number of mentally ill people. Many enter mental institutions, particularly this one. However, many of those who enter seem to vanish. They neither discharge nor die. They simply disappeared. I can tell you that the basement has more than one level, and most of the rooms are occupied. More than 0.1 level. Is that even possible? Liu continued, whether you believe it or not. This is the truth. You can see for yourself. After all, what is witnessed firsthand is reality. Was everything he said true? Yet, could I truly trust him? Perhaps he was merely a madman, Liu declared. I have grasped the situation well enough. Now only one task remains. What task? To escape, Liu stood, asserting, I must escape and relay the information I possess. You will assist me, will you not? No, suddenly, I recalled how he had arrived. The doctors had never claimed he was ill, only stating that residing here would help him become familiar with the other patients. Thus, his claims of feigning illness were likely fabricated. He might be deceiving me, perhaps hoping to manipulate me into aiding his escape. I resolutely stated, I will not assist you, Liu shrugged, expressing disappointment. What a pity. Then I shall have to resort to somewhat more forceful methods. He had been standing before me, but in a swift motion. He stepped behind me. Before I could react, a sharp pain shot through me, and then I lost consciousness. Click, click, pa. Did I open my eyes to find the sheets incredibly soft, the decor lavish, the noise overwhelming, punctuated by the occasional sound of sunflower seeds being cracked. All of this indicated that this place was most certainly not a mental asylum. Awake? I sat up, regarding Liu, who donned a bathrobe, seated on a nearby sofa with a plate of sunflower seeds. Watching television, Liu. At this moment, he bore no trace of timidity or fearfulness, nor did he exhibit the rebellious demeanor he had in the night. I queried, Where is this? Liu continued to gaze at the screen, nonchalantly saying, You need not worry. Just remember, I will not harm you. This is not a mental asylum. Who exactly are you? Despite his apparent independence, he had managed to exit the asylum with my unconscious self in tow. Clearly, everything he had previously mentioned about tasks and assistance was mere nonsense. He finally turned to face me, stating, Did I not mention? I am an undercover agent. He then picked up a sunflower seed and tossed it into his mouth. Crunch. Undercover? I scoffed. Are you still reluctant to speak the truth, even when your lies have been exposed? Fine. Suppose you are an undercover agent. Now that you are out, your mission is complete, correct? So, Liu interrupted, asserting, You are now under my jurisdiction. You have two options. 1. Cooperate obediently. 2. You do not wish to find yourself unable to rise from this spot, do you? What is your purpose? I am merely an ordinary person with nothing of value to you. Who are you, and what do you intend to do? I certainly have a purpose, but you need not know it. Just obey without question. Now then, our heart-to-heart is over. I shall continue watching television. Do not disturb me. Or, his expression darkened, or I will become quite angry. Trust me, you absolutely do not wish to witness my anger. I found myself beginning to miss the asylum. If the cost of leaving was cohabiting with this true madman, perhaps remaining there would be preferable. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Liu cracked seeds while mumbling, The delivery has arrived. Go open the door. I patted my stomach, realizing I was indeed a bit hungry. Despite my annoyance at his tone, I resolved to open the door for the sake of my appetite. Upon opening it, a young man wearing a baseball cap stood before me, his head bowed as he said, Your delivery. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. I pondered as I accepted the food, only to feel something small and hard in my palm. The delivery person slightly lifted his head, smiled at me, and then departed. I believed I knew who it was. Although I could not fathom how he had escaped or found me, I felt a sense of relief. Closing the door, I casually placed the takeout on the coffee table, saying, I need to use the restroom. Liu regarded me with a peculiar expression. Had he noticed something? My clenched fist began to sweat. With a forced, rigid smile, I inquired, What are you watching? Liu curled her lips in disdain, averting her gaze as she retorted, Do you really think I want to look at you, old man? If someone didn't know better, they might think I was interested in playing some sort of captivity game with you. Just go about your business and spare me the disgust. Although my suspicions had been alleviated, My spirits remained decidedly low. That little brat was utterly unlikable, more infuriating than ever. As I made my way to the restroom, I loosened my grip on a folded piece of paper, which resembled a tiny square. Caution, Liu, do not trust him. After reading this, destroy the paper. It was true that Liu was untrustworthy, but what about the prophet? Had he genuinely escaped from the asylum? Was what the nurse said true? Yet, why would he say such things? Did he know something? I felt a twinge of regret for allowing him to leave so easily. I should have followed him under some pretense. Hey, why aren't you out yet? Hearing Liu shout, I hurriedly tore the note apart and flushed it down the toilet. Watching it vanish completely, I finally felt a sense of relief as I stepped outside. Liu stood at the restroom door, clutching her stomach, impatience etched on her face. Upon seeing the door open, she yanked me in behind her and swiftly slammed the door shut. From inside, she yelled, Don't order takeout, it's unsanitary. My eyes lit up as I replied, I'm hungry. I need to go out to buy food. Wait, I'll go with you in a bit. I shook my head regretfully. I still had no clear understanding of Liu's situation. It would be unwise to anger her by leaving abruptly. Then hurry up. We waited for nearly half an hour before a visibly weakened Liu emerged. She plopped down on the sofa and declared, No more outings. Order 2 more takeout meals from that same place. I was taken aback, asking, But didn't you say it's unsanitary? Through clenched teeth, Liu replied, I want to beat him. How dare he make me have diarrhea? The cook and the delivery person were hardly connected. Yet, under Liu's fierce gaze, I said nothing, only silently praying that the delivery would be handled by someone else this time. If the prophet got hurt, who would reveal the truth to me? It turned out, the prophet was indeed the prophet. He did not come, and the food delivery was also delayed. When Liu could no longer wait and called, the other end was already turned off. Infuriated, he paced the room for nearly 10 minutes before calming down. Ultimately, I went an entire day without a meal. Liu refused to let me go out and also wouldn't allow me to remain alone in the room. That night, I dreamt of lavish feasts. I awoke to the scent of delicious food. Since there was only one bed in the room, I had to sleep on the sofa, mainly because I couldn't take Liu in a fight. Upon opening my eyes, I was greeted by a table laden with dishes, with Liu seated across from me, feasting. Did you go out to buy this? Liu, not even lifting his gaze, replied, If you're awake, eat quickly. Don't ask questions that shouldn't be asked. Tentatively, I inquired, Is the delivery person okay? You didn't do anything to him, did you? Liu set down his chopsticks and looked at me, asking, Who do you want to ask about? The delivery person? Or my heart tightened. Did he already know about the prophet? Or Liu suddenly laughed. Why are you so anxious? Rest assured, this place is very safe. With me around, no one can take you away. The implication that no one could take me away meant that even with assistance, I was not destined to leave, let alone on my own. He must have figured it out. I felt a wave of unease. Both for my own safety and for the prophet's, don't eat on my behalf. Don't ruin my appetite. Although the prophet was innocent and his situation dire, at present, filling my stomach took precedence. After the meal, Liu announced, Let's go. I looked up in surprise. Had I misheard? Had he misspoken? Wasn't he the one who would rather starve than take me out yesterday? How could everything change overnight? Surely, I must be dreaming. This had to be a fantasy. There was no grand feast, nor could I leave. It was all an illusion. Liu, growing impatient, chided, Hurry up. A grown man dawdling like this is embarrassing. I pinched my leg. Feeling the pain, this was no dream, I quickly replied, I'll be right there. The corridor outside resembled the one in the room, with each door marked by a number. It was impossible to deny this was a hotel. I asked, Doesn't the hotel provide food? Liu glanced back at me, saying, Do you think I don't know? It's basic knowledge. But I simply don't want to eat the food here. Do you have a problem with that? I quickly shook my head, indicating I had no objections. Liu scoffed, Even if you do, you better keep it to yourself. As we reached the hotel lobby, a person in a waiteress uniform unexpectedly grabbed my arm and winked at me. Excitedly, I stared at him. The prophet had indeed come to find me. Just as I was about to speak, he shook his head, gesturing towards Liu's retreating figure, then pressed a hard object into my palm. Hurry up, what are you dawdling for? Nothing, I stammered, clenching my fist and hastening after Liu. Exiting the hotel, I climbed into an ordinary van beside him. Once inside, my eyes were covered. I offered no resistance. Knowing it would be futile, cooperating might yield better treatment. The vehicle drove for an extensive period, long enough that I eventually dozed off. I was jolted awake in a rather rough manner. He had yanked my face, and by the time I regained consciousness, my face was already swollen from the grip. Not daring to complain at the sight of his ominous expression, I lamented my own misfortune. After 30 years, I had developed a cowardly demeanor. Growing up, my parents instilled the belief that everything they said was right. If I thought otherwise, it was my fault, and I needed to change. School was no different. If a high-achieving student bullied me and I told the teacher, I would be labeled a liar. Was there truly a correlation between academic success and good character? At work, the boss was always right, and those he favored were also right. When my views contradicted theirs, I was deemed wrong. The same applied now. Liu was right, even if he insisted that fried eggs had to be salty. That was the truth. After disembarking, my mood plummeted further. We stood before an unfinished building. What was Liu planning? To commit murder and dispose of a body. What could his reasoning possibly be? I chuckled helplessly. Had the life in the asylum rendered me so composed? I was in a life-threatening situation, yet I found myself pondering the reasons behind my potential murder. However, to be fair, Liu had no reason to kill me. Would he fear I would expose his whereabouts? He could easily have left me behind, so that theory held no weight. Was he simply a mentally unstable individual who wished to kill for amusement? Given his unpredictable nature, that was indeed a possibility. Do you know what this place is? Although Liu wore a stern expression, I discerned a glimmer of pride in his eyes. How thrilling it was to contemplate murder. His image in my mind had completely morphed into that of a maniac. I took 2 steps back, shaking my head. No, but I think you should calm down first. I'm perfectly calm. Just follow me. I surveyed my surroundings, silently calculating the chances of escape. The area was desolate, with no residences nearby. Fleeing would be unwise, though securing a vehicle would change the situation. Yet the car keys were in Liu's possession, and acquiring them would not be an easy task. After a brief contemplation, my instincts guided me to follow Liu into the unfinished building. Inside, it was flat ground, littered with sand, gravel, and various construction materials. At the back stood a 3-story structure that had yet to be completed. Liu entered a small room beside that building. I hesitated for a moment before following him inside, and as I had imagined, it was empty, devoid of any furnishings. Do you know what this place is? Liu's expression of triumph was unmistakable. An unfinished building. Although I was uncertain of his intentions, I answered truthfully. No. Liu shook his head, smiling as he said, "This is my secret base." The term secret base is familiar to everyone. It permeates childhood memories. Yet, I was somewhat taken aback by Liu's declaration, considering he was an adult. Would you like to see it? Huh? I struggled to follow his train of thought. You want to see my secret base? And no, I knew you would be interested. Let me show you. In truth, I had no desire to see it. Liu approached a distinct stone slab in the corner of the room and began to lift it. So, Liu built an underground chamber here? A sense of foreboding washed over me. Liu stood beside me, pushing me forward, insisting, "Go down. You will be astonished. No. I need to use the restroom." Liu frowned. "Stop talking nonsense and hurry down." The descent was shrouded in darkness, and I could barely make out my surroundings. Observing Liu's impatience, I reluctantly began to climb down the vertical ladder. The ladder was made of iron and felt sturdy. Devoid of the creaking sound characteristic of wooden ladders, Liu followed closely behind me. When we reached the bottom, he stepped aside, and with a sharp click, the lights flickered on. The basement was dimly lit by old-fashioned bulbs. Possibly due to low wattage, as I surveyed my surroundings, I was astounded. The walls were adorned with the carcasses of monstrous creatures, featuring bizarre wings, peculiar horns, and shriveled tentacles. What do you think? Are you surprised? Can you see? I stared at him in shock. This place is filled with monsters, and not a single one is the same. Rather than corpses, they resemble specimens. Of course, Liu waved his hand. With a fluttering sound, a bat flew out from the shadows and landed steadily on his shoulder. Are there many of these things? Liu's expression turned serious. Yes, there have been more and more in recent years. It seems you truly are different. Would you be interested in joining us, you guys? I noted his choice of words. Liu stroked the bat on his shoulder and continued. Our mission is to root out all the aberrations hidden among humans and eliminate them. What do you say? Are you interested? Why me? I am just an ordinary person. I never imagined I would one day engage in something so outrageous, unexpected. I struggled to find the right words to describe that feeling. Because you are different. You should understand that many people cannot see such things, but just because they cannot see them does not mean the danger is absent. What we are undertaking is the most monumental task. You will agree, won't you? Li Yu's gaze was somewhat obsessed, but more so, it was frenzied. I knew I could not refuse. Otherwise, I had no idea what he might do. Very well, excellent, Li Yu patted my shoulder, saying, I have high hopes for you. Now, let me take you to find your first target. Then, we left the basement and returned to the bustling market. The streets were crowded, and Li Yu pulled me down to crouch by the roadside. My concerns were unfounded. After leaving the mental institution, everyone I saw appeared normal. Even after squatting by the roadside for an hour, no monsters appeared. Indeed, the world still seemed ordinary. Just as I began to relax, Li Yu suddenly grasped my arm and whispered, the target has appeared, in. Before I could finish my sentence, Li Yu covered my mouth. He gestured for me to look in a certain direction, where a young girl stood. She appeared to be in her 20s, dressed fashionably, and was walking a white dog through the eyes of an ordinary person. Everything seemed harmonious. However, in my vision, a pair of colorful wings sprouted from the girl's back. And even her little white dog had a matching pair of wings. Although they appeared beautiful, it was certainly not normal. Li Yu stood up and said, that's her. Let us follow. The girl remained oblivious to our pursuit. Continuing her shopping carefree, I tentatively asked, she looks harmless. She doesn't seem aggressive. How about we find another target? Her wings resemble those of an enlarged butterfly. Butterflies are not known for being aggressive, are they? What do you know? Do not be deceived by her appearance. The more beautiful they are, the more dangerous. I scoffed, saying, just because of a pair of wings. What harm could they possibly inflict, if we're talking about danger? It should be the monster controlling me or that tentacle policeman I encountered in the detention center. Wings are merely for flying, Li Yu replied meaningfully. You will come to know. The girl seemed to grow tired and stepped into a CAF to rest. I glanced at Li Yu, who pondered for a moment and said, wait outside. About half an hour later, the girl emerged, and besides her little white dog, she was accompanied by a male companion. Li Yu explained from the side. That's her prey. Soon, he will be transformed by her. Perhaps he is just a friend. Look at his eyes. Have you not noticed? They are glued to the butterfly. He is already enchanted. I shook my head slightly. After all, men are drawn to beautiful women, which doesn't signify anything. Don't believe it. In the face of my renewed skepticism, Li Yu astonishingly did not become angry. Upon reflection, it seemed that since I had agreed to him, he had not once changed his expression. Could this be the magic that companionship brings? For the first time, I felt that being Li Yu's ally was not so bad. Since he was not angry, I directly stated, I don't believe it. Just watch. We followed the girl all the way to a residential area. Li Yu instructed. Wait here. I felt somewhat speechless. How long would we have to wait? What if she simply didn't leave? Or what if there were other exits in this complex? Li Yu was resolute, so I had no choice but to wait to ensure we didn't lose track. We even took turns going to eat. A day later, the two finally came out. This time, they did not bring the dog, and the man had indeed changed slightly. He now sported two antennae on his head resembling caterpillars. As he approached, I noticed a cyan tail sprouting from his back. It was shorter and thinner than the tails I had seen before, but visually, it was still unsettling. This person had truly been transformed. He was indeed the girl's prey. I anxiously looked at Li Yu, wondering what we should do now. I regretted doubting Li Yu. Had I believed what he said, perhaps the man would not have ended up like this. There was no way to save him. The only option was to kill him. Kill? What else is there? But don't feel pressured. After all, they are no longer human. If we allow them to live, they will endanger more people. You are right that I truly should not hesitate any longer. I cannot let my reluctance to act endanger more lives. That is the spirit. Li Yu patted my shoulder and said, your choice is correct. My choice is correct. I am doing this for the good of all humanity. Just like that, a surge of pride welled up within me. Li Yu praised, well done. My pride swelled even further. Nobody has ever imagined that one day they would possess extraordinary abilities, and use them to save all of humanity. I never expected that a power which once terrified me could also save the world. I felt an unprecedented sense of joy. Then, when we reached a deserted area, we sprang into action. Under Liu's guidance, we worked together to knock them unconscious. Liu then said, "They are parasitic within human bodies. Therefore, as long as the host dies, they will perish along with them." Next, he demonstrated how to take out the host. My experience was limited. One attempt failed, and I inadvertently awakened the unconscious person. Fortunately, with Liu present, he swiftly extracted my misplaced knife and accurately plunged it into the heart. I felt a bit disheartened, almost ruining everything. Liu chuckled, saying, "It's your first time. You did quite well. Keep it up. I have high hopes for you." "Yes, I will continue to strive." Liu reached into his clothing and pulled out a burlap sack. I asked, somewhat confused, "What is this?" Liu pointed at the woman and said, "Put her in here. We don't have such things in the basement." Thus, my first task was successfully completed. In the following days, we remained at Liu's secret base. He needed to turn the butterfly into a specimen, claiming he wanted to see how many types of monsters existed. Since we bought food on the way back, I also hadn't gone out for days. Liu busied himself with specimen preparation. He had no time to mind me, and I finally recalled the note the Prophet had given me before I arrived here. "Never trust him. He will lead you to your doom." Regarding the truth, I felt puzzled. Why did the Prophet keep insisting I not trust Liu? Perhaps he lied about his identity, but other matters seemed truthful. Moreover, exterminating monsters is undoubtedly dangerous, yet it is for the sake of saving more lives. I did not take the Prophet's words to heart. I believed in such foreknowledge, but I thought Liu would never joke about the world's safety. Perhaps the Prophet's foresight was not comprehensive enough. Once the specimens were prepared, Liu excitedly announced, "We can proceed to the second mission now." "What mission?" "Of course, it is to eliminate more aberrations." "All right," I readily agreed. I had long wished to go, but with limited ability, I could only wait for Liu. This time, the mission progressed very smoothly. We encountered a target before even reaching the city. Unlike the previously observed parasitic relationship, this one was an independent entity, a flower snake, tightly coiled around its host. The snake was thick and long, nearly covering the entire body of the host. Having been controlled by a monster before, I instinctively felt a bit of fear towards this snake. "Don't worry, it's not difficult to deal with." I looked at Liu in astonishment. "You want to take action? That is a large snake. Not to mention that it can control people. Just encountering it alone would be a challenge. Besides, in nature, the more vibrant the color, the greater the toxicity. The flower snake is vividly colored, clearly venomous, no?" Liu shook his head, patting the bat on his shoulder and said, "This time, it's up to you. To be honest, I had overlooked the bat. Ever since Liu left the basement, the bat had remained silent, and I often forgot about its existence. I watched as it flew out the window, wondering if this would work. Although it was intelligent, its opponent was a potentially venomous large snake. The bat was very agile. It did not act rashly, but instead provoked the snake, which unconsciously followed its movements. Gradually, it distanced itself from its host. Seeing the bat maneuver effortlessly, I asked, "Does eliminating the host have no effect on the snake?" "Yes, but this person is beyond saving. They cannot think, have no consciousness, cannot speak. And even basic instinctual behaviors like eating will gradually diminish. Death is the greatest mercy for them. This task is entrusted to you. I have faith in your abilities. Go forth and alleviate his suffering." Liu handed me a knife, placing it firmly in my grasp. Without hesitation, I disembarked and strode purposefully towards the host. In the distance, the colossal serpent seemed to sense something amiss and attempted to retreat, only to be thwarted by the bats obstructing its path. After I dealt with the host, I turned to look back, and the great serpent too had been vanquished by the bats. The mission was a resounding success. And I returned with a smile. Liu remarked, "Well done. Let us seek the next target." Unfortunately, our fortune did not favor us henceforth, as we spent an entire day in search of a second target, only to return in disappointment. Following this operation, Liu became increasingly at ease with me, no longer watching my every move, even allowing me to venture out alone. I had no desire to leave. Firstly, the mental institution might not be as straightforward as I had imagined, and remaining there could pose a danger. Secondly, returning home was not an option. The unpredictability of the world is such that no one can anticipate what may transpire. On my first solitary outing, I failed to return, for I encountered the Prophet. Under the Prophet's explanation, I sensed that matters had grown more intricate. I felt bewildered, uncertain of the veracity of his claims and unsure of whom to trust. In his words, the actions I had taken, which I believed to be righteous, were, in fact, entirely erroneous. What I had done, aside from aiding Li Yu, had not benefited anyone else. Initially, I was reluctant to accept this notion. I was all too aware of the nature of the monsters. How could exterminating them possibly be wrong? However, the Prophet swiftly presented his evidence. He showed me a short film detailing the origins of humanity. The prevailing theory posits that humans evolved from primates. This assertion cannot be deemed wholly accurate or entirely false, as it represents but a fragment, albeit a minor one, of the truth. In actuality, all species harbor the potential to evolve into humans. Conversely, humans too can continue to evolve. Those individuals exhibiting peculiar characteristics are, in fact, merely half-evolved humans. Once they achieve complete evolution, their oddities will revert to normalcy, though such a transformation is no simple feat. After watching, I fell silent. How could this be possible? Those beings were undeniably monsters. How could they be regarded as half-evolved humans? Moreover, those who had fully evolved, were they not akin to that patterned serpent? I paused momentarily and inquired, what comes next? After they fully evolve, what will become of them? They may possess certain abilities characteristic of their species, but this is random. It is equally possible that they may gain nothing at all. If they gain nothing, then what is the point of all the effort? The Prophet chuckled softly and replied, such matters are inherently uncertain, and even the evolvers themselves may lack awareness of their own transformations. After all, few possess the ability to perceive such phenomena. I still harbored skepticism. In truth, I had already accepted much of what he said. My understanding of the monsters stemmed from my own deductions or from what Li Yu had shared. Yet Li Yu had not provided any evidence. While the Prophet could also have prepared to deceive me, would I truly warrant such elaborate trickery? This notion was indeed hard to believe. However, you must understand, the evolvers that Li Yu had you eliminate are perceived as normal by others, which implies he was leading you to commit murder. This statement struck me like a clarion call. The sense of pride I had long harbored, more accurately, my vanity, was utterly shattered, revealing a reality I was unwilling to confront. Those individuals were not solely the result of Li Yu's machinations. I too had taken lives. Furthermore, the specimens in the basement of that abandoned building, in the eyes of ordinary people, were nothing more than a room filled with human remains. I felt a chill of trepidation. Mentally ill individuals who kill may escape legal repercussions, yet as the number of murders increased, would I still have the chance to leave the mental institution? As for my departure, though I was technically taken away by Li Yu, to others, it appeared as though I had rescued him and left alongside him. How would the institution treat a patient attempting to escape? I could scarcely imagine. Surely confinement and restraint would be standard procedures. I feared I would be locked away in the basement. Terror seized my heart, and I began to frantically devise an escape plan. Previously, I believed I was saving the world, not considering the ramifications. Now, however, I realized I might not be able to evade capture for much longer. When I finally exterminated the butterflies and caterpillars, I sought a secluded location. Yet, the surveillance I had endured, lying in wait at the entrance of the neighborhood, could not be concealed. That I trembled and suggested, what if I go to the police station? Yes, I would go to the police station, seek out Officer Shun, and reveal the truth. I was certain he would believe me. The Prophet grasped my arm and said, it is too late now. Do you not realize you are already wanted? Wanted? I was already a fugitive? Was it truly too late? I stared blankly at the Prophet, asking, what should I do? The Prophet rolled his eyes and replied, I warned you not to trust Li Yu, to be cautious of him. Yet you chose to follow him. It is too late for regrets now. There remains but one course of action. I hastily inquired. What course of action? Hide. Would that suffice? If I were to hide, for how long must I remain concealed? Where could I possibly go? What do you suggest? I contemplated and suggested, what if we report Li Yu? Although we do not know his true intentions, the specimens are sufficient evidence. He has been systematically exterminating evolvers. If the Prophet speaks truthfully, then Li Yu's actions amount to murder, a continuous cycle of killing. He is a serial killer. Report? Are you certain the police would not immediately detain you upon seeing you? We could make a phone call. I suddenly realized I did not possess Officer Shin's number. As for why I did not dial 110, I suppose I still harbored some distrust. What if the person answering was an evolver? Or worse, a malevolent one? Perhaps we should seek out the police discreetly? A spark of realization ignited in my mind. And I exclaimed, yes, why did I not think of this sooner? We need not go to the police station. We can simply find Officer Shin privately and explain the truth to him. Officer Shin? Who is that? He is a good policeman. We can trust him. The prophet, somewhat skeptical, replied, well then, very well, I will seek him out, but you must not leave this room. Stay put until I ascertain the situation before bringing you along. Thank you. You are welcome. It was at this juncture that I took the time to observe my surroundings. This was a small inn, the conditions far inferior to those of the hotel I had previously occupied. The rooms were significantly smaller, lacking a sofa or television, and the walls were not particularly clean. Despite this discomfort, I inquired, do you belong to an organization? The prophet paused momentarily, then shook his head quickly, stating, no, how implausible. Yet rather than feeling anger, I felt a flicker of joy. The prophet truly could not lie, however, this was fortuitous. One certainty had emerged. The organization to which the prophet belonged was in opposition to that of Li Yu. Moreover, it was evident that the prophet's organization was far less affluent. The state of our accommodation spoke volumes. Noticing my reluctance to press further, the prophet sighed in relief, saying, I must leave now. Remember, do not leave this room under any circumstances. Rest assured, I know what must be done. After all, I have no desire to be captured. Once the prophet departed, I sat in the room for a while, quickly succumbing to boredom and this state of ennui. My thoughts began to wander. I was not particularly worried about the prophet. My primary concern lay with Li Yu. If he discovered my absence, I shuddered to think of his reaction. Alternatively, if the prophet were to find Officer Shin successfully, would Li Yu then face capture? Although he was rather odious, well, there was no denying it. He was indeed unpleasant. Aside from his kindness towards companions, I could not identify any other redeeming qualities, and my departure would signify my disassociation from him, implying that Li Yu would no longer treat me with kindness. This realization led me to conclude that betraying him was not inherently wrong. Yes, this was the right and just choice. The prophet soon returned. Though regrettably, he was alone, which left me somewhat disappointed. I had expected a triumphant return. I bring both good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first? The good news. The prophet did not keep me in suspense. Stating directly, the good news is that Officer Shin is currently outside seeking clues and is not at the police station. The bad news is that he is accompanied by others and will soon locate this place. 12 on the run. I anxiously inquired, does he know I am here? Perhaps by sheer coincidence, or perhaps, but fear not. Even if he investigates, he will only check the guest list, not search each room individually. The prophet's assertion seemed valid, yet unease gnawed at me. Yes, it turned out, my instincts were correct. Officer Shin was indeed checking rooms. Upon hearing commotion outside, I paced anxiously. Had it been solely Officer Shin, I would have felt less concern, but with others present, what was I to do? The prophet suggested, why not hide? Hide, yes, that was indeed a prudent idea. After taking a turn around the room, I ultimately retreated to the bathroom. The sound of knocking echoed, footsteps approached, the door creaked open, and then came the sound of conversation. You, that was Officer Shin's voice. Following this, there was a cacophony of sounds, the door closing, though not move, remained silent. If you can guarantee that, nod. This was the prophet's voice, though it sounded somewhat different from usual. It seems, perhaps, more sinister. Officer Shin remained silent, and the prophet rapped on the restroom door, saying, come out, upon my emergence. Officer Shin appeared even more astonished. The prophet nudged me, saying, aren't you going to tell him? Speak for yourself. I glanced at the doorway. The other officers were still outside. Would this not pose a problem? The prophet reassured me, no one can see. With that, I felt at ease and stepped before Officer Shin, saying, hello, I am Zhang Shin. You remember me, do you not? Officer Shin, with an impassive expression, replied, what do you wish to tell me? After a moment of contemplation, I said, it is something quite unbelievable for you, I suppose. Officer Shin seemed to relax somewhat, gesturing for me to continue. I did not escape the mental hospital on my own. It was Li Yu who brought me out. And as for Liu, he is confined, locked away in the basement of the mental hospital. Officer Shen inquired. And then? I saved him, for I refused to cooperate. And he knocked me unconscious to take me away. He led me to a location where there were what you might consider human specimens. However, in truth, they are not what they seem. You should know. I can perceive other things. Those specimens are not human. No, more accurately, they are beings that have evolved halfway. Initially, I was unaware, mistaking them for monsters, thus I eliminated several alongside Liu. Where is Liu? I replied candidly. In the unfinished building. You believe me, do you not? Officer Shen did not respond but shifted the topic, asking, Can you take me to the unfinished building you mentioned? Without hesitation. I replied, Of course. Subsequently, the three of us departed the hotel, heading towards the unfinished building. The site appeared as desolate as before, and I moved aside some debris, saying, It's just below. Officer Shun regarded me and said in a low voice, You go down first. Without further thought, I simply responded, Very well. The basement lights were on, yet I did not see Liu's presence. I called from the stairway. Liu, I have returned. There was no reply, so I ventured into the shadowed area, but still found no trace of Liu. Officer Shen was intently observing the wall. I approached, pointing at the corpse before him. Oh no, rather, it should be referred to as a human specimen. I indicated the specimen and said, This is the latest. She possesses a pair of exquisite wings, now resplendent in vibrant colors. Officer Shun said, Let us go. I was unsure if it was merely an illusion, but I sensed a chill in his tone. Exiting the unfinished building, the prophet grasped my arm. Officer Shin also halted, turning to observe us. The prophet, with a stoic expression, stated, You go ahead. Officer Shen turned, casting a cold glare at the prophet. I was somewhat perplexed. What was happening? I tugged at the prophet's sleeve, whispering, What are you doing? The prophet shot me a glance, saying, Do you wish to go to the police station? Or perhaps stop back to the mental hospital? I stared blankly at Officer Shen. You said you would believe me, did you not? No signs of others were found in the basement. To be precise, the Liu you mentioned, I do not know who he is. I exclaimed in disbelief. How is that possible? I have been with him all along. How could you not know? Officer Shen looked into my eyes, stating, In fact, the third hospital does not have anyone named Liu. Nor is there any underground basement as you described. Liu lives next door to me. The basement is located on the first floor of the dormitory building, in the room with the lowest door. There is a stairway in the center. Descend the stairway, and you will see. I am sorry. Officer Shan reached into his pocket, drawing a handgun, pointing it at us and declared, I am now going to arrest you both. I hope you do not attempt to resist, or else. The prophet pulled me behind him, saying, You go first. No, I looked at Officer Shun, saying, You must believe me. Everything I said is true. Officer Shun replied, Currently, all information indicates one thing. You certainly ought to receive proper treatment. You think I am ill? I gazed at Officer Shun in disbelief. Officer Shun furrowed his brow, saying, You are in the mental hospital because of your mental illness. Are you not? But I have spoken the truth. I was merely feigning illness, wishing to distance myself from those monsters. You must believe me. You must trust me. I will find the evidence. Officer Shen shook his head, stating, I believe you will return to normal, but for now, you must come back to the police station with me, Liu. If he truly exists. What if I can find Liu? Officer Shen asked. Where is he? I looked at the prophet with pleading eyes. You are the prophet. You know where Liu is, do you not? Please tell me. I must find him. The prophet shook his head, saying, I am not omniscient. No, you must know. You know Liu is real. You even delivered notes to me. You know, do you not? The prophet hesitated, saying, That place is very dangerous. You indeed know. I looked at Officer Shen excitedly. The prophet says he knows where Liu is. We must go find him now. Officer Shen sighed, saying, Very well, I shall trust you one more time. Under the prophet's guidance, we re-entered the unfinished building, but this time not to the basement, rather to the rear of the structure. The back also comprised an empty lot. The prophet approached a pile of bricks, saying, It is just beneath this. Are you certain you wish to look? I nodded, affirming my resolve. Climbing atop the pile of bricks, I discovered it was hollow, and the bricks were arranged like a staircase. At the bottom of the staircase lay a wooden board. Upon lifting it, a wave of metallic scent assaulted my senses. The prophet said, It is still not too late to turn back. Naturally, I would not retreat, nor would Officer Shun. A policeman's curiosity is profound, for it is only through such curiosity that clues can swiftly be uncovered and cases solved. I could see that Officer Shun's curiosity had been piqued. He was evidently excited. Beneath the wooden board was a metal staircase like that of the basement. Below was pitch dark, obscuring all visibility. Officer Shun retrieved a flashlight, and only then could we discern the situation within. I saw Liu, along with his bat. However, their condition was not far from optimistic. The bat had grown tremendously, enveloping him with its wings. The metallic scent emanated from both him and the bat. Officer Shin raised his leg, intent on approaching, but the prophet sternly warned, "Do not move." Seeing Officer Shun halt, the prophet softened his tone, urging, "Quickly, ascend. Do not linger here." Though I was perplexed, I swiftly climbed back up. Upon descending from the pile of bricks, Officer Shun looked at the prophet, inquiring, "How did you discover this place?" The prophet smiled, saying, "Because I know, I am aware." "Yes," that I chimed in. "The prophet knows everything. Although those doctors and nurses never believed him, he truly is a prophet." Officer Shin inhaled deeply, stating, "The decaying corpse inside is the Liu you speak of?" The prophet replied, "A corpse? Do you think that is a corpse?" Officer Shin responded, "It appears to have been dead for at least 5 days." The prophet conceded, "Well then, if you say it is a corpse, then it is a corpse." That I frowned, insisting, "Impossible, this cannot be. I saw him not long ago." Officer Shen drew his handgun anew, commanding, "Now, come with me back to the police station." The prophet suddenly kicked at Officer Shen's wrist, causing the gun to slip from his grasp. As Officer Shen bent down to retrieve it, the prophet blocked him once more, resulting in a scuffle between the two. I gazed at the prophet with admiration. I had initially thought he was merely a seer, only to discover he possessed formidable skills. The prophet, somewhat exasperated, exclaimed, "What are you still dawdling for? Grab the gun." "Oh, right." That I hurriedly approached to pick up the gun, then looked at the prophet. "Even with the gun in hand, do you not know what to do? You might as well be a fool. Point it at that damned officer and shoot." "No, I cannot." Although Officer Shen does not believe me, he is a good person. The prophet insisted, "If you do not wish to be locked up, follow my instructions." I aimed the gun, declaring, "Do not move, or else I will shoot." Officer Shun ceased his movements, raising both hands. The prophet seized the chance to deliver a kick to his abdomen, and I exclaimed, "Do not do that. This is assaulting an officer." The prophet rolled his eyes, approached me, snatching the gun, and warned Officer Shen, "Stay here. Do not follow us, or else you will die." The last few words were delivered with a chilling tone. I shot a look at the prophet, who then patted my head, saying, "Foolish ally." With that, he dragged me away. After taking a few steps, he turned to Officer Shun, advising, "By the way, I recommend you do not descend for 10 days. Otherwise, you will face the consequences." After we had moved a considerable distance, I asked, "Why can we not go down?" The prophet replied, "You will know, but not now. Liu is not dead, is he?" "Of course not. He certainly is alive. But what has happened to him?" I suddenly recalled him allowing me to leave, and I began to wonder whether this was the reason he let himself be taken away. Pondering this, I could not fathom what had truly become of Liu. Finally, I simply shook my head, choosing not to dwell on it any longer. At that moment, I finally realized that this road was not the one leading to the city. I inquired about our destination, to which the prophet replied, "To a safe place." After traveling a considerable distance, the prophet halted the vehicle and commanded, "Get out." I glanced around the desolate outskirts, devoid of any village or shop, questioning if this truly was a safe haven. Was it perhaps a basement? The prophet retraced our path, leaving me more bewildered than before, prompting me to ask, "Why are we going back?" The prophet turned to gaze at me, and I touched my face, questioning, "What's wrong?" He said, "Can you be quiet?" His eyes were icy, and I couldn't help but note it was then that I recognized how little I understood him. He seemed to harbor numerous secrets, far more complex than I had imagined. Regarding the operation, we walked for a considerable time, twisting and turning so much that I could hardly remember the way. Our final destination was a small village, and by the time we arrived, night had fallen, revealing an empty village. It was a dilapidated courtyard that appeared to have been deserted for ages, as both the yard and the house were coated in thick dust. Upon entering the house, I extended a finger to touch the table and asked, "What is this place?" The prophet's voice was somewhat subdued as he replied, "My home." I paused, taken aback, for I had not anticipated such a revelation. "Your home is quite unique." I hesitated before settling on that description. The prophet cast a glance at me but remained silent. I tidied up the bedroom, or rather, I simply shook the bedding. Strangely, it didn't seem as though anyone had moved out. The blankets lay half-turned back, suggesting a sudden departure rather than a complete relocation, like someone had left in haste and never returned. Just as I finished shaking the bedding, the prophet returned, bearing several steamed buns. These buns were delicious, a shade darker than those sold in shops, yet far tastier. After eating, the prophet declared, "We shall stay here tonight." I acquiesced and retreated to the bedroom. Although the bedding was undeniably unclean, I was too fatigued to concern myself with such matters after the walking and the fright. When I awoke, daylight had already broken. Despite my deliberate choice to sleep against the wall, there were no signs outside of anyone having rested there. I did not dwell on it. After all, it was someone else's home. Why should I worry about sleeping arrangements? I initially thought we would reside there for several days, but to my surprise, the prophet announced the following noon that we were to leave. Still on foot, he did not disclose our destination, only instructing me to follow him. This journey continued for over a month. Living outdoors each day, I had nearly forgotten that I was still being hunted. The thought resurfacing only in a strange city. At that time, the prophet and I were observing an individual on the brink of evolution. It was an elderly man with white hair, possessing a tiny bud atop his head. The bud emerged as a small purple tip, yet I instinctively sensed its ominous nature. The prophet glanced at me with approval and said, "You are quite perceptive. That thing is indeed dangerous." Reflecting on the flower woman and then back to the elderly man. The contrast was stark. Both were plants, yet the flower woman had blossoms budding from her head, appearing innocuous, while the man's bud, though small, exuded an aura of peril. What kind of plant was that? A carnivorous plant? No, it was 100-fold more terrifying. It could incite malevolent thoughts in humans, not just in one individual, but if it completed its evolution, it would transform into a mobile generator of negative energy, influencing all who encountered it. I gasped in shock. Is it really that dangerous? The prophet nodded. This man has already been affected. Can it be stopped? After all, he is just an old man. The prophet looked at me enigmatically. You must understand one thing. All evolutionaries evolve towards their greatest potential. This potential knows no distinction between good and evil. The elderly man trembled as he approached the roadside, discarding his cane and lying down in the middle of the road. Fortunately, the vehicles behind were not speeding, and a driver, appearing somewhat familiar, stopped upon witnessing the scene. He approached and asked, "Grandfather, what happened to you?" The old man, one hand clutching his forehead and the other his stomach, groaned, "Oh dear, I've been hit. Oh, everything hurts. My bones feel shattered." The prophet remarked, "It's working." Stunned, I exclaimed, "Are you saying this staged accident is due to the bud's evolution?" "Indeed, and the situation will worsen. Look, the bud has grown slightly larger." Sure enough, the purple bud appeared to have enlarged, and the driver was becoming increasingly irate, resorting to violence against the elderly man after a few exchanged words. The prophet patted my shoulder, saying, "Let us go." "But what about it? This thing is clearly dangerous, and you allow it to continue developing. Wolves eat sheep, and sheep eat grass. It is the law of nature." "That may be true, but those are human lives, real, living people. Knowing full well how terrifying it is, why not intervene?" If this continues, I glanced towards the center of the road, where a crowd had gathered, most wearing impatient expressions. As the throng shifted, I caught sight of the bud, which had now sprouted 2 purple leaves, and my only thought was to prevent the unfolding events. I could not allow malevolence to spread any further. Without regard for the prophet's attempts to restrain me, I dashed into the crowd, pushed aside the driver, and plunged a knife into the top of the elderly man's head. I was intent on extracting that harmful entity. Subsequently, I was arrested by Officer Shen, who had been pursuing me in a bid to rescue me. The prophet rushed out, but regrettably, we were both taken away. This marked my second visit to the police station, and I felt no nostalgia or curiosity, only a desire to escape. Though I knew that was impossible, compared to my restlessness, The prophet remained remarkably composed, fixated on the tabletop without blinking. As the police had yet to arrive, we were alone in the interrogation room. I directly asked, "What are you looking at? Do you realize what you have done?" The prophet did not answer my question but instead made a cryptic statement, yet I understood what he was implying. "You mentioned that once evolution is complete, it spreads even greater malevolence. I had to stop it. What is an evolutionary? I believe you should now have a clear understanding. I was killing, and I know that. But I harbor no regrets. Sacrificing one life for the sake of greater harmony is a worthwhile exchange, is it not? I felt no remorse for my actions, even if it meant being sent to the police station." "Very well, you are indeed remarkable," the prophet said through gritted teeth. I was perplexed. I had thwarted malevolence. Wasn't he that a good thing? Why was he angry? Just then, the door creaked open, and Officer Shin entered, taking a seat across from us. His expression was grim, his gaze somewhat vacant, appearing fatigued. Yet I was about to suggest he take a break when he suddenly sighed and said, "Prophet, is it correct to address you as such? I do not know what prompted your hint. But you surely possess a way to break this, do you not? There is no solution. I warned you not to approach that place. 7 individuals entered, and now they are all and the body has vanished. If a method to resolve this is not found, they will truly lose their lives. If you can save them, I can pretend I never saw you. A wave of shock washed over me. What was Li Yu doing? How could it be so perilous? I turned to the prophet, certain he must know. "What are you discussing?" Officer Shin explained, "That basement. 7 people entered later. The body was never found, but they..." Upon hearing half of his explanation, I grasped the situation. I turned to the prophet and implored, "Prophet, please save them." "Save? How?" "I told you it's unsolvable. I cannot intervene." "But those are 7 lives. That has nothing to do with me, does it?" Officer Shin offered a bitter smile. "Indeed, the blame lies solely with me. I do not blame you. Had I not witnessed those things, I would never have believed such absurdity." Officer Shin stood, leaning against the table. "I will escort you back." I initially assumed he would return us to that unfamiliar city, but to my astonishment, our destination turned out to be the 3rd hospital. Upon seeing the hospital's entrance, I felt a wave of disorientation. The prophet scoffed, "One must not judge by appearances. How do you feel now? Does it not seem disillusioning?" I remained silent, for I truly felt a bit unwell. The doctors and nurses greeted our return with remarkable enthusiasm, which caught me off guard. After all, I had committed unspeakable acts before leaving, and in their eyes, Li Yu had orchestrated my escape. Lying on the bed, everything felt surreal, as if I were trapped in a dream. Rescuing Li Yu, being taken from the 3rd hospital, the monsters, the prophet, all seemed like events from a dream, and my thoughts swirled until I drifted into a hazy slumber. Vital signs normal. Can proceed. I opened my eyes, attempting to sit up, only to discover that I was immobilized and my arms and legs were bound, and even my mouth was gagged. The blindingly bright lights, the stark white walls, and the empty room felt inexplicably familiar. Suddenly, my eyes widened as the realization struck me. This is the basement? I am imprisoned here. The words of Li Yu echoed in my mind, revealing that this psychiatric facility is far from the fade it presents. I am an undercover agent, tasked with relaying the truth of this place to the outside world. Indeed, one cannot truly know a person by their appearance alone. I have been deceived. Perhaps Li Yu was right. This place is indeed perilous. My only hope rests with the prophet, and I pray he has not been captured, for he is the only one I can envision coming to my rescue. Regrettably, 3 days have elapsed without sight of the prophet. A twinge of disappointment and anxiety grips me. Surely he has not also fallen victim to their clutches. Even more discouraging is the stark realization that I lack any opportunity for escape, as even meals are administered through injections. Without someone to untie me, my departure is utterly implausible. The sound of footsteps approaches. I fix my gaze on the door. The nutrient solution is injected only once daily, and today, I have already received it. A click resonates. The door swings open. A doctor clad in a white coat enters. Noticing my stare and kindly remarks, "Your spirits appear quite high." I continue to observe him. The injections are performed by nurses, and I am uncertain of his intentions. "Relax, do not be anxious. Nothing ill shall befall you." His tone is reminiscent of a child's abductor, suggesting that what is to come is likely far from benign. As anticipated, Before long, several nurses enter, pushing a small cart, a common sight in hospitals. The doctor dons a mask and declares, "This is but a minor procedure. It will be over swiftly. A procedure? Is he to operate on me?" Strangely, I feel no fear, but rather a sense of inevitability. Li Yu was indeed correct. I am left pondering the role the Prophet plays in this tangled web, especially given the antagonistic nature of their organization. Sleep now. Upon awakening, a new life awaits you. After the doctor utters this phrase, I succumb to slumber. Upon regaining consciousness, I behold a familiar face, one long absent. "How are you? Do you believe me now?" I inquire in astonishment. "Liu, is that you?" "Indeed." Yet, my mind races back to Officer Shan's words. "Wait, what of the bats, and those nearly lifeless officers?" Liu unties my bindings, saying, "You ask too many questions. I have no desire to answer them," so I sit up, ready to inquire further. I notice something amiss. My body feels entirely normal, devoid of any signs of surgery. That's not right. "It is too normal," Liu urges. "We must leave at once." "Very well," I nod, dismissing the notion of surgery. Perhaps the doctor was merely indulging in self-delusion, although I know well that a doctor would never jest about such matters. Exiting the room, an overwhelming urge to weep surges within me. I had thought I would never escape this place, yet Liu has come for me. I express my gratitude. "Thank you." Liu waves his hand dismissively. "Do not rush to thank me. Whether we can truly leave remains uncertain." "What do you mean?" "None of the individuals here are benevolent. Our previous escape was sheer luck. This time, fortune may not favor us. We will surely escape. We must," I murmur, my voice dwindling, more an attempt to reassure myself than him. I can only hope. Reaching the stairwell, I find it deserted. Ascending to the upper rooms, the stillness continues, just as joy begins to swell within me. The door swings open, and my smile falters. Indeed, the phrase "joy begets sorrow" rings true. A group of uniformed officers stands outside. "What are you dawdling for?" Liu pushes me aside, his expression turning grave. "Liu, you are indeed Liu." A familiar voice calls out. I turn swiftly. It is Officer Shan. "I am so glad to see you. You must rescue me. The doctors and nurses here are malevolent. They have performed unauthorized procedures on me and bound me. Below is where they confine patients." "Zhang Shun, this does not concern you. I presume you are not in league with Liu. Thus, if you approach voluntarily, I shall overlook your transgressions." "Overlook?" "Indeed." Officer Shan's demeanor softens. "Then may I leave the third hospital?" After a moment's hesitation, he replies, "Of course." "What of the Prophet? Can he too leave?" "Yes, all may depart." Liu grips my arm fiercely, admonishing, "You." I clutch his hand, smiling. "I understand now. Then come forth quickly." I shake my head, replying, "Officer Shun, I once held great trust in you. It is regrettable that you have changed. Perhaps my instincts were flawed, and you have always been this way. You can still trust me. No, you would not believe me, regardless of what I say." Officer Shun's expression darkens. Liu then smiles, stating, "Just so. These individuals know nothing and are not worthy of your trust." Officer Shun's tone turns icy. "Very well. Indeed, very good." Liu pats my shoulder, saying, "Well done." I offer a wry smile and shake my head, fully aware that this time, escape is truly impossible. Offending the police, especially in a psychiatric facility devoid of allies, leaves me with no avenue for survival. Minutes later, I am once more led to the basement. While Liu is taken away by Officer Shen, I gaze at the nurse binding me and inquire, "Could you enlighten me as to where the surgery was performed?" The nurse looks up, and to my surprise, it is a familiar face. Chu Jing appears startled, asking, "Surgery? What surgery?" "The one conducted without my consent." "Possibly today, yesterday, or the day before." "That is impossible. While this is an intensive care unit, psychiatric patients do not require surgery. Surely, you must have misremembered. How many floors does this place have?" Chu Jing hesitates, finally saying, "One floor." "One? Do you know which room the Prophet occupies?" "He returned with me. No, he was discharged long ago. I have already answered that question twice. I believe you need to reflect. He did not leave. The doctors indeed operated on me." Chu Jing swiftly covers my mouth. "I am sorry, but you truly need to contemplate this carefully." With that, she rushes out in haste. I close my eyes, attempting to recollect the events of this period. It seems everyone wears a dual facade. and I am left uncertain as to who speaks the truth, unsure whom to trust. The prophet claims Liu deceives me, leading me to commit murder. Yet, Liu has done nothing harmful. Rather, the prophet's actions warrant scrutiny. Knowing the evil exists, yet failing to intervene. Aware of the significant dangers, yet allowing it to flourish. Are such individuals truly correct in their assertions? And what of Officer Shen? He was once a responsible officer, but now something feels amiss, as if when did this shift occur? My head throbs painfully, escalating into an overwhelming sensation. The agony intensifies, compelling me to smash my head against the wall. But alas, bound as I am, I cannot move. Amidst the pain, fragmented images flash before me, familiar yet foreign. The vines on the flower girl growing wild, the prophet and Liu acting in concert, encountering Officer Shun. The prophet departs, the echoes of voices, a subsequent meeting with Officer Shun, the basement, unconsciousness, amnesia. I believe I have unraveled the truth. The doctors and nurses are to blame. Since my amnesia, upon encountering Officer Shun again, he has behaved strangely. Just as I have lost my memory, he too must have been subjected to something sinister. Why trepidation toward the doctors deepens. The prophet and Liu have also been confined here. Thus, have they too been altered? Perhaps I should trust no one initially. I assumed Liu's arrival would incite the doctor's wrath, and I would become their scapegoat. In truth, the doctors have not sought me out, as if the preceding events were mere figments of my imagination. And I have returned to the life I led before the operation. I have finally extinguished the desire to escape. A week later, Chu Jing returns once more. She appears agitated, her fingers trembling as she unties my bindings. I inquire in surprise, what is this? The basement has more than one level. In truth, I am unaware of how many levels there are. It seems she was not lying. She genuinely knows little. I do not rush to flee. Instead, watching her with keen interest, and then, she speaks despondently, you were correct. I secretly followed a senior and discovered the prophet you mentioned. So, the duty of a nurse is to save lives. Forcibly confining patients is wrong. And performing unauthorized procedures on them is equally wrong. I wish to help you and your friends escape. I find myself growing fond of this somewhat naive girl. It is perilous, and she risks discovery, which could lead to her own confinement. She stands resolute, declaring, I am not afraid. Very well, I respond with a smile, then thank you. She bashfully lowers her gaze, murmuring, no need for thanks. In truth, many others are imprisoned here. However, I am not familiar with those individuals and am uncertain whether I should allow them to leave, especially considering some patients. If I am fortunate enough to escape, I will find a way to resolve the remaining issues. Furthermore, this psychiatric hospital must be shut down. It cannot continue to harm others. I place my trust in you. So, could you tell me where the prophet is being held? On the 3rd floor, in the 3rd room on the right. Excellent, you may leave now. Remember, do not trust anyone within the 3rd hospital. Find a way to escape this place as quickly as possible. The people here are exceedingly dangerous. No, I will not leave. I wish to assist you in saving others. There is no need. I am already aware of the room. I can rescue him on my own. Moreover, even if you were present, should we be unfortunate enough to be discovered, it would not only render us powerless, but could also implicate you. Thus, your presence serves little purpose. Hurry and depart before anyone notices you. Chu Jing felt conflicted, but ultimately replied, very well, I shall leave at once. After watching her depart, I began my journey of rescue. Following her exit, the only regret I harbored was forgetting to inquire about the route down. I wandered back and forth on the 1st floor several times, yet I failed to locate the staircase leading downward. There is none outside. Could it be within one of the rooms? I casually pushed open a door, revealing another person I recognized. I gasped in astonishment. Liu, how is it you? Was he not taken away by the police? Why is he locked up again? After freeing Liu from his bonds, he spoke in a subdued tone. They deemed me useless, so they sent me back. Useless. Although Officer Shun has proven untrustworthy, those are still lives at stake. I furrowed my brow and asked, is there truly no way? They lack vitality. What possible solution could there be? No, there is a solution. I thought of Xiao Han. Did he not experience a decline in life, ultimately being saved by the insects? I simply do not know why those insects rescued him. If only I could locate him. What? You have a plan? I shook my head. There is a plan, but it is not easily attainable. Let us first exit, for even the finest plan is futile if we cannot leave. Exiting the room, Liu headed straight for the staircase. I grasped his arm and said, "We cannot leave this way. The Prophet is still here." "The Prophet?" Liu frowned. Upon seeing this, I sensed trouble. The organizations these two belong to are rivals, and their relationship is undoubtedly strained. After some consideration, I said, "The Prophet has aided me greatly. I wished, if you are unwilling, then go ahead." "Very well, together. Do you know where he is?" "On the 3rd floor, in the 3rd room on the right." Liu guided me adeptly down to the 2nd basement level, then to the 3rd floor, pushing open the locked door to enter the room. Inside, the Prophet's condition was far from optimistic. He lay motionless on the hospital bed. Indifferent to the sounds of the door opening or footsteps approaching, I reached out to untie his bonds and shook him, yet he remained unresponsive. Finally, I tentatively extended my hand to check for his breath. Although faint, it was still present, which brought me slight relief. He was not dead. Straining to lift him, I turned to Liu and said, "Let us go. As for the Prophet." Liu glanced at me and asked, "Is it feasible?" Though I was loath to admit it, the truth was that it truly was not. My previous work involved little physical activity, and since arriving at the psychiatric hospital, I had merely eaten and slept. It was a miracle I had any strength at all. Carrying him was already quite taxing, and exiting was indeed. "Allow me." I regarded Liu with suspicion. Could he truly be so kind-hearted? "Hurry, do not dawdle. We may not have another chance to leave." Liu appeared far from robust. Yet he possessed considerable strength, effortlessly carrying the Prophet down to the 1st floor without breaking a sweat. This time, I was especially cautious while opening the door, fearing I might once again encounter a crowd gathered at the entrance. Once I confirmed that the coast was clear, I waved to Liu, and we successfully exited the dormitory building. Following Liu's lead, we arrived at a wall. He then released the Prophet, and I hastily caught him. Next, he removed his shirt and handed it to me, saying, "Bind him to me." I understood his intention. He sought to scale the wall and escape. Gazing at the 3-meter-high wall, I weakly inquired, "Is this truly a feasible escape?" "Hurry, do not waste time." For safety, I removed my own shirt and, following Liu's instructions, secured the Prophet to him. Liu nimbly climbed to the top of the wall and extended his hand to me, urging, "Jump." I shook my head. There was no way I could leap that high. "If you do not jump, I will leave you behind." Faced with the choice of remaining or taking a risk, I chose the latter. Gritting my teeth, I stepped back, took a running start, and leaped. To my astonishment, I truly grasped Liu's hand. Indeed, human potential is limitless. Before I could finish marveling at my own feat, Liu continued, "Now you can descend." "What?" I questioned whether I had misheard. "Descend? How can I do that? It is 3 meters high. If I fall, bang." I was pushed down by Liu, landing face first on the ground. Once I regained my senses, I feared I would either die or mar my appearance. Trembling, I touched my face. "What business does a grown man have worrying about his looks? Rest assured, your face is fine." Indeed, I felt no pain, nor did I bleed a single drop. How fortunate! 3 meters, and I emerged unscathed, feeling neither pain nor discomfort. However, I had little time to revel in my good fortune before despair struck again. A group of police officers approached from a distance, and I stammered, "What do we do? What else can we do but run?" Not only was Liu fast, but he also had considerable stamina. Carrying a person while pulling me along, he swiftly outpaced the police. I bent over, gasping for breath, and asked, "Where are we going?" Liu looked at me and asked, "Do you trust me?" Of course, if he had not come to find me, I would never have spoken to the nurse, let alone escaped. "Very well." Liu smiled and said, "Follow me." I thought he was about to say, "Follow me," but before he could finish, the Prophet had awoken, and without knowing what he had done, Liu collapsed to the ground, as the two were bound together. When Liu fell, the Prophet naturally fell as well. I shook my head and said, "Why go to such lengths?" The Prophet reached out and rubbed his head, saying, "Help me up." I did not approach. Liu was already unconscious, and I was unsure of the Prophet's intentions. The Prophet urged, "Hurry." I hesitated and asked, "You are not unconscious?" The Prophet replied, "Indeed, or how could I have brought you to safety?" I glanced at Liu and said, "He helped you escape." The Prophet chuckled and said, "To call you foolish is an understatement. You truly are dimmed. Do you not see? With him around, you will never escape." "No, that is not the case." Liu did indeed assist me in my escape. On the contrary, I was captured alongside the Prophet, which contradicts his assertion. Nonetheless, none of this mattered anymore. He would no longer cause any trouble. The Prophet untied the ropes binding him to Liu, then stood and seized my wrist, urging me to run swiftly. What does it mean that he will no longer cause trouble? I turned to glance at Liu, who lay motionless on the ground. Countless red insects crawling from his chest, so it was Liu had transformed into something akin to depression. It was a pity the bat was not present. Otherwise, it would have made for a grand feast. Speaking of which, I seem to have not seen it in quite some time. Had it not always been by Liu's side? Reflecting on my experiences since leaving the psychiatric hospital, I began to comprehend. Liu had indeed changed. The Prophet pulled me through the crowd, and I could not help but ask, should we not find a place to hide? It is safer where there are many people. Very well, he was correct. Wherever he led me, I would follow. This path eventually took us into the night. The Prophet finally exited the throng, guiding me through a series of twists and turns until we arrived at a small inn. It was indeed a tiny establishment, one that did not require identification for registration. Fortunately, although the rooms were equally small, they did contain 2 small beds. I lay on one of the beds and asked, "May I sleep?" "Go ahead," I slept soundly and upon waking, was somewhat surprised. The outside still felt dark, and I had thought I had slept for a long time. Unexpectedly, only a brief period had passed. Rubbing my slightly dizzy head, I sat up. The room was unlit, but the hallway light shone brightly. The faint light streaming in through the window allowed me to discern the room's condition. "Are you awake?" The Prophet's voice came from the foot of my bed. The room was rectangular, with beds positioned at 2 corners. I could see the window from my side, but coincidentally, I could also see the doorway. Logically, I should have been able to see the doorway from the foot of the bed. Yet, I had somehow overlooked it. I patted my racing heart, asking, "What are you doing standing there?" "Nothing much." With that, he casually walked over to the opposite bed and sat down. A chill inexplicably crept over me. Perhaps I should maintain my distance from him. My stomach grumbled awkwardly. The Prophet said, "You have slept for a day and a night. So, today is the 2nd day?" It was no wonder I felt as though I had slept for ages. If only a short time had passed, that would indeed be abnormal. That I asked, "Is there anything to eat?" "What shall we eat?" "I can order takeout." "Shall we go out to eat instead?" A street vendor should not pose a threat. The Prophet rose and declared, "I shall accompany you." I waved my hand dismissively and replied, "No need. I can manage on my own." "Then let us order takeout," he suggested. At that moment, clarity dawned upon me. He did not wish for me to venture out alone, or rather, I found myself confined once more. I acquiesced to his request for companionship, yet as we reached the threshold, he had a change of heart. Ultimately, I found myself dining on takeout once again. After the meal, I reclined on the bed, lost in contemplation. The Prophet differed from Liu. He was more attentive and possessed greater patience, at least, prior to my departure from the 3rd hospital. I had never harbored doubts about him. I could not fathom his motives for my confinement, yet I dared not inquire. For I understood that should he discover my thoughts of escape, I might find myself trapped indefinitely. For several consecutive days, I remained obediently confined to my room, refraining from any requests for an outing. The Prophet seemed less vigilant, no longer watching my every move. Indeed, he had previously been quite the sentinel. Regardless of my activities, whenever I caught his gaze, his focus was invariably fixed upon me, even during slumber. Each time I awoke, I would find him standing by my bedside, just as he had on that occasion when I had slept the entire day away. I had to admit, he was indeed far more meticulous than Liu. As per usual, after dining, I prepared to lie down when the Prophet suddenly interjected, "Do not sleep yet. We are going out." Instinctively, I inquired, "Where to?" "You will know upon arrival," he replied cryptically. Maintaining his silence, I felt no disappointment, for it was an anticipated occurrence. It was daylight, and we strode boldly down the street. Anxiously, I questioned, "Is this really all right?" The Prophet retorted, "What issue could arise?" "The police," I replied. "Are you insane?" I shook my head. "Then there is no problem," he stated firmly. However, I knew I was not insane. Others were oblivious to my reality. Those doctors and officers harbored no belief in my sanity. The Prophet, in an exasperated manner, tapped my forehead and said, "Do you think you stand out?" Do you believe others have nothing better to do than watch you from the sidewalk? I reached up to touch my head. My appearance was such that I would blend into any crowd seamlessly. Glancing at my attire, I noted that these clothes had been placed on my bed upon my awakening. They must have been retrieved by the prophet. Despite his denial, the garments appeared moderately worn, fitting well, yet they were exceedingly ordinary, lacking any allure that would invite a second glance. Realizing this, I urged him to move along swiftly, not wishing to squander my time. Although I felt no sense of urgency regarding his time, I followed nonetheless. The prophet seemed to delight in walking, for he could continue for an entire day without pause. Like before, he remained silent. Forging ahead, when mealtime approached, he casually selected a small food stall to sit down. To my surprise, I encountered an unexpected acquaintance. He recognized me and approached with a hint of delight. The prophet set down his chopsticks and inquired, "What brings you here?" I found nothing amiss in this. The prophet was well informed about many matters within the third hospital, so it was no surprise he knew Xiao Han, albeit he seemed a far cry from the person I once knew. Compared to our last encounter, he appeared markedly healthier, his physique restored to normal, his belly now flat, and why home is nearby. "Have you both recovered from your ailments?" The prophet replied, "Indeed. Would you care to visit my home?" I worried the prophet might accept, so I preemptively said, "No, we have matters to attend to." The prophet would not hesitate to deal with Li Yu, and naturally, he would be equally unrelenting with Xiao Han. I did not wish to bring him harm. Xiao Han, with a hint of regret, said, "Very well, you both are busy, do come by when you have the time." The prophet smiled and replied, "Certainly. No, I could not allow him to inflict harm on the innocent." I glared at Xiao Han. "Are we on such familiar terms?" He looked at me, somewhat bewildered, and stammered. I snapped, "Hurry and leave. I do not wish to see you." Xiao Han seemed to want to say more, but I stood and pushed him away, commanding, "Get lost." He cast a hurt glance my way before fleeing. I sank back onto the stool, releasing a breath of relief. He was gone. The prophet regarded me with a smirk. "I would not have guessed you possessed such a kind heart." I shot him a glare. I do not consider myself particularly virtuous, but I am not one to involve the innocent. Innocent? How can you ascertain his innocence? He has no ties to the third hospital, nor to the so-called evolved ones you speak of. That is far from certain, the prophet remarked, his gaze fixed on the direction Xiao Han had departed. "Shall we go see him?" No, I was uncertain of his intentions, so I declined for the time being. "But if we do not see him, how will you understand why I suggested we might visit him?" With that, the prophet stood, a smile gracing his features. Though he wore a smile, I instinctively sensed his mood was less than pleasant. That I rose and took a few steps back, stating, "I do not wish to go. Besides, are we not in hiding? Seeking him out may not be prudent. If I do not show you, how will you comply with my desires?" He challenged. "Do not assume I am unaware of your little schemes." I hesitated. I have no schemes." The prophet stepped closer, fixing his gaze upon me. "You wish to escape, do you not?" "No, I do not." "Then follow me." I offered no further rebuttal, reluctantly trailing behind him. He appeared quite familiar with our surroundings, showing no hesitation as we reached an intersection. Eventually, we halted before an unremarkable residential building. I found myself skeptical. Could this truly be where Xiao Han resided? His parents appeared quite affluent. The prophet offered no answer to my query. Striding forward without hesitation, upon entering the elevator, he pressed a button for a floor, the 8th floor. The building was not particularly tall, and I thought to myself that this must be the top level. The interior of the building matched its exterior, showing signs of age. I struggled to comprehend why Xiao Han would reside in such a place. After all, he had donated millions during his last visit to the third hospital. Millions would suffice to purchase a respectable home in any city. The prophet paused before a door. I inquired, "Does he truly live here?" "You will know once you enter." Observing the prophet's lack of intention to knock, I pressed the doorbell instead. Instead of footsteps, a hissing sound reached my ears. The noise grew louder, finally stopping at the door. The door remained shut, and a voice called out, "Who is it?" It was the voice of a child. Doubt crept in again. Perhaps we had come to the wrong place. At that moment, the prophet spoke. "I seek In Han." Hiss. Tap, tap, tap. Finally, the door swung open. Xiao Han appeared, astonished. "Is it you?" I felt a twinge of embarrassment. Although this was for his own good, He was unaware. From his perspective, it seemed I was intentionally stirring trouble. Had I found myself in his position, I would undoubtedly have categorized that individual as a person to avoid. The prophet inquired, "Will you not invite us in for a seat?" Xiao Han hesitated before responding, "Please wait a moment." The door shut with a thud. I sighed. Indeed, he bore a grudge against me. Does that not strike you as strange? I glanced at the prophet. He seemed to be concealing something. Would you care to take a look? Perhaps his home is in disarray. As a single man, I am all too familiar with such circumstances. What of the child? What of it? The last time we met, he mentioned his mother was expecting. When was that? I paused, realizing that the child had not yet reached the date of birth, let alone learned to speak. However, it was possible the child belonged to a relative or a friend. Why do you concern yourself so with the child? The prophet shrugged. Who knows? Apologies for keeping you waiting. Please come in. Xiao Han smiled apologetically. The place is a bit messy. I exchanged a glance with the prophet, conveying a non-verbal understanding. The prophet smiled but said nothing. Upon entering, I was taken aback. Xiao Han's home was remarkably tidy, far from the chaotic scene I had anticipated. The prophet did not take a seat but surveyed the surroundings before asking, "Where is the child who was speaking earlier?" Xiao Han's expression momentarily stiffened, a fact I noted keenly. Could it be that he feared the prophet would harm the child, prompting him to hide the little one away? He quickly regained his composure, mumbling, "The child is asleep." The prophet pressed on, "Where? I wish to see this." Xiao Han glanced towards the balcony, then replied, "He is timid, and since he is already asleep, we should not disturb him. Children can be easily frightened. Awakening them would not be ideal. Is he on the balcony?" The prophet moved toward the balcony. Xiao Han looked to me for help, and I grasped the prophet's arm, exclaiming, "What are you doing?" Xiao Han has said the child is sleeping. Cannot we wait until he awakens to see him? The prophet relented. Very well, we shall wait until next time. Xiao Han visibly relaxed, smiling as he said, "Please, have a seat. I will fetch some tea." After Xiao Han entered the kitchen, I whispered, "We have seen enough. Can we leave now?" The prophet, seated on the sofa, replied, "Why the rush? Let us linger a while before departing." He was reluctant to leave, and I found myself powerless, consumed by silent worries, hoping he wouldn't act violently towards Xiao Han. Soon, Xiao Han emerged, holding a cup of water. After taking a sip, I inquired, "Is your mother not at home?" Xiao Han lowered his head, his tone somber as he replied, "She doesn't live with me." I realized I had broached a sensitive subject, awakening memories of sorrow. Upon reflection, Xiao Han had recently been released from a psychiatric hospital with a history of explosive disorder and delusions. Though this was not the entire truth, it was how others perceived him. His mother, being pregnant, had her reasons for allowing him to stay elsewhere. I cleared my throat and remarked, "That's true. Nowadays, young people often prefer not to live with the elderly." Xiao Han shook his head, opting not to pursue the topic further. "Do you live nearby as well? If you do, we could visit each other often." The seer replied, "We do not reside here. We are merely passing through." Xiao Han responded, "Oh, I see. What is that?" The seer pointed to a baby bottle beside the television. Xiao Han walked over, picked up the bottle, and placed it in the drawer beneath the TV, saying, "It's just a baby bottle. Oh." The seer continued, eyeing the tin of formula under the coffee table. "How old is the child?" Xiao Han hesitated before answering, "A little over a year." The formula tin indicated it was suitable for ages 3 to 5 months. But one could easily assume it was simply an excess purchase. A child of a year, capable of walking and speaking, could indeed exhibit some cleverness. However, he mentioned the child was asleep, and I unconsciously glanced at the balcony. My curiosity piqued. What was Xiao Han truly concealing? Even if the child were genuinely asleep, wouldn't they be in a room rather than on the balcony? Under normal circumstances, would anyone leave a toddler alone on a balcony? The seer asked. Raising a child must be quite challenging, right? It's manageable, Xiao Han replied with a smile. It can be tough when they're mischievous, but seeing them behave brings a sense of fulfillment. The atmosphere shifted to one of unexpected harmony as the seer and Xiao Han engaged in a lively discussion about parenting. Both appearing to connect well. Before long, dusk arrived, and Xiao Han seemed to forget his concealed worries, warmly inviting us to stay for dinner. The seer readily accepted, which caused my previously relaxed demeanor to tighten with anxiety once more. During the cooking, I offered to help, initially intending to subtly remind Xiao Han of the situation, but he declined. The seer asked. What is the matter? Are you worried? I couldn't help but inquire, what exactly do you intend to do? Isn't this place quite suitable? Xiaohan seems fine. Perhaps you should not disturb his life. The seer pointed towards the balcony and said, Don't you want to see what is out there? I scoffed. Isn't it just a child? A child? Does a typical child spend an entire afternoon without crying or fussing? Especially one over a year old. Then what do you think it is? The seer patted my shoulder, saying, If you want to know, you should go look for yourself. This implication was that he knew something? I shook my head. I didn't want to know. The seer gazed into my eyes and asked, Really? Really? Everyone has their secrets. I no longer wish to uncover others. But what if I insist that you should know? The seer's expression turned serious. If you can guarantee that you won't harm them, then I will look. The seer scrutinized me for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Aren't you the one who despises the evolvers? When did you start pleading for them? Evolvers? I stared at the seer in astonishment. Evolvers, you all .as for that child. I'm unsure, but I am certain Xiaohan is perfectly normal. Even if he wasn't before, he is now. Can't you see? Indeed, he has evolved remarkably well. He bears little difference from an ordinary person. What is he? A bug, though the exterior is perfectly disguised. Exterior, so what lies within? Has Xiaohan transformed like you and the others with depression? Suddenly, I thought of myself, recalling the surgery the doctor performed on me without consent. If they shared any commonality, it was that they had all been patients at the third hospital. Possibly subjected to the same procedure, I grabbed the seer's collar and demanded, What about me? Do I have? The seer looked at me intently, and finally, he spoke. Have you finally realized? Click. The sound of the door opening interrupted us, and both individuals in the room turned to the entrance. A nurse in a white coat said, Visiting hours are over. About Lin when I raised my arm to check my watch. Precisely 1 hour had passed. Not a minute more or less. The nurse, devoid of expression, stated, The patient needs to take their medication. Regretfully, I stood up and said, Well then, I won't disturb you any longer. The nurse nodded at me and then addressed the seated patient. Zhang Shun, it's time to go. Zhang Shun, a patient with delusions, was also my interview subject. My name is Lin Wan, and I am a writer. I have produced numerous works, but alas, the advent of online literature has made book sales precarious. In pursuit of a breakthrough, I began to seek out material. By chance, I encountered a psychiatric patient whose account astonished me, prompting me to deliberately seek out more such individuals. The third hospital is the oldest psychiatric facility in Y City, and it has become my target. Unfortunately, the hospital's regulations are exceedingly stringent. Despite multiple attempts, I was unable to gain entry. Ultimately, with the assistance of a journalist friend, I secured an hour for an interview. The nurse looped her arm through Zhang Shun's, helping him to stand. I silently admired the attentiveness of the seasoned hospital staff. As they reached the door, Zhang Shun paused and turned to look at me. Zhang Shun, do not waste this gentleman's time. We must leave, the nurse said, as she guided him out. Zhang Shun turned to face me directly. For some reason, I sensed a hint of fear in his gaze towards the nurse. Yet, he shook his head. It was not unusual for a patient to feel apprehensive about nurses and doctors. Zhang Shun parted his lips, seemingly wanting to convey something to me, yet no sound emerged. I stood there pondering. What was he trying to say? 95. Room 95. I quickly dismissed the thought. Nonetheless, this visit had yielded significant insights. Upon exiting the psychiatric hospital, I made sure to call my journalist friend to express my gratitude. His name is Shi Lu, a classmate from university. Interestingly, we both majored in psychology. Unfortunately, neither of us pursued careers in the field after graduation. He became a journalist while I turned to writing. Shi Lu is rather boisterous. Yet he possesses a keen sense of appropriateness, leaving a favorable impression on those who interact with him. Hey, no need for thanks. It was merely a small favor. If you need anything else, feel free to reach out. I replied with a smile. Actually, I do need your help again. I would like to interview the patient I met today once more. Zhang Shun is quite different from the other patients. His thoughts are lucid, and his stories are well structured. Were it not for my knowledge of his severe condition, I might have regarded him as an imaginative, normal individual. What? This one is different. Shi Lu quickly grasped the essence. I responded, he is a fascinating person. If possible, you could join me next time. If Zhang Shun were not a patient, I believe he would be more suited to writing stories than I am. I cannot shake the stories he shared from my mind. and I am eager to discover their continuation. All right, I will think of a way. The regulations at the third hospital are quite strict. I had quite a struggle to secure this interview. Well, regardless, I must thank you first. Are you free tomorrow? We could grab a meal together. Shirley readily agreed, which did not surprise me. I was aware that it was the end of the month, and he likely had little money. He tends to live paycheck to paycheck, struggling as the month draws to a close. Upon returning home, the first thing I did was open my computer to record the story Zhang Shun had shared. Afterwards, I began reviewing my previous notes. I had encountered dozens of psychiatric patients, including those with delusions, schizophrenia, and depression. Among them, the clearest thinker was Zhang Shun, while the most memorable was an 8-year-old child suffering from schizophrenia. His parents were both workaholics. By the time they discovered their child's condition, it had already progressed severely. Having been raised primarily by a nanny, the child was quite mischievous and had a peculiar personality. One day, during a meal, he suddenly lunged at the nanny with a fruit knife. Fortunately, being small and weak, the nanny managed to escape to a room and call the police. When the officers arrived, they found a battered child sitting alone on the floor. The doctors later diagnosed him with dissociative identity disorder, revealing that he possessed 3 distinct personalities. The first was a playful and mischievous persona, the primary and most normal one. The second exhibited tendencies towards aggression and self-harm. The third was withdrawn and showed signs of autism. Upon learning of their child's plight, the parents both resigned from their jobs to care for him. When I went to interview him, I encountered the third personality. Perhaps due to the parents' involvement, this personality was able to communicate. After earning his trust, he revealed a startling truth. He claimed that the current version of himself was the true self, while the other 2 were merely friends and a villain. His friend was homeless, so he generously invited him to reside within his body. Later, a nefarious individual appeared, claiming he could bring back his parents. But only if he agreed to let the villain inhabit his body. He consented, and the villain moved in, but little did he anticipate that the villain's method involved the murder of the caretaker who had always looked after him. His strength was limited, and only by uniting with the powers of his friends could he barely resist the villain's influence. The villain, displeased, inflicted pain upon him, leaving marks on his body. His narration was somewhat disjointed, yet it could be summarized in this manner. Before departing, I conveyed the child's story to his parents, advising them to be ever-present companions and to take him out to play and make friends. For within his tale, the predominant emotion I sensed was loneliness. Indeed, a month later, I received a call from the child's parents. They informed me that his schizophrenia had significantly improved, and the other 2 personalities had not emerged in quite some time. This experience solidified my resolve to listen to the stories of those with mental illness. After completing all the narratives, I felt ready to begin writing once I had finished Zhang Shun's tale. The next day, upon entering the dining hall, I found Xiao already there. He greeted me with a smile and a wave. After approaching him, I inquired, "How is it? Can we interview at the third hospital?" Xiao shrugged, expressing his frustration. "Those people are unyielding. I am at a loss." "Disappointed," I replied. "Then forget it." Xiao, with a twinkle in his eye, asked, "Is it truly that intriguing? What did he tell you that lingers in your mind?" After a moment of contemplation, I responded, "From his story, I discerned a sense of world weariness and a deep-seated fear of doctors." Xiao retorted, "Is that all?" I replied, "Of course not. Beyond the conveyed meaning, the story itself is quite fascinating. The rest can await my writing." Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. "You're not serious. You haven't even begun writing, and you're already promoting your book to me." I smiled silently, possessing a premonition that this book would garner considerable popularity. After our meal, I bid farewell to Xiao and returned home. A month later, after consolidating my research, I completed the book titled The World Through the Eyes of the Mentally Ill and submitted it to a publishing house. 2 months later, the book was published and officially released. As anticipated, it became quite popular. While I pondered new book ideas, I received a call from an editor. After hanging up, I sought out the online forum for The World Through the Eyes of the Mentally Ill. The comments section was bustling with activity. Honestly, this was my first encounter with reader feedback. Why previous books had garnered little attention, and with no social media accounts made public, there was little opportunity for readers to express their thoughts. Noticing a substantial number of followers on the forum, I followed the editor's suggestion and created a Weibo account, adopting a pseudonym for my username. After verification, before I even had the chance to publicize the account, I had already garnered several followers and received my first private message. Reading the message, I chuckled. This reader's grievances were quite profound. The message pertained to the final story, that of Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun had only narrated half of his tale, and naturally, I had only documented that portion. While I had thoroughly analyzed the narrative and Zhang Shun's psychological evolution, this did not conceal the fact that the story remained incomplete. I could only express my regret regarding their discontent. After replying, I closed Weibo and resumed staring at the blank document. I found myself devoid of inspiration for my new book. The editor had urged me to seize the moment and release a new work. So I needed to swiftly find new ideas. Those engaged in creative endeavors understand the agony of a lack of inspiration. The more I pondered, the more painful it became. The worse my mood, the less inspiration I could summon. Having fallen into this vicious cycle, I ultimately decided to take a stroll. Across from my community lay a small garden, where, on pleasant days, families with children would come to play. Today, however, it was overcast and sparsely populated. As I entered the garden, I noticed some slightly older children at play. Approaching a stone bench, I saw a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, seated there. She gazed longingly at the children playing nearby. The girl was unfamiliar to me. She must have recently moved in, as her parents were nowhere in sight. If they lived far away, they would not leave her alone. I sat on the bench and asked, "Would you like to join them?" The girl shook her head, remaining silent, her eyes still fixed on the playing children. Assuming she was shy, I gently suggested, "Shall I take you over?" She furrowed her brow and stepped back a few paces. Suddenly, a woman in her 30s rushed over. Clutching the girl protectively while eyeing me warily, I smiled and said, "You must be new here." I live in the opposite community. I noticed she seemed eager to play with those children, so I asked if she wanted me to take her over. I meant no harm. The girl's mother relaxed her expression slightly but said nothing, simply turning and walking away with her child. That I shrugged, feeling a bit helpless. Was it distrust? Nevertheless, it was understandable, considering I was a stranger approaching a young girl. I didn't dwell on this minor incident. When mealtime arrived, I remained and invited Shail to dine with me. As he entered the restaurant, his face lit up with excitement. What perfect timing! I was just lamenting about how to manage lunch. Checking my phone, I realized it was indeed that challenging time for him. During the meal, Shail asked, "By the way, are you still seeking out individuals with mental illness?" Originally, I had no need to search, as the book was already completed. For reasons I couldn't articulate, I found myself responding, "What kind of patient?" Shail replied, A little girl. I recalled the child I had encountered recently. She seemed about 5 or 6 years old, reportedly autistic, and appeared quite pitiful. Coming from an ordinary family, her parents sought help through newspaper ads. In this day and age, even residing in a mental health facility incurs significant costs. Are you interested in meeting her? I understood his intent. Those studying psychology may not necessarily obtain certification as therapists. I, however, happened to possess that qualification. He wanted me to treat the child. Though Shail was my classmate, his singular focus on journalism had led him to forego the necessary exams, leaving him without certification. In this era, one truly ought to be cautious when treating others without credentials, even without charging a fee. Then let's go see her, I decided. With my new book lacking inspiration, engaging in another endeavor could help broaden my thought process. Great. I'll contact them tomorrow. Upon returning home, I instinctively opened my computer. Faced with the blank document, I still could not produce a word. Frustrated, I opened Weibo. Discovering dozens of new followers and several private messages, I clicked through the messages. Some were greetings, others expressed admiration for my book, but one caught my attention. "Hello, I stumbled upon your book in a bookstore. One of the stories captivated me deeply. Could you tell me where the patient with delusional disorder resides? I would like to meet him." Delusional disorder? Zhang Shun? Those engaged in psychological research often develop a sort of occupational hazard, an inclination to analyze others' psyches. Although I had not practiced as a therapist, I still speculated about the psychological transformations of the characters in my writings. After reading the private message, I began my analysis. Why seek out a person with mental illness? What was their motive? Or perhaps that something akin to what had transpired with that individual or those close to him had occurred in their lives. Shaking my head, I halted my thoughts. Regardless of the intent, it had no bearing on my own life, did it? I typed "third hospital" into the message field and clicked send. Before long, I received a reply consisting of just a few words. Do you believe what he said? Believe it? Naturally, I did not. The story was undoubtedly real, but that was merely the reality perceived by a person with mental illness. While I thought this way, directly responding with such skepticism was inappropriate. It seemed he had finally encountered someone who understood him. To deny his perspective would be detrimental to his psyche. Only by acknowledging and earnestly listening to his narrative could I swiftly uncover the patient's true thoughts. After some contemplation, I typed a response. There are many phenomena in the world that science cannot explain. Perhaps this is one of them. I am but an ordinary person, hesitant to draw conclusions. After sending my reply, I waited a long time without receiving a response. Disheartened, I closed my computer. I would put off writing until I resolved the matter with the child the following day. Early the next morning, Shile's phone call arrived. After hanging up, I reluctantly got out of bed. It was only 7 o'clock, quite an early start. The meeting place was relatively close to my residence, so I walked over. Upon arriving, I realized I recognized the setting. The child's mother was equally surprised to see me. Shile cheerfully introduced me. This is my friend, Lin One. The child's mother quickly responded, hello, I didn't know. I waved my hand dismissively. It's all right. Yesterday I was rather rash. The child's mother replied, no, you are a good person. I had no desire to debate the matter further, so I turned to the child and asked, could you tell me about her condition? She nodded. Her name is Wang Qian, and her nickname is Xiao Qian. Since her birth, she has been more timid than other children and often cries at times. She could cry all day long as she grew older. Her crying diminished, but she became increasingly quiet. Initially, she would speak a few words, but now she hardly utters a sound. We have consulted many doctors, yet none could diagnose her condition. In a moment of desperation, even the fortune teller was consulted, and numerous rituals were performed, yet Xiao Qian's condition showed no signs of improvement. Have you sought the help of a psychologist? Yes, I have. They diagnosed her with congenital autism. However, the child, although timid, used to be quite lively at times. How could it possibly be congenital? Upon reflection, I realized that yesterday, Xiao Qian did not utter a single word to me from beginning to end. Yet autism is characterized by a deep immersion in one's own world, showing no response to external stimuli. Her behavior yesterday clearly indicated that she was responsive to her surroundings. Could you elaborate on Xiao Qian's initial attitude towards the psychologist? Xiao Qian's mother hesitated, gazing at me. What's the matter? Is it inconvenient? Xiao Qian's mother appeared troubled. It's not that, it's just, since she was little, Xiao Qian has often spoken nonsensically. She frequently confuses her imagined creations with reality, which has led her to cry in fear on numerous occasions. Nonsensical remarks. Perhaps we could explore this angle. What kind of nonsensical remarks? She often claims that monsters are going to eat her. And during playtime with other children, she sometimes states that they have tails or ears. Is that a delusion? How did the psychologist conclude it was autism? This symptom seems somewhat familiar. However, delusion? Xiao Qian's mother asked with surprise. Isn't that possession by spirits? I shook my head in resignation. How could someone so young be so superstitious? Did you not consult a fortune teller? What did they say? They claimed it was malevolent spirits invading her, and despite performing rituals, there was no effect. Xiao Qian has become increasingly withdrawn. They are mice, Xiao Qian suddenly interjected. Xiao Qian's mother looked at her in delight. I asked, why mice and not cats? Because they are mice, I pointed to myself and asked, then what about me? What am I? You are a human. You've seen a psychologist, right? Are they normal people too? No, some have sharp teeth and pointed ears. Some have worm-like tails, and others have horns on their heads, just like goats. After saying this, she paused for a moment, then looked at me with an air of expectation. Do you believe it? I gazed at her and replied earnestly. I cannot answer that question now. For whatever I say would be a deceit. If you truly wish to know the answer, you may share with me the truth you perceive. Xiao Qian, looking disheartened, said, but they don't believe me. Perhaps I believe you and can help you? All right then. Following this, Xiao Qian recounted a familiar story. In this tale, her neighbors, and even her friends, would suddenly transform into monsters. Though they were unaware of it themselves, the peculiar changes would instinctively attack her. If she weren't so young and unable to read properly, I would think she had read my book and taken it to heart. Aside from some experiences, the other details matched precisely with what Zhang Shun described. Could it be that there are two individuals in this world with the same delusional symptoms? My silence caused Xiao Qian's mother to become despondent. She gently stroked Xiao Qian's head while silently wiping away her tears. I sighed and said, The real trouble lies not with autism, but with the delusions. Xiaoqian's silence and reluctance to engage with others stem from her delusions. As long as her delusions are treated, I believe her autism will resolve itself. However, the delusions are also difficult to treat, and the most reliable method is medication. Yet, psychiatric medications can be detrimental to the brain, especially for someone as young as Xiaoqian. Xiaoqian's mother shed more tears, and I felt utterly helpless. As I understood that what she needed was not consolation, I turned to Shirlu, who shrugged his shoulders. After a long while, I said dryly, "Actually, you might consider it from a positive perspective. I have encountered others with similar symptoms. Like Xiaoqian, in their eyes, certain individuals appear different. Perhaps you could arrange for Xiaoqian to meet him. Who is this person? Is he also autistic? No, he appears quite normal. If I had not seen him in a psychiatric hospital, I would have thought him an imaginative, ordinary person. Perhaps you could allow Xiaoqian to converse with him." Xiaoqian's mother suddenly looked up, glaring at me. "A psychiatric hospital? I will not allow Xiaoqian to stay in a psychiatric hospital. She will be fine. She surely will." I waved my hand and said, "You misunderstand? I am not suggesting Xiaoqian be hospitalized. I merely recommend that you meet this patient. Is that so? Of course, beyond that, I cannot assist you. The so-called psychologist merely seeks to identify the root cause of the illness in order to help the patient alleviate their mental burdens. To be honest, I cannot discern the root cause of Xiaoqian's condition. If she were an adult, I would suspect she was trying to escape reality, but Xiaoqian is merely a 5-year-old child. With both parents present, I cannot fathom what could frighten her into avoiding reality. Thank you. Could you share the name of the hospital where that patient is located? The third hospital, right here in the city. However, their regulations are quite strict, and it may be challenging to gain entry. After Xiaoqian's family departed, I turned to Shirley. Do you think they can gain access to the third hospital? Shirlu replied, "They should be able to. Especially since there is a patient there. Let us hope so. Let us go. It's time for a meal." I stood up and said, "Yes, yes, yes, eating is the priority." While having breakfast, I suddenly recalled the numbers Zhang Shun mentioned at the end. 95, 9, 5. Save me? 95. Save me, save me. I exclaimed in excitement, slapping the table. I understand now. Save me means save me. Shirlu tugged at my sleeve and said, "Dude, can you keep it down?" It was only then that I noticed the gazes of those around me, and I awkwardly smiled before lowering my head and excitedly telling Shirlu. "I've discovered the reason." Shirlu, intrigued, asked, "What reason?" Zhang Shun from the third hospital, before he was taken away by the nurse. He mouthed 2 words. I had always thought it was 95. Only now do I realize he was saying save me. He was asking for my help. 19. Regarding the news, Shirlu rolled his eyes and said, "Is that really so strange? No one wants to stay in a psychiatric hospital. Given the third hospital's regulations, it's not easy to see outsiders, let alone let patients leave. It's quite normal for him to seek help from you." No, if what he said is true, then Zhang Shun might indeed be imprisoned. This presents a problem, Shirlu, somewhat amused, said. "I wonder if you've become obsessed with writing." I sheepishly rubbed my nose, realizing that I might indeed be a bit fixated. How could one trust the words of a mental patient? They do not lie, but the reality in their eyes cannot be the same as that of ordinary people. Can it? Shirlu suggested. "I think you should also stop cooping up at home. Going out for a walk is definitely the right thing to do." I grimaced and said, "I want to. But I lack the means. If I had sufficient financial resources, why would I be troubled by the lack of inspiration for my next book?" Shirlu replied. "That's true. Sometimes I really wish the world would just end. So I wouldn't have to go to work every day." I looked at him and said, "You are the one who needs to unwind the most." Shirlu chuckled a couple of times and said, "I was just joking. I can't bear to see such a lively world come to an end." After finishing the meal, Shirlu accompanied me back home. Upon opening my computer, I received a new message, once again from the same ID as yesterday. I froze. This is yet another individual with similar symptoms? Shirlu leaned over and asked, "What are you looking at? You can see for yourself." After reading, Shirlu said, "I misjudged you." I turned to Shirlu. "It turns out you are not overthinking. Rather, you've been influenced by those who overthink." I didn't respond, turning my gaze back to the computer screen, and my fingers hovered over the keyboard for a long time. Unable to type a single word, I didn't know how to respond. I am merely a writer. Deceiving him would not benefit me in the slightest, would it? If it were not deceit, Then could such coincidences truly exist? Zhang Shun, the reader, the little girl. What connection could there be among these three? Suddenly, Shirlu slapped my shoulder, interrupting my thoughts. I jumped slightly and replied irritably. What's wrong? Shirlu pointed at the screen. It turned out that while I was lost in thought, I had typed a string of gibberish and sent it out. The other party had also replied. Could you share his address? I would like to have a chat with him. Thank you very much. I provided the address of the third hospital but did not disclose Zhang Shun's name. The other party appeared extremely excited, as he quickly typed several misspellings. He did not say much else. Just simple expressions of gratitude. I did not reply again, and after reading a few more private messages, I closed Weibo. Shirlu looked at me with a smile. I touched my face and asked, Is there something on my face? Shirlu said enviously, I regret it. I shouldn't have become a journalist. Writing novels is so much better. You even have fans. I rolled my eyes and replied, Can you even sit still? Shirlu was instantly dumbfounded. He possesses many admirable qualities, yet he struggles to remain still, constantly yearning to roam, which explains his choice of a career in journalism. Not long after, Shao left, and I found myself idly perusing the news online. Seeking inspiration, in XX elementary school, there was a report about a gruesome incident involving a bloodied neck. On a XX bus, a man attempted to steal but ended up committing robbery. On XX Road, a police officer was tragically killed by a robber while trying to save a hostage. I clicked on these articles with keen interest and finally encountered a positive piece of news. It included images and even the name of the officer, complete with his identification photo. Shin Ming. This name felt oddly familiar. As is customary, the comment section below the article was filled with remarks. Unlike the usual mixed responses, this time, there were only positive comments, with some users noting that this officer had appeared in the news more than once, truly deserving the title of a good man. Following a link shared by an enthusiastic netizen, I stumbled upon a familiar figure. An elderly man attempting to scam others was instead killed by a group of concerned citizens. Among those citizens was Zhang Shun. Shortly after, the enthusiastic citizen was subdued by a police officer, and according to sources, he turned out to be a mental patient. This storyline was something Zhang Shun had indeed mentioned. So, was this police officer named Shun Ming the same one Zhang Shun had spoken of? In pursuit of this peculiar notion, I searched for additional news articles. Eventually, I uncovered more clues. A man and a woman had been murdered, with the female victim's body horrifically turned into a human specimen. The perpetrator was a veritable serial killer, with dozens of similarly preserved bodies discovered in the basement where the victims were found. This narrative also aligned perfectly. Now, it was time to verify other aspects. I had obscured the image, but it was still discernible. I sent several photos of the specimens to that reader. His response was delayed. After a while, I took out my phone to call Shao, requesting Xiao Qin's mother's phone number. When I called, Xiao Qin's mother answered promptly. After identifying myself, I inquired whether she had visited the third hospital. Her response filled me with joy. While she had not yet gone, she had made an appointment for tomorrow. She agreed to accompany me, and this news exhilarated me. Perhaps I had become somewhat obsessed, but I was eager to unravel the truth behind all this. The reader's reply arrived. Can you also see it? Those specimens is it you? Or is it him? I asked. What did you see? The reader replied. Monsters, different monsters. Who are you really? Is the person in the book you? I responded, No, I cannot see them. However, those things are real. Only a select few can perceive them. Perhaps you all share a similar affliction, and maybe I will have answers tomorrow. The reader replied, I don't know how you plan to verify this, but can you take me with you? Aside from occasionally catching glimpses of those terrifying entities, I am otherwise quite normal, to be precise. Even when I do see those things, I remain lucid. I would only run away or turn a blind eye. I wouldn't do anything else. Though I felt a pang of desire to meet him and delve into his psyche, I ultimately declined. The authenticity of this matter was uncertain. What if he were delusional and saw me differently? Would I still be safe? Moreover, gaining entry to the third hospital was already challenging. It would be even more difficult with an extra burden. Upon receiving my refusal, he did not lose heart and continued to implore me, sending several messages in succession. After I declined once more, I simply shut down my computer. Out of sight, out of mind. Not looking meant I wouldn't have to ponder how to decline politely. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived, and thanks to Xiao Qin's mother, I was able to enter the third hospital without hindrance. However, regrettably, I did not encounter Zhang Shun. After Xiao Qian and her mother entered a room, I was politely intercepted and asked to step aside. Once the nurse left, I wandered into the garden, where, true to my expectations, a man was indeed mowing the lawn, presumably the Professor Zhang Shun had mentioned. Naturally, there were other patients in the garden. Since Zhang Shun had not provided detailed descriptions, I did not recognize them. If I were to describe my impression of them, it would be that they exuded an unsettling tranquility. This place resembled an ordinary sanatorium rather than a mental institution. A young nurse approached me. Upon seeing me, she made her way over and asked with a smile, "Are you new here?" I shook my head but refrained from revealing that I was merely visiting. The patients here are very friendly. You could try making friends with them. I glanced around, noticing the absence of other nurses, and asked, "Is Zhang Shun dangerous?" The nurse's expression shifted slightly, and she replied, "I have to go now." "Wait," I grasped her arm and asked, "Are you afraid of him?" "Why? Hadn't she just said the patients here were easy to get along with?" The nurse lowered her voice and said, "There is no one named Zhang Shun here. Let go, or I will call the doctor." A voice interrupted, "Mr. Lin, please stop." It was the nurse who had initially asked me to leave. Observing the young nurse's flustered expression stirred something within me, and I inquired, "Are you named Chu Jing?" At that moment, a stern voice rang out, "Mr. Lin, if you don't let go, I will immediately summon security to escort you out." I withdrew my hand, offering an apologetic smile. "This is a misunderstanding. I merely thought she resembled a friend of mine." I believed I had uncovered the truth, for the shocked expression on the young nurse's face confirmed it. She was indeed Chu Jing. After I spoke, I noticed Chu Jing seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. Why was that? Was it because I had not mentioned Zhang Shun? The nurse coldly stated, "Regardless of the reason, I do not wish to see you at the third hospital again. I only want to meet Zhang Shun. If you could grant me a bit of time, I promise I won't return." "That's impossible. First, you have no familial ties to Zhang Shun. Secondly, ever since your last visit, his emotional state has become quite unstable. For both professional and personal reasons, I cannot allow you to see him again. But he was perfectly normal during my last visit. His emotions remained stable from beginning to end." Mental patients are different from others. You can never predict when they might have an episode or when they might be feigning calmness, especially someone like Zhang Shun, who is extremely dangerous. Dangerous? Yes, he has escaped from the third hospital multiple times and has killed several people, including patients who fled with him. Mr. Lin, for your own safety, we hope you will reconsider. Is that so? I glanced at Chu Jing, who nodded earnestly. The nurse instructed her, "You may leave now." "Yes." Chu Jing hurriedly departed. "Mr. Lin, do you have any further inquiries?" I looked at the man tending to the lawn and asked, "Is he the gardener? He seems quite skilled with the mower." "Yes, and he is highly paid for his work. As the grass grows taller, some patients tend to hide within it." A melodious piano melody resonated through the garden, prompting the patients to file out together. The nurse explained, "That's the lunch bell, Mr. Lin. Would you like to stay for a meal? Is that permissible?" "Of course. While I may not welcome you, it is impolite to let a guest go hungry." Upon entering the dining hall, I spotted Xiao Qian and her mother, accompanied by a nurse. I approached and inquired, "How's it going? Enjoying your conversation?" Xiao Qian's mother nodded towards me, her expression somewhat aloof. I felt a hint of confusion and was about to ask when I glanced at the nurse beside them, ultimately deciding against it. This was not the place for such discussions. The lunch was served by a middle-aged woman, just as Zhang Shun had described, though I couldn't ascertain whether she was a kindergarten teacher. With a nurse present, I sensed that even if I were to inquire, uncovering the truth would be futile. The food was indeed delicious, prompting me to ask, "May I meet your chef? It has been ages since I've tasted such delightful cuisine, and I would love to learn about the recipes." The nurse replied, "Certainly, I will fetch him." I stood up, saying, "I'll accompany you." The nurse did not object, and I followed her into the kitchen, where a man in his 40s sat. Upon seeing us enter, he rose with a warm smile and asked, "Hello, what brings you here?" The nurse introduced me. "This is Mr. Lin, here for a visit." "Greetings, Mr. Lin. How do you find the food? Please feel free to share any feedback." I shook my head, replying, "It's wonderful. The food is excellent, and your culinary skills are impressive." "Have you been a chef for long?" "Indeed. I've been here for 10 years now." After exchanging a few casual remarks, I stepped back outside. 10 years? That contradicted what Zhang Shun had mentioned. I tentatively asked, "Is there only one chef?" "There is also a kitchen assistant, an elderly man. It's quite a pity. His illness was easily treatable, and he recovered in just a few years. Unfortunately, his family only paid for 2 months of treatment. After he got better, they vanished, leaving him with no money and no choice but to remain as a kitchen assistant. That is quite tragic. This detail resonated with Zhang Shun's account, though there were differences as well. Being abandoned by family was a shared experience, but other aspects diverged. Could it be that what he said was not entirely accurate? By the way, do you have a patient named Liu here? He happens to be a distant cousin of mine, and I heard he was hospitalized here, Liu. After a moment of contemplation, the nurse remarked, as for nurses, there is indeed one by that name, but as for patients, there are none. A nurse? A girl, perhaps? The nurse replied, no, he's male. He was assigned here after graduation, but he left shortly thereafter. The youth of today, it seems, few are willing to work in a psychiatric hospital. Conditions have improved, and with job opportunities abundant, young people certainly prefer to engage in more fulfilling work. This sentiment is understandable. There is no alternative nurse to be found within the institution, and those nearing retirement must continue to stay on. Following this conversation, my impression of the rather intimidating nurse began to shift. While he may be somewhat rigid, he possesses a certain emotional depth. His earlier comments in the garden were likely based on a misconception that I was bullying the junior nurse. After our meal, we took our leave. Xiao Qian's mother continued to regard me with a frosty demeanor. Once in the car, I could not restrain myself from inquiring, did you not meet anyone? Xiao Qian's mother shot me a glance and coldly replied, I did meet someone, thank you for your concern. But was it of any use to Xiao Qian? Their symptoms are similar. A conversation might prove beneficial. Xiao Qian's mother huffed dismissively and fell silent. Having received the cold shoulder, I felt disinclined to say anything further. I turned my gaze to the window, no longer inclined to speak. Upon returning home, I powered on my computer. Perhaps there truly exists a delusion with similar symptoms, and I should encourage readers to seek treatment. Even if hospitalization is unnecessary, consulting a physician, taking medication, and undergoing psychotherapy should be considered. I received numerous messages from readers, some from yesterday and others from today. The one from yesterday requested my company for an appointment, while today's sought information about the outcome. In response to the final letter, I wrote, I believe there is a conclusion. I recommend you see a psychologist. No, I am not ill. I think you have mistaken me for someone else. I am unsure how he communicated this to you, but I can assure you, you have been deceived. I chose not to reply further. On one hand, I was at a loss for words, and on the other, I felt a pang of guilt. Perhaps I should never have instilled hope in him, allowing him to believe his affliction was merely an alternative existence. Although I still had not reached a conclusion, I had ceased to expect one, for my long-awaited inspiration had returned. In truth, my muse emerged from the realm of the mentally ill. The protagonist is a mainstream principled police officer, while the offender is a patient with schizophrenia whose primary personality remains oblivious to the existence of a secondary one, lacking any memories of it, though the secondary personality is aware of events affecting the primary. I devoted several months to this writing, fearing that inspiration might wane. I refrained from going out, subsisting solely on instant noodles or takeout. Upon concluding my self-imposed seclusion, I made a beeline for the supermarket. At that moment, all I desired was a hearty meal. Ingredients? Must buy fruits. Must buy. Having nearly completed my manuscript, with only final revisions remaining, I took my time selecting items. Dad, I want to eat this. No, didn't we agree? No snacks today. But baby wants to eat. Well, In Han. Suddenly, someone shouted. I jolted. That name rang a bell. It was a young man with a child who appeared to be only in his teens, while the child seemed about 3 or 4 years old. For some reason, I felt something was amiss with the child's gaze, though I couldn't articulate what it was. The child's father, In Han, noticed my scrutiny. He bent down to scoop up the child and said to the person calling him, We should be going. Wait. I approached and asked, You are In Han, nicknamed Xiao Han, correct? I recalled that a young man carrying a child had appeared in Zhang Shun's story. Since Officer Shun had already identified him. Then, In Han coldly replied, I do not know you. What about Zhang Shun? Do you know him? In Han's expression shifted, and he retorted icily, I don't know who you're talking about. Without another word, he turned and hurried away, clutching the child. His friends stood there, bewildered. Seizing the opportunity, I inquired, Are you friends? Classmates, though we haven't seen each other in ages. Who are you? I've heard of him from a friend. But today is my first encounter. I just didn't expect. Xiao Han used to be quite cheerful, but then what? Can you elaborate? There's really nothing to hide. Many people know about it. He inexplicably ended up in a psychiatric hospital, got better, and was discharged. But his personality became quite peculiar. I don't even know where he found a child. He carries it around all the time, and doesn't he go out to play anymore? Was it the third hospital? Yes, you know about that. Thank you. The third hospital, indeed. Perhaps he knows the truth. By the time I sought him out, however, In Han was nowhere to be found. His friend had caught up and asked, "Is Xiao Han avoiding you? Who exactly are you?" I've already said, I'm a friend of his friend. He grasped my arm and said, "I don't believe you. Who are you really? Be honest. Or don't blame me for being rude. What do you plan to do to be rude?" I shrugged off his grip and replied, "Young man, don't act impulsively. I merely wish to have a conversation with him." He scoffed, "You don't even know him. What is there to talk about?" Of course there is. I am a writer. To me, everyone has a wealth of intriguing stories. A writer. What do you write? One of my recent works is titled The World Through the Eyes of the Mentally Ill. I have encountered numerous psychiatric patients, so I merely wish to converse with him. Xiao Han is not a psychiatric patient. He is already well. What I want to discuss is his neighbor from the third hospital. As far as I know, that patient sought him out, and his condition remains unresolved. Is that so? He sheepishly withdrew his hand, apologizing. I misunderstood you. No problem. Could you tell me In Han's address? He pondered for a moment before saying, "Actually, I don't know where he lives now. After being discharged, he stayed at home for only a few days before moving out, and I haven't heard of his new address since. Could you provide his family's address? I have studied psychology. Perhaps I can offer him some guidance." "Sure. I can take you there, and I would be immensely grateful." In Han's residence was situated in a villa district, consistent with Zhang Shun's description. His family was indeed affluent. In Han's father was not home, but his mother was. Though dressed in loungewear and without makeup, she still appeared quite youthful, cradling a child who was less than a year old. In Han's friend, Xiao Yang, seemed familiar with In Han's family. Upon entering, he made a beeline for the sofa. A nanny brought in 2 cups of tea. In Han's mother smiled and asked, "Are you here to see Xiao Han?" I replied, "Hello, I am a psychologist and wish to discuss a patient's case with Xiao Han." In Han's mother's expression shifted slightly as she remarked, "Xiao Han is already well. I fear this gentleman may have come in vain. I wish to talk about a patient who sought out Xiao Han after escaping from the psychiatric hospital. I simply want to gather some information. If that person's condition remains poor, he may return to find Xiao Han at any time." In Han's mother furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you a doctor from the third hospital?" "No, I merely conversed with a patient from there whose psychology is quite alarming. According to my knowledge, Xiao Han has not met any patients since his discharge. Perhaps he did not want to worry you. You could call and check." After handing the baby to the nanny, In Han's mother said, "I will call Xiao Han. If you are lying, then I apologize. Our family does not welcome you." With my deception exposed, I felt embarrassed to linger any longer. After several minutes, In Han's mother returned, her eyes red-rimmed. "May I see Xiao Han now?" I asked. In Han's mother smiled ruefully. "Had you not informed me, I would have been oblivious." "Never mind. Xiao Han's emotions are rather unstable at present. Someone should converse with him. With such a caring mother, he is quite fortunate." In Han's mother shook her head and provided me with In Han's address. Afterward, we departed. As we reached the entrance, Xiao Yang asked, "How did you know a psychiatric patient was seeking out Xiao Han?" "You might not believe it, but that psychiatric patient told me himself." "Why would he tell you?" "Perhaps because, aside from me, no one else was willing to listen." "Are you going to find Xiao Han now?" "No, tomorrow." I halted and looked at him. "Will you inform In Han in advance to steer clear of me?" Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. Why would I engage in such a trivial endeavor? After bidding farewell to Xiao Yang, I made my way directly to In Han's residence. As for my earlier claim of going tomorrow, that was mere pretense. In matters like this, the sooner they are resolved, the better. Compared to the previous villa, In Han's current dwelling was indeed quite ordinary, just a typical residential building, and it appeared somewhat dilapidated. He lived on the top floor, consistent with Zhang Shun's account. The interior bore the same wear as the exterior. I pressed the doorbell, waiting for a long while without anyone responding or footsteps being heard. Pressing the doorbell once more, the silence persisted, as if no one were home. In Han's voice, filled with astonishment, echoed from behind me. Well, indeed, there was no one inside. Turning to face him, I said, I wish to have a conversation with you. In Han, visibly displeased, retorted, there is nothing for us to discuss. Zhang Shun has sought you out? Has he not? In Han exclaimed, who on earth are you? What do you want? I expressed my desire to know more about Zhang Shun. Stepping back a few paces, In Han replied, I have already stated that I do not know anyone named Zhang Shun. Nor do I wish to converse with you. You have a history of mental illness and have been hospitalized at the third hospital. If memory serves me correctly, Zhang Shun should have been staying in the adjacent room to yours. However, what piques my curiosity is, what did he do to you? Why are you so afraid of him? It is indeed fear. From the moment he heard Zhang Shun's name, dread washed over him. What exactly did Zhang Shun do to him? Or more appropriately, what transpired during that encounter? I do not comprehend what you are saying. Please step aside. I wish to return home. I had not anticipated obtaining complete information in a single encounter. So I willingly retreated. In Han placed the child he was holding down and retrieved his keys to unlock the door. Before entering, he cast a cautious glance in my direction. Once the door shut behind him, I departed, feeling that today's findings were significant. Perhaps the mystery would soon be unraveled. As I walked along the road, I pondered incessantly on how to elicit the truth from In Han. Lost in thought, I inadvertently rode past several stops before finally arriving home. Upon returning, I shoved the manuscript aside, devoid of any inclination to read it. By dawn the following day, I eagerly stepped out. In Han's residence was remarkably quiet. But this was to be expected, for it was only 6 o'clock. Outside the realm of office workers and students, few would rise so early. 7. I heard the sound of soft movements. I knew that In Han had awakened. I did not knock on the door, fully aware that he would not answer. Instead, I patiently awaited his departure at the entrance. 10 o'clock. The door finally creaked. My spirits lifted as I focused intently on the door. The sound of the lock turning, the door swinging open, and In Han's cold, hard voice. Why are you here again? I smiled and replied, may we talk? No. I shall not converse with you. I shrugged nonchalantly and said, very well done. My cheerful agreement caused him to regard me with suspicion, his gaze fierce as he exclaimed, You. I will wait for your return. He scoffed and locked the door behind him as he left. Did he not bring the child? I glanced at the entrance, wondering if I were to knock now, would the child answer the door? At 4 or 5 years old, he should understand some things. No, I shook my head, sensing something amiss. What could it be? Leaving without the child? That seemed inconsequential. Fear of Zhang Shun? Quite reasonable. After all, from Zhang Shun's narrative, it could be inferred that he might be a seer and had likely done something harmful to In Han. But what could it be? The child. My eyes brightened with realization. Yes, the child. In Zhang Shun's account, the child In Han cared for was just over a year old. Setting aside the question of the child's normalcy, one could deduce that the timeline of the story was 2 or 3 years ago. Therefore, the question arises. In Han's mother was pregnant at that time, so by any calculation, the child should not be of the current age. Either Zhang Shun remembered incorrectly, or there was something amiss. I took out my phone and dialed Xiao Yang's number. Hello, this is Xiao Yang. I am Lin Wei and do you know when In Han was discharged? I know, though I cannot recall the exact date. It has been about a year. The age of In Han's mother's child aligns perfectly. Then, do you know when In Han began raising this child? Child? What child? Why would Xiao Han raise a child? Your intuition is incorrect. You visited the supermarket yesterday and encountered In Han, did you not? What do you mean? I did not leave the house yesterday. Who are you, and what nonsense are you spouting? Something was indeed amiss. Just yesterday, I had seen In Han with the child, and he had stated that since he began caring for the child, he had not left the house in less than a day. He had denied the veracity of In Han's child rearing. Had he changed his story for some reason? Or was it? The possibilities that followed were too unsettling to contemplate. Apologies for the disturbance. Goodbye. With that, I hung up. It appeared that this individual would no longer be of use to me. Putting my phone away, I resolved to visit In Han's mother. Perhaps she possessed knowledge regarding the origins of In Han's child. Of course, if the truth aligned with Zhang Shun's account, In Han's mother would undoubtedly not speak candidly. However, I was unconcerned. Regardless of what she said, I would surely glean some information. Upon exiting the neighborhood, I encountered In Han returning home. I waved and greeted him. Back, are we? In Han disregarded me, as I had anticipated. His mood was entirely understandable. For those who have once lost their freedom, a tranquil life is their greatest desire. It is only natural for Een Han to wish to keep his life undisturbed. Nevertheless, understanding aside, the mystery must be unraveled. Een Han's mother did not deny having seen me. She earnestly answered my inquiries, though she claimed to know little about Een Han's child. Regarding the timeline, Een Han's mother was correct. As for Een Han, either he is not raising a single child, or the child's growth rate is abnormal. In comparison to the latter possibility, I preferred to believe in the former, as the latter was simply too unscientific. Over the following days, I continued to station myself at Een Han's doorstep. His attitude towards me slowly transitioned from disdain to indifference. Do not underestimate this change. It indicated that he was beginning to accept reality. Een Han was indeed caring for the child quite well. I rescinded my initial judgment of the child. He was not at all blameworthy. Rather quite well behaved. In recent encounters, he would greet me, and on occasions when Een Han was away, he would even converse with me through the door. One evening, after bidding farewell to the child at Een Han's residence, I concluded my day of surveillance and prepared to return home. Remarkably, today, Een Han did not give me the cold shoulder. He even nodded in my direction. My spirit soared. My Weibo followers had now grown to several thousand, with numerous messages flooding my inbox. Naturally, I lacked the time to read them all, but I opened a few, replied, and moved on. In truth, my interest in this matter had waned significantly. Their messages were nothing more than the same few sentiments repeated. Upon opening the last message, I recognized a familiar ID. I was increasingly losing control. In the past week, I would only glimpse those messages for a few hours. Now, I was seeing them daily. Please help me. Tell me that person's address. My name is Yi Chun, and my phone number is XXXXXXX. If convenient, please contact me at this number. If you are uneasy, use a public phone or a newly purchased disposable phone card. Perhaps I should meet him. Regardless of whether it is delusional or otherwise, I cannot stand by and watch him spiral into destruction. Thus, I left an address for a CAF, suggesting we meet the following afternoon. Good deeds reap rewards. The next day, Een Han unexpectedly invited me inside, which took me by surprise. His home was immaculate and orderly, quite unlike most households with children. Sitting on the sofa, I inquired, "Where is the child?" Een Han replied coolly, "Still sleeping." Typically, at this hour, the child would be awake. There were even times when he would secretly converse with me when Een Han was absent. However, since he wished to keep the child from my view, I refrained from asking further. Is he your adopted child? Sort of. When did you adopt him? What business is that of yours? All right, I said, touching my nose. Not only did he wish to keep the child from my sight, but he also seemed unwilling to discuss matters regarding the child. I had no choice but to change the subject. I've been to the third hospital. The environment there is quite pleasant. He shook his head, replying, I wouldn't know. I hardly left my room after I entered the third hospital. That's a pity. You should return to take a look sometime. He regarded me coldly and said, if you like it, you can stay there longer. I had misspoken. I awkwardly chuckled. That would be difficult. I have tried several times without success. Asa guessed. You certainly cannot. You might try another approach. What approach? It is a mental hospital. You can enter under whatever identity fits the residence. Asa patient? That was indeed feasible. Xiao Qian had managed to enter quite smoothly, but feigning illness. Would that work? Een Han chuckled coldly, saying, you do not seriously intend to try it, do you? That method is plausible. Entering is easy, but exiting is difficult. If you wish to remain in the mental hospital forever, feel free to try. And you? As far as I know, you were taken out by your family. I was merely what? It is nothing. If your inquiries pertain to this, we need not continue. Very well, I sighed. You need only answer me one question. What transpired when Zhang Shun came to see you? What else could happen? If your friend seeks you out, it is what it is. Did he come alone? Does it matter? Yes, don't know then who accompanied him? Was it someone you recognized? Who was this person? I certainly knew who it was. I was merely testing Een Han. Indeed, have you finished asking? I have already responded to 2 inquiries. For the last one, what ailment do you suffer from? Irritability syndrome, aging syndrome. I have already answered. Please take your leave. I departed, feeling quite disgruntled. It turns out that all the talk about going in was merely empty words. The one thing I yearned to know was left unspoken. After leaving, I did not linger outside but returned home directly, for I needed to gather my thoughts in preparation for the arrival of the person in the afternoon. 18 noon. I received a call from Shile, who wanted to take me out for a meal. Upon arriving at the restaurant, I spotted him immediately. He appeared to be in excellent spirits, his complexion rosy, clearly having encountered some joyous event. Has he found a girlfriend? Shile's smile widened, confirming my guess. He foolishly exclaimed, "She's exceptionally beautiful, incredibly gentle. I'm truly fortunate, my friend. Congratulations, let's find time to dine together." He looked at me with caution and said, "A friend's wife must not be wronged. Don't you dare have designs on my wife." I rolled my eyes and retorted, "Do you think everyone is like you?" He chuckled and replied, "You just don't know her virtues. Otherwise, no. It's best you remain unaware. Indeed, those in love often act like fools." "Regarding readers," Shile inquired, "by the way, how is your novel coming along?" I replied, "I haven't written lately. I am in search of a truth." "What truth?" he asked, intrigued. "That it's about Zhang Shun, that patient from the 3rd hospital. I encountered someone from his story, a police officer I had seen in the news. His actions mirrored those in the narrative. There's also another patient whose living conditions and circumstances align perfectly with what he described." Shile responded, "So?" I continued, "I wish to uncover the truth. A patient, one suffering from delusions, could not possibly perfect the details so seamlessly." Shile shook his head and remarked, "Brother, you truly ought to get out more. There are countless beautiful things in this world. Why do you insist on confronting a mental patient?" I sighed. "I have no choice. Having encountered this, I feel I cannot return to a normal life without uncovering the truth." "Well then, do you need any assistance? Perhaps you could try to befriend Inhan?" "Inhan?" Shile asked, puzzled. "He was Zhang Shun's neighbor at the 3rd hospital," I replied. "I have no desire to befriend a mental patient. What if he is cured and behaves like a normal person? Would you consider it?" I looked at him with some anticipation. Shile shook his head. "Shall I find someone else for you? If my wife discovers I am associating with a mental patient, she might think I am one too." I felt somewhat disheartened and said, "Then forget it. I will try again." Shile has a warm demeanor, making it easy for others to let down their guard. As for others' opinions, it would not be wise for anyone to know about this. I still suggest you get out and about. This way I will consider it. That's good. Even just stepping outside to bask in the sun is beneficial. The scenery out there is quite captivating. So you are enchanted by it, are you? I just wonder if your girlfriend can keep you." Shile cupped his face in his hands and said, "She surely can. Unfortunately, we share a common hobby. Neither of us enjoys staying home all day." I looked at Shile in astonishment. "You're incredibly lucky. Even your hobbies align." "Absolutely. I have always been fortunate, not wishing to consume more of the proverbial dog food." I left after finishing my meal. I strolled to the designated CAF, with several hours still before our meeting, so I entered without seeking anyone out. Perhaps due to it being mealtime, the CAF was not particularly crowded. However, 2 individuals caught my attention. They were 2 young men, appearing to be in their early 20s. One wore an eye mask while the other fed him dessert. The reason they piqued my interest was that both were men. The same action performed by a man and a woman signifies affection, while by 2 women suggests a close friendship. Yet, when 2 men engage in such behavior, it becomes somewhat peculiar. This illustrates that notions of gender equality are merely empty rhetoric. Some girls in the CAF whispered about them, which was, in fact, the primary reason I noticed them. Nevertheless, the 2 involved appeared unbothered. One fed while the other ate, both exuding confidence. A single dessert was quickly consumed. The man wearing the eye mask seemed somewhat dissatisfied. He lifted the mask to glance around and then uttered something. The other man, looking a bit helpless, called over a waiter. Soon, I discovered what he had requested. Several new desserts appeared on their table. The pattern continued, one feeding while the other ate. Therefore, the removal of the eye mask indicated that the man could indeed see. But why wear the eye mask at all? One reason could be shyness, unwilling to let others see him. The other could be a desire to avoid seeing anyone else. I surmised it was the latter. Why would he wish to avoid others? I believed I understood the answer. He might very well be Yi Chun, the person I was to meet. The distance between our seats was not great, so I did not raise my voice but called out softly, "Yi Chun." The masked man promptly turned his head, and the other man looked at me as well. I smiled. Yi Chun reached to remove his eye mask, intending to approach, but was halted by the man across from him. "Who said something?" That man walked over and sat down opposite me, inquiring, "Who were you calling?" "Just calling out casually. What about you?" He looked into my eyes and asked, "Calling out casually?" He appeared young yet carried a commanding presence. Especially with his expressionless face. Wei Yichen's friend was not ordinary. I smiled and said, I arranged to meet someone named Yichun, but it's not the right time. You are Shulin, right? Yichen excitedly approached. I nodded. Shulin is my pen name. That's wonderful. I finally get to meet you. Can you give me an autograph? Of course. The man's expression grew darker. However, Yichen remained oblivious, and I refrained from reminding him. It was amusing to watch the impolite young fellow. The signing ultimately fell through due to a lack of pen and paper. Wei Yichen remained exuberant, chatting incessantly about what he had observed since sitting across from me. Once he finished, I turned to Zhuang Shi, Yichen's friend, who had introduced himself earlier, although I had no desire to know him. What do you think? Zhuang Shi tilted his head to look at Yichen. If he wishes to meet, let him meet. I actually wanted to ask whether he believed it. After Yichen sat down, he donned the eye mask again, but it was evident that his emotions were far from calm. The third hospital is not easily accessible. I was stopped several times. Zhuang Shi contemplated for a moment and suggested, what if we bypass the normal procedures? You mean, if being forthright doesn't work, we sneak in? You are thinking too simplistically. The walls of the third hospital are 3 meters high. Zhuang Shi shot me a glance and said, there's a back door. The third hospital has a back door? Zhuang Shi replied, of course. We can check it out tonight. Wei Yichen proudly declared, we have done our homework. Is that so? I raised an eyebrow and asked, do you know who to seek out once inside? Yichen awkwardly chuckled. Not really. I continued. Knowing the name is just the first step. You must also know the ward. Moreover, as far as I know, mental hospitals have surveillance. If we don't find a way to evade the cameras, we'll likely be discovered as soon as we step in. Then we must act quickly. We will search as many wards as possible. They want to know who we are looking for? Will they? No, I shook my head and said they know. I visited too many times. But Wei Yichen eagerly asked, but what? There must be a way, right? I looked at Yichen and replied, there is someone who knows where his ward is. Then we can just ask him, right? It's not that simple. He is unwilling to divulge. In fact, I had been pestering him for quite some time and had not obtained a shred of useful information. Yichen expressed his dissatisfaction. So you're saying it's all for naught? Zhuang Shi added, not for naught. Just because he can't extract information doesn't mean we can't. I smiled and said, that's precisely the point. You both can give it a T or why did I your eye mask for seeing other things? Yichen nodded. It's been happening more frequently lately. Take off the mask and look. Zhuang Shi glared at me and said, no, the eye mask cannot be removed. I chimed in, don't tell me you keep it on even while walking. Wei Yichen replied, why remove it? A sure can see the road. I was once again speechless. Can seeing the road be equated to seeing everything else? Is it truly the same? Upon leaving the CAF, I quickly realized it was indeed the same. First, they drove here, and Zhuang Shi was the one driving. So Yichen obviously did not need to see the road. Second, the one named Zhuang Shi was indeed taking excellent care of him. Soon, we arrived at Yin Han's residence. I stood aside and said, this is the place. Who will go? Yichen raised his hand and said, I will. Zhuang Shi took his hand and walked to the door, placing it on the doorbell and saying, you can ring it now. If this action were performed by a man and a woman, I would have exclaimed, what a dazzling sight. However, there were 2 men, and I could only silently avert my gaze. The scene was too beautiful to behold. Perhaps it was because the one knocking at the door was not me that Yin Han opened at that moment. Yichen had already removed his eye mask and greeted with a smile. Hello. Yin Han responded, hello, you are. I am Yichen, and this is Zhuang Shi. I came here with Shulin. Shulin? I stepped out from the side and said, it's me. Bang. The door was slammed shut. I shrugged and said, that's how it is. It's quite difficult. Wei Yichen, exasperated, remarked, what exactly did you do to offend them? He seemed quite resistant to discussing his experiences in the mental hospital. After all, I had been lurking at his doorstep for many days. Never mind. Perhaps I should think of other means. Wei Yichen, in shock, exclaimed, many days? Indeed. He showed no signs of softening. No wonder they were reluctant to see you. I said that rather creepy. If it were me, I would be afraid too. I replied, no, I was just waiting at the door. I didn't do anything else. That's already creepy enough. Wei Yichen pulled Zhuang Shi's arm and said, now I understand why people say writers are abnormal. They really are. Zhuang Shi interjected, no, Yichen, your statement is incomplete. The abnormality lies not in his actions but in his thoughts. Being a creep while believing one's actions are entirely normal is truly terrifying. We should keep our distance. Let us go. I'll take you back. Wei Chen quickly agreed. Yes, you're absolutely right. Let us hurry. Zhuang Shi raised an eyebrow at me and pulled down Yi Chen's eye mask. Striding away. As we reached the elevator entrance, Yi Chen suddenly halted and shouted, "Wait!" Zhuang Shi, in a good-natured tone, asked, "Do you wish to stay with a creep?" "No, then hurry up. I don't want to be around a creep either." "What is this? Why am I labeled a creep? Is it just because I stood at Yin Han's door for a few days? If he had told me the truth, would I have waited like this?" After all this commotion, I lost the desire to remain there and decided to head home. As I approached the community entrance, I spotted a familiar car. Yi Chen and Zhuang Shi had not left. However, I had no intention of acknowledging them. Being inexplicably labeled a creep is not something anyone would calmly accept. "Wait." Zhuang Shi called out to me. I heard him, but did not turn back. Continuing to walk ahead. "Wait." Zhuang Shi ran after me. I asked, "There's something else you wish to say?" Zhuang Shi replied, "Let us go to the third hospital tonight." "But I'm a creep. Is it appropriate to act alongside another creep?" Zhuang Shi sighed. "As long as you're aware of your abnormality, quickly amend it, and don't lead a Chen astray. I'll find you tonight." He then returned to the car, which subsequently drove away. My feelings were quite complex, and I felt an overwhelming urge to hit someone. Nevertheless, I dismissed Zhuang Shi's words. If he truly knew my address, why remain at the CAF? As night fell, I rummaged through my manuscript, preparing to revise it when a knock echoed from the door. "Who is it?" "It's us. We've come to pick you up." That voice belonged to Yi Chen. They truly knew where I lived. They must have followed me this afternoon. Though I was reluctant, the fact that I was exposed at home left me no choice but to rise and open the door to Yi Chen, without his eye mask. Beamed and said, "Let us set off." "Where to?" "I'm busy and have no time to go out." Yi Chen widened his eyes. "But we had already agreed. We promised to go to the third hospital together." "But I'm a creep, am I not?" "Now this creep intends to return and continue being a creep. So please go home, good child." Yi Chen huffed and turned away at a sure. He is not keeping his word. Zhuang Shi stated, "I must trouble Mr. Lin to accompany us." I chuckled. "Was that a threat?" Zhuang Shi replied, "You could interpret it that way. Please cooperate, Mr. Lin, and I will provide you with ample compensation." Yi Chen chimed in. Yes, Ashur has plenty of money. Just come along with money. You won't have to toil away writing novels. I'm sorry, but I still don't wish to go. That's not up to you." Zhuang Shi waved his hand, and instantly, several individuals in black suits and sunglasses appeared behind him. I couldn't help but laugh. These bodyguards were quite something, wearing sunglasses at night. Yi Chen urged, "Lin 1. Let us go. They are formidable. No matter where I hide, they can find me." I took a step back to close the door. I wanted to know the answers, but this was contingent upon my willingness. Threats? I have never acquiesced to them. Yi Chen pounded on the door. "Lin 1. Open the door. Otherwise, your lock will be pried open." Leaving home with bodyguards and sunglasses and a locksmith? Is that even possible? Before I could return to my desk and sit down, I heard the door being pushed open. Turning around, I saw that it had indeed opened. Yi Chen waved his hand. "See, I told you, they are quite capable." Zhuang Shi asked, "Mr. Lin, can we proceed with you now?" "You are trespassing." I protested. "I will call the police." Yi Chen scoffed. "Calling the police is futile. They are too slow. We must leave quickly, or we will be late." Ultimately, I followed them, regretting ever agreeing to meet Yi Chen. Keeping my distance would have been the best choice. Zhuang Shi was the one driving, and no cars followed us. I inquired, "Aren't the bodyguards coming?" Yi Chen replied, "It wouldn't be interesting with them around. You wealthy individuals certainly know how to play da." Yi Chen shook his head. "No, I'm not wealthy. Ashur is the one with money. Aren't you all from the same family?" "Certainly not. We are merely classmates." Ashur is a genuinely kind person, particularly caring. I found it hard to believe. No matter how I looked at it, Zhuang Shi did not seem like a caring person, just as they described. I now stood before the back entrance of the third hospital. It was an iron gate that didn't appear difficult to scale. Zhuang Shi asked, "Chen, can you do it?" "Of course," Yi Chen replied eagerly. "It's just climbing over an iron gate. It's not difficult at all." "I can do it," Zhuang Shi said. "I will go over first and wait for you inside." "All right." Yi Chen looked at me and asked, "Can you manage? If you can't, just say so, and we will think of another way." "Don't worry. There's no shame in it. I'm fine. Rather than worry about me, you should be concerned about the surveillance cameras." "Right, there are cameras," Yi Chen remarked, sticking out his tongue. Sure. What about the cameras? Zhuangshi responded. Who watches the cameras all day? Let us just get in first and figure it out later with that. He swiftly scaled the gate, his movements fluid and quick, demonstrating impressive agility. Yi Chun, on the other hand, took his time and struggled a bit before finally getting over. When it was my turn, I realized it wasn't as easy as it looked. Yi Chun's slow pace made sense. Regardless, I managed to climb over. Since neither Yi Chun nor Zhuangshi had been to the third hospital before, they naturally didn't know the way. As the only one who had been there, I surveyed my surroundings, attempting to discern our location. However, due to the poor lighting, I found nothing. Yi Chun asked, "Where do we go next?" Zhuangshi replied, "Let us just wander." Fine. I realized I had overthought things. Recognizing the route was irrelevant. For them, any direction would do. Yi Chun wanted to see Zhongshan, but Zhuangshi seemed indifferent. Since we were here, we might as well make the best of it. I said, "Let us check out the front." Passing through an open space, we arrived at a garden. I had been here before and had heard Zhongshan mention it. I said, "You choose a direction?" There are 2 buildings on either side of the garden. The person you are looking for is in one of them. Yi Chun chose the direction, and as we walked out, I knew exactly where we were headed. This was the building where the prophet resided, and behind it was the dormitory building. The dormitory held many secrets, and it was the quickest way to verify whether Zhang Shun's words were true or mere figments of imagination. Entering would reveal all. Let us head to the back building. Yi Chun queried. Is that person in the back? No, but I want to take a look. Zhuangshi asked. What is there? Perhaps a secret room. Or perhaps nothing at all. Yi Chun exclaimed. I understand. It's the basement that person mentioned, right? Yes, if you wish to understand your situation, I believe that basement would serve as the best proof, if it exists. It validates the tale told by that person. If it doesn't, you truly need to seek treatment. Yi Chun responded. Then let us go take a look. All right, Zhuangshi unconditionally concurred. The night was dark, and the dormitory was equally shrouded in darkness, not a single light in sight. Once inside, it felt as though I could not see my hand in front of my face. Yi Chun took out his phone to illuminate the surroundings and asked, Does anyone actually live here? It looks like a haunted house, I quickly urged. Keep your voice down. We proceeded to the end of the corridor. There was indeed a low door, and I held my breath in nervous anticipation as I reached for the door. Who is there? A flashlight beam illuminated us, accompanied by the nurse's reprimand. I glanced at Yi Chun and Zhuangshi. Neither displayed any signs of panic. In a hushed tone, I asked, What do we do now? Zhuangshi replied nonchalantly, Whatever. I felt a surge of urgency. What do you mean, whatever? Having been discovered, can one still act so casually? Who are you? I raised my hand and stood, saying, Hello, I seem to have lost my way. Lost? Humph. To be lost in a mental hospital, you would be the first. Unsurprisingly, we were taken away. To my surprise, the nurse completely ignored Yi Chun and Zhuangshi. Fortunately, they remained loyal, following me throughout. Otherwise, I might have suspected that they had conspired with the people from the third hospital to set me up. I was led to the doctor's office. Strangely, despite the previous enveloping darkness, the place was now illuminated with numerous lights. The doctor looked at me and asked, Lin Wan? Yes, that's me. If I recall correctly, we did not extend an invitation for you to stay overnight. I awkwardly smiled, unsure of how to respond. Engaging in theft or something similar indeed left me feeling somewhat guilty, albeit for a reason. I asked, What brings you to our dormitory building? Ah yes, the dormitory building. The low doored. I looked at the doctor and asked seriously, Could you enlighten me about what lies behind that low door at the end of the dormitory building? The doctor paused for a moment before replying. Nothing much, merely a storage room. I asked, that truly the case? I gazed into his eyes. Of course, he said without hesitation, his gaze unwavering. If I were not privy to the truth, I might have actually believed him. I refrained from probing further, knowing the doctor was quite astute. If he wished to conceal something, I feared I might never uncover the most authentic answer. I inquired, May I take a look? The doctor chuckled. Why would I take you to see a storage room? Because I do not trust you. I suspect there is a basement beneath, harboring unspeakable secrets. What secrets? He asked, intrigued. Perhaps I might agree to your terms. People, patience, the doctor responded in unison. Very well, I can take you there. You admit it. Where is Zhang Shun? I want to see him. Has he been locked away by you again? I will report this. Zhang Shun? The doctor appeared momentarily taken aback. Yes, Zhang Shun is in the basement, in the storage room you mentioned. You have locked him away. Otherwise, why would you prevent me from seeing him? The doctor sat back down, sighed, and said, All right, since you are already aware, I won't hide it from you any longer. Let us set aside the matter of Zhang Shun for now and discuss the storage room, shall we? The basement, fine, the basement. The third hospital indeed contains a basement, that's so. He has admitted it. However, my predominant emotion was not joy but concern. If there is a basement, could what Zhang Shun said be true? Moreover, the surgery he was forcibly subjected to. I felt a surge of panic. Perhaps I should not have voiced it so openly. What could happen if secrets were unveiled? The only thought that came to mind was murder to silence the truth. The existence of the basement was indeed real, and the presence of patients within was undeniable. As for Zhang Shun, he is indeed in the basement. The doctor smiled and asked, Would you like to take a look? I can accompany you. I shivered. His smile appeared far too sinister. Warily, I regarded him, wondering if he intended to reveal secrets, to take me on a tour of hidden truths. I asserted, I wish to go with my friends. My voice quivered, but I endeavored to maintain my composure. Friends? Very well. Yi Chen and Zhuang Shi were brought in, and I hastily asked, How are you? They both shook their heads. Where were you taken just now? Yi Chen replied, Just outside. The people here seem quite amiable. Amiable? I scoffed. If they were truly amicable, that would be suspect. Be cautious. Do not trust them. Yi Chen replied nonchalantly, You're overthinking it. The nurses here are quite nice. Nice? Would nice people lock others away? Would nice people perform surgeries on patients without consent? The doctor interjected, Of course not. I believe that all the doctors and nurses at the third hospital would never engage in such acts. I rolled my eyes. Naturally, no one would admit to their own faults. At the time, he was merely deflecting. The storage room exists, and people are indeed confined, but it is certainly not done arbitrarily. Every decision we make is communicated with the patients' families. Now, I will take you to see. Regarding the facts, I glanced at Yi Chen and Zhuang Shi and softly asked, Have you contacted the bodyguards? Yi Chen replied, Contact the bodyguards for what? I maintain my patience. To rescue us, of course. You wish to remain here. Is this person foolish? Do they not realize their predicament is perilous? Yi Chen turned to the doctor. Can we leave? The doctor affirmed. Of course. Yi Chen added. You overthinking. Let us go. I have long wanted to see what the basement is like. Outside was brightly lit. Even the garden was illuminated. I wondered, why was it so dark earlier? The doctor explained. There was a power outage. Is that so? How coincidental. The moment we arrived, there was a power outage, and now that we've been discovered, the lights are on. I was deeply skeptical. Could this truly not be a trap? Yi Chen looked around and remarked, The environment here is quite pleasant. The doctor replied, Certainly. Our third hospital's mission is to prioritize the patient's needs and strive for excellence. Yi Chen responded, It is rather nice. By the way, where are the patients? Why is it so quiet? The doctor matter-of-factly stated, They are, of course, sleeping at night. Yi Chen countered. It said that the routines of mental patients differ from those of ordinary people? The doctor replied, We have arrived. It is just inside here. I gazed at the building before me. This was clearly not a dormitory building. The doctor was lying. Inside would not be so quiet. I hoped you would not be frightened. Yi Chen declared, Of course. I won't be scared. By the way, where is the person Lin one has been asking to see? The doctor halted and looked at Yi Chen with caution. I must warn you, Zhang Shun has a rather vile disposition. Do not trust anything he says. Yi Chen looked at me in surprise. I retorted, Zhang Shun appears quite composed. He hardly resembles a mental patient. The doctor remained calm, stating, One cannot judge mental patients by conventional logic, especially those skilled at masquerading. I shrugged and asked, What if he is not a mental patient? The doctor replied, Regarding that question, I would prefer for you to seek the answer yourselves. I gazed directly into the doctor's eyes. His expression was steadfast, devoid of any evasion. Then, shall we enter? Saying this, the doctor pushed open the grand door. This was not a dormitory building. The doctor acknowledged, Indeed not. Are you prepared mentally? I replied somewhat angrily, What I wish to see is not this. It is the basement beneath the dormitory. The doctor responded, I'm sorry, but there is no basement in the dormitory building. You are lying. If there isn't, then where does that staircase lead? What staircase? Do not feign ignorance. You know precisely where I wish to see. We were taken from the dormitory building. Naturally, we should go to the dormitory. Yi Chen interjected, but we were indeed taken from here. I looked at Yi Chen in disbelief. Have you lost your mind? We were clearly taken from the dormitory building. There was no power at that time. No power? Yi Chen's expression became even more peculiar. You must be mistaken. How could there have been no power? I approached and grasped Zhuangshi's arm, asking, what about you? Has your memory faltered as well? Zhuangshi pushed my hand away, saying, I'm sorry, but I believe our memories are intact. The issue lies with you. Me? I pointed at myself, exclaiming, how could that be? You must have been brainwashed. I glared fiercely at the doctor. It must be your doing, right? It has to be you. You don't want us to reveal your secrets, so you took them away to brainwash them, altering their memories. It must be so, the doctor replied. Perhaps, but you need to remain calm. I glared at the doctor, saying, do not attempt anything against me. Yi Chen suggested, let us just go in. I feel the doctor will not harm us. No, this must be his scheme. We cannot enter. You all need to wake up, Zhuangshi retorted. We are quite lucid. It is evident that you are the one who is not. Yi Chen added, indeed, if we were truly brainwashed, wouldn't it be more convenient to change our memories to forget we ever came here? I trust the doctor. I felt a wave of disappointment and fear. If the doctor could easily brainwash them, he could surely do the same to me. The doctor stated, experiencing hallucinations is not frightening. As long as you actively cooperate with treatment, you will recover swiftly. So do you still wish to see the basement? I suggest you first adjust your mindset. Given the circumstances, I gritted my teeth and declared, look, my mindset is perfectly fine. There is no need for adjustment. Yi Chen remarked, do not force yourself. If it is too much, we can always return another time. I am not in a hurry, I scoffed. Not in a hurry, yet you threatened me to come here. So you do remember your purpose. Yi Chen affirmed. Of course, the purpose. Suddenly, his eyes widened. I looked earnestly at the doctor. Is Zhang Shun inside? The doctor answered without hesitation, of course. Very well, I shall take a look and see what lies within. At that moment, Zhuangshi winked at me, and I was momentarily taken aback, poised to say something. When he gestured for silence, could it be that he had not been hypnotized? A flicker of joy crossed my mind. Under his subtle indication, I cast a glance at the doctor and instantly comprehended his meaning. We must not be discovered by him. I restrained my emotions and averted my gaze from Zhuangshi. Before we could ascend to the second floor, I faintly heard some sounds. Sobs, pleas, shouts. It was as if a group of individuals were trapped, desperately yearning to escape yet finding themselves unable to do so. Yes, I stepped onto the last stair. The doctor remarked, Zhang Shun is in the innermost room. Are you certain you wish to proceed? To be honest, had it not been for the quest for truth, I would have preferred not to continue. In the corridor stood an elderly man with grizzled hair, clad in a patientess gown, his hair disheveled, mumbling to himself while casting a peculiar smile in our direction. His grin was unsettling, evoking discomfort at first glance. Behind him stood two nurses, who looked at the doctor with an air of apology. The doctor waved dismissively, instructing, take him back. The nurses quickly assisted the patient, whispering gentle reassurances. The doctor continued, I apologize for the inconvenience. This patient is a bit unruly. I shook my head, refraining from responding. Instead, it was Yi Chen who inquired, is that person not like this too? Naturally, he referred to Zhang Shun. The doctor replied, no. Before Yi Chen could breathe a sigh of relief, the doctor added, it depends on the circumstances. Sometimes he is very quiet, but when agitated, it can be even more. Incidentally, the last time I saw him was precisely during one of his quiet spells. Is that so? I retorted. Zhang Shun exhibited no signs of schizophrenia, thus I found it difficult to believe the doctor's words. The doctor stated, I hope today he will remain calm as well. We then proceeded forward. The rooms on this floor were specially designed, each featuring a large glass window that afforded a clear view of the interior. Indeed, the occupants were all mental health patients, some pressed against the glass, others curled in corners, while a few paced restlessly about the room. Of course, there were also those who sat still. However, their postures, movements, and expressions were anything but normal. The lighting here was bright, yet inexplicably oppressive. The doctor halted, refraining from opening the door, and pointed at the window, saying, he is right there. He may not be able to converse today. The individual inside faced away from the glass. crouched in a corner, his body trembling slightly. Miraculously, I sensed he might be attempting to dig his way out of here. Perhaps I should leave with the doctor. This thought crossed my mind, but in an instant, I dismissed it. Setting aside the feasibility of digging, even if he succeeded, we were on the second floor, and even if he avoided detection, jumping down might not guarantee an escape from the third hospital. He appeared quite tranquil. I glanced at the doctor, who made no objection, calmly tapping the glass with his hand. Suddenly, the figure inside collapsed to the ground as if struck by a powerful blow, only to spring back up, glancing at us before dashing away in a frenzy, laughter transforming into frantic screams. The resemblance to Zhang Shun was unmistakable. However, while I had considered the possibility of the doctor employing an impostor, I was acutely aware of how improbable that was. After all, prior to our arrival, the doctor had been unaware, and even if he had sought an impostor, it would be exceedingly difficult to find someone with such a close resemblance. Nonetheless, I continued to regard the doctor with suspicion. The doctor, somewhat impatiently, remarked, "He has been at the third hospital for quite some time. Yet there are no signs of improvement in his condition. What about his family? Where are they? Do they have no objections?" I inquired. Since he was brought here, it is evident that they were prepared for this. I furrowed my brow and questioned, "Are you implying that his family has no objections? Have they visited? Have they witnessed Zhang Shun during his episodes?" In truth, what I wanted to ask was the address of Zhang Shun's family. I'm afraid I do not have the authority to disclose information about the patient or his family. The doctor replied, "In fact, had you not insisted on seeing him, I would not have even mentioned his condition." I couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. When I came for the interview, they had not mentioned that Zhang Shun was off-limits. The claim that patient confidentiality was the reason was merely a cover-up. The truth was that the patient knew their secrets and they wished to prevent any contact with the outside world. "You have seen the patient. Is there anything else?" the doctor asked. I glanced at Zhuang Shi, who winked at me, and I immediately felt a surge of support. I wished to spend a moment alone with Zhang Shun. "Mr. Lin, what do you mean by this?" the doctor inquired. "It means nothing. I simply wish to see how he behaves during his episodes." The doctor fixed me with a steady gaze and after a prolonged pause, finally responded, "Very well. I will grant you 5 minutes. During this time, no one will disturb you. However, I must ask you not to provoke the patient, and after this, please do not return to the third hospital." "I can agree to your request, provided you adhere to the terms. We will, of course, honor our agreement." He then addressed Yi Chen and Zhuang Shi, saying, "You two, pleased?" Yi Chen shot me an annoyed glare, and Zhuang Shi looked at me, his gaze profound, revealing nothing of his true thoughts. Once they had departed, I tapped on the glass, attempting to draw Zhang Shun's attention. Upon hearing the sound, Zhang Shun seemed even more frightened, racing around the room, his laughter turning into screams. I found myself bewildered. Could he truly be mad? Yet, how could I explain the basement of the dormitory building? If it were indeed an ordinary room, why would the doctor conceal it? I tapped the glass again, looking at Zhang Shun and saying, "It's just the two of us here. You don't know, he was not simply running about." Whether it was my overactive imagination or if Zhang Shun was indeed signaling something to me, I noticed a small red dot flashing on the wall. What could that be? A light? Clearly not. No, it couldn't be dismissed. It resembled a status light. If I was not mistaken, it must be a camera. This place is under surveillance. Regarding memory, I feigned nonchalance, turning my head to look in another direction. Upon further inspection, I discovered several of those tiny red dots scattered throughout the room. This revelation left me somewhat disheartened. Yet it solidified my resolve to uncover the truth. Is it necessary for an ordinary mental hospital to install so many cameras? There are undoubtedly secrets here. The 5-minute mark passed swiftly, and the doctor entered punctually, saying, "Mr. Lin, it is time." I sighed, trailing behind him as we exited. After today, there would be even less reason to return. This thought crossed my mind. I glanced back, feeling a pang of reluctance. Zhang Shun had calmed down, leaning against the glass, his lips moving. The shape of his mouth mirrored that of our previous encounter. He was pleading for help. I could hardly fathom the sorrow of a normal person trapped in a mental institution. I could not bear to imagine what it would be like if I were in his position. Yi Chen and Zhuang Shi awaited me outside. A gust of wind swept by, prompting Yi Chen to draw in his neck and irritably remark, "I don't understand what is so fascinating about a madman. After all this time, You still haven't had enough and needed someone to hurry you along. The doctor interjected. Mr. Lin was merely misled. Now he must see clearly. Correct? I nodded. Indeed. I had seen clearly, very clearly. That's good. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, on freeing yourself from your troubles. I forced a laugh, my lips stretching into a semblance of a smile as I sidestepped, saying, speaking of which, I owe the doctor my gratitude. After I return, I shall certainly present a banner of appreciation. The doctor smiled. Have you forgotten, Mr. Lin? We agreed that you would not return to the third hospital. This is for your own good, in case of any unforeseen circumstances. Would you not agree? Merely delivering a banner, what is there to be concerned about? Rest assured, in a few days, once the banner is completed, I shall personally deliver it in no need. Your lack of provocation towards our patients is the greatest gratitude you can offer. Banners are unnecessary. It is getting late. Allow me to escort you three out. I still wish to say something, but Zhuangshi interjected. Indeed, mental patients cannot tolerate disturbances. We will not be returning. I stared in shock at Zhuangshi, completely unprepared for his statement. Under normal circumstances, should he not be persuading the doctor on my behalf? The secrets here have not been fully uncovered. How could we not return? The doctor declared. Then I shall escort you now. I followed silently, as Zhuangshi had indicated with his eyes that I should say no more. I still felt a twinge of fear towards this man, especially since I had already witnessed his domineering nature before our arrival. Of course, I could report to the authorities for assistance, but the police could not be expected to follow me indefinitely, and besides, I had no evidence. Would the police truly believe me before danger struck? We exited through the main entrance. I had assumed we would walk around to the back for the CARD. To my surprise, the vehicle was right outside. No, to be precise, only I was surprised. Once inside? I asked, do you remember how we got in? Yichin replied, of course we walked in. Are you suggesting we crawled in? At this moment, my only thought was that one should never judge based on first impressions. This child was not charming in the least. Zhuangshi added, are we certain we entered through the front? Yichin responded, of course. If not through the front, where else would we have entered? The back door. Upon entering, I was enveloped in utter darkness, and I could only wonder what your memories might be like. Yichin furrowed his brow and remarked, I believe the one who is unwell here is actually you. I suggest you consult an ophthalmologist, and perhaps a psychiatrist as well. Zhuangshi interjected, no, perhaps. I eagerly looked at him and asked, have you remembered something? Zhuangshi replied, my recollections align with Yichin's, yet when it comes to the finer details, I find them rather nebulous. Something is indeed amiss. Yichin questioned, details? What details? I remember quite clearly that we entered through the front door. There can be no mistake. Zhuangshi tapped Yichin's forehead and said, then do you recall whether we climbed over the gate or if someone opened the door for us? If it was the latter, then who was it? After we entered, where did we go? Why did we part ways with Mr. Lin? Regardless, we cannot deny that the doctor has concealed certain truths from us. I will investigate upon our return. Perhaps I can uncover something. If possible, please look into Zhongshan. I hesitated briefly before continuing. There are numerous surveillance cameras in that building, and I suspect Zhongshan has been imprisoned. Yichin asked, but why hasn't he called for help? I refrained from answering his question and inquired, did you encounter any monsters at the third hospital? Yichin shook his head. No, not then, and it seems they are no longer present now. My emotions were quite complex. Zhongshan had mentioned undergoing a procedure without his consent. So I wondered whether he was still normal. I hoped he was, yet I also wished for some transformation to have occurred within him, as it would lend credence to the veracity of his tale. Hearing Yichin's response, I felt a slight sense of relief, tinged with an inexplicable feeling. Perhaps it was because, even if he sought help, escape would be futile. Yichin rolled his eyes, yet he chose to remain silent. The journey was quiet until we arrived at the entrance of the community, where the car came to a halt. Just as I was about to alight, Yichin suddenly exclaimed, wait a moment. I turned back in confusion. It seems that since I met you, I haven't seen those things again. Zhuangshi asked in surprise, really? Without waiting for Yichin's reply, I dashed out and into the community. Although I did not believe I possessed any extraordinary abilities, it did not hinder others from thinking so, especially since they already harbored such notions. To my delight, there was no commotion outside. Did this mean those two had not arrived? With that thought, I confidently walked into my bedroom. The day had been filled with too many changes, leaving me mentally exhausted, and I soon fell asleep, experiencing a dreamless night. The following day, I was awakened by a cacophony of noise. Groggily stepping out of my bedroom, I was greeted by the familiar faces of Yi Qian and Zhuang Shi. They had indeed come. They were comfortably seated in 2 wicker chairs, observing the bustling activity of people moving about the house. It appeared they were in the process of relocating. Yes, they were indeed moving. The living room no longer contained a single piece of furniture I recognized, replaced instead by an unfamiliar scene. A new door had been added against the neighbor's wall, slightly ajar, revealing lavish decorations within. The style resembled that of my living room's new design. Yi Qian, holding a teacup, cheerfully waved at me, saying, "Good morning." With a stoic expression, I inquired, "Could you explain what is happening here?" Zhuang Shi cast a glance at me and replied, "It's quite evident. This is my home." I exclaimed. Yi Qian, seemingly annoyed, remarked, "It's too noisy." I glared at him, stating, "This is my house. Please leave." Yi Qian calmly sipped his water and replied, "From now on, we are neighbors, and it wouldn't be right for neighbors to quarrel." In a fit of anger, I retreated to my bedroom, retrieved my phone, and was just about to dial when it was snatched away. The phone was tossed to Zhuang Shi, who playfully tossed it in the air and said, "Are you planning to call the police? You are trespassing. Leave now, and I will overlook your actions." Yi Qian shrugged, while Zhuang Shi added, "We mean you no harm. We simply wish to be your neighbors." I pointed at the door on the wall, saying, "Would any neighbor create a door in someone else's wall?" Zhuang Shi replied, "Isn't this a special circumstance?" Taking a deep breath, I stated, "I can overlook the door issue." Zhuang Shi flashed an appreciative look, saying, "You are quite discerning." Yi Qian chimed in happily, "That's the spirit. Neighbors should be magnanimous. It's merely a door, nothing monumental. Besides, we have even renovated it for you. These are trivial matters. With your consent, we can completely refurbish this place." He was referring to my bedroom and study, and I felt my patience waning. Were these two completely unreasonable? Regardless of how poor the renovation might be, it was still my home. How one chooses to decorate their own space is their prerogative. Others cannot simply alter it at will. Just as I was about to explode, Zhuang Shi's words instantly quelled my fury. "Don't you wish to know about Yin Han?" Yin Han? Of course, I did. Not only him, but I was also eager to learn about the child he had with him. Seeing my reaction, Yi Qian handed me a cup of tea and said, "Then we shall be neighbors." Although I was reluctant to see his infuriating face, I accepted the tea from his hand and drank it in one go. Zhuang Shi's bodyguard timely brought over a chair, saying, "Please, have a seat." Once I was seated, Zhuang Shi waved his hand, and the people in the room gradually exited. His expression turning serious, I asked in a low voice, "Is there a problem?" Zhuang Shi did not answer my question directly, instead asking, "Are you prepared mentally?" I nodded. Of course, I had speculated on numerous possibilities. Even if he were to claim that Yin Han was an extraterrestrial, I doubt I would be overly surprised. Yin Han, the eldest son of the Yi family. Lacking the typical ailments of the affluent, he attended an ordinary school and never engaged in anything extraordinary until the trip following his graduation from junior high. My heart tightened, and I focused intently on Zhuang Shi, for I knew the crux was approaching. This was the only rebellious act he had ever committed. With no set route or objective, and without any means of communication, he ultimately ventured into a mountain. Emerging a week later, that time, he was found unconscious and brought to the local police station by a group of hikers. Upon waking, his emotions became unstable, and he began to age rapidly. As for the subsequent events, I assume you are already aware. I was curious if the medical expertise at the third hospital was genuinely that remarkable. Prior to his arrival at the third hospital, he had been treated at dozens of hospitals, yet his condition had not improved in the slightest. No, it was not due to medical skill. Zhang Shun had mentioned that Yin Han was cured by something akin to insects. Yi Qian asked in astonishment, "What was that?" "Don't tell me he was healed by some sort of healing magic." "Not magic, but something close to." Yi Qian, intrigued, queried, "What is it?" I shook my head and replied, "Have you met Yin Han? What is he like? And the child he has, I suggest you meet him." Yi Qian responded, "I mentioned before, since meeting you, I have not encountered those things again." I looked toward Zhuang Shi. "Is there any other information regarding the child accompanying Yin Han?" Zhuang Shi's expression turned peculiar. "What child?" I gestured an approximate height, about this tall, round and chubby. Zhuang Shi replied, "In fact, I have not managed to gather any information about the child you mentioned. I was momentarily taken aback. How could this be possible? That child had been taken out by In Han, even to the supermarket. How could there be no information available? Is it true? Are you certain you have seen that child? Of course, after In Han left, I even spoke with him. How could it be? Zhuang Shi interrupted. I have also discovered the reason he avoids you. What reason? After leaving the third hospital, In Han began living independently. Though he has become somewhat quieter than before, he has matured significantly. His classmates say that he is quite popular among students. This indicates that his condition, whether mental or physical, has indeed improved, perhaps even fully healed. However, it is said that he has been feeling down lately due to being pursued by a perplexing individual who is delusional and constantly claims that he has a child at home. These words were understood in isolation but became incomprehensible in conjunction. Delusional? Always claiming he has a child. How could this be? The child undeniably existed. Yichen waved his hand in front of my face, saying, "Are you dazed?" I looked up at him, bewildered. Yichen scratched his nose and said, "To be honest, I was also taken aback when I heard that I actually sought help from an unstable person. But don't worry. Now that I've chosen you, I won't hold it against you." I twitched my lips, saying, "Well, I truly appreciate your lack of disdain." Yichen replied cheerfully, No problem. I rolled my eyes and continued, "You must be mistaken. If you don't believe me, go see for yourself. In Han most certainly has a child with him." Zhuang Shi remarked, "If an individual is mistaken, and two share the same error. What should we make of a group of 10 or more uttering identical words? 10 or more. What 10 or more? Have you consulted his family? Have you visited his home personally? If not, then all of this is mere illusion." Yichen interjected, "I must admit, I find you somewhat admirable." I gazed at him in silence. Yichen continued, "Your persistence is quite remarkable, and I rather appreciate that. Shall we proceed to take a look?" "What do you say?" "Ah, sure." Zhuang Shi replied, "Very well. Since Ah-chan wishes to see, let us go." His tone was gentle and his gaze soft, sending shivers down my spine. After all, these were two men. Is such intimacy truly appropriate? Yichen teased, "What's wrong? Are you envious?" I retorted earnestly, "No, merely envious and resentful." Yichen huffed in a playful manner. Zhuang Shi ruffled his hair and said, "Let us go see the southern wall." Soon, we arrived at the entrance of In Han's residence. My emotions were in turmoil, not from the fear of discovering something contrary to my expectations, but rather from the internal conflict of whether it was right or wrong to intrude upon him. Regardless of the circumstances, In Han is innocent. Both Zhang Shun and I are the ones disrupting his life. And now, I was leading even more individuals to further intrude upon him. I speculated that he would not wish to see me. Yichen stretched lazily and asked, "Are you afraid?" "No," I rubbed my face and said, "Let us go." Regardless of the situation, we are already here. Even if I wished to turn back now, I doubt they would consent. We entered the residential building, stepped into the familiar elevator, and finally reached the top floor. As I exited the elevator, a cold breeze swept past, causing me to shiver involuntarily. The hallway was poorly lit. And this was the first time I noticed this issue. Although we were on the top floor, the corridor still felt eerie. The other doors were tightly shut, and a thick layer of dust rested on the thresholds. It turned out that In Han was the sole occupant of the top floor. This revelation astonished me. While the building was somewhat aged, the location of the complex was not undesirable, and there were still several residents. Moreover, there had been previous occupants. Where had they gone? Why did they all move away together? Zhuang Shi asked, "What are you looking at? Do you know why the other residents left?" He continued, "Because this place is about to be demolished." "What?" I exclaimed, my eyes widening in shock. "Demolished? What did he mean?" This residential complex was set to be torn down within a month. I was still struggling to process this information. The residents of the top floor had departed due to demolition, yet their belongings remained outside, suggesting they had not moved out hastily, and it appeared that some time had passed since their departure. Could it truly be due to demolition? Zhuang Shi pressed. What else could it be? I tapped my head, realizing I had overlooked such crucial information previously. Yichen added, "Did you not see the enormous sign outside that says demolition? Most of the residents in this building have already moved out." I shook my head, admitting I had not noticed any writing on the walls. However, I felt it necessary to investigate further. I turned towards the elevator and stated, "I will step outside for a moment." Yichen rolled his eyes and said, Do you think we could deceive you? Why not? I thought to myself but refrained from voicing it. Perhaps they had no intention to deceive me, yet that did not guarantee their statements were entirely accurate. As I had learned during my time at the third hospital, memories are not always reliable. I had come to understand this all too well. Once the elevator doors closed, I began to scrutinize my surroundings within the cabin. The buttons were free of dust, indicating that either the elevator was seldom used or someone cleaned it daily. Would there truly be maintenance for a building set for demolition? Doubt began to creep in. When the elevator reached the first floor, I did not rush to exit but instead wandered around the ground level. There were 4 households on this floor, all with doors closed, yet the hallway and doorways appeared quite clean. Contrary to the impression of abandonment, my confusion deepened. Were they truly deceiving me? But why? Had they been brainwashed? Is that the case? Suddenly, I felt something was amiss, and I turned around in shock, exclaiming, "Who is speaking?" A young man in his 20s smiled and replied, "It is I. Who are you?" I asked, on guard. My identity is of little consequence. What truly matters is whether you genuinely believe what those two have told you. No, I admitted, I have begun to doubt it. Otherwise, I would not have come out to verify. Then you are correct. Let me tell you the truth. They are watching you and obstructing your path to the full truth. If you don't believe me, you can return and see. They will certainly claim that Een Han has already moved away, and that the house appears as if no one has lived there for quite some time. Why? Why would they do that? It was they who initially sought information regarding Zhang Shun. The man regarded me with curiosity and said, "You have already deduced the answer, have you not?" I replied coldly. "I do not understand what you are implying. You know, they are coming soon, and you will soon find out that I speak the truth. I will return to seek you out. Before I do, make sure not to be swayed by their words." With that, the man turned and exited the residential building. I intended to follow and inquire further, but suddenly I heard the elevator doors opening. Turning around, I saw Yi Chen and Zhuangshi emerging. Yi Chen asked, "So? Did you see anything?" I was uncertain if it was my imagination, but I felt as though he glanced around nonchalantly before exhaling in relief. "I did see something." Yi Chen pressed, "And then? What are your thoughts? I wish to know why you brought us here." "Why?" I chuckled. I had previously brought them here. Had he forgotten? Yi Chen accused, "You indeed brought us here deliberately. But there is nothing here. I have checked, and your claims about Een Han living here are unfounded." "Just as that man said," I echoed in surprise. "How could this be? I was here a few days ago." "And Een Han was definitely residing here," Yi Chen challenged. "Then go and see for yourself." "I will indeed go," I replied indignantly. Observing his expression closely, I noted that it was quite unnatural, as if feigned. Upon returning to the top floor, I found that the entrance to Een Han's home was indeed covered in dust, suggesting it had not been visited in quite some time. My wariness towards these two intensified. Was this their doing, or were they also victims of some deception? Reflecting on our interactions from the moment we met until now, a sense of guilt began to surface. It seemed that they had changed somewhat since entering the third hospital. It was not merely the separation by the doctors. It truly began from the third hospital. What sort of power does that place hold, capable of subtly transforming individuals? No, a cold sweat broke out on my back. This shift in attitude was indeed peculiar. The third hospital was not right, causing them to change, or perhaps I had already entered the third hospital, allowing them to reveal their true natures without fear. In retrospect, the timing of their appearances was too coincidental. First, there was the probing, then the insistence on meeting. Subsequently, they firmly dragged me to the third hospital. All these changes seemed to stem from my determination to uncover the truth behind Zhang Shun's words. Zhuangshi fixed his gaze on me and inquired, "What is troubling you?" I cleared my throat and said, "I feel a bit cold. Don't you both find this place rather strange?" After saying this, I feigned vigilance, scanning the surroundings. Yi Chen frowned and replied, "Now that you mention it, I do sense an unsettling atmosphere." "Indeed," Zhuangshi nodded, taking Yi Chen's hand. "Let us leave." Yi Chen agreed. "Yes, let us head out." As he walked beside me, he smiled and said, "If you are not afraid, you may stay a bit longer. However, I do not recommend lingering in such a place for too long. It is said that older buildings are particularly prone to hauntings." I smirked, offering a sardonic smile. Hauntings? The idea of someone orchestrating mischief is far more terrifying than mere ghosts. A few seconds later, I turned and dashed into the elevator. Why? Yichen asked. What's wrong? Have you come to a conclusion? I replied. I may have truly misremembered. Perhaps we have indeed gone to the wrong place. Han does not reside here. Or perhaps, as you suggested, my memory has truly faltered. Yichen affirmed, it is commendable to face reality. Han does not live here. Although he has moved out to live independently, given his family's circumstances, he would never reside in such a dilapidated building. He actually lives near the school. Would you like to check it out? I shook my head, feeling fatigued and wishing to return to rest. I could not shake the feeling that after I mentioned my weariness. Both of their expressions exhibited a hint of excitement, a genuine joy that they restrained from fully expressing. What were they so thrilled about? 27 About surveillance. This question did not linger in my mind for long. Upon returning home, I found the place had undergone a complete transformation. The workers had already departed. As I opened the door, I momentarily questioned whether I had entered the wrong house. Zhuang Shi, satisfied, remarked, now you can see. Go ahead and rest. No need to concern yourself with us. I walked straight into the bedroom, and just as I closed the door, someone covered my mouth. A low voice whispered in my ear. If you do not make a sound, I will release you. If you agree, nod. I nodded eagerly. Although he deliberately lowered his voice, I could still recognize the owner of that voice. I had encountered him not long ago. He released his grip, and only then did I turn around. I was not mistaken. This person was indeed someone I had seen in the apartment building where Han resided. What brings you here? He inquired as he sat down beside my bed. I wanted to see if you had fallen victim, he continued. Fallen victim to what? I asked. He did not respond directly, but instead posed a question. Have you noticed anything unusual about those two individuals? I nodded, preparing to inquire further. He went on. Hypnosis can be induced not only through sound and props. Sometimes, specially crafted environments, including certain texts, can subtly influence one's judgment. Texts? I thought I had grasped the crux of the matter. It seems you are not entirely foolish, he remarked. That's so. You mean that Yichen and Zhuang Shi are not individuals sent by the third hospital? I asked, relieved. No one enjoys having a ticking time bomb in their vicinity. Knowing that Yichen and Zhuang Shi were not such threats brought me a measure of comfort. He shook his head with a smile. Your current situation is indeed perilous, but there is no need to be overly paranoid. So, they are not affiliated with the third hospital? I pressed. Not at present, but who can say what the future holds? He replied. Why does the third hospital want to hypnotize me? He shrugged. Who knows? Perhaps they are simply bored. They have countless methods to render you speechless. Maybe they are merely attempting a gentler approach. It because of Zhang Shun. Perhaps it pertains to their secrets. Why? Expression turned serious as I questioned. Who exactly are you? Consider me a person who enjoys helping others. I wish to assist you. What do you think? I lowered my gaze, wondering if I had any choice in the matter. Of course. He replied, moving to the window. I will give you 3 days to ponder. Once you have made up your mind, inform me of your decision. Without waiting for my response, he climbed onto the windowsill and leaped down. I hurried to the window, only to realize that I did not reside on the first floor. This person appeared quite normal, yet I never anticipated him to be so reckless. If he were to injure himself, I would be left with no explanation. There was no one below, nor was there any sign of a broken body. As my gaze drifted further, I saw him waving at me from outside the community gate. From the moment he jumped to the instant I reached the window, no more than a minute had passed. How had he accomplished that? It was evident he had connections to the third hospital. No. He was aware of their affairs. No sane person would behave in such a manner. Watching him vanish from my sight, I returned to my bed and fell back onto it. What on earth was happening? Who could I trust? Who should I believe? I was jolted awake by the sound of a ringing phone. I groggily opened my eyes and recognized the caller's name. I instantly became alert. The call was from Shi Lu. Perhaps I could not confide much in him, but seeing a trustworthy individual was certainly a positive development. Upon answering, I heard Shi Li's jubilant voice. She agreed to be my girlfriend? I was momentarily taken aback, then recalled his earlier proclamation. Isn't she already your girlfriend? Shi Lu laughed heartily. It feels like a dream. She actually said yes. You mentioned before, that was merely my one-sided assumption. Haha. After chatting for quite some time, I ended the call. Having said not a word about my experiences, I could not involve him in this mess. I could not shatter his tranquil life. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone knocking at the door broke through my thoughts. Hey, it's time to eat. Yichen called from the other side. I absent-mindedly touched my stomach, realizing I was indeed hungry. I got out of bed and was taken aback by the sight of the dining table, laden with desserts, except for a steak in front of Wei-chan. Wei-chan scooped a spoonful of cake into his mouth and squinted with delight. "This dessert is fantastic. Come and try some." He said this without glancing at me, engrossed in his cake. Most sweet-toothed individuals are women. It is rare for men to show such interest in sweets. Regrettably, while I did not dislike desserts, I was not particularly fond of them either. Gazing at the array of confections, I felt no desire to partake. "You all go ahead. I'll eat outside." As soon as I uttered these words, both Yi-chan and Zhuang Shi's gazes snapped to me. Zhuang Shi, seemingly unfazed, said, "Perfect. I could use a change of flavor. Care to join?" Although framed as a question, it sounded more like a statement of certainty. Yi-chan set down his fork, affirming, "Count me in. I don't want to eat alone." At that moment, anyone could sense something amiss, especially someone like me, who had long harbored suspicions about them. They did not wish for me to venture out alone. Their so-called neighborly concern was likely a guise for surveillance. "Yes, surveillance, fine, but that you all live in my house now. You can't expect to eat my food too," Zhuang Shi replied. "Consider it mine," I chuckled. That was precisely what I wanted to hear. They had come here to provoke me, and if I did not take advantage of the situation, it would be quite the missed opportunity. Driven by my inner citizen, I purposefully selected the most expensive restaurant nearby. After Yi-chan ordered a plethora of desserts, he leisurely passed the menu to me. I resolutely adhered to the principle of selecting only the priciest items on the menu. While ordering, I scrutinized the expressions of Zhuang Shi and Yi-chan. Unfortunately, their faces remained inscrutable throughout. Well, regardless of anything else, it seemed they truly were not short on cash. After dining, I proposed a solitary stroll. The suggestion was neither fully rejected nor completely accepted. "A walk is fine, but it must be together," they insisted. That I shrugged. I had no intention of sneaking away, so I would follow suit. As I strolled leisurely, my mind raced with thoughts regarding my situation. The unreliability of Yi-chan and Zhuang Shi was an established fact. Yet extricating myself from their presence was evidently no simple task. And what of that young man? Who was he? What did he know? Why did he feel compelled to warn me? Ultimately, what should I do? Should I feign ignorance and pass the time, or should I take the initiative? After much contemplation, my thoughts became increasingly tangled, and my brow furrowed tighter. Hey! A hand suddenly landed on my shoulder, startling me. I turned around, asking, "What is it?" Yi-chan glared at me. "Is that how you address your savior?" "Savior?" I echoed, puzzled. Yi-chan pointed toward the intersection. "Just take a look ahead. Had I not called you, you would have walked straight into danger." Yi-chan was referring to a crossroads where accidents frequently occurred. Upon seeing it, I was taken aback. I had been so absorbed in my thoughts that I had indeed lost track of my surroundings. Zhuang Shi, with a knowing look, remarked, "Some matters need not be understood so clearly." I responded with a sardonic smile. "Is it acceptable not to understand? I might very well lose my life at any moment." In the ensuing days, Yi-chan and Zhuang Shi kept a vigilant watch over me, accompanying me even to the restroom, while initial anger gradually transformed into calm acceptance. After all, there was little point in being upset over such matters. I attempted to engage Zhuang Shi in conversation, hoping to extract some information, but he was astute and consistently rebuffed my attempts. Yi-chan's demeanor remained unchanged, though whether it was genuine or a facade, I could not discern. He spoke frequently, yet I gleaned not a single piece of useful information. Gradually, I abandoned my efforts to converse with them and began to ignore their presence altogether. To be honest, aside from the unconsented renovation of my home, cohabiting with them was not particularly burdensome. At least my standard of living had significantly improved since their arrival. "What? Have you been bought off?" A voice suddenly interrupted my thoughts. I turned to see the young man, asking, "What if I have been? If that is the case, it's not so bad. At most, you sacrifice a bit of freedom. That may be true. My quality of life has certainly improved." I could not tell if he recognized my sarcasm or if he genuinely did not care about the situation. He displayed no signs of displeasure and said amicably, "If that is what you desire, then farewell and good luck." With that, he had already placed one foot on the windowsill, ready to leap. I hastily called out, "Wait, what else do you need?" He asked coldly without looking back. "Why did you choose to warn me?" "Perhaps that I found you agreeable, But that no longer matters. Since you have made your choice, do not dwell on it further. Earlier, I said, if I wanted to uncover the truth, would you assist me? He shook his head, saying, regardless of your choice, I will not interfere. After all, what you do and what you wish to pursue is of no concern to me. Then why did you come to find me? What do you seek to gain? He reached into his pocket and pulled out a crumpled piece of paper, tossing it to me. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. Once again, how you choose is entirely your own affair. I held the paper tightly as I watched him leap out the window. Knock. Yi-Chen knocked on the door, asking, would you like some freshly baked cookies? I stuffed the paper into my pocket and opened the door, replying, sure. Yi-Chen did not leave but stood at the entrance, craning his neck to peer into my room. Although the room was empty, I still wished to keep it concealed. I turned sideways to block his view, asking, aren't you going to leave? Yi-Chen, with a hint of regret in his gaze, retracted his attention and said, I just heard someone speaking and thought you might be hiding someone. As he spoke, he patted my shoulder and added, we are all men. It is perfectly normal to have needs, and there is no need to be sneaky about it. Finding a girlfriend is a significant matter, and since we are neighbors, I can certainly help you out, he continued. If you have a girlfriend, I will assist you as well. As I indulged in the sweet pastries, I sensed something was amiss in the room. It was only when we had nearly finished eating that I realized Zhuang Shi was absent. Where is Zhuang Shi? I inquired. Yi-Chen's eyes flickered momentarily. He is busy. It was evident he was lying. What could possibly separate two individuals who were as inseparable as conjoined twins? I refrained from pressing further. Knowing he would not provide an answer, my silence seemed to unsettle Yi-Chen, who looked at me and asked, why have you stopped asking? I shot him a sidelong glance and replied, will you tell me? Of course, not. I rolled my eyes. Was it foolish to continue inquiring when I knew I would not receive an answer? After our afternoon tea, 2 bodyguards entered from the adjacent room, collecting the plates. I surveyed the surroundings and asked, have you installed surveillance here? Yi-Chen replied, no, as this is my territory. I do not need to monitor my own preferences. I silently scoffed at the prowess of these bodyguards. Whether it was mealtime or a snack break, they always seemed to appear at the most opportune moments. Upon returning to my room, I retrieved a crumpled piece of paper. To be honest, I had my doubts about whether the man had been jesting with me before I unfolded the wrinkled note. Once opened, its value became apparent. It was a map. Specifically, a map of the 3rd Hospital. It indicated the distribution of surveillance cameras and detailed the routines of the doctors and nurses, along with their shift changes. It was clear that this individual was well acquainted with the 3rd Hospital. Suddenly, with a loud bang, my door was kicked open. I hastily concealed the map in my palm and turned to face the entrance. It was Zhuang Shi, looking rather disheveled. The state of disarray conveyed not a lack of cleanliness but a sense of urgency. From the moment I had first encountered him, he had exuded an aura of youthful wisdom and strategic acumen. Yet now, his expression and gaze lacked their usual composure. Breathing heavily, he said, we need to talk. Yi-Chen rushed over, supporting Zhuang Shi's arm, and asked, what happened? Zhuang Shi shrugged off his hand, coldly replying, you will find out soon enough. This was the first time I had seen Zhuang Shi speak to Yi-Chen in such a manner, and oddly enough, Yi-Chen did not retaliate. Instead, his worried expression gradually faded, replaced by a smile as he remarked, so, you discovered it. I was perplexed. What were these two discussing? I was uncertain about the situation, but one thing was clear. They were indeed quarreling, and it seemed quite serious. Previously, they would sit together on the same sofa, almost as if they were two halves of a whole, yet now they were seated apart. Zhuang Shi pointed to the sofa on the right and commanded, sit. As I settled down, Yi-Chen initiated the conversation. How did you find out? Zhuang Shi regarded him with disappointment. You have truly let me down. Yi-Chen replied. It's merely a matter of mutual benefit. There's nothing to be disappointed about. Zhuang Shi retorted. Mutual benefit, indeed. You have opened my eyes. Yi-Chen stood and approached Zhuang Shi from behind, affectionately draping his arm around his neck, saying, you know I had no choice. Zhuang Shi's tone turned icy as he commanded. Let go. Yi-Chen countered. What is the need for that? Isn't this arrangement satisfactory? Let go. Zhuang Shi repeated. I rubbed my arms, feeling a chill in the air. Wasn't Zhuang Shi typically compliant with Yi-Chen? Why had the dynamic shifted so abruptly? Very well. Yi-Chen raised his hands in surrender, saying, as you wish. Zhuang Shi let out a heavy scoff. Unable to contain my curiosity, I asked, "Could you explain what has transpired between you two?" Zhuang Shi inhaled deeply and stated, "He is one of them from the third hospital." I was taken aback, feeling a mix of astonishment and the realization that this was indeed the case. After all, Yi Chen's appearance had been rather fortuitous. I had no connection with him, nor were we classmates. He had been shadowing me solely due to hypnosis. Yi Chen's smile remained unchanged as I inquired, "How did you come to know this?" Because of my instincts warned me that something was amiss, prompting me to delve deeper into the matter, only to inadvertently uncover my own predicament. "What exactly are you?" Zhuang Shi's piercing gaze fixated on Yi Chen. Yi Chen took a seat on the left sofa, tapping his fingers on the armrest as he said, "You are quite astute. More so than I had anticipated. And why interactions with you are indeed at the behest of the third hospital," I interjected. "What about the information Zhang Shun provided?" Yi Chen rubbed his eyes. "Do you think I would deceive you? Moreover, I do find it troubling to see such things that, of course, if I cannot perceive them in your presence, then it is merely superficial." "What, then, is your purpose?" I asked calmly. Yi Chen looked at Zhuang Shi and replied, "Naturally, it is to silence you." Zhuang Shi chuckled, but it was not the gentle laughter he usually reserved for Yi Chen. It was laced with arrogance. "Because I am privy to your secret?" Yi Chen shook his head, expressing regret. "You could have gone about your business unscathed, but alas," Zhuang Shi mocked, "I fear it is not so simple. Killing me would be a trivial matter for you. However, your aim is not merely my life. Rather," Zhuang Shi leaned closer to Yi Chen and whispered a few words. Yi Chen looked at him, surprised. I found this exchange exasperating. They had already torn down the facade, yet they were still playing cryptic games with one another. "Just say it." Suddenly, a loud noise interrupted, a sound that marked the last thing I heard before losing consciousness. "Hey, wake up and get up. Stop lying there pretending to be dead." I sat up, rubbing my sore neck, surveying my surroundings. The opulent decor and familiar furnishings confirmed that I was indeed in my home. But what had transpired? Yi Chen had called me for sweets, Zhuang Shi returned, and then at the argument I in the familiar spot. One seat was empty, while another held a face I recognized. "I asked that you? Where are Yi Chen and Zhuang Shi?" "I do not know." I reached into my pocket, discovering that the crumpled note was no longer there. "It's right here," he said, waving the wrinkled paper in his hand. I sighed in relief. As long as Yi Chen did not discover it, I would be fine. Otherwise, the third hospital would undoubtedly prepare for my intrusion, making it much more difficult for me to gain access later. "Have you read it?" I nodded. "Any thoughts?" I shook my head. Initially, I had been eager to uncover the truth behind the matter. However, after witnessing the rift between Yi Chen and Zhuang Shi, I no longer wished to know. The third hospital was filled with lunatics, and I had no desire to provoke them or draw their attention. "What if I insist that you form an opinion?" "What do you mean by that?" He casually folded the paper and remarked, "It's nothing much. I simply wish for you to go to the third hospital and help me extract someone." "Who?" "Zhang Shun. The one you have been yearning to see. I can inform you of his location and provide ample time, but you merely need to bring him out." "Ample time? How much is enough?" With a swift motion, he tore the folded paper apart. "Sufficient time to ask you all the questions you desire, and after that, I will arrange for your extraction." I laughed derisively. "You claim to know where he is held captive, can provide the time, and have someone to assist me, so?" I locked eyes with him and stated, "If what you say is true, anyone could retrieve him. Why, then, seek me out? And what of Yi Chen and Zhuang Shi?" "Two cumbersome obstacles. What fate do you think awaits them?" His tone dripped with disdain. I lowered my gaze, ensuring there were no traces of blood on the floor before saying, "Tell me who Yi Chen truly is, and I will agree to your terms. Regrettably, you lack the standing to negotiate conditions with me. Then you should seek someone else. I will not comply with your demands. You are testing my patience." "No, I simply refuse to dance to your tune. Whether as a pawn or a discarded piece, I am not inclined to follow the script you have written for me." "Very well." He released his grip, and the scraps of paper slipped from his fingers. He clapped twice and said, "Splendid. I admire your spirit." Afterward, he reached into his pocket, producing a gun aimed squarely at me. "Now, tell me your answer. Will you go? Or will you stay?" "You are insane." "Thank you for the compliment." He disengaged the safety and pressed the trigger. "I will go. I will go." Faced with the threat to my life, Everything else became trivial. My singular thought was to survive. Excellent. He relaxed his grip, declaring, "You will come to appreciate the choice you have made." I wiped the cold sweat from my brow, murmuring, "I hope so." He extended his hand toward me, saying, "Let us enjoy a fruitful collaboration." I grasped his hand, feeling a hard object press against my palm. He smiled at me and said, "The operation will take place tomorrow night. Until then, I will be keeping a close watch on you." I believe I have grasped his intent. Someone is surveilling me, or perhaps I should say us. Subsequently, he shamelessly lingered, deriving amusement from incessantly tormenting me. Serving tea and water may seem trivial, and cooking and washing dishes too. No, that is certainly not trivial. Just after I finished washing the dishes, he demanded I undertake further tasks, discarding food after a mere bite and insisting I prepare something anew. Were it not for that small, hard object nestled in my pocket, I doubt I could have endured this. At last, the household provisions were nearly exhausted. When he once again proposed ribs for dinner, I opened the empty refrigerator. God knows how long I had awaited this moment. Yichen and Zhuang Shi had never lit a fire in the house, yet the refrigerator was brimming with ingredients. Were it not for the knowledge that they were adversaries of that man, I might have suspected them of conspiring against me, so I resolved to venture out and purchase some. Within half an hour, I demanded to see a prepared dish of braised ribs, or else you shall surely perish. Finally liberated, I stifled my elation, fearful of revealing my emotions to the unseen observer. Once outside, uncertain of whether I was being followed, I deliberately chose bustling areas to traverse. After weaving through the crowd for 20 minutes, I arrived at the market, not in pursuit of ribs, but to ensure I had evaded any potential tail. As I approached a stall selling ribs, my sleeve was suddenly tugged. "Are you buying ribs?" "No. Do you consider a purchase? My ribs are exceptionally fresh." Frowning, I turned to see a disheveled individual with a grimy face, and the greasy counter did little to ignite my desire to buy. "Release me. I am not interested. Come in and take a look. I assure you my ribs are excellent." Strangely, his voice struck me as somewhat familiar. Thus, I ceased my resistance and allowed him to draw me into the dark little shop. Once inside, he released his grip. "Are you being followed?" I shook my head and replied, "I am not sure." He scratched his head and said, "Forget it. There's no time for that now. Still, you have the item?" "What item? And who are you?" He looked at me intently and said, "Has it been such a short time since we parted that you no longer recognize me?" I gasped, "Yichen." Yichen replied, "You are as foolish as ever. Why did I have to find someone so dense? How are you here? Aren't you? Where is Zhuang Shi?" He interrupted my queries with irritation, extending his hand. "Why are you so full of questions? Hand over the item." I opened my hands and replied, "I do not know what you seek." He, somewhat exasperated, said, "The map? It's gone." "How could it be gone? Who took it?" I woke up and it was missing. "Can you explain the current situation to me?" Yichen ignored my inquiry, pacing around the room before looking up at me seriously and stating, "I need to go to the third hospital." I sarcastically remarked, "Aren't you already affiliated with the third hospital?" "There are matters you do not comprehend. I am indeed associated with the third hospital, but..." Bang! Have you ever witnessed the gruesome spectacle of a headshot? The sound was not particularly loud, yet a third of the skull was dislodged, followed swiftly by a spray of blood. And now, this scene was playing out before me in stark reality. I was frozen for what felt like an eternity. Gazing at the figures standing nearby, it was Zhuang Shi, who regarded the lifeless body of Yichen with an icy indifference, devoid of any warmth in his gaze. In truth, he was the most terrifying of all. This thought inexplicably took root in my mind. He tossed me a black bag and said, "Change your clothes." Inside the bag were garments. Glancing down at the vivid crimson staining my attire, I felt utterly at a loss. Mere moments ago, he had been a living being, and now he lay like this. And the one who had been so intimately close to him now regarded his corpse as one might regard an insignificant insect. Zhuang Shi urged, "Hurry and change." "How did he?" Zhuang Shi looked at me with unexpected surprise, saying, "I did not anticipate you would care for someone who was constantly devising ways to..." He halted mid-sentence, retrieving a black gun from his pocket, spinning it on his index finger, and added, "If you are inquiring who fired the shot, I believe it was indeed I." I silently placed the bag on the table and approached the sink to wash away the bloodstains from my skin. Everything seemed to have grown impossibly complex. Yichen, who exhibited symptoms akin to Zhang Shun's illness, was indeed connected to the third hospital. Yet there appeared to be some conflict as well. Zhuang Shi, who initially presented as Yi Qin's close friend, was perhaps under his hypnotic influence? Yet, in his current state, if someone were to tell me he was a cold-blooded killer, I would likely concur. And the man who had warned me to be cautious of Yi Qian and Zhuang Shi, he did not seem to have sought me out of his own volition. Someone else must be orchestrating his actions, yet he appeared to have a connection to Yi Qian as well. Once I had changed, Zhuang Shi stated, "Let us go." Where to? The third hospital. For what purpose? Though I knew he might not respond, I could not restrain my curiosity. To retrieve someone. Now I had another clue. Zhuang Shi was also linked to that man. However, if that were the case, then he and Yi Qian ought to be allies. You not understand? No, in due time. You will comprehend. I have already mentioned that some matters should not be scrutinized too closely. Isn't it better to remain somewhat ignorant? Indeed, it is wonderful. Yet, a person's lifetime spans only so many years. If one cannot grasp even those few years, what is the purpose of existence? Are we to wait until death to reflect on how many confounding accounts we failed to unravel? Behind the small shop was a door about half a person's height, since the shop was built at the edge. Exiting led directly to the outside of the market. Zhuang Shi hailed a taxi, but the location he provided was neither the third hospital nor its vicinity, if the market served as the center. We were heading to the opposite side of the third hospital. I refrained from questioning him, as he had instructed me to embrace ignorance. Thus, I resolved to follow his lead without concern, eager to see what they truly intended for me to do. After alighting, I trailed Zhuang Shi for a distance, then boarded another taxi. After a series of more than 10 vehicle changes, we finally arrived at our destination, the third hospital. The gatekeeper at the third hospital was exceedingly diligent. Otherwise, I would not have left empty-handed after several visits. However, upon seeing Zhuang Shi, the guard did not utter a word, simply opening the large gate. I stared at Zhuang Shi in astonishment, bewildered by this turn of events. Zhuang Shi smirked and said, "You will soon understand. Remember my words. Some things should not be scrutinized too closely." I raised my hand to gesture a large cross over my mouth, indicating that I would not inquire further. He appeared somewhat satisfied, a genuine smile flickering across his face. "I asked the item here?" "Item?" I recalled Yi Qian, who had also urged me to produce something. He had mentioned a map, but that map had indeed been torn, and I had retained little of it. Not only could I not pinpoint the surveillance locations from memory, but I could not even sketch out the overall layout. "It is not here." Zhuang Shi narrowed his eyes at me and said, "Lying is unbecoming. It is true. Even if I had the map, it would be of no use. If I had it, I would certainly give it to you. Not the map. Retrieve it quickly. I know the item is on your person." "Not the map." Then, suddenly, I recalled an item. The one the man had secretly slipped into my hand during our handshake. Could that be what Zhuang Shi sought? Yet, could something so minuscule, scarcely the size of a fingernail, hold any significance? "I genuinely do not know what you mean. Perhaps you could describe the item to jog my memory. A chip, a microchip." "Retrieve it quickly. A chip?" I feigned confusion. "Aren't we supposed to be rescuing someone? What need do we have for a chip?" Zhuang Shi drew his gun and pressed it against my head, commanding, "Produce it." "Do not make me repeat myself." I held out the chip and asked, "Is this what you seek?" "Yes." "Quickly hand it over." Zhuang Shi's face betrayed a hint of delight. Clutching the tiny black rectangle, I asked, "What would happen if I were to discard this?" A flicker of fear crossed Zhuang Shi's face as he sharply replied, "Trust me, utter one more word, and you shall share Yi Qian's fate. If I were an ordinary person, perhaps I would indeed fear him, but I am a student of psychology, and that fleeting emotion of terror was not lost on me. Since I was destined to die, why should I facilitate your desires?" Zhuang Shi glared at me, breathing heavily, yet soon regained his composure, retracting his gun and saying, "Indeed, you are not easily deceived. You are quite perceptive." I surveyed my surroundings and asked, "Are you not concerned about being seen?" "Not at present." His words implied perhaps he would be in the future. And what would this future entail? I first thought of the chip. What purpose did it serve? It masks unnecessary scrutiny. I did not feel a sense of surprise. Rather, I was struck by the thought that such advanced technology has already been produced. What, then, remains impossible with the advent of cloaking devices? What could possibly follow? Wall phasing abilities. If such technology were to become widespread, would the world not descend into chaos? When I speak of shielding unnecessary gazes, I do not imply invisibility. A person's sight can still perceive. It is merely certain mechanical devices that are obscured, leaving no trace. So, is this merely a shield? Indeed, to be precise, it is an imperfect shield. My enthusiasm waned. It is true that greater hopes often lead to greater disappointments. Had I not associated wall phasing with the specter of global conflict, I might have regarded the shield as somewhat acceptable. Can I have it now? Of course, I elongated my tone. No, oh, you think I am a fool? After being deceived so many times, how could I still naively trust another's one-sided claims? The shield may have its merits, yet it undoubtedly harbors other applications. He may not have deceived me, but he certainly concealed something. It seems futile. Even surveillance devices, which I have seen on maps, would not hinder my escape. Very well. Zhuangshi raised his hand and said, I concede I will divulge everything you wish to know. But after I have answered all your questions, you must hand over the chip to me. Agreed, I readily acquiesced, for the item was in my possession, and whether I choose to relinquish it or not would ultimately depend on my discretion. How can I ensure you will surrender the item? I replied with a smile. You may not trust me. In that case, we can forego this question and answer session. Zhuangshi countered, No, go ahead and ask. I believe you. I grasped the chip and said, First, tell me what this item is truly for. Zhuangshi responded. It serves as a form of identification. With the chip, the system will not trigger an alarm. And without it? If the system detects you, it is tantamount to being discovered by a person. The Third Institute possesses many methods to ensure you will never reveal its secrets. Excellent, I am quite satisfied. I extended my finger and said, Next, you need only answer 3 questions. First, who exactly are you? Second, what is your true purpose for coming to the Third Institute? Third, what makes Zhangshun so special? Zhuangshi frowned, contemplating for a moment before saying, My name is indeed Zhuangshi. I came to the Third Institute to rescue Zhangshun.as for his uniqueness. Perhaps it is his ability to perceive things differently. It seems you lack sincerity. I made a gesture as if to throw it away, and he hastily exclaimed, No, no, please don't. I regarded him with a half-smile. Can you now speak the truth? Yes, go ahead. I will. Bang. Zhuangshi struck me squarely in the face, and before I could react, he seized my arm and snatched the chip from my grasp. Such dangerous items are not for you to toy with. Now, behave yourself, or I will ensure you deeply regret your recent actions. I touched the blood at the corner of my mouth and said, Is that all? This hardly seems characteristic of you. From the initial threats to his decisive actions, I understood him all too well. Zhuangshi was nothing short of a petty person. Your subsequent behavior will determine my judgment. Should you fail to satisfy me, consider the consequences you may face. When an individual's fear reaches its zenith, they become fearless. I believe I have reached such a state. Life and death have ceased to concern me, and the only desire I harbor is to disrupt everyone's plans. I felt ensnared in a web. Whether it was my initial fascination with the mentally ill or my later decision to interview at the Third Institute, it all seemed orchestrated by others. Initially, I was indeed intrigued by Zhangshun, but that interest had gradually waned at this moment. A girl reignited my curiosity, followed by a reader named Yiqian who exhibited similar symptoms. It was as if an unseen hand had arranged everything, merely awaiting my entrance as the protagonist. Regardless of whether they were true monsters or merely the mentally ill, I was unconcerned. My sole aim was to thwart Zhuangshi at every turn. He wished to save lives, and I would, against all odds, impede his efforts. What are you thinking? Zhuangshi abruptly inquired. Nothing, nothing at all. He gazed deeply into my eyes and warned. I hope you harbor no ulterior motives. Otherwise, you will undoubtedly meet a most dreadful fate. At worst, it is merely death. I thought disdainfully as twilight descended. The courtyard lay in eerie silence. There were neither doctors nor nurses, nor even a single patient in sight. Allowing us to reach the dormitory without incident, I cast a disheartened glance around. Truly, no one was present, rendering any intent to expose us futile. Zhuangshi pushed open the door and commanded, Follow me. Oh, I exclaimed, feigning enthusiasm. Zhuangshi smacked the back of my head and retorted, What are you shouting for? Do you wish to draw attention? I intend to make you known. Alas, that desire would remain unfulfilled. Upon reaching a low door, Zhuangshi halted and instructed. You push the door, and I pointed to myself, questioning. Why me? Zhuangshi replied. Spare me the chatter and hurry. Cautiously, I approached the wooden door, extending my hand with utmost care. With a shielded chip, it would not be surprising if there were some anti-theft mechanism on the door. After placing it against the door, I shut my eyes, anticipating the expected agony. Instead, with an eerie creak, the door swung open. Zhuangshi nudged me forward from behind. The room was empty, save for a staircase leading downward, just as Zhang Shun had described. But what had transpired in the previous building? Zhuangshi instructed. The first room on the third floor below. Descend and bring him back, and you? I shall remain above for you. Be swift, the quicker, the better. Excellent. It seemed his time was indeed limited. Thus, I would see how I could stretch mine. Very well, I shall descend. Zhuangshi waved his hand dismissively. Hurry along. After a few steps down the staircase, I paused once more to inquire. I want to encounter any doctors. Will I? Zhuangshi replied. There are no personnel from the Third Institute inside. Now, move quickly, fine. After a few more steps, I asked, are you truly certain? What if they suddenly return? Zhuangshi produced a handgun and fired a shot at my feet, demanding, will you go or not? I shall go, no time to waste now, but I could certainly delay once I was below. I leisurely pushed open the first room's door, revealing a girl of about 5 or 6 years old. Upon hearing the door creak open, she glared at me in anger. I approached, wishing to comfort her by stroking her hair, but something invisible seemed to impede my advance. I halted and spoke to the girl. Hello? I am neither a doctor nor a nurse. Would you like to leave? I can set you free. However, I can only untie the ropes. Whether you can escape is entirely up to you if you agree. Blink once. If not, blink twice. She swiftly blinked once and gazed at me with expectation. Regardless of whether the child was mentally ill, this treatment was excessive. My foremost duty was to free her. Accordingly, I released the girl. She cautiously retreated to the door, casting a glance back at me. I waved goodbye, wishing her luck. Next was the second room, which stood empty. In the third, fourth, and finally the fifth room, I encountered a person, a frail, elderly man whose spirit remained intact. Before I could release him, he had the audacity to joke with me. Young man, do you wish to sample my meat? Although the jest was somewhat macabre, at least the aging man was attempting humor. And I obliged with a weak chuckle. Just as I was about to locate the third individual, Zhuangshi approached with an icy demeanor. I was acutely aware of the impropriety of my actions and waved my hand dismissively. Yet he maintained his impassive expression, prompting me to awkwardly ask, what brings you here as well? I finished clearing out a couple of nuisances. I wanted to see how your search was progressing. Nuisances? The girl and the elderly man. I lunged forward, seizing Zhuangshi by the collar. What have you done to them? Zhuangshi coldly regarded my grip and replied, that depends on what you are truly doing. I sensed that if I did not loosen my hold, his cold blade might sever my hand. Releasing him, I surveyed my surroundings and said, I am searching for the staircase leading downward. Zhuangshi queried, are you certain it is not to waste time? Certainly not. Very well, I shall grant you 20 minutes. If by that time you have not brought Zhang Shun out, then all present here shall meet their maker. So what connection do all these people have to me? Naturally, I could only voice that complaint internally. Otherwise, uttering it might provoke Zhuangshi's wrath, leading to dire consequences. Zhuangshi escorted me to the staircase leading to the second underground level, explaining the route from the second to the third floor before departing. Though I disregarded his threats, I did not squander any time, for I was eager to uncover the identity assigned to me by the orchestrator of these events. Every layer possesses subtle distinctions, particularly upon reaching the third underground level. This place resembles an expansive laboratory filled with numerous transparent glass tubes. Some contain individuals, while others remain vacant. Zhang Shun is situated within the second glass tube. I surmise that Zhuangshi has never ventured to the third underground level, for otherwise, he would not claim that Zhang Shun occupies the second room. It is clearly not a room, but rather a petri dish. Zhang Shun sits quietly in the glass tube, cradling his knees, his head nestled within his arms. I reach out and tap on the glass tube, yet he remains unresponsive. After several firm knocks, he finally lifts his gaze towards me. I inquire, do you remember me? I'm here to take you out. He does not respond, instead fixating on a singular direction. Following his gaze, I see nothing but emptiness. Oh, you know how to open this? The glass tube is a solid entity, devoid of any seams, thus shattering my plans to silently unlock the door and extract him. Zhang Shun's lips move, uttering, "Go quickly, go." Judging by his lip movements, it seems he is imploring me to leave. I wish I could, but alas, once I manage to open the door, I will take you with me. After a moment, Zhang Shun appears to comprehend that I cannot depart alone. He then rises and points towards a specific direction. He indicates the innermost part of the glass tube. What lies within? A person? Or perhaps a key? Can we unlock the glass tube from there? Zhang Shun shakes his head, uttering a few words. It is then that I realize he is not incapable of speech, but rather understands that no matter how much he says, it would be futile, for through the glass tube, no sound can penetrate. Zhang Shun continues to gesture towards that direction. Very well, I say, I will go investigate. If that proves unfruitful, we shall devise another plan. Indeed, there exists a room deep inside, filled with numerous incomprehensible objects, akin to the control panels of a spaceship depicted in science fiction films, of course. This is merely a metaphor, not to imply that this place is a spacecraft. The buttons are difficult to locate, as there are hundreds of them. Ultimately, I choose one that catches my eye and press it. I cannot be blamed for my recklessness, given the multitude of buttons present. Moreover, even if I were to find Zhang Shun, he may not know which button to press, especially considering he is currently confined within. Upon exiting, I realize I have made the correct choice. Nearly all the glass tubes have opened, and naturally, Zhang Shun emerges. He looks at me sincerely and says, "Thank you." I wave my hand dismissively, replying, "No need for thanks. Such words are hollow. If you truly wish to express gratitude, finish recounting the story you began." Zhang Shun chuckles softly. "All right, let us find a place where I can share the experiences I left unfinished." I place my hand on his shoulder and say, "I appreciate straightforwardness. Just speak your mind. What is the point of secrecy? It serves no purpose." We return to the second underground level and casually enter a room. I sit on the bed, looking at Zhang Shun. "Could you first speak of your uniqueness?" Zhang Shun replies, "Uniqueness? Many have requested that I take you out. I wish to know what draws them to you." Zhang Shun lowers his eyelids, deep in thought. Aside from perceiving those peculiar entities, I have not engaged in any extraordinary conduct throughout my life. I shake my head. That is not correct. Others are also capable of seeing those things. "But what else do you discover?" Zhang Shun responds, "Nothing else. Really, did I wish to know who is seeking me? I am unfamiliar with them. In fact, I cannot even ascertain whether they can be trusted. They have instructed me to bring you to them. Once I accomplish that, my task will be complete. As for what follows, you may proceed as you wish." Zhang Shun ponders for a moment. "We are quite alike. Not in appearance, but in our essence. I believe this is why they wish for you to bring me out." I question, "What if it were not me?" Zhang Shun smiles. "Then I would choose to remain inside." "Why, Edie? Do you not feel like a lab rat? Confined, with every aspect of your life laid bare before those who observe you. Is this experience truly enjoyable? In any case, what would you like to know?" "I wish to uncover the secrets hidden within the Third Institute." Zhang Shun's expression falters. "To be honest, I do not wish to address this matter. Knowing too much can sometimes be detrimental. Then, perhaps offer a simple hint." Zhang Shun replies, "You have already seen. I believe you have deduced much of it. So, concerning those entities, do they truly exist?" Zhang Shun gestures towards his eyes. "It could be that something is awry here, or perhaps within here." His hand moves from his eyes to his brain. I nearly chuckle. Is this the truth I have been pondering? Even the individual involved is oblivious to the reality of the matter? Zhang Shun remains unfazed by my peculiar expression and continues, "In fact, it was I who requested to meet you." I gaze at him in astonishment. I am utterly certain that our encounter at the Third Institute was our first meeting. "So what does this request mean?" "I anticipated your arrival, hence I requested to meet you." He disregards my disbelief and continues, "I am uncertain of what has befallen me, yet those here consider me a madman. And I do not trust them either. I require someone to help me analyze the situation. And you are that observer. I have a premonition that you would arrive one day. Do not inquire if this is a prophecy, nor if I can foresee other events. Trust me, it is merely an abrupt sensation. I sensed your presence and knew you would seek me. I ask that not wondrous?" I nod. "Indeed, it is quite remarkable, should all he claims be true." "You do not believe me, do you?" I calmly respond. "Perhaps you should divulge everything, allowing me to determine its authenticity." Zhang Shun remarks, "You are astute. Just as I envisioned, I long to escape this place, yet I am ambivalent. Thus, I require assistance, and you are the one I found who can aid me. Will you help me? Regarding truth and deception, I rubbed my brow and stated, I will certainly help you escape, but as for the individual outside, I cannot ascertain whether they are benevolent or malevolent. If you wish to leave, you may do so without my assistance. No, I require your help. Only when you step outside can I do the same. This statement seems laden with some profound truth. Yet, no matter how I ponder it, I cannot grasp its meaning, ultimately conceding to confusion. After a brief moment of pacing and agitation around the room, I declare, let us leave for now. As for the other matters, we shall uncover the truth when it surfaces. Zhang Shun replies, some things do not need to be scrutinized too closely. Overthinking will not benefit you. I have heard this sentiment more than once. I regard him and ask, can you be trusted? Zhang Shun replies, of course. Then, I inquire, what are our chances of escaping? Given Zhuang Shi's capabilities, even if the two of us joined forces, we would not stand a chance against him. Escaping from him would be exceedingly difficult. However, I wish to attempt it. I do not know. Zhang Shun shakes his head. I am unaware of the individuals outside. You are very honest. This straightforward answer pleases me immensely. If he had offered a more cunning response, suggesting that we would only know by trying, or that as long as we unite, there is nothing we cannot achieve, I would have seriously considered the possibility of returning him to confinement. After all, what I require now is someone I can trust completely, a partner with whom I can lower my guard. Escaping is merely a fleeting thought. Given that even my home has been invaded by Zhuang Shi, where could I possibly hide? And then I could return to a normal life. I have come to terms with it. It is merely seeing a bit more than others, nothing extraordinary. As long as I do not speak of it, no one will be the wiser, right? Sometimes, people can be far more terrifying than monsters. At least monsters only frighten, while people, I now wish to distance myself from all this chaos. This sentiment resonates with me, but is it truly possible? Will the figure behind the scenes allow me to escape? I sigh, let us go. We will head outside. Zhang Shun advises, do not dwell too much on it. Everything will eventually pass. One must look forward. I halt in my tracks, and Zhang Shun asks, what is it? I turn to him, scrutinizing, you are a fabrication, are you not? Zhang Shun clears his throat, why would you think that? You are a fabrication. Ha ha. Zhang Shun's smile stiffens, what a jest. You are a fabrication, he sighs. How did you come to that conclusion? I reply softly, I actually had no suspicion until I uttered those words. I simply did not expect that an inadvertent remark would unveil such a staggering truth. If this Zhang Shun is a counterfeit, then where is the genuine Zhang Shun? Furthermore, was the person I previously saw truly Zhang Shun, or could it be that someone else was masquerading as him? Zhang Shun has long since departed. In fact, the second time you encountered him, it was me. I took a step back and inquired, are you from the third hospital? No, he replied, tousling his hair. I am on your side. I have hidden Zhang Shun. Where is he? I asked, my gaze fixed on him, scrutinizing every fleeting expression. He smugly replied, in a place that is absolutely secure. I want to see him. No, not right now. Why not? He turned his face away, saying, could you please stop looking at me like that? I can't answer it. I shifted my gaze and said, you may respond now. When the time comes to see him, I will naturally take you there. What you need to do now is to patiently wait without haste. And what about you? Who exactly are you? Why are you masquerading as Zhang Shun? I said disdainfully. Stop with the we're on the same side nonsense. We are all adults here. There's no need for such meaningless chatter, but I truly am on your side. You must believe me, then prove your sincerity. I want Zhang Shun's address. That I cannot disclose. Then there's nothing more to discuss. With that, I continued forward. Before I reached the first floor, I encountered Zhuang Shi. He glanced quickly at the imposter Zhang Shun and said, hurry, there's no time. After that, I followed Zhuang Shi as we ran. We didn't stop until we reached the back door, where Zhuang Shi finally halted. I stood there, hands on my hips, panting, while the imposter Zhang Shun, unlike me, appeared unfazed after such a long run. The imposter Zhang Shun leaned in and said, you really need to work on your fitness. This body won't suffice. I glared at him, retorting, suffice for what? Don't you know a man shouldn't say he can't? The imposter Zhang Shun disdainfully remarked, with your state, running away becomes a burden. Hey, let us save the conversation for outside. Come quickly. Only then did I realize Zhuang Shi had already climbed out and was waiting outside. Having climbed over once before, I wasted little time this time and followed suit. While I still lagged behind Zhuang Shi, my performance was commendable compared to before. To my surprise, the imposter Zhang Shun also climbed out swiftly, instantly deflating my momentary pride. Beep beeped, a black car stopped next to us, its window slowly rolling down to reveal a familiar face. He waved at Zhang Shun, saying, "Long time no see." The imposter Zhang Shun merely shot him a glare, remaining silent. The man, unfazed, cheerfully said, "Get in? It's time for us to leave." Zhuang Shi's actions indicated he was quite familiar with this individual, as he promptly entered the vehicle as soon as the man finished speaking. Once inside, the man pressed the gas pedal, and the car surged forward with a speed that rivaled a racing car. This journey made me realize the stark contrast between appearance and character. The seemingly ordinary young man drove recklessly, treating the sedan like a race car and the road like a racetrack. Although we encountered no accidents along the way, the experience was terrifying. After the car stopped, I flung open the door and bent over to vomit. When I regained my composure and returned to the group, I sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Perhaps my abrupt entrance had shattered the silence, as Zhuang Shi remarked, "What's wrong? Still not giving up?" The imposter Zhang Shun scoffed, "I don't know what you're talking about." I looked at the young man, perplexed. What had transpired in just a few minutes to make me feel as though I had missed an entire universe? Whether it was true or not was evident. "Shall we go take a look?" The imposter Zhang Shun gritted his teeth, asking, "What do you mean by that?" Zhuang Shi replied, "Stop pretending. We've known all along." "Known what?" I asked, glancing between the three of them. The young man pointed at the imposter Zhang Shun, declaring, "He's a fake. You've been deceived, so that was it." I turned to glance back at the half-finished building. Had they just suggested we go in? This meant Zhang Shun was likely hidden inside that derelict structure. Reflecting on the imposter Zhang Shun's earlier words about hiding him in an absolutely secure place, it made sense that he would be in the most dangerous location, as no one would suspect a concealed hideout in a previously exposed base. "How did you realize he was a fake?" "At least, I couldn't tell, and if I remember correctly, this should be Zhuang Shi's second encounter with Zhang Shun. The first being with another imposter." The young man leaned back in his chair, stating, "No need for theatrics. You've already exposed yourself." The real Zhang Shun wouldn't greet me with that attitude. The imposter Zhang Shun looked at him and asked, "You are the Prophet?" The young man nodded with a smile. The name Prophet was not unfamiliar to me. From the beginning to the end of Zhang Shun's stories, this individual had been a constant presence. I had previously analyzed this character, believing he was a figment of Zhang Shun's imagination, a personality aiding him in decision-making. I never expected him to be real. "Do you possess the gift of foresight?" The Prophet shook his head, replying, "Not at all." In Zhang Shun's accounts, this figure was omniscient and omnipotent. However, from my interactions with him, he did indeed seem to know many things. Whether this knowledge stemmed from predictions or inquiries remained unknown. "Now, I shall go meet my old friend," the Prophet declared, striding confidently into the dilapidated building. I followed, observing as he adeptly entered an unfinished room and descended to the basement. The imposter Zhang Shun, with reddened eyes, lamented, "It's all my fault. I couldn't help him." "You cannot blame yourself. The fault lies solely with that cunning prophet. He is like a 1,000-year-old fox," I replied. The prophet indeed exuded the aura of a fox, sly and cunning. Clatter, clatter. The sound of footsteps ascending the staircase caught my attention. When the individuals below appeared, I was momentarily stunned. They looked strikingly similar. Zhang Shun and the imposter. No, it should be said that the imposter resembled Zhang Shun exactly. Standing side by side, they were like reflections in a mirror. Zhang Shun extended a hand towards me, saying, "Hello." I grasped his hand, exclaiming, "You look just alike, as if sculpted from the same mold." Zhang Shun expressed relief, saying, "I think so too. He seems like a gift from heaven." "Heaven? No, I believe you are mistaken. The person you should truly thank is me." The prophet emerged from the basement, saying, "There's no need for excessive gratitude. You only need to cooperate with me." Zhang Shun glared at the prophet, demanding, "What else do you want?" The prophet did not respond but directly asked him, "So, will you come with me?" For a long moment, I thought Zhang Shun would decline, but then he stepped forward toward the prophet. The prophet smiled, saying, "Good boy, obedient as ever. Now then, Let us depart. It was only when Zhang Shun settled into the prophet's car and vanished from my sight that I regained my senses. What on earth had just transpired? They had given me chips and maps, instructing me to bring people out. It was one thing to bring out an imposter, but why did they want me to bring someone out when they knew he was a fake? A group of individuals with questionable intellect. Before I could finish my complaints, I heard the sound of sirens. In this desolate area, was someone committing a crime? Could it be a fleeing criminal? Before I could ponder further, a group of armed police officers rushed toward me, shouting, "Put your hands up!" I stood there, dazed, complying with their orders. Two officers approached, grabbing my arms and escorting me toward the police yard. In the distance, I vaguely heard one officer on the phone saying, "We've found the mental patient, Lin Wen." 32 About temptation. The police car came to a halt, and I was well acquainted with the destination. Having just come from there not long ago, it was the third hospital. Suddenly, I recalled hearing something before getting into the car about finding the mental patient, Lin Wen. A mental patient? Me? How could that be possible? This had to be a conspiracy by the third hospital. Because I had taken Zhang Shun, they sought vengeance against me. I longed to tell the nearby officers that this was untrue, that I was not a mental patient. Yet, I knew it would be futile. I remembered a topic I had once read about. When a sane person is mistaken for a mental patient, how can they prove their sanity? First, it is inadvisable to passionately assert one's sanity. Secondly, attempting to escape is equally unwise. The sole outcome of such actions would be to tighten their supervision. Should I obediently comply? Perhaps this method would work in that hypothetical scenario. However, my situation was different. This approach would only lead the police to perceive me as calm and harmless, not assisting me in escaping my peril. After all, it was the doctors who were behind my entrapment. Get out? The cold command interrupted my thoughts. I instinctively shrank back against the seat, saying, "Shouldn't we be going to the police station?" This isn't the police station. A hand opened the door beside me, and a middle-aged man in police uniform said, "Get out. This is the police station." No, I shook my head, insisting, "This is the third hospital. I don't know what the doctors told you, but I assure you I am completely sane. If you don't believe me, you can have someone else assess my condition." "All right, I understand. Please exit the vehicle." The middle-aged police officer extended his hand towards me. Hesitating momentarily, I grasped his hand and stepped out. Outside the car, at the entrance of the third hospital, stood a doctor accompanied by several nurses, all wearing beaming smiles. The doctor approached me, expressing heartfelt gratitude to the middle-aged officer, saying, "Thank you so much. Please hand him over to me." The officer replied, "It's no trouble at all. Serving the people is our duty." Subsequently, two nurses came forward, one to my left and the other to my right. Assisting me, I quickly turned my gaze towards the middle-aged officer, insisting, "I need to be assessed. I must prove I am sane." The doctor, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "You must have caused quite a bit of trouble on the way." The officer responded, "Not really." He was rather quiet. After that, I lost track of their conversation as I was whisked away by the nurses. That moment, I finally felt the despair that Zhang Shun had experienced. My mind was clear, yet I could not articulate my thoughts. Even if I did, who would believe me? Just like now, I was acutely aware that the doctor had wronged me, yet every officer considered me to be mentally unstable. No matter how normal I appeared, I remained a mental patient in their eyes. I was taken to a hospital room, where the nurses finally released their grip. I made no attempt to resist, as I had come to understand that my current role was that of a psychiatric patient. Resistance equated to an episode. How would a psychiatric hospital treat a patient having an episode? With electric shocks or tranquilizers? Regardless of the method, I had no desire to experience either. The nurses observed my calm demeanor and refrained from taking further action. As they reached the door, an older nurse advised, "You should refrain from causing any disturbances. It won't benefit you in any way." Disturbances? I let out a sardonic chuckle. How could it be considered a disturbance? Here I was, a normal person, suddenly confined to a mental hospital. Was I not entitled to express my discontent? The next sound I heard was the door closing and locking. I was truly confined. I felt as if I had been forgotten. Aside from the nurses who delivered meals 3 times a day, I had not seen another soul. The nurses who brought my meals were strangers, with different faces almost every day. They never engaged me in conversation, merely placing the food down and leaving. I began to question the doctor's intentions. Why had he chosen to keep me here? Was it truly because I had taken away the imposter Zhang Shun? A week swiftly passed, during which I had not stepped outside. The door remained locked except during meal times. Click. Once again, it was time to eat. I stared intently at the door. This time, it was not a nurse who entered, but the doctor. With a smile, he inquired, "How are you feeling today?" I had no desire to engage in idle chit-chat. I directly asked, "What do you want?" "Relax. What you need most right now is to unwind. Don't be agitated. We can discuss things slowly." His demeanor and expression resembled that of a competent and amiable doctor. Had I not been aware of the multitude of secrets concealed behind his smile, I might have chosen to trust him. Alas, I had seen through him. No matter how he disguised himself, I would not be deceived. Was it because I had rescued Zhang Shun? The doctor did not respond to my inquiry. Instead, he asked, "Would you like to undergo a minor procedure?" My eyes widened in alarm. Surgery. The very surgery that Zhang Shun had once undergone. No, I am not a mental patient, nor am I a patient of the third hospital. You have no right to operate on me. The doctor enticingly questioned, "Do you not wish to know what truly happened to Zhang Shun?" Zhang Shun had undergone that surgery. Perhaps Yin Han had too. And it seemed Zhang Shun had noticed something different about Yin Han after the operation. I gasped. How had I overlooked this small detail? Perhaps from the very beginning, I should not have sought out Yin Han. The doctor continued, "It's just a minor procedure. There's no need to be afraid. You'll awaken, and everything will be fine." No. There are many ways to uncover secrets. I have no need to gamble with my life. I certainly would not entrust my safety to someone I could not trust. The doctor replied, "I am not in a hurry for answers. You may take your time to think. How about this? I will give you 3 days, and after that, I will come to see you. 3 days? That felt like 3 years. I would never agree." That was my initial thought. However, 2 days later, my perspective shifted. If I could leave, what did it matter if my body changed slightly? After all, such changes would likely go unnoticed by the average person. Wouldn't they? On the 3rd day, when the nurse arrived, I hoarsely asked, If I agree, will you let me leave?" The nurse's face lit up with joy. Evidently, she was aware of the situation. She replied, "Of course." I looked at her and calmly stated, "Is your guarantee reliable? I want to see the doctor." The nurse assured me, "Absolutely, I can assure you of that. You can see the doctor. I'll go fetch him right now." Whether it was an oversight from leaving in haste or a test of my resolve, the door remained ajar. However, that was unimportant, as I had no intention of escaping. I was brought here by the police. Where else could I go? Rather than cower in fear, I would prefer to observe what they intended to do. The doctor must have had a busy schedule, as he did not return until I had finished my breakfast. Following my usual routine, I paced the room. "Why not go for a walk?" I was asked. Without turning around, I directly inquired, "If I agree, can the confinement be ended?" "Confinement?" The doctor responded in surprise. "Why would you think that?" "If you wish, you can leave any time. The third hospital's management of patients is quite humane." Had the door not been locked, I might have actually believed him. Setting that question aside, I pressed on regarding the surgery. "Are you certain that undergoing surgery would lead to my release?" "That depends on you," the doctor replied, gazing into my eyes. "When you leave is something you must ponder. Think carefully about how you arrived here and why you cannot leave. Once you understand, you can depart at any time." "How did I arrive? Was it not due to your entrapment? Why could I not leave?" "The door was locked, hence I could not leave. Moreover, without the chip on my person, even if I did escape, I would soon be captured by surveillance cameras," I stated firmly. "Are you implying that even if I comply and undergo the surgery, I still cannot leave?" The doctor reiterated. "I maintain my earlier stance. Whether you can leave depends on you. I cannot dictate that. You will undergo the surgery in a week. Before that, I hope you can reflect deeply." What did he mean by that? Was he attempting to recruit me, or did I shook my head, deciding to reassess from the beginning? What was the root of this situation? Clearly, it was Zhang Shun. How did I come to meet Zhang Shun? If Zhang Shun were so vital to the third hospital, they should not have allowed me to meet him so easily. Was Zhang Shun not important? The answer was clearly negative. If he were unimportant, why would he be confined on the underground 3rd floor? If he were important, why had I been granted such easy access to him? A sudden realization dawned upon me. Could there be a traitor? The third hospital was not a monolith. Someone had intentionally allowed me to meet Zhang Shun, and the doctor was on the opposing side. Therefore, the doctor's intentions were evident. He was presenting me with a choice. A choice of allegiance. If I agreed to side with the doctor, could we reach a compromise regarding the surgery? I excitedly moved towards the door, eager to inform the doctor of my decision. Click, click. The door refused to budge. Clearly locked, a bucket of cold water doused my excitement in an instant. Perhaps matters were not as simple as I had imagined. Even if I declared my position, would the doctor truly believe me? Conversely, after declaring my stance, those on the other side might label me as allied with the doctor. Was this truly the situation I desired? I placed a hand on my head. No, I could not proceed like this. The doctor was at least visible, while I had no idea who the others were. Those lurking in the shadows were far more terrifying than those in plain sight. I continued to pace in the room, my head throbbing. I could not agree, yet refusing was equally unfeasible. What, then, was the appropriate course of action? This thought lingered until noon. Hearing the sound of the door opening, I turned to look. This time, the nurse delivering my meal was someone familiar. It was the little nurse named Chu Jing whom I had encountered during my previous visit to the third hospital. She seemed to recognize me as well, stepping back timidly as she said, I'm here to deliver lunch. I raised my hand, signaling that I meant no harm, and softly requested, just place it on the table. It was evident that she remained wary of me. Her gaze never strayed far. After placing the meal on the table, she hurriedly departed, neglecting to retrieve the bowl and chopsticks I had used earlier. Of course, not forgetting to shut the door behind her. 33 Regarding the surgery, I gazed regretfully at the doorway, having intended to ask her a few questions, only for her to flee before I could speak. This regret did not linger long. Halfway through my meal, she returned. I looked at her in surprise, suppressing my excitement as I softly asked, "Can we talk? I promise I won't harm you." After a moment's hesitation, she replied, "All right." I sighed with relief. Her agreement was all I needed. My name is Lin Wan. We've met before. Do you remember me? She nodded. I apologize for my impatience last time. It's fine. She replied after a moment. Last time, you mentioned that Zhang Shun was not in the third hospital, correct? Indeed. However, I did indeed take him away from the third hospital. Suddenly, she smiled, looking at me with an odd expression, and asked, "Are you certain that the person you took was Zhang Shun?" Of course not. However, my attention had already shifted entirely to her. She seemed somewhat off. "I'm not deceiving you. Zhang Shun left a long time ago." "Who are you?" "You are not Chu Jing." Chu Jing looked at me innocently and said, "Then tell me, who do you think I am?" I contemplated a possibility but quickly shook my head. "What is your purpose in disguising yourself as Chu Jing?" The same face, the same voice, and she hadn't even changed her clothes, yet the aura she emanated felt altered. If the original Chu Jing resembled a bashful mimosa, this woman felt more akin to a rose. "I am Chu Jing, after all. Did you not know that from the beginning? What you witnessed earlier was merely a disguise, so Chu Jing is indeed affiliated with the opposing side. Yet, her identity at the third hospital was merely that of a lowly nurse. Did she truly possess the capability to connect me with Zhang Shun? If you were genuine, then why did you leave just now?" She cast me a sidelong glance and replied, "Are you foolish? If I lingered while delivering a meal, wouldn't that make it obvious that I have ulterior motives? Would anyone say otherwise now?" "Of course," she said with a hint of pride, "but it would be better for us to discuss matters swiftly." This woman was inscrutable to me. I had no doubt about her previous demeanor. Naturally, one cannot easily trust those who are enigmatic. "What is it?" Her expression turned serious. "Regarding the surgery, you agreed to proceed with it. Does this concern you? Do you trust the doctors?" I said coldly, "This has even less to do with you." Her expression soured as well. "You might as well be foolish. I had not expected you to be utterly useless." I examined her without revealing my thoughts, as I was uncertain whether she was indeed an operative of the opposing side, or merely an actress sent by the doctors to deceive me. "Forget it," she said, furrowing her brow. "I will find a way to help you escape. You cannot remain here. Why should I leave?" After saying this, I scrutinized her closely. She exclaimed in frustration, "Do you even comprehend the consequences of your staying here?" I shook my head honestly, as I truly did not know. She glared at me for a moment, then sighed. "Fine. I have said all that I needed to say. I will leave an opportunity for you. When you come to your senses, let me know." With that, she walked over and picked up the dishes left from breakfast, not sparing me a glance throughout the entire process. Could it be that what she said was true? Just as I was about to call out to her, the words caught in my throat. Did I not say I would inform her only after I had figured things out? I decided to wait a little longer. There were still 6 days until the surgery. I had time to wait. Time flew by, and a few days passed without anyone coming to see me again. I grew somewhat anxious. Could it be that Chu Jing was indeed sent by the doctors to test me? If so, they were being overly cautious. I was confined by them and had already acquiesced to their demands. Was there truly a need for such needless precautions? Zhang Shun was even unaware that he was to undergo surgery beforehand. This indicated that my opinions were, in fact, of little consequence. On the final day before the surgery, Chu Jing finally returned. I dared not appear overly excited and maintained a stoic expression as I said, "I already stated that I would stay for the surgery, so why are you here? Have you truly made your decision?" "Yes." "All right, I understand." She set down the tray and turned to leave. As she reached the door, I hastily called out, "Wait. What is it?" "I have agreed. The previous testing was merely that, and I now trust you." She turned her head to look at me and said, "What a pity. It is too late to say anything now. Even if you regret it, it is of no use. Just wait for tomorrow's surgery." My heart plummeted to the depths. Amidst my despondent feelings, the next day arrived with the doctor's arrival. "Have you come to a conclusion?" he asked gently. I inquired, "If I have not come to a conclusion, can I think it over again?" "Of course not. The surgery was scheduled to take place in half an hour. I hoped you could prepare yourself mentally." I could not help but force a bitter smile. Indeed, that regret was futile. Shortly thereafter, several nurses entered. Chu Jing was absent, and I thought perhaps she had not yet fully integrated into the core of the third hospital. Most of those who came in were unfamiliar to me. One nurse approached me, holding a black eye mask. I asked, "This truly necessary? If I wanted to escape, I would have done so long ago." The nurse replied, "This is for your own good." Resigned, I lay back and allowed them to do as they wished. Once the eye mask was in place, I felt myself being wheeled away, navigating left and right until arriving at a building. How did I know I had been pushed into a building? It was simple. Despite my blindness, my ears were still functional, and I could hear the sounds of the elevator. Upon reaching my destination, I felt a prick, followed by the injection of a liquid. I realized it was a syringe. Initially, I had expected it to be a sedative, but unexpectedly, I remained fully aware throughout the process, save for the absence of sound. There was neither pain nor any sensation of the doctor operating on me. The only feeling I experienced was an itch, akin to countless insects crawling across my skin. After the itch came a heat, a sensation so intense it felt as if I might explode. All done. With the doctor's indistinct voice, my hearing gradually returned, and the eye mask was removed. "How do you feel?" The doctor's smile was laced with malice. "Hot. That's right. Sleep now. You will feel better upon waking." Whether it was the doctor's voice that was hypnotic, I fell into a slumber. Upon awakening, I found myself in a brightly lit room. 3 walls surrounded me, while the fourth, facing the corridor, was made of glass. I chuckled sarcastically, realizing the wheel of fortune had indeed turned. When I first arrived here, I had pitied those who were confined. Now, I had become one of them. The rooms here were identical, allowing me to clearly observe the situation in the opposite room. A person lay on the bed, facing away from me, swathed in blankets, revealing only the back of their head. Truthfully, I remained somewhat skeptical of the doctor's words. Could I truly see something strange? Was he deceiving me? The person across from me stirred, pulling back the covers to sit up. Whether he was aware of my gaze or not, he turned his head to meet my eyes, his expression blank. His head appeared normal, lacking any excess ears, horns, or antennae. Yet his eyes were peculiar. His pupils were vertically elongated and oval, their color unusual, and they bulged outward. I frowned, trying to recall if I had seen similar eyes before. It was reminiscent of what animal? I struggled to remember. Perhaps it was due to his assurance that I posed no threat. After observing me for a moment, his bulging eyes returned to normal. Then, he shifted to the edge of the bed and stood up. The blanket that had draped over his legs slid to the floor. It struck me. He resembled a lizard. Behind him was a scaly tail. If his body changed color, he would be identical to the reptilian humanoids depicted in films. Crash! He lunged at the window. His eyes fixed intently on me. The way he perched at the window resembled. I rubbed my eyes, yet he remained unchanged. I thought, I am truly seeing such a creature. During mealtime that day, I encountered the doctor again. He appeared rather displeased. Although his previous gentleness and smile were mere facades, he had at least feigned some semblance of courtesy. This time, he abandoned all pretense, standing silently and expressionless before me. I ignored him and continued to eat. The doctor stood outside the window, watching me finish my meal before finally asking, "How do you feel?" I set down my bowl and utensils and asked, "Can I leave?" The doctor gestured towards the lizard still perched at the window and inquired, "What did you see?" "A lizard, as you wished. I can indeed see it." The doctor's expression grew peculiar, and after a lengthy pause, he finally said, "You truly." Just then, a figure approached, interrupting him. "It was Chu Jing," the doctor asked. "What is the matter?" Chu Jing whispered something in his ear, causing his expression to shift abruptly. He hurriedly departed. Chu Jing did not follow him but instead looked at me, silently conveying a message. Regrettably, I could not decipher lip reading. Zhang Shun had uttered 2 words, thought about them for a long time before someone else revealed their meaning, let alone an entire sentence. However, if she were indeed affiliated with the opposing side, her intentions were not difficult to infer. It was likely a mockery of me or a reference to my departure. What intrigued me was her subtle gestures. Did she not fear being discovered? There were numerous cameras in this place. After Chu Jing's visit, she returned several times but revealed no further information. Setting that matter aside, I discovered something far more terrifying. Not all patients here were problematic. Over the past few days, 3 individuals had been taken away. They left appearing normal but returned drastically altered. Began to understand Zhang Shun's fear of the doctor. He was creating monsters. The nurses returned, and I stood by the window, observing outside. This time, they came for the lizard across the way. The lizard displayed great trepidation towards them. Whether passing by or delivering food, he always retreated to the corner, bulging eyes fixed on those approaching. This time was no exception. Upon hearing footsteps, he scurried to the corner. The nurse skillfully opened the door and advanced towards him with a syringe in hand. He appeared to be quite tranquil, yet this was merely an illusion. When the nurse approached him, he suddenly sprang up, forcefully pushing her aside and bolting for the exit. I shook my head inwardly. Such an attempt was futile. Escape was impossible. Indeed, he barely reached the doorway before being subdued by the nurse. It turned out that the nurses at the 3rd hospital possessed formidable strength, and I felt a twinge of relief for not having attempted to resist. After all, those with a checkered past received treatment markedly different from those without such histories. Following the injection, the lizard collapsed limply onto the floor, and 2 nurses hoisted him up and transported him to a bed against the wall. The beds here are akin to surgical tables in hospitals, hence movable. He was returned a day later, staggering in a stupor, still in a daze. The only difference was that scales had begun to sprout on his face, rendering him even more lizard-like. Unbeknownst to me, I had already been at the 3rd hospital for a month. The conditions here were dismal, with individuals continuously transitioning from normality to abnormality, and from abnormality to an even more grotesque state. Since his return, the lizard across from me had increasingly embodied the essence of a genuine lizard, and I began to worry. Would I, too, one day transform in such a manner? Amidst this tumultuous uncertainty, I was greeted by the doctor. It was early morning when I opened my eyes to find him standing by my bedside. Initially, I felt a surge of terror, which quickly gave way to relaxation. The fears that had haunted me had finally manifested. The dread I had felt was dissipating, and I found myself enveloped in a sense of fearlessness. "Long time no see," the doctor remarked. I sat up and replied, "Doctor, it's quite simple for you to see me. There are countless monitors here, and any camera can clearly observe my presence." "Indeed," the doctor said, settling beside me. "How do you feel? Do you wish to leave?" I shook my head and then nodded. I felt utterly miserable and yearned to escape. Then he gestured towards the adjacent room and inquired, "What do you see?" I pondered his question. What did it signify? Was he suggesting that if I could not see, I should be allowed to depart? Looking into the doctor's eyes, I earnestly replied, "One person." The doctor rose and said, "I shall return in a few days." So, was my response still not deemed correct? I did not await the right answer, for I was determined to leave. Standing by the window, I observed an unfamiliar male nurse approaching. He came before me, extending his hand, proclaiming, "I am here to escort you out." I blinked, disregarding him. All the nurses here were female, and the arrival of a man claiming to take me away felt like an affront to my intelligence. "Hurry, there is no time," he urged. I remained unresponsive. Not leaving. He seemed to grasp my intent, no longer pressing me, and instead took a seat beside my bed. Do you understand the consequences of staying? I nodded. Aware that, in comparison to following him, I preferred confronting the known outcome, he chuckled and shook his head. Are you certain? A moment of hesitation washed over me. Under different circumstances, with anyone else, I would have followed without question. However, this man was a seer. The instant he spoke, I recognized him. He was exceedingly perilous. I longed to leave, desperately so. Yet, I could not forget that it was he who had brought me to the third hospital. The seer stood and said, Since you choose not to leave, I am powerless to assist you. Take care. With that, he strode directly towards the door. 5, 4, 3, 2. Wait. He was just a step away from exiting, glancing at the lizard across the way. And I hastily called out to him. Becoming what I am now is sufficient. I do not wish to become even more peculiar. Leaving might not yield favorable results, but staying, apart from preserving my life, seemed equally grim. He did not turn back, coldly stating, If you wish to depart, do so swiftly. Linger any longer, and you may never leave. Disregarding his demeanor, I hurried towards him. Once outside, a wave of liberation washed over me. The seer scoffed, You can still return. Return? What a jest. This scene had likely been captured by countless monitors. Would I truly dare to go back? Moreover, having finally escaped that cage, returning would be sheer folly. He offered no further commentary. Hastily making his exit, I quickly followed. Recalling his words, there was no time to waste. I had to leave promptly. The seer was exceedingly familiar with the third hospital, expertly guiding me through twists and turns until we arrived at a small door. He produced a key from his pocket and unlocked it. I gazed at him in astonishment. He had managed to procure this? No wonder he was confident in leading me out. The view beyond the door was eerily familiar, as I had wandered these premises countless times in my attempts to gain entry. How ironic it was. In my desperation to enter, I had not fathomed how splendid life outside could be. After relocking the door, the seer ignored me. Striding forward, I caught up and inquired, Where are we going? He cast a sidelong glance at me, saying, Do not follow me. I was taken aback. What did this mean? Was I free? By the time I regained my senses, he had vanished from my sight. I pinched my cheek sharply. Ouch, that stung. This was real. I had truly left the third hospital and was now free. After the initial thrill, I sprinted forward, eager to distance myself from the hospital. I ran for quite some time before halting. Having been oblivious to my surroundings, I was unsure of my location, yet I did not concern myself with it. Anywhere was better than confinement. Sitting on a bench by the roadside, I took a moment to steady my racing heart after the exertion and began contemplating my next steps. First and foremost, I could not return home. The moment they discovered my absence, they would undoubtedly head straight for my house. Staying in a hotel? Setting aside the possibility of being discovered, the cost of lodging was a significant concern. No. Not merely accommodation, but food was also an issue. Linwon, I looked up to see Shirlu. He sat beside me, asking, How did you end up here? Were you not supposed to be traveling? Traveling? I gazed at him in confusion. Yes, during our previous call, you mentioned that and advised me not to contact you for a while. Since entering the third hospital, I had not seen my phone. When did I make that call? I could not recall. Shirlu shook his head. You cannot continue like this. Your memory seems to have regressed significantly. It was only 2 weeks ago. Was I the one who answered the phone? Who else could it have been? He said meaningfully. Could it be that I held my breath, listening to him, and realized the discrepancy? Whoever had called was not me. Did you get a girlfriend? No, that was not right. Shirlu scratched his head, saying, It sounded like you. But even if it were not you, it was still a man. How could it be your girlfriend? As he spoke, he suddenly trailed off, stepping back with a peculiar expression, saying, Brother, please do not tell me you are dating a boyfriend. I sighed. My sexual orientation is quite normal. Shirlu exaggeratedly patted his chest. That is a relief indeed. I happen to have a girlfriend, and if you truly liked me, I would be at a loss on how to respond. Not that I have a girlfriend. Responding is out of the question. I rolled my eyes in exasperation. It was true that love seemed to diminish one's intellect, and this was a prime example. In the past, even if he had not discerned the situation, he would have sensed something amiss. By the way, I cannot return home for the time being. Would it be possible for me to stay at your place for a while? Of course, I have not been home lately either. Feel free to stay as long as you wish. Although I knew he would not refuse, I still felt relieved. After all, imagining a situation is one thing, but receiving a definite answer is far more reassuring. You know where the keys are. I must return and prepare a meal for my dear family. Farewell. Without waiting for my response, he departed, leaving me staring at his retreating figure. However, to be fair, finding a girlfriend is indeed no easy task, so his behavior was quite understandable. Still, he could have at least waited until I finished speaking. With no money to my name, I could not even take the bus. It was worth noting that Shirley's house was not just a stone's throw away. Walking would likely take me several hours. The joy of encountering Shirley evaporated in an instant, and the feeling of being given hope only to be met with disappointment was utterly unbearable. Clink! A coin fell at my feet. It was a girl of about 7 or 8, adorned with a pair of pristine white wings. If she had a halo atop her head, she would resemble an angel. Even more wings. I stared at the girl in astonishment. "Goodbye, uncle," she said, dashing away. Her wings fluttered with her movement. Where there is darkness, there must be light. I suddenly recalled this saying. If the demons were the creations of the doctor, then that girl must surely be a divine blessing. I found my fear dissipating. Upon leaving the third hospital, my trepidation had not diminished in the slightest. On the contrary, I was more frightened than ever, terrified of being hunted down, of being captured and returned. Presently, however, things were better. I bent down to retrieve the coin, spotting the angelic figure again, and I felt that fortune might be on its way. With the dollar gifted by the angel, I boarded the bus. Shirley's keys lay beneath a carpet thick with dust. When I opened the door, I discovered that not only was the carpet dusty, but the entire interior was also covered in grime, suggesting it had been quite some time since anyone had inhabited the space. I tapped my forehead with my hand, questioning whether I had truly seen Shirley. Could I have been mistaken? He had been absent for at least a month. Perhaps he had gone missing or was on a business trip. Shirley's home was modest, a snug 2-bedroom apartment, 1 bedroom and a study. As I stepped into the bedroom, I found the bed devoid of any bedding, while the clothes in the wardrobe were neatly folded, with only a scant selection for the current season. The bookshelf in the study, too, revealed a meager collection of serious literature, with the majority consisting of miscellaneous texts. The absence of my laptop and the usual notebook brought a sigh of relief. It was evident that he had indeed moved out. This series of observations did not stem from any abnormality on my part, but rather from a disbelief in the evidence before my eyes. Following the surgery, when I first glimpsed such things, I felt as though my vision had betrayed me. Consequently, I found it difficult to trust my own sight, including certain memories. I peeled back the sheets from the bed, rummaged through the wardrobe for a clean set, and retrieved a fresh quilt. After making the bed, I disregarded the sheets strewn on the floor and lay down. Although this was not my own home, the residence of Shile was familiar to me. This sense of familiarity allowed me to lower my guard, and fatigue washed over me. I pulled up the somewhat damp quilt and closed my eyes. Upon awakening, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. A familiar voice called out, reminding me that if I didn't get up soon, breakfast would be gone. "Save some for me." I shot up in surprise. Shile, grinning, remarked, "You haven't changed one bit. Hurry up." "I saved some shrimp dumplings for you." I glanced at the doorway for a moment before shifting my gaze to the floor, where the sheets had vanished. Chapter 35. Concerning Shile's girlfriend. Upon stepping outside, my attention was immediately captured by the breakfast laid out on the table. The dining provisions at the third hospital were not lacking, and could even be deemed quite satisfactory. However, a monotonous menu, combined with a lack of appetite, significantly diminished the enjoyment of the meals. At the very least, I had never encountered shrimp dumplings during my time at the hospital. "Dare you to give me a glance?" Shile grumbled. That I offered an apologetic smile. It wasn't intentional disregard on my part, but rather that today he was exceptionally unremarkable. Previously, he had always donned vibrant attire, but today, astonishingly, he wore gray. No, it wasn't just today. Yesterday, it appeared to have been black. This change was rather disconcerting. Noticing my attention on his clothing, he proudly declared, "What do you think? Not bad, right?" My girlfriend picked it out for me. Indeed, it seemed the power of love was remarkably profound, capable of inspiring a person who would rather recline than sit, and who would prefer sitting to standing to partake in household chores. For instance, the sheets on the floor. Had this been in the past, he would never have considered picking them up for washing. His fashion sense had altered significantly, and he appeared quite content. I played along with his sentiment. Not bad at all. Shal gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You really have an eye for this." Rolling my eyes, I inquired, "Where's your girlfriend? Aren't you going to introduce me? She has been busy these past few days. I'll let you meet her soon." I smiled and teased, "What happened to the saying about not coveting a friend's wife?" Shal replied, "Am I that kind of person? But let us be clear, a mere introduction is all that is allowed. No ulterior motives." The notion of prioritizing romantic interests over friendships was a vivid example of what he stated. Yet, his words piqued my curiosity. What kind of beauty could so captivate him? Shal had been in relationships before, but I had never seen him so agitated over any of his exes. He had always adhered to the philosophy that brothers are akin to limbs, while women are merely garments. After exchanging a few casual remarks, Shal departed to return to his girlfriend's place. After seeing him to the door, I returned to the living room to have my meal. I must admit, the shrimp dumplings were rather delightful. As it turned out, Shal was quite considerate. This was particularly evident as he made it a point to bring me meals at every mealtime. While the primary reason was that his girlfriend lacked the time to dine with him, it effectively solved a significant dilemma for me. My lack of funds. I had money, certainly, but it was all tied up in my bank account, which I couldn't access at the moment, leading to a rather awkward situation. The week passed in the blink of an eye without anyone seeking me out, and my fears began to dissipate somewhat. Finally, Shal's girlfriend had completed her commitments, and we arranged a time to meet. Shal did not come to deliver my meal this time, but he left me some money along with a takeout number. I felt quite touched, knowing his typically carefree disposition. Such thoughtfulness was a first eye in the evening. I tidied up the living room, changed into fresh clothes, and awaited the arrival of Shal and his girlfriend. The decision to meet at my place had been Shal's initiative, further reinforcing my impression of his thoughtfulness. Since our first encounter, I had never mentioned the troubles I had faced, nor disclosed my current inability to go out, leaving me curious about how he had discerned my situation. With a soft click, the door swung open. I rose to approach the entrance, and Shal entered with a beaming smile, carrying 2 bags of groceries. "Where's your girlfriend?" I asked as I accepted the bags. "She had something to attend to. She'll come by shortly. And you're still so cheerful." Shal clapped my shoulder, saying, "This is her first visit to my home. Of course I'm happy. Stepping through the door is the first step to bringing her home." I shook my head, exasperated. "If you like her, just propose." Shal sighed. "If that would work, I would have proposed long ago. She's against marriage." This sentiment mirrored my previous thoughts. Ding dong. The doorbell rang. Shal quickly made his way to the door, and I shrugged. Following him, it was evident that men often act based on their lower instincts. The so-called commitment to singlehood seemed easily dismissed. As he had described, the girl was indeed beautiful, exuding an air of gentleness, with a soft and delicate manner of speaking, fitting the criteria of many men. Once inside, she smiled and said, "You two chat. I'll go prepare dinner. I'll help you." Shal offered, "And no need. You two enjoy your conversation. I can handle it myself." With that, she nodded at me before turning toward the kitchen. I was momentarily taken aback. Behind her trailed a long shadow. Shal winked at me. "How about that? Jealous, are we?" But it's no use. She is mine. That woman was not of ordinary stock. I regarded Shal sternly. "How did you come to know her?" Shal frowned. "What do you mean by that?" I hesitated to continue. This matter was delicate. If not for my own ability to see, I would have never believed it. Moreover, revealing this information would serve no benefit to him and might even render him a target. I couldn't disclose it. If I were to say that she is dangerous, would you believe me? Shal chuckled nervously. "What exactly are you trying to say? Just because I fancy Shao Ran doesn't mean you should jest like this. Brother, some things just shouldn't be done." I shook my head. "I'm not attracted to your girlfriend. She truly. Elu, can you do me a favor?" He ran. Shal's girlfriend stood at the kitchen entrance. "Of course," Shal said, patting my shoulder as he walked over. As they entered, he ran, cast a glance back at me, her gaze sending chills down my spine. She was indeed perilous. The meal was far from enjoyable. It concluded hastily, and they soon departed. I lingered at the doorway for quite some time, contemplating the danger of being associated with such a being. Yet, would Shal heed my warnings? Should I simply watch him leap into the fire? A sense of discomfort settled within me. That night, I tossed and turned, unable to find rest. As dawn broke, I could no longer resist and dialed Shile's number. I could not allow him to remain with that entity. Even if he wouldn't understand my concerns, I asked, "There's something?" Shile's tone was somewhat cool. "I need to discuss something with you." And no matter how well one masks their true self, there are always signs of exposure. If only Shile could exercise a bit more caution, he would surely uncover certain truths. The foundation of that caution was to pull him away from the bliss of infatuation. "I don't have time today." "Then tomorrow?" He fell silent for a moment before responding. "I'll come by in the evening." "All right, I'll await your arrival." After ending the call, I reclined on the bed. The fact that he was willing to come indicated that he had not yet fallen completely under her influence. With this thought emerged a troubling question. They had known each other for a considerable time, and Shile had been utterly captivated by Hiran from the start. If Hiran were inclined to do something to him, she likely would have succeeded long ago. Shile seemed safe enough. Could it be that they were truly in love? I found myself shaking my head. What did true love matter? Present affection does not guarantee future fidelity. If Shile were to falter in any regard, would that not pose an even greater threat? A woman, when irrational, can be terrifying, especially considering Hiran was not human. Lost in these thoughts, I eventually drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, I realized the night had fallen. As I opened my eyes, a shadow loomed over me. "You're awake?" The voice belonged to Shile. I patted my chest and asked, "Why didn't you turn on the lights?" "I forgot," he replied nonchalantly. I rose to turn on the bedside lamp, and Shile stepped back, saying, "I brought you dinner, though it's likely gone cold." Cold? So he had been here for quite some time? Then, why didn't you turn on the lights? Hurry up and eat. All right, I didn't dwell on it further and made my way to the dining area. To my surprise, he had brought barbecued skewers, still from that place. And even cold, they retained their flavor. Speaking of which, he opened the fridge and pulled out a pack of canned beer. After silently consuming 2 cans, Shile broke the silence. "What's been going on lately?" "Not much," I replied. Not because I was unwilling to share, but because I simply could not. It was Xiaoran who asked me to bring you meals, and she left money too. If there were no issues, you would have likely refused, but she instructed me not to ask. If it weren't for that tale, Hiran would indeed be a splendid girl. Alas, certain events have transpired that I cannot disclose. The only advice I can offer is to steer clear of that woman. The further away, the better. I am perplexed. Shirlu raised his gaze and glared at me, stating, "I do not comprehend why you are maligning her. Even if you genuinely like her, you could simply express it." "This is pointless," I chuckled wryly and replied. "You are overthinking it. Whether or not he is overthinking is a matter he knows well himself. I regard you as a brother, which is why I share so much, but I must caution you. Do not entertain any thoughts regarding Xiaoran. What if I find evidence, proof that she is indeed dangerous?" Shirlu tilted his head back and took a swig of beer, declaring, "I do not wish to provide you with the opportunity to slander her. Indeed, has he already been ensnared?" I felt a tinge of regret. I had overlooked this matter and should have met Hiran sooner. Nonetheless, even had I met her from the outset, would I have discerned her differences? I refrained from continuing, for those who have already been bewitched are impervious to reason. "I harbor no intentions toward your girlfriend. Come, let us continue to drink and abandon these dreary topics." Subsequently, I shifted the conversation, for further discussion on this matter bore no significance, no matter how much I elucidated. Shirlu would likely remain unconvinced. Fortunately, he cooperatively redirected the topic and ceased his cold demeanor, allowing us to reach a semblance of reconciliation. However, I was acutely aware that this was merely superficial. Once satiated and refreshed, Shirlu prepared to depart. I urged him to remain under the pretense of continuing our drinking, but my pleas fell on deaf ears. After shutting the door, I felt a sense of melancholy. Although I am merely a guest, the owner of this abode seems to avoid me at all costs. Why attempt to caution Shirlu about Hiran had failed? So, what should I do next? How can I unveil her true nature? First and foremost, it is impossible to expose her to Shirlu, so I must endeavor to provoke Hiran into revealing herself. Zhang Shun mentioned that such entities tend to assimilate normal individuals. Hiran must be no exception, and if Shirlu is an anomaly, what of others? What of Hiran's family, friends, and colleagues? I resolved to start with Hiran's friends. Shirlu misinterpreted my interest in Hiran. Therefore, if I were to acquire a girlfriend, he would undoubtedly be pleased. Surely, he would not refuse to help me find one. I retrieved my phone and called Shirley. As expected, he did not decline. Stating he would inquire with he ran upon his return about any single friends she might have. Furthermore, he informed me that he has numerous friends, many of whom are quite beautiful. Chapter 36. Regarding the blind date the following day. Perhaps out of concern that I might still be fixated on Hiran, Shirley merely provided me with the girl's phone number and the meeting place. Instructing me to go alone, I opened the door, took a deep breath, and strode outside, hoping this outing would not lead to any trouble. The rendezvous was set at a CAF, regardless of the purpose. I was to meet a girl, so I arrived half an hour early. The CAF boasted a pleasant ambience, with greenery providing a sense of privacy between the seats. Moreover, at this hour, there were not many patrons, which pleased me. If the girl turned out to be one of those entities, the fewer people present, the better. 10 minutes later, my phone rang. The caller was the girl. Before I could answer, a girl in a red dress approached me. She waved her phone and said, "Hello, are you Mr. Lin Wenlin?" I nodded and replied, "Please, have a seat. I heard you are an author," she inquired. Her curiosity piqued once she settled down. "Yes." "How impressive." The girl was quite perceptive, and I found our interaction enjoyable. However, inadvertently, I seemed to catch a glimpse of something in her hair. When I looked closely, it vanished. She touched her hair and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing, nothing at all." Although I said this, my wariness had already been heightened. From that point onward, I found myself somewhat distracted. In the past, I would have easily brushed off such trivial matters, but after all that I had experienced, my guard was considerably heightened. She seemed to notice my distraction and soon stated she needed to leave. I stood up and offered, "Allow me to escort you." In truth, what I wanted was to examine her from behind. From the front, aside from her hair, there were no other anomalies. I only needed to verify what lay behind her. No need, goodbye. The back dot showed no irregularities. I stubbornly observed her silhouette. I could not have been mistaken. There was indeed something within her hair. Just as she reached the corner, where my view would be obstructed, I abruptly stood up. I saw it. Beneath her skirt, a segment protruded, similarly red and fluffy. Instinctively, I pursued her. By the time I caught up, she had already arrived at the entrance, where a teenage boy stood beside her. "Wait a moment," I asked. "There's something you need?" Her expression was cold, starkly contrasting her demeanor from earlier. "Who is he?" I inquired, pointing at the boy. "What does that have to do with you?" The boy chimed in. "Right. What does it concern you?" He gazed at me with a smug expression. "You just met." Indeed, after their departure, they swiftly moved on to the next target. I reiterate, this has nothing to do with you. After saying this, she grasped the boy's hand. Turning to leave, I thought I ought to take some action. They appeared too intimate, laughing and joking together, reminiscent of my time with her. I began to reflect on the moments since I had first encountered her. The originally charming smile now felt utterly disingenuous. What I had deemed cute and appropriate was merely a facade to ensnare others. Gradually, the streets grew sparse, and I became increasingly anxious. Had she noticed me? Finally, she halted. Before us stood an old residential building, dilapidated to such a degree that nearly half the windows were shattered. They entered, and after a moment's hesitation, I followed. Having come this far, it would be a pity not to investigate. Whether by design or coincidence, the door remained ajar. As for how I knew they entered that particular apartment, it was simple. The building was even more decrepit inside than out, resembling a forsaken structure, with only this unit still habitable. I cautiously peered inside. Contrary to my expectations, there was neither a gruesome scene nor a harmonious one. The two merely sat within the room. "Have you seen enough?" she asked, fixing her gaze on me. I shrugged, realizing I had indeed been discovered. Upon exiting, I asked, "Do you live here?" The interior was chaotic, yet not filthy. Filled with everyday items, clearly indicating someone resided there. No, I was somewhat speechless. Was there truly a need for denial given the evident signs? However, it mattered little. After all, whether she lived there or not made no difference. "What do you intend to do with that boy?" "That is even less your concern. You are not welcome here. Kindly leave." I turned to the boy and asked, "Do you know what she is? Are you aware of what she might do to you?" The boy wrapped his arms around the girl, saying, "Whatever my sister does is right, and I don't like you. You're quite bothersome. You have been bewitched. Do you not realize? Being with her could cost you your life." I shouted, Pointing at the girl, I have uncovered your secret. Release that boy, and I may consider not exposing you. Expose? The tail extending from behind the girl emerged, long and resembling that of a leopard, yet significantly longer. Additionally, numerous short appendages, akin to tails but only 2 or 3 centimeters long, sprouted from her head. What manner of creature was this? A chill ran down my spine. She smirked. Are you certain you can still walk out of here? I could not help but take a step back. She intended to kill me to silence me. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead, as I had only thought of revealing her secrets, forgetting that these beings were fundamentally different. If one were to become displeased, they could very well resort to murder. Are you frightened? She approached me. I panicked and retreated. If I do not return, Shirley will grow suspicious. At that point, you will genuinely be exposed. Damn it, she cursed, and her peculiar attributes retracted. I breathed a sigh of relief. As long as she felt apprehensive, I could consider this hurdle passed. Get out of here, and don't be an eyesore. What about the boy? It was truly difficult for me to abandon him in his time of need. Leave, just leave. After saying this, I looked at the boy with delight and exclaimed, Quick, go. The boy glared at me and said, Mind your own business. If you want to go, then go. I retorted in irritation. I am trying to save you. Hurry up. The boy impatiently waved his hand. Leave, and while you're at it, close the door behind you. Ungrateful. That was my sole sentiment at that moment. If he wished to court death, then so be it. I cast a deep glance at the boy before turning to leave. Of course, I did not close the door. Upon exiting the residential building, I hesitated at the entrance for a moment. I wanted to see what would become of that boy, but was also wary of being discovered by the girl. My phone rang, and I pulled it out to see it was Shirley. How did it go? What did you discover? I inquired. I found some inconsistencies, but they were of little consequence. Have you encountered that girl? Shirley replied that I have, and she is quite beautiful. She is on good terms with Xiao Ran and often visits her home. That makes it all the more perilous. Do you know where she resides? Shirley responded, That is not information I should divulge to you. Brother, if she has taken an interest in you, then this should not be an issue. Moreover, do you not feel that it seems too hasty to pursue her so quickly? Note, I turned my head to gaze at the derelict building. I had just escorted her home, where she was waiting by a vehicle situated beneath an abandoned residential structure. It shouldn't be. Right? Shile expressed his astonishment. She lives in the adjacent building. As soon as he uttered those words, he sighed. It seems she wasn't interested in you and refrained from disclosing her address. Living next door? That was indeed quite close. No wonder it had come to this. Shile remarked, Don't fret, it's merely a woman. If this doesn't work out, I can introduce you to someone else. All right, I appreciate your help. Not at all. It's no trouble. Yet, I couldn't help but wonder if the next one would also be transformed. As it turned out, my apprehensions were justified. The girl I met for the second time lacked the first one's wariness. Upon our first encounter, I immediately noticed the ears atop her head, gray, rodent-like ears, accompanied by a similarly colored slender tail. After parting ways, she led me to a quaint but aged community. Though the area was old, it still housed residents, with a few elderly men playing chess at the entrance. Upon my arrival, they obstructed my entry, claiming my demeanor was furtive, and clearly, I was no good person. Admittedly, I was indeed following someone, but I considered myself relatively respectable in appearance. Ultimately, it was the girl from the blind date who rescued me. Once inside, I awkwardly stated, I worried about safety on the way. It's fine. I'm aware, she replied. Would you like to come over to my place? Her smile was sweet. I found myself nodding involuntarily. Her smile broadened, yet I sensed a lack of genuine warmth in her eyes, which appeared somewhat cold. Her expressions were professional, the kind where the smile didn't reach the eyes. I recalled that I had other matters to attend to and decided to postpone my visit. She retracted her smile and said, Since you've come this far, wouldn't it be a pity not to go in? With that, she grasped my arm and pulled me toward the building. Her grip was strong, and I could not break free. Just as I contemplated calling for help, I heard her chilling voice, I wouldn't mind a few more people. I fell silent. Indeed, an ordinary person would be of little use to her. Thus, I was led back to her home. Once inside, she seemed to forget my presence, busying herself with her own affairs, showing no inclination to acknowledge me. I kept glancing at the door, silently calculating my chances of escape. Stop thinking about it. It's futile. You won't be leaving, she said coldly from the kitchen. I asked it because I was following you. She emerged with a plate of sliced fruit, asking, "Can you see?" Framed as a question, it felt more like a statement of certainty. I nodded and inquired, "How did you know?" "We all know." "You all?" "Yes, us. This isn't a significant matter. Shouldn't we just let each other be? Why meddle in others' affairs?" "Child, what do you intend to do with him?" I questioned, unable to believe that these non-humans would accept Shyle out of love. Their true desire was likely to transform those they fancied into beings like themselves. Thus, there must be an ulterior motive. Rather than worrying about him, you should be more concerned about yourself. Leaning against the back of the sofa, I remarked, "I'm already in this state. There's nothing left to fear." Indeed, I had already changed. So, undergoing a more thorough transformation wouldn't matter much. Once I came to terms with it, I felt an instant sense of relief. Could they truly be more terrifying than the soulless beings manufactured by doctors? While they were different, they still possessed some semblance of rationality. Those produced en masse were beginning to resemble mere animals. There was nothing to fear. So, why not let you stay and serve as my sustenance? With that, she placed the fruit platter on the table and approached me. Chapter 37. Regarding the confrontation, I entered the restroom to cleanse the blood from my hands. Once she collapsed to the ground, she had transformed into a colossal gray rat. It was utterly inconceivable. She was merely a person with unique traits. How had she become a rodent? After cleaning up, I hurried to leave. Something was amiss. Was there a problem with my vision? How could a living person turn into a rat? In my flurry, I collided with someone. Upon closer inspection, it was Ian Han. I was taken aback and asked, "What are you doing here?" He scoffed, "That's what I wanted to ask you. It's barely been a while." "And you're already back at it?" "Back at what?" I replied, confused. Ian Han remarked, "You're putting on quite the act." I glanced back at the community. It did seem familiar. "Do you live here?" I inquired. "You know the answer." "Stop pestering me. I don't know anything." So that was why the elderly men at the entrance had tried to stop me. I had been lying in wait for a long time, hoping to extract the truth from Ian Han. "I've been at the third hospital for a month." Indeed, after I mentioned that, Ian Han looked at me in shock. I continued, "I've uncovered the secrets of the third hospital. It is truly terrifying. Follow me." He instructed, leading me to his home. It was tidy inside, yet I did not see any children. "Where is your child?" Ian Han's expression instantly turned cold. I hastily added, "I was merely asking. That child is quite adorable." Only then did his demeanor soften. "He's not home." "Would you like to hear about my experiences during this time?" I asked him. Honestly, keeping everything bottled up was quite uncomfortable. I longed for someone to vent to. However, this situation was not something I could freely discuss, and Ian Han was a suitable candidate. "Go ahead. I may not be particularly interested, but I don't mind listening. Zhang Shun left the third hospital a long time ago. The one inside is a fake. I rescued the false Zhang Shun, and after they left, I was discovered by the police. They labeled me as mentally ill, and then the doctors performed surgery on me." "You've undergone that surgery, haven't you?" Ian Han nodded. "I can see those things, just like Zhang Shun." Ian Han interrupted, "How can you be certain that the one you saved is the fake?" "Because the real Zhang Shun left long ago." Exactly. Regardless of authenticity, they all fall under their jurisdiction. The fake Zhang Shun doesn't recognize me, and the real Zhang Shun can just as easily pretend not to know me. Was there any need for them to lie? Whether real or fake, it was indeed significant before being brought out. Yet when two individuals stand together, it seems to lose all meaning. Who knows? Those lunatics. In comparison, the doctors seemed more like the mad ones. "Do you know what he is doing?" Ian Han asked. "And what else?" "Your experiences must extend beyond this." In the third hospital, it was indeed like that. After I got out, I stayed at a friend's place. His girlfriend is one of those beings. Moreover, he has been enchanted. Do you have a way to awaken him? There is a method, but I fear you might not be capable of it. What method? It's simple. You said he has been enchanted, right? Eliminate the source, and it's all over. You mean? I gestured a chopping motion. Yes, Haven T, you already dealt with one? Another won't make a difference. I stared at him in shock. How did you know? Ian Han pointed to my clothing. The scent is quite strong. I checked my clothes carefully. They were indeed clean, devoid of anything extraneous. Ian Han chuckled and shook his head. Some things don't necessarily need to be seen. The scent on you is rather pronounced, especially on your hands. I sniffed my hands. detecting the fragrance of hand soap. Not everyone can pick up on that. If you have nowhere to stay, you can come to my place. But I'll only take you in for one night. Thank you. I couldn't help but think that if Ian Han could detect it, then what about he ran? Ian Han, being astute, perceived my thoughts. The scent will dissipate overnight. However, it doesn't matter. Since you are going to it make a difference whether there is a scent or not. It might be better to wait a night. The combat prowess of rats is weak. The others may not be so easily dismissed. Revealing one's intent before taking action is certainly unwise. I will only let you stay for one night. Ian Han stated. Understood. I won't disturb you today. There are two possible outcomes in dealing with Iran. I succeed, and Shao regains consciousness, or I fail, which would mean a falling out with Shao. I hoped I would not need to utilize the opportunity to stay the night. Upon returning, Shao's call arrived. How did it go this time? A giant rat? Better than the last one, albeit foolish, not bad. By the way, haven't you been working lately? It suddenly occurred to me that under normal circumstances, Shao wouldn't be able to bring me meals every day. I resigned. Shao replied calmly. Why? Being a journalist was his dream. Studying psychology was his parents' hope. He had clashed with them to pursue journalism. How could he possibly resign? Was he planning a career change? No, I've decided to switch fields. This what he ran requested? Of course not. Shao exclaimed passionately. She is so gentle. How could she impose demands on me? I chose to resign on my own. It has nothing to do with her. It seemed I had underestimated he ran. Shao was nearly completely enchanted by her. All right, your girlfriend is the best. You haven't started your new job yet, right? I'll begin tomorrow as a text editor, working at the same company as Shao ran. That made it even harder to take action. Working together during the day and spending time together after work, it would be impossible to separate them, making it nearly impossible to by the way. Shao ran is off tomorrow. She suggested that I accompany her friends for a shopping outing, perhaps to create an opportunity for a chance encounter. Her friend was also quite beautiful. My eyes lit up. It was truly a fortuitous moment. The assistance from Shao was nothing short of divine. Where and at what time? After acquiring the address, I promptly ended the call. What an extraordinary surprise. The next day, I commenced my preparations early. The agreed meeting time was set for 1 in the afternoon, and I departed at precisely 11 o'clock, securing a discreet spot to sit upon reaching the designated location. At 12:55, Hiran made her appearance. 20 minutes later, her friends arrived. Not just one, but 2.1 was the person she had previously gone on a blind date with, while the other was unfamiliar to me. However, she also bore an unusual trait. A red flower perched atop her head. I followed them throughout the entire afternoon, and it was not until dusk that Hiran finally parted ways with them. I couldn't help but feel a surge of joy in my heart. Did this mean I had gone undetected until now? Hiran chose to walk instead of taking a vehicle. Her pace was brisk, and initially, I managed to keep up, but soon I found myself needing to jog just to maintain my distance. Gradually, a sense of unease began to wash over me. The surroundings felt eerily familiar, strikingly so. This was the route to Ian Han's home. I halted in my tracks, realizing I had been discovered. Frustrated, I slapped my forehead. I should have anticipated this. That woman had an uncanny sense of awareness. And it was my own naivety that had led me astray. Ah, you figured it out? Came a voice from behind. I turned to find 2 women. Those same 2 who had departed not long before. Hiran also stopped, turning to face me. Did you know from the very beginning? I asked. Hiran clapped her hands and replied. If you had been this clever from the start, how could you have ended up like this? You were simply too adept at disguising yourselves. It was impossible to perceive any signs of being followed. Thank you for the compliment, Hiran said, as she returned to her previous position. The girl behind her was swishing her tail. Resembling a predator ready to pounce, I disregarded any reservations and charged towards the girl adorned with the flower. Unfortunately, before I could take more than a couple of steps, I found myself immobilized. At some point, the ground had become entangled with vines that ensnared my arms and legs. The girl chuckled and remarked, I am not so weak. Indeed, it was quite unexpected. I had assumed that a mere flower held no offensive capabilities. The red tail then approached me, striking like a whip. Hiran coldly stated, those who kill my kin will pay the price, so she was already aware. My thoughts turned to Shao. He was the one who had suggested Hiran go shopping. I wondered what role he was actually playing in this scenario. But do not worry. I will not kill you. Most. Shaoran? I interjected with a smile, having contacted Shyle after they had parted ways. I had enabled location tracking for him to find me. He shot me a glare before turning to Shyle, asking, "What are you doing here?" "I came to find On," Shyle replied. "What is going on here?" Shyle was oblivious to the unfolding situation. "I should have recorded this." Expressed her discontent, saying, "What kind of friend are you? He is a complete creep, following us around." Shyle scratched his head in embarrassment, saying, "Sorry, I told him you were out shopping, so you had no idea about their plans." I inquired. Shyle, looking perplexed, asked, "What plans?" I turned to Hiran with a grin, that essay question for her. I was rather surprised that Hiran chose not to act against me. Initially, I had thought that even if she realized I was tailing her, the two of us, as capable men, could certainly handle her. The fact that she had detected my presence was something I had not anticipated. "I don't understand what you were saying," Hiran replied. "You could at least pretend to be a bit more innocent." Hiran feigned innocence, saying, "Darling, look at him. He has the audacity to accuse us of following. It's all a misunderstanding. Let us go. Tonight, I'll treat you to a nice meal." I pulled out a fruit knife from my pocket and plunged it into the heart of the flower. This should be the source, right? Destroying the flower on her head would likely render those vines useless. Bang. Indeed, it seemed I had resolved one issue. This time, her physique remained unchanged. I shifted my gaze to the other girl. She would be next. Shyle rushed over, pushing me aside and asking, "What are you doing?" After steadying myself, I replied, "Step aside. You'll understand soon enough." "Are you out of your mind? If you make another move, I will call the police." "Don't," Hiran interjected. "Are you insane? Do you see this? This is your friend." "I know," Hiran calmly replied, "but we cannot involve the police." "Fine." Shyle lowered his head and pulled out his phone, saying, "Then I'll call for an ambulance." "No." Hiran seized his phone, asserting, "It's futile. Do you see it clearly now?" I pointed at the corpse on the ground, stating, "She is not human. No, to be precise. She is not normal. I don't understand. I don't know what you are all doing. Do you realize you've killed someone? You won't even let me call for an ambulance or report this to the authorities." I smiled and remarked, "I told you she is dangerous. She could cause your demise, but I suspect you won't heed my words now. I will assist you, and when I do, you will understand." "Then let me see if you can make him comprehend," Hiran challenged. Despite her advantages, I was not at a disadvantage either. Before long, I had dealt with the other girl, leaving only one remaining. I looked at Hiran and said, "Since you have refrained from harming Shyle, I will allow you to leave if you do not confuse him." "Confuse? I lack such skills." Shyle, shaking off his stupor, stepped in front of Hiran, asserting, "I do not know what you know or what you intend to do, but as long as I'm here, you shall not harm Shao-Ran." Chapter 38. Regarding the baby, I gazed at Shyle and remarked, "You care for her, but what about her? I cannot fathom why she has not turned against you, yet keeping her around is undoubtedly a risk. However, it's all right. Just step aside, and you will soon understand." Shyle looked at me imploringly, saying, "No. On. For the sake of our many years of friendship, spare her." Hiran scoffed, "No need to plead. I will handle this." "No." Shyle furrowed his brow, saying, "One is my friend, the other is my lover. I do not know what transpired between you, but given this situation, can we not cease hostilities? I do not wish to lose either of you," I patiently explained, "but if she is not dealt with, you will be in grave danger." "Isn't that what you were saying about yourself?" Hiran retorted, "I am not like you. You should leave, go as far away as possible. I will cover for you regarding today's events. You should avoid showing up for a while." Gripping the fruit knife tightly, I said, "I will leave once this major trouble has been resolved. Can't you just let her go? She is just a woman. If she has done something wrong, I will apologize on her behalf. You should let it slide, as a mature person would. You do not understand. You have been bewitched by her. Once you come to your senses, you will realize I am only looking out for your best interest. I am quite clear-headed." Shyle shouted, "I am very clear-headed. If you do not leave now, do not blame me for breaking our past friendship. I do not wish to engage in conflict with you." I knew he was speaking the truth. If I did not depart, he would indeed confront me. With a sigh, I conceded, "I understand. You take care." After speaking, I turned to Hiran, stating, "Let us handle this matter ourselves. If anything arises, direct it at me and spare Shyle from your wrath, regardless of the methods you employ, or whatever the case may be." His heart is entirely with you, though not harm him. Otherwise, I will return. Our affairs do not require your intervention, he retorted. I chose not to utter another word and continued forward. Indeed, what I needed most at that moment was refuge. Upon arriving at In-han's home, I collapsed onto the sofa and asked, "Have you ever taken a life?" "Why do you ask?" In-han inquired. "I just killed 2 individuals. No, to be precise, they were not normal beings. However, they still resembled humans, and the sensation was utterly different from encountering a large rat. Haven't you already engaged once before? Is it not a bit late to be concerned now? That is not the same." In-han smirked, mockingly saying, "What is the difference? Did they not have parents? Do they not have families? Are you not a bit too agitated?" I asked In-han, observing his reaction. He paused for a moment before responding. "You are overthinking it." "Overthinking?" I remained non-committal. I was not merely a novelist. I had also studied psychology. It was evident he had experienced such events and, quite likely, had been in the position of a victim. Thus, the question arose. He must also be different, but in what way? I scrutinized In-han closely. Since our encounter outside the 3rd hospital, I had not noticed anything amiss about him. What had Zhang Shun discovered? And that child, perhaps I could approach this from the child's perspective, even if it seemed inhumane. "May I stay for a few days?" I asked. In-han frowned, stating, "No, just a few days. I promise not to be a burden." Suddenly, a particular image flashed in my mind. TOA select few. It appeared to be a distinct specimen. However, to the average person, it was merely a corpse. This moment, I found myself caught between being a murderer and a fugitive. It was already quite generous of In-han to offer me shelter for a night, considering not everyone possesses the courage to harbor a criminal. "All right," I thought I had misheard and, in astonishment, asked, "What did you say?" I said, "All right," In-han replied, gazing at me. "I agree to let you stay." I still found it hard to believe. The act of sheltering a dangerous individual for a night was entirely different from the possibility of a prolonged stay. Moreover, I could not fathom what benefit my presence would offer him. "Are you truly certain? Even knowing I have taken a life?" I could not help but ask again. "Yes, this time." In-han's face even bore a smile. "To be honest, I hold some admiration for you." My emotions were tumultuous. To admire someone who posed a threat to him. Could it be that a mind perceived as unorthodox truly differed from the norm? Although he was not insane, he had indeed resided in a psychiatric facility. "What an honor that was." "Of course," In-han continued. "I have conditions. If you can meet them, I would have no issue with how long you stay." "Please, do tell." I surmised it had to do with children. A parent must always consider their offspring. "My only condition is that you do not disclose my child's existence." Is indeed unlike any other. Yet, just as people possess good and bad traits, he is kind-hearted and quite sensible. You need not worry about him engaging in any undesirable behavior. Upon saying this, he looked at me with earnestness. I smiled, assuring him of my discretion. After all, strictly speaking, I was not in a much better position. The doctor had also meddled with my affairs. "What about the child?" In-han's expression softened as he gently called. "Baby, come out, Daddy." A clear voice rang out beside In-han. Suddenly, a person appeared without warning. My expression shifted. No wonder In-han wanted me to keep it a secret. Such an ability was indeed extraordinary. That was invisibility. How many people yearn for such a gift? After a while, I turned to In-han and asked, "Can you also do this?" The child shared a close bond with In-han. This ability was likely inherited from him. In-han shook his head. "No, I don't possess anything special. I won't disclose it," I assured him. Regardless of the child's nature, such an ability was undeniably remarkable. Moreover, whether out of gratitude for In-han's hospitality or for the child himself, I had ample reasons to keep it confidential. That child was truly endearing. In-han, brimming with excitement, embraced the child, showering him with kisses. "This is wonderful, baby." The child responded with a smile. "Daddy, I will always be by your side." "May I inquire, has someone been watching you?" Their reactions resembled those who had narrowly escaped a disaster. This was no secret. Nothing was off limits to discuss. In-han stroked the child's hair, lifting him onto his lap, and said, "Long before you met me, I had already caught their attention." "How do you know?" I interjected, unable to contain my curiosity. The term "caught their attention" implied they had not yet acted. Firstly, this organization comprised individuals of a peculiar nature, aware of In-han's uniqueness. Secondly, they were formidable. So much so that the police could not guarantee Ian Han's safety. Could such individuals truly be overlooked? Setting aside intuition, Ian Han spoke with certainty about being surveilled. Not merely suspecting it. Without reservation, he stated, it was Baby who discovered it. His senses are remarkably acute, always detecting things I cannot. After saying this, he looked down at the beaming child and added, Baby is quite impressive. The child's smile grew even brighter. Ian Han continued, if their intention is to target me, I have little to say. However, if their aim is Baby, I will never allow that. Perhaps my presence diverted some of their focus, preventing them from taking action. Yeah, I have remained uneasy. Not long ago, Baby mentioned that we were once again being watched, so my presence is essentially drawing their ire. Ian Han awkwardly nodded. That is indeed the case. I apologize for my initial attitude towards you, At first, it was to keep you out of this mess, but later, I had some ulterior motives in mind. In truth, even if you had not made a request, I would still have chosen to keep you here. Do you know who is watching you? No. Ian Han shook his head. I have never seen their faces. I cannot quite explain it. I have encountered them. Yet for some reason, their faces elude my memory. It is quite strange, akin to a magical illusion in a film. Are you certain that the child's perceptions are accurate? The notion of seeing yet forgetting sounds rather fantastical. I find it hard to believe this is not merely his imagination. I am Baby. I did not miss-see. Someone is following me and Daddy, the child protested. All right, Baby, do you remember what the person tailing you and your father looked like? Of course, Baby replied proudly. I have an excellent memory. Can you draw it for me? Just the main features will suffice. Baby turned to look at Ian Han, and upon receiving a nod from him, said, sure, I'm quite good at drawing. With his confident assurance, I set up the easel in cooperation with Ian Han. Ian Han's expression appeared somewhat peculiar, though I paid it no mind. After all, he might be feeling a tinge of jealousy. Baby treated me very well. If I were blessed with such an adorable child, I would hardly harbor fondness for anyone vying for his attention. Moreover, when I suggested Baby draw, his demeanor shifted. Was he reluctant to let me see the appearance of those individuals? What was he concealing? Baby's posture was quite formal, as if he had received formal art training. Has Baby already begun school? This was also my reasoning for asking him to draw. There was an easel in the corner, and the wall bore immature drawings, leading me to suspect the child had taken art lessons. Not yet. His posture is remarkably standard. I have never studied art, but I have seen it, Ian Han said, a hint of melancholy in his tone. Ian Han indeed possessed a striking appearance, fitting the archetype of an art student. Though looks do not define one's worth, those who study art often enjoy a certain aesthetic appeal. I am done. Baby carefully removed the drawing and eagerly approached me, presenting it to Ian Han instead. Well, it seemed I had overthought it. With his father present, I was undoubtedly an outsider in his eyes. After Ian Han took the drawing, his expression stiffened slightly. After a few glances, he praised the child. This is splendid, compared to the last time. You have made significant progress in terms of. The subsequent praises could fill volumes. I began to suspect that Ian Han was deliberately delaying the reveal, wondering if he could show it to me. Then that is up to Baby, Ian Han said. Baby modestly nodded. Sure, if you really wish to see it. I can wait a bit longer for the praise. Ian Han handed the drawing to me. How should I describe it? The artwork exhibited a hint of postmodern abstractism, infused with a dreamlike quality. In essence, it consisted of a few stick figures accompanied by a series of chaotic lines. Very nice, isn't it? Ian Han inquired. I felt he might need an eye examination. Ian Han winked at me, and I surmised I understood why he had initially spoken so fancifully. Baby's gaze was too endearing to criticize. He was seeking validation, and I mustered the courage to compliment the stick figures in various ways. Baby appeared delightfully pleased, his laughter rendering his eyes nearly invisible. At last, I grasped Ian Han's predicament. If I had a child with poor drawing skills who craved praise, I too would be reluctant to reveal such work to others. Chapter 39. Outing Baby. Since Uncle likes it so much, I will gift you this drawing. I chuckled helplessly. Thank you very much, Baby. You're welcome. Daddy says we must learn to share. I reluctantly held the stick figure drawing. Perhaps due to the angle, I felt those chaotic lines might represent shapes. There were 3 stick figures in total. For the first, the lines seemed to originate from the head, resembling hair, a flowing mane. The second figure had lines densely concentrated in the middle. While the head and legs were not spared, the most significant concentration was indeed in the center. The third was much cleaner, with only a few disordered lines. I pointed at the first stick figure and asked, "Is this hair?" Baby shook his head, then nodded. "It is hair, but it moves?" I inquired tentatively. Yes, I sensed that indeed, Baby had captured the critical features. Those three individuals were likely not ordinary. However, what sort of people would employ abnormal individuals to surveil others? I recalled the organization associated with the Prophet, then shook my head. The Prophet did not seem different at all, at least not in my eyes. Inhan, appearing somewhat concerned, asked, "Hair moves?" "Yes, indeed." "Why did you not tell me?" Inhan looked sternly at Baby. Baby pouted, "Because I was worried it would scare Daddy." "Baby, how old are you? Are children nowadays so mature?" If it were any ordinary child, their first reaction upon witnessing such a scene would likely be to cry out for their parents. Just as Baby was about to respond, Inhan interjected. 6 years old. Adopted? Yes, I observed that when Inhan spoke the truth, there was a fleeting hesitation in his gaze. He was lying. This child is certainly not adopted. Could he be his biological child? That notion is utterly absurd. You must be weary as well. Why not take a moment to rest? Very well, I decided not to bring up the previous topic again, considering I was residing in someone else's home. It is wiser to maintain a low profile. Inhan is not an ordinary person. I have been observing for several days, yet I have discovered nothing unusual. This includes the Baby, who, apart from the ability to become invisible and occasionally vanish, displays no other peculiarities. Life here is remarkably tranquil, so much so that I nearly forgot the myriad of troubling events occurring outside. It was an outing that jolted me back to reality from this state of evasion. With Inhan away, I found myself alone at home with the Baby. Without a phone or a computer, I was surprised to find that there was no computer in Inhan's house. Deprived of the internet, my only source of entertainment was the television, which I was grateful to find was functional. In the first 2 days of my arrival, the television had remained off. Neither Inhan nor the Baby seemed inclined to watch it. This was quite different from the children I had encountered outside, who are typically fond of animated shows and various electronic devices. The Baby in Inhan's household is undoubtedly a well-behaved child. While I was watching television, he would occasionally come closer. The idea to go out stemmed from a television program. This child had never tasted snacks, or perhaps it should be said that Inhan had never provided him with any. Of course, this was solely the Baby's assertion. To my knowledge, Inhan had taken him to the supermarket and purchased snacks. Seeing the eager anticipation in his little eyes, I resolved to take him out. Unfortunately, the Baby firmly rejected this proposal. However, I did not lose heart. This child had likely been stifled for so long that he didn't know how to express his desires. After I repeatedly assured him that we would merely be taking a stroll nearby, never straying far or arousing Inhan's suspicion, he finally agreed with a smile. I gently stroked his hair, feeling pity for the poor child who had not experienced a proper childhood. Children ought to have the right to be capricious, to pursue their whims and desires. This child's obedience was truly heart-wrenching. Once outside, the Baby guided me on how to reach the supermarket nearby. My heart softened further. If he weren't particularly observant, how could such a young child remember the route to the supermarket so vividly, even recalling the shops along the way? After purchasing our items, as I prepared to head towards the checkout, I caught sight of a familiar figure. The Baby's grip on my hand tightened. I halted, pondering who this person could be. He was neither a neighbor nor a friend. "So, we must leave. Don't let us be seen." The Baby urged anxiously. I quickly scanned the surroundings, yet I discerned nothing amiss. "We must hurry." The Baby tugged at my hand with urgency, and I could distinctly feel his fear and tension. I disregarded any recognition of the individual and swiftly made my way towards the exit. Upon completing our transaction and stepping outside, the Baby continued to exhibit signs of anxiety. I sighed, bending down to embrace him, asking, "What did you see?" It was disheartening to witness such a vigilant child. "That person is terrifying. We must go," he exclaimed as I walked forward. I inquired, "Who is it?" The Baby shook his head, refusing to elaborate, insisting only that we leave quickly. His fear rendered me reluctant to linger outside, so I quickened my pace back home. Upon reaching the entrance of the community, that familiar figure reappeared before me. He stood with his back to me, observing the happenings within the community. Is he from around here? I did not dwell on it further and proceeded directly toward him. The baby clutched my clothing, exclaiming, "Don't go near him." I paused, scanning my surroundings once more. There truly seemed to be nothing abnormal, nor did I sense any imminent danger. Once we return home, we will be safe. We shall head back immediately. No, no, no. Don't go there. The baby screamed in terror. Mr. Lin, we meet again. The individual at the entrance turned to face me. Smiling that I was momentarily taken aback. It was Zhang Shun. He approached me, and the baby curled up in my arms, trembling as though in a state of shock. So, the child is actually afraid of Zhang Shun? Reflecting on Zhang Shun's prior experiences, I found this revelation unsurprising. That previous encounter must have left a profound impression on the baby. What brings you here? I inquired, gently patting the baby's back with the hand that wasn't occupied. I've been searching for you since you escaped. How have you been? I replied with a wry smile. Not too bad. Living in constant fear of being discovered by the police or those from the third hospital, while also worrying about those who might take an interest in Han and the baby. This existence is quite hard to articulate. However, as long as I am aware of the situation, it does not matter what a stranger may say, especially one who is not entirely ordinary. That's good. I've been worried about you. After you escaped, I began looking for you. Escape? He was indeed taken away by the seer. But I did not witness any coercion. To say he escaped is somewhat misleading. Yes, escape, Zhang Shun sighed. It's complicated. Where are you staying now? Is it safe? You? What are you doing here? Han's voice suddenly interrupted from behind me. I turned to see him, his finger trembling as it pointed at Zhang Shun. Not just his finger, but his entire body quivered slightly. Long time no see, Zhang Shun waved his hand dismissively. The tone resembled that of long-lost friends reuniting. Yet I knew their previous encounters had likely been far from pleasant. Han's demeanor toward him was certainly not one of camaraderie. How did you get out? Han glared coldly at me. I raised the shopping bag, stating, I came out to buy some snacks for the baby. Han's expression remained unchanged, still ashen. Embarrassed, I clarified, he wasn't with me. He was already standing at the community entrance when I returned. In truth, I was somewhat surprised. I had completed my transaction rather early, so how could he have come out before me? Could it be that the one in the supermarket was a decoy? I truly came on my own. He has nothing to do with it, Zhang Shun interjected. I looked earnestly at Han, assuring him, I merely went out for some fresh air. I certainly didn't mean to cause you any trouble. Moreover, he already knew your address, so it's not surprising to find him here. Zhang Shun, however, did not indulge my explanation, bluntly stating, I came to find you. Han strode forward, saying, if that's the case, I shall take my leave. Farewell, no, never to meet again. Wait. Just as I was about to mention that the baby was still with me, I felt a sudden lightness in my arms and looked down to find them empty. I had nearly forgotten that the baby possessed special abilities, but is it safe to be like this in front of Zhang Shun? No one answered my unspoken question, as Han had already departed hastily. I turned to Zhang Shun, questioning his true intentions, why previously tranquil existence had been shattered. Zhang Shun shrugged, saying, this is not a place for conversation. Follow me. Why should I go with you? This man seemed more dangerous. Rather than accompanying him, I would prefer to distance myself as far as possible. You are currently in peril. I know of a safe place. Come with me, Zhang Shun asserted as he walked ahead. After taking a few steps, he turned back, surprised to see me lingering behind, mouth agape in astonishment. Ultimately, he said nothing, hesitating for a few seconds before continuing, everything I say is true. You are in danger. Don't assume Han is a good person. He is far more dangerous than you realize. The place I speak of is very safe. Whether you choose to go is entirely up to you. However, you must know that opportunities are fleeting. If you miss this one, it will be gone. Chapter 40. About the basement, had he not uttered that particular phrase, I would undoubtedly have refused to go with him. Yet I recalled the nurse. She had offered me a choice which I declined, and later I deeply regretted that decision. Even if I emerged from this situation, it would still be, this time, perhaps I should go. At least I could see what the situation entails, which is preferable to being confined and regretting it later. As I approached him, Zhang Shun smiled, assuring me that I would be glad for my choice. I hope so. I held no grand expectations, nor did I anticipate that he could genuinely save me. I merely wished to avoid future regrets stemming from indecision. Concerning our destination, I had envisioned a dilapidated building or one of those small inns that require no identification. As those were the most common types of places, to my surprise, he led me to a perfectly ordinary residential community. This neighborhood was indeed quite normal. The greenery was well maintained, with several elderly individuals conversing nearby, and children playing not far off. There were also young people hurrying along, and security guards even monitored the entrance. I had expected to be stopped and questioned upon our arrival, but nothing of the sort occurred. Once inside, I couldn't help but ask, "Do you live here?" "No," Zhang Shun replied, looking at me. "We do." Though at a loss for words, I found this rather agreeable, as it meant I could finally interact with normal individuals. Everyone here appeared to be just that, normal, from the security personnel to the children. While I might no longer fit within the bounds of normalcy, that did not prevent me from continuing to view myself as such. Nor did it diminish my fondness for living among ordinary people. As for Inhan's community, it's not that the inhabitants there are abnormal. Rather, while residing there, one cannot venture outside, making it less than delightful. No matter how splendid a place may be, if one cannot integrate into it and can only observe from a distance, it quickly loses its charm. As I indulged in my wandering thoughts, we entered the residential building and eventually descended into the basement. Zhang Shun retrieved a key and unlocked the door to the subterranean space. In a tone of dismay, I remarked, "Is this where we will reside? What happened to the promised normal house? Can one truly live in a basement?" Zhang Shun reassured me, "It is quite safe here." The interior was grimy, enveloped in a thick layer of dust, and cluttered with an assortment of discarded items. If he was referring to hiding in this storage area, then indeed, it seemed secure. After all, it appeared that few would think to venture in here throughout the year. Zhang Shun commented, "This is a place I painstakingly found." Implicit in his words was the notion that I should be content. Having a place to stay was already a blessing, and I should not be so finicky. Navigating through the various pieces of old furniture and assorted debris, we discovered a surprisingly clear space at the back, which contained 2 pristine beds and a table with a missing leg. On the table rested half a bottle of mineral water and a bag of cookies. Indicating that Zhang Shun had previously resided here, he stated, "We will stay here for a while." I inquired, "Did you clean this up?" If the clutter had been moved recently, it would not have accumulated this much dust. If not, then it was a conspiracy. Zhang Shun did not respond but continued, "Try not to go outside and avoid being seen, whether by those in the complex or those outside. Although it is safe here, it is still prudent to exercise caution. Did you clean this?" I pressed again. Zhang Shun frowned and retorted, "Is cleanliness your only concern at this moment? Rest assured, I am not fond of tidying up. So the responsibility for maintaining cleanliness here will fall to you." Very well, I found myself somewhat speechless in the face of his unorthodox demeanor. No, I merely meant to say that it is quite tidy. You possess great potential for cleanliness, so it would be best left to you in the future." Zhang Shun offered no further comment. The space was limited to a central area, surrounded entirely by discarded items. I glanced around and remarked, "It won't be easy to clear out a space. You've put in quite an effort." Zhang Shun asked, "Is there nothing else you are curious about?" I shook my head. What a trivial matter. Heaven knows how many enigmas linger in my mind. Yet I found myself unwilling to share my thoughts with Zhang Shun for reasons unknown. Zhang Shun said, "Very well, you are quite content. I appreciate your disposition. However, even if you are not curious, there are certain matters I must disclose to you." This, he paused, gazing at me. I maintained my composure and replied, "Go on." Zhang Shun queried, "Do you know whom I am hiding from?" I answered, "Who else could it be? It's the Third Institute. Isn't it? Not just you. I am hiding from them as well. And the police. I nearly forgot, there's the Prophet. You mentioned you escaped from him." In truth, I found it hard to believe that he had escaped. No. Zhang Shun shook his head. The Third Institute is not the most terrifying threat. There exists a place far more frightening than them. That is who I am evading. I understood he sought a response from me, yet I was resolute in not giving him the satisfaction. After a brief pause, Zhang Shun continued, "It is the Prophet. He is affiliated with that organization, and he must not capture you." I remained silent. Zhang Shun, he undoubtedly had a motive for seeking me out. Until I uncovered that motive, I needed to disrupt his rhythm. Whether in conversation or action, I was surprisingly calm, and in fact, I was astonished at my own tranquility. "You have encountered him, haven't you?" I shook my head. "You are lying. You have interacted with him." I pondered his insistence on this point. Regarding the prophet, I had only heard about him through his stories. Beyond that, I truly knew little. Zhang Shun replied, "This is a good thing. You need not concern yourself with him. Even if you encounter him in the future, keep your distance. He is very dangerous, exceedingly dangerous. Can you share your experiences? You were brought out by the prophet and then went to Yin Han's home. What did you discover there?" Zhang Shun replied. "Nothing of importance to know. It is quite significant. After all, Yin Han is the one who sheltered me. I must understand the nature of his hostility towards you." Zhang Shun remarked, "As far as I know, he is not so benevolent. You have been beguiled by him. Beguiled. That is his ability, as you should know. Those with different abilities, this one is considered relatively advanced, particularly the kind that Yin Han possesses. He can create illusions that cause one to become lost without realizing it. It is extraordinarily powerful, very perilous. I could not help but chuckle. That joke is hardly amusing. If Yin Han possessed such illusionary powers, would he still be feared? That is simply implausible. Do you not believe?" I nodded. Indeed, I did not believe. Illusions? I would sooner believe he could create clones. In fact, the child was merely one of his manifestations. Would you like to see? After witnessing, you would understand. Where shall we go to see? Zhang Shun replied, "Tomorrow you will know. By the way, he that has no faults, so what exactly is abnormal about Yin Han?" "What is it?" Zhang Shun scoffed. "He is abnormal in every respect." The following day, I was awakened early by Zhang Shun. After consuming a bag of cookies he had procured from an unknown source, we set out. The sky outside was dimly lit, and the complex was still largely deserted. Upon exiting, we arrived at the entrance of Yin Han's neighborhood. Zhang Shun seated himself on a stone bench beneath a tree and instructed, "Wait here. You will see." However, I wondered if this would not attract attention. At the very least, we ought to hide. Sitting here so openly, it was unlikely that Yin Han would come out. Although I considered myself no threat to him, we sat for several hours until Zhang Shun finally said, "Let us go." I instinctively glanced toward the entrance. No one had emerged. "He will be out shortly. Hurry!" he exclaimed, pulling me aside. Sure enough, a minute later, Yin Han came into view. Today, he was accompanied by the child, not cradled in his arms but walking alongside him. The child grasped tightly at his clothing. I warned Zhang Shun. Adults are adults and children are children. Whatever Yin Han is, he represents only himself. Do not harm the child. "What child?" Zhang Shun inquired, regarding me with a detached expression. I pointed at the child beside Yin Han, saying, "Is he not right there?" "There is nothing there," he replied. I scrutinized Zhang Shun's expression, and to my dismay, he did not appear to be lying. Seemingly could not see the child. A cold sweat broke out on my forehead. Then what was the nature of this child? He could indeed be invisible, yet my ability to see him indicated he was not currently cloaked. Why, then, could Zhang Shun not perceive him? If you are referring to the child beside Yin Han, I believe I have seen him before. However, Zhang Shun's expression suddenly turned grave. "But what?" I pressed. "We have been discovered." "Shoo, do not speak." That I leaned forward, and indeed, the child was gazing in our direction. I could not tell if he had seen me, but he offered a smile nonetheless. Yet, he did not communicate with Yin Han. And they continued onward without pause. After they had walked a distance, Zhang Shun instructed, "Let us go, follow them." The child's instincts were acute. He had noticed us earlier and even smiled at me. Zhang Shun remarked, "The child you mentioned, never mind. We will discuss this later. For now, follow closely." Then, I witnessed what appeared to be the innocuous Yin Han enter a CAF. Moments later, he exited alongside a man and proceeded into a budget hotel. Zhang Shun clarified, "It's not that the man lacks funds. Rather, they can only go to such places." In truth, I had little desire to hear any explanations, truly. Shortly thereafter, Yin Han emerged, but the man did not follow. Moreover, I must mention that the child was nowhere to be found. After leaving the CAF, I had not seen the child again. While I wished to search for him, Zhang Shun insisted I follow him, pulling me along. Just as I prepared to pursue, Zhang Shun grasped my arm once more. "What are you doing?" I asked, confused by his actions. "Aren't we to follow him?" I queried, gazing at Yin Han's retreating figure. "No need. Wait here." 10 minutes later, a person exited the hotel, and that person was the child. I stared in shock. It seemed the child had aged slightly, not only in height but also in appearance, displaying subtle changes that made him look more mature, akin to an 8 or 9-year-old. "Did you not see that?" I asked. Zhang Shun replied, "Are you referring to that little bug?" He pronounced it as a statement rather than a question. No. I saw a child.as for the bug. I rubbed my eyes, wondering if my vision had betrayed me. This time, Zhang Shun did not observe the child leaving. After taking only a few steps, he pulled me along again, insisting, "Follow closely." "What for?" I protested against his actions. On one hand, I was reluctant to accept the child's identity. On the other, perhaps it was a matter of rebellion. It is regrettable to admit that even in such circumstances, I was still rebellious. Since my departure from the Third Institute, I had resolved not to demean myself any longer. Thus, if rebellion was my choice, then let it be so, regardless of age, circumstances, or any other factors. Chapter 41. The differences regarding In Han. Do you wish to watch him continue to harm others? Harm whom? He is merely a child. If he intended to harm anyone, would I still be standing here so calmly? To him, I must be an exceptional target. Wouldn't you agree? Moreover, one he remains utterly unguarded against. Zhang Xuanmu, with a furrowed brow, reached out and playfully patted the back of my head, saying, "You follow along because I said so. Why all the unnecessary chatter?" I followed him forward, slightly dazed at such a moment. Shouldn't he be coaxing me into putting forth my utmost effort for him? Why then did he resort to violence? Was he not concerned that I might abandon the task, thwarting his objectives? The baby seemed oblivious to our presence, not turning back, nor exhibiting any signs of fear in his body language. In fact, he appeared to relish the situation. Yes, relish. Once that thought emerged, I sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Perhaps I truly had not perceived the reality. Upon reaching a narrow alley, he halted. It appeared to be a trap. Yet Zhang Shun boldly led me inside without hesitation. I voiced my displeasure. "Do you even know what you're doing?" Zhang Shun replied, "Of course." Finally, "Here it comes." The baby grinned widely, his smile unsettlingly sinister. This expression starkly contrasted with his usual demeanor as a well-behaved child. Zhang Shun remarked, "What a surprise. I thought you had already met your demise." "What a pity. You've been led to believe otherwise." The baby continued to beam radiantly. Zhang Shun clenched his fist and stated, "There's truly nothing to be joyful about." After all, he landed a punch squarely on the baby's face, sending him hurtling backward. "Dealing with you is child's play, an issue so trivial. What is there to celebrate?" Contrary to my expectations of severe injury, the baby quickly scrambled to his feet, devoid of any blood or bruises on his face, furiously declaring, "I will make you pay for this." "Wait." I bit my lip and asked, "What on earth is going on? What exactly is he?" Zhang Shun raised an eyebrow. "Can't discern his true nature." "Can you?" I nodded. Given the earlier events, it was evident that the baby was far from an ordinary human. He was likely some sort of monstrous insect. I truly could not discern it. Zhang Shun continued. "It was my oversight. I failed to eliminate him completely last time, inadvertently allowing him to evolve to this point. In simple terms, he is a mutated insect of In Han. He possesses the ability to become invisible." Zhang Shun couldn't help but chuckle. "Ha ha ha, invisible. Why not say he merely vanished from your sight? Or that he has bewitched your vision?" I was utterly bewildered. I understood what separation meant, but what on earth did being together signify? The baby declared. "As the saying goes, calamities can linger for millennia. I shall outlive you." With that, a swarm of insects suddenly materialized around us. Not just worms, but also beetles, watermelon bugs, and others emerged. "So, this creature can summon insects to battle?" Zhang Shun remarked. "Indeed, a significant nuisance, but that I was prepared." He unexpectedly pulled 2 masks from his pocket, donned one himself, and tossed the other to me. I picked up the mask and put it on, mimicking Zhang Shun's actions. The mask emitted a foul medicinal odor, and just as I contemplated removing it, I noticed Zhang Shun produced a small spray bottle, about the size of a lens cleaning spray. Upon spraying, the baby's expression markedly changed, and the surrounding insects became motionless. No, it was merely a fleeting moment. Moments later, the insects at a distance rapidly scattered, leaving only the nearby, motionless dead ones. I asked in astonishment, "What was that?" If this could be sold, one could surely make a fortune as a distributor. Such effective insecticide is rare. The baby pointed at Zhang Shun, exclaiming, You. Before he could finish, he collapsed to the ground. A vividly colored large insect then came into my view. I recalled the large rat. Could her condition be akin to that of the baby? Zhang Shun urged, "Have you seen clearly?" I swallowed hard, roughly. "May I see that creature?" "Here." Zhang Shun generously handed me the spray. I gingerly accepted it, wondering how it could be so effective. Does the third hospital possess such capabilities? Zhang Shun's expression darkened slightly. "No, this is my homemade concoction, absolutely effective against insects." I touched the medicinal mask. It was certainly not simple. It could potentially be lethal even to humans. However, how could an ordinary person have studied traditional medicine and concoct their own remedies? Oh, right. There's also the antidote. It all seemed incredibly implausible. Not that I looked down on the uneducated. The situation was simply too unreasonable. Akin to a princess selecting a suitor. Having seen all the princes of neighboring kingdoms and finding none appealing, only to fall for a genuine beggar. Was that abrupt, that incongruous. Regardless, this matter seemed to have reached a temporary conclusion. Zhang Shun indicated that he was indeed correct. On our way back, I inquired, "What will happen to the baby?" "No, the insect, if Inhan is gone." Zhang Shun replied, "I'm uncertain. If you wish to find out, we can go see." All right. Although Zhang Shun feigned surprise at my agreement, he accompanied me back nonetheless. Upon reaching a familiar door, I knocked, but after a prolonged silence, no one answered. I knocked again, then pressed my ear to the door to listen for any sounds. No footsteps, no signs of life. Zhang Shun remarked, "You wish to enter?" "Quite evidently." "Step back a bit." After I took 2 steps back, Zhang Shun kicked the door. Bang. The door swung open. I anxiously glanced around, hoping not to be reported. I desperately wished to avoid being mistaken for a robber or thief. Zhang Shun quipped, "Why be so cautious? There's no one living here." Impossible. I surveyed the area. The baby had played with the neighbor's children, and I had indeed seen the neighbors, albeit through the peephole. What was impossible about that? Zhang Shun gestured for me to enter. Very well, other matters paled in comparison to entering. I ceased to argue with him and stepped inside, carefully closing the door behind me. There was no one in the living room, nor in the kitchen. The bedroom was likewise empty, and the bathroom remained unoccupied. I seen Han not home. There was still one more place. Where? I glanced at Zhang Shun. He pointed towards the balcony. There, to be honest, I had never been to the balcony. It seemed I had subconsciously overlooked that area. The balcony was deserted, save for some dark, crumbly substances scattered about. When Zhang Shun saw me emerge, he asked, "Didn't he find anything?" I nodded. Impossible. He approached the balcony, squatting down to examine the dark substances. I asked, "What is that?" "Soil." Zhang Shun did not respond, rising instead to say, "We should be heading back." "Wait." You haven't answered me. "What is that?" Zhang Shun met my gaze and said, "If you wish to know, figure it out for yourself. If you can't, then be quiet and obey." Otherwise, a glint of malice flickered in his eyes. Though he masked it well, I captured it in an instant. Indeed, he was no good person, perhaps due to the multitude of experiences I had endured. I felt no sorrow. Instead, I was struck by a sense of inevitability. Has he given up pretense? It seems I shall soon uncover his true intentions. Upon returning, Zhang Shun asked, "Do you know his identity?" I momentarily faltered before asking, "Who?" "Inhan." "What identity?" Zhang Shun replied, "He is from the third hospital." "Did you not know?" "Impossible." While he might be connected to the third hospital, how could he be one of them? Otherwise, how could the third hospital have been so thoroughly prepared for your previous actions? Prepared enough to utilize everything at their disposal? No. How could he possibly know what I intended to do? I countered, whether it was the nighttime visit or later at the third hospital, Inhan was absent during those discussions. What could a person not present possibly accomplish? He certainly knew that anything he wished to know would be within his grasp. Never mind, discussing this is pointless. Just remain vigilant in the future and don't trust just anyone. So, among those anyone, does that include you? I asked, fixing my gaze upon him. Zhang Shun hesitated, then said, "You may not trust me, but as long as you can ensure your safety, that is sufficient. So, even distrust must yield to trust." I lay down on my bed, closed my eyes, pondering what on earth was happening. It was utterly dull. Exceedingly dull. After returning, we did not venture out again. Even when I wished to go for a stroll, Zhang Shun would thwart me with various excuses. I began to feel that I had truly fallen into a deep pit. It seemed my recent luck had been consistently poor, emerging from one pit only to tumble into another. Which deity had I angered? I found myself somewhat in awe of Zhang Shun. I remained clueless as to how he managed to hide food in every corner of the room. Each mealtime, he would retrieve food from every nook and cranny for me, which was simply miraculous, of course. What intrigued me most was just how much food he had stashed away. Given the current circumstances, it was clear he had no intention of venturing out. Thus, the only opportunity to go outside would be when the food ran out. For that reason, I deliberately ate more than usual. He showed no signs of stopping me, calmly producing even more food each time that a week flew by, and I finally couldn't contain my curiosity any longer. How much food do you actually have hidden? Zhang Shun replied. What's the problem? Of course there is, I retorted. How could there not be an issue with eating the same thing every day? I wish to venture out for a change of taste. Very well, I shall take you out tomorrow. Zhang Shun readily acquiesced to my request, which stirred a sense of unease within me. This feels rather amiss. Has he finally exhausted his hidden provisions? The following morning, as I awakened, I found Zhang Shun standing beside my bed, gazing at me. Initially startled, I inquired, "What are you doing here?" "I was just about to call you." I accepted this explanation, albeit uncertain of its veracity. A large backpack rested on the table, and as Zhang Shun lifted it, he declared, "Let us go." "Where to?" I asked, taken aback. I certainly hadn't forgotten our plan to dine out. Yet, his demeanor suggested we were not merely going for a meal. Zhang Shun replied, "This place is no longer safe. We need to relocate." "How do you know?" I questioned, considering that I had not been apart from him for a week. Where, then, had he gleaned this information about the danger? Or was he simply fabricating an excuse to mislead me? Chapter 42. On evading pursuers I have my methods. Move, or your feast will be lost. Humph. Am I a glutton, willing to compromise for the sake of food? Very well, we shall depart. This is not a compromise. Whether we leave or not, vacating this location is paramount. Once outside, Zhang Shun led me directly to a restaurant, and at last, I savored a warm meal. Just as I finished and before I could catch my breath, Zhang Shun stood and announced, "We must go." I glanced around. Only moments prior, he had appeared relaxed, showing no signs of intent to leave. His sudden change of heart surely indicated some pressing reason. He seemed anxious. Yet he had no intention of taking a vehicle. Not only was he agitated, but his pace was brisk, forcing me to jog to keep up with him. We continued on without pause, and as I wiped the sweat from my brow, I suggested, "Shall we take a car?" Zhang Shun replied, "We cannot." "Why not?" "Even if we are evading someone, taking a car is still an option. Riding a bus, changing lines, if someone were to check, it would require considerable effort. With that time, we could easily hide." Zhang Shun halted and said, "You make a valid point." Then, mirroring my earlier words, we embarked on an endless journey via public transport. It was aimless. After 2 stops on one bus, we would likely have to return on the next, and it continued in this fashion. Though it was troublesome, I was pleased to at last be seated. Despite the inconvenience, at least I could rest for a while. What I hadn't anticipated was Zhang Shun's remarkable persistence. We remained on the move all day long. Forget about others losing track of us. I myself could not ascertain where we were. Upon disembarking, Zhang Shun surveyed our surroundings and commanded, "Let us go." I hesitated briefly before quickening my pace to catch up. The day's exertions were not feigned. He might have genuinely discovered something. Thus, it was indeed unsafe to leave now. I should wait until I fully understood his intentions and confirmed my own safety before departing. At the very least, I needed clarity concerning the relationships between the organizations involved. After catching up, I inquired, "Have we shaken them off?" Zhang Shun shook his head, uncertainty clouding his expression. "We need to hide." "With purpose?" I pressed. He nodded, hesitantly stating, "I'll look around. There should be." "Hurry." His expression shifted suddenly, and he raised his voice, bewildered. I followed him as he dashed ahead. I had no inkling of what he had perceived. From my perspective, there was not a soul in sight. Could he possess an instinct akin to that of a creature? Like a sensitive insect? Given my lack of fitness, I soon found my pace dwindling. Eventually, Zhang Shun, unable to bear my lagging speed, grasped my wrist and pulled me forward. At this point, I had no choice but to run. With my wrist being held, moving slowly would only lead to a fall. We ran for what felt like an eternity, my legs weary and struggling to keep pace. Yet Zhang Shun showed no signs of stopping. As I gasped for breath, I exclaimed, "I can't run any longer, you're truly useless." I lacked the strength to retort, my hands resting on my knees as I wheezed. Just as I was about to collapse onto the ground, Zhang Shun urged, "We're almost there. Let us go." Still moving? I stared at him in disbelief. I had no strength left. My legs felt like jelly, and merely standing was a challenge. Zhang Shun replied, "You may choose to stay here." Were it not for my exhaustion, I would have liked to punch him in the face. Wasn't he supposed to be the one lacking stamina? After running for so long, he remained composed. Was this truly a sign of poor endurance? If he were weak, then what did that make me? Just a few days of this and he was already flaunting it. I waved my hand dismissively, saying, "You go on ahead." To my astonishment, he actually walked away. He left. I could not suppress the twitch at the corner of my mouth. What was I hoping to achieve? Staying in the basement would have been far more secure, with food and drink readily available, albeit in a dimly lit environment. Wait a moment, dimly lit? I recalled a crucial detail. I was uncertain if the basement had lights, but it was clear that they weren't turned on. Windows? Even if they existed, they were thoroughly blocked, so how had I managed to see anything in the basement? As I pondered this, Zhang Shun returned. With a swift motion, he tossed a bundle of branches at my feet. "What's this for?" I asked, bewildered. He offered no reply, kneeling to untie the branches and retrieving a lighter from his backpack. So he intended to start a fire. I glanced up at the sky, which was now shrouded in darkness, only a handful of stars visible. It was indeed nightfall. Zhang Shun expertly kindled a fire. I mimicked his actions, sitting opposite him as I asked, "Can you see too?" "See what?" he inquired, munching on a biscuit. I licked my lips and asked, "Is there any water?" Zhang Shun tossed me a bottle, followed by a bag of biscuits. Thanks. I unscrewed the cap and took a sip, then asked, "Are there lights in the basement?" "Yes, but they're broken." I covered my eyes with my hand. Broken? Yet I had been able to discern my surroundings. Zhang Shun, his movements in searching for items were so adept. How could he possibly have missed that? "Where'n't you leaving?" I questioned him, but he grumbled. "I came back." "Are you going to keep an eye on me?" "Who were we hiding from today?" Zhang Shun replied. "The less you know, the longer you live. Do you still wish to know? It's better to live poorly than to die well, but that depends on the kind of life one leads. If it involves perpetual hiding and avoiding others, then I would prefer death." Zhang Shun said, "I cannot allow you to die, therefore, I will say nothing." That night, we slept in the wilderness. Upon waking, I felt as though my legs were rendered useless. My thighs ached, barely able to lift them, and blisters adorned my feet. "So delicate," Zhang Shun remarked disdainfully. I lay on my back and retorted, "You can say whatever you wish. I simply refuse to move." After saying this, I disregarded his reaction and closed my eyes to catch up on sleep. We remained in the outskirts for 3 days. Aside from Zhang Shun's initial objections, he said little thereafter. I believed I had discovered his weakness. Moving forward, I would do as I pleased. As my previous concessions to him had proven to be the greatest misstep, I was the one to propose our departure. And Zhang Shun remained silent, shouldering his backpack and advancing forward. Our destination was a small hill. Upon reaching a cave halfway up, Zhang Shun declared, "This is it." I was somewhat speechless. A cave? This was even less preferable than the basement. It felt like a regression. To my surprise, the interior of the cave was quite clean, and it was well furnished. Zhang Shun stated, "We shall reside here for the next few days." Is this a secret base? A secret base in the wilderness. If the cave were deeper and equipped with a concealed entrance, I might have believed it to be a location akin to a clandestine organization. Zhang Shun replied, "Not quite. Merely a resting point. So, secret bases do exist?" "Of course," he affirmed. "May I have a look?" Although it seemed perilous, I was genuinely curious to see what the fabled secret base looked like. "No," Zhang Shun rejected without hesitation. "Why not? Aren't you protecting me? If you are to safeguard me, it implies I possess some degree of utility. If that is the case, wouldn't you eventually take me to the secret base?" Zhang Shun acknowledged. "You are quite astute," I began. But he interrupted, "Regardless, I will not take you. Your primary task now is to obey." "Very well." I resigned myself to his reasoning. Zhang Shun's backpack was nearly empty, and the cave yielded no food. After rummaging for quite some time, he found nothing, so Do we still need to go out to eat? I asked. No, then. I witnessed what true hunting entailed. I was astonished, disappointed, and utterly skeptical. Wasn't he just an ordinary person? A man so ordinary he couldn't even find a girlfriend. Yet he could hunt? And with a shotgun? Yes, a shotgun. The very item he had found in the cave. I was beginning to question the intelligence of this organization. The government maintains strict regulations on firearms. Even possessing a toy gun could lead to arrest. How could there be a real shotgun here? A genuine firearm capable of firing bullets. Were they so brazen as to let everyone know where they were? Setting those questions aside, I was nonetheless grateful for that gun, for it was the reason I was able to eat meat. Zhang Shun skillfully built a fire at the cave's entrance, deftly eviscerating a rabbit and skewering it on a branch to roast. Due to the abundance of seasonings, the flavor of the roasted rabbit was delightful. At this point, I must mention Zhang Shun's backpack. Inside, besides food and water, there were towels, clothes, spices, and even a small bottle of cooking oil. Judging by what he had brought, he had anticipated such a situation long before. So, why didn't he bring more food? This was the thought that echoed in my mind 3 days later. For these 3 days, it had been nothing but roasted meat, with no other options available. It became apparent to me that Zhang Shun likely had no particular demands regarding food. Whether it was biscuits, regular meals, or roasted meat, his demeanor remained unchanged. His attitude towards food seemed to be simply about getting enough to eat. On the 4th day, I could no longer contain my protests. Zhang Shun refused. This was within my expectations, yet I did not relent. Having discerned through the ordeal of aching legs that persistence might yield results, I believed I could still achieve my goal. After all, he couldn't do much to me. Thus, I went 2 days without a proper meal. He truly refused to give me food. Had I made enough noise? As I silently swallowed, Zhang Shun raised a roasted chicken in his hand and asked, "What's wrong?" I longed to respond defiantly. Nothing, however. Upon patting my protesting stomach, I succumbed. "That's enough." "Very well," he said, walking away with the roasted chicken. I stared wide-eyed at his retreating figure. Shouldn't he be giving me food now? Though I may have been a bit melodramatic, who isn't a bit of a baby at times? I had ceased to be human. Could I not be a little demanding? It turned out I truly could not. That day, I still received no food, but fortunately, there was water. Speaking of which, the water was even more astonishing. Not far from this cave, there existed a well, one that was still operable. On the 2nd day of my arrival, the water had run out, and I followed Zhang Shun to the well. He skillfully drew water, filling all the bottles. The taste of well water was distinctly different from that of tap water. It was far purer and even had a hint of sweetness. Water from the tap sometimes emerged white, not clean and transparent, but truly white, requiring some time to settle before it became clear. I finally understood why affluent individuals often sought refuge in the mountains. Such water and sustenance might genuinely grant one longevity. Patting my round belly, filled with water, I fell into a restless slumber. Chapter 43. On earthworms, wake up, slap, wake up. I was roused by a slap. What is it? I glared at Zhang Shun. Was it too much to ask for better food? If he didn't want to feed me, that was one thing. But why hit me? We need to go. Huh? The surprise came so abruptly. Could a dream improve my meals, and waking up truly lead to a feast? What are you waiting for? Hurry, go east, don't take any detours, wait that I will find you. With that, Zhang Shun stuffed his backpack into my arms. Under his urging, I had no time to ponder. I hastily slipped on my shoes and dashed outside with the backpack. The sun was high in the sky when I paused to wipe the sweat from my brow. Surely, this is far enough. Although I ran slowly, I had been at it for quite a while. I was slow because I hadn't eaten, feeling weak that I considered it a triumph that I hadn't fainted. Not everyone could run for such a long duration after 3 days without food. Upon opening the backpack, I discovered 2 roasted rabbit legs inside. I pulled out a plastic bag and began to gnaw on the roasted leg. For someone who had been hungry for 3 days, this was a feast. After finishing one, I licked my lips, still craving more. However, I resolutely zipped up the backpack. I should leave some for Zhang Shun. After all, he was protecting me, and consuming all the food would be unethical. After a brief rest, I found that my strength had not returned. In fact, I felt even more fatigued. Yet, I knew this was not the time to rest. If Zhang Shun could handle things, that would be fine. But what if he couldn't? Every moment spent resting now could be the last chance to secure my survival. Gritting my teeth, I rose. Running was no longer possible. My legs trembled, but I could still manage to walk. As my condition worsened, I heard footsteps. Instinctively, I glanced around. The grass was short, and the trees, there were none, just barren land. Without any cover, I was certain I had been spotted. Accepting reality, I turned to face it. The owner of the footsteps was none other than Zhang Shun. How delightful. This was the first time I truly appreciated how endearing he could be. I smiled and walked towards him, but before I could reach him, he collapsed straight to the ground. Where'd I is this? To the east of the cave. Beyond that, I know not. After Zhang Shun fell, I noticed a long trail of blood on his back. He was gravely injured. Even while I cleaned his wound with fresh water, he remained unconscious. After bandaging his injury, I intended to carry him to a safer location, only to tragically realize I simply could not lift him. With no other option, I had to wait there for him to regain consciousness. Is anyone pursuing us? I shook my head and then asked, I didn't even injure him, let alone deal with him. Let us go. We cannot stay here. But it has been half a day. No one has followed us. Perhaps we should stay and rest for the night. Your condition? Zhang Shun touched the cloth wrapped around his chest and said, I am fine. Let South leave this place first. I said nothing further. It was his body, and since he asserted he was fine, what reason did I have to insist he stay? After walking a short distance, Zhang Shun began to gasp for breath. I suggested, let us rest a bit. There's no need to rush and no need. All right, if you say so. Regardless, I had already rested enough. We remained in the wilderness, this time finding a dilapidated hut. The structure was exceedingly simple, merely 4 walls, with one wall partially collapsed. Zhang Shun approached the hut, and I pulled him back, saying, wait, it's in such disrepair. Aren't you afraid it will collapse? It won't collapse. He replied, stepping inside. I sighed in resignation, convincing myself that at least it was a house, better than the cave. Inside, it was empty and dusty, yet it did seem to offer some improvement over the outside. From the exterior, the house appeared prone to collapse at any moment, but inside, it was better. Zhang Shun began to pace in a corner, eventually squatting down and knocking on the bricks. Dio, you need help? I inquired, though uncertain of what he was doing. That I knew that his injuries were largely due to me. Had I not followed him, he would not have needed to hold the rear and would not have been hurt. Upon trying my hand at it, I discovered the bricks could be easily removed, revealing wooden boards beneath, not the earth I had imagined. Lifting the boards, Zhang Shun said, I'll go down and take a look. You wait here. After a while, light appeared below. Zhang Shun's voice followed. You can come down now. Once down, I asked, shouldn't we be concerned about above? Of course we should. Zhang Shun glanced at me and said, you stay here. He was gone for a while. From the sounds, it seemed he was moving bricks. Then came the sound of footsteps, followed by the sound of a lid closing. Is it done? Almost. After Zhang Shun descended, he lazily lay down on the ground. Remembering his wound, I quickly said, get up, don't touch your injury. I'm fine. How can you be fine? You have a long gash. Zhang Shun stood up, loosened the cloth, and removed his shirt, turning his back to me. His back was smooth, with no visible signs of injury. Yet the cloth he had removed was stained with blood. What is this? See? I'm fine, Zhang Shun replied. How can that be? You. Zhang Shun countered, aren't you the same? Are you suggesting that after my injury, the wound would heal quickly too? Wasn't it said that only my vision would change? Was it possible that this ability came with additional functions? Not the same. Everyone is different. This is my ability. It felt like a scene from a fantasy film. Perhaps I had wandered into the wrong theater. This was more akin to a neighboring science fiction. No, fantasy theater, Zhang Shun remarked, facing reality is difficult. I wiped my face with my hand and said, I must be dreaming. The notion of change was something I had known from the start, but witnessing such an ability firsthand is a first for me. Zhang Shun said, even if I were cut in half, I wouldn't be harmed. Otherwise, how could I have come? He spoke as if he were an earthworm. Severed in two, not only would it remain unharmed, but it would also grow into 2 distinct entities. This cheating ability could indeed be inherited, roughly speaking. Wait, what did you say? My mutation path should be akin to that of an earthworm. Zhang Shun appeared less than pleased, which was understandable. Earthworms are quite remarkable creatures, yet they are soft and particularly fond of emerging in pairs after a rainy day, not the most appealing of beings. I chuckled awkwardly. Well, that's not so bad. I've seen rats that, upon dying, lose their human form entirely, turning straight into rats. Zhang Shun displayed no signs of being comforted by my words. Nevertheless, I paid it no mind. It was a fact that he was an earthworm. I couldn't in good conscience claim that he was merely dreaming and would awaken to normalcy. After this incident, the bond between Zhang Shun and me had evidently deepened. This is not merely my subjective opinion. Zhang Shun has indeed relaxed significantly around me, even going so far as to suggest that I take a stroll. Although the primary intention is to encourage me to search for food, as my backpack contains only a few compressed biscuits, sausages, and a handful of canned goods. There is not much to sustain us, and we can only last a few days, hence the necessity to replenish our supplies. Firstly, the shotgun is not at hand, and secondly, there seems to be no game in the vicinity. At least, I have never encountered any. In such dire circumstances, even Zhang Shun finds himself at a loss. Eventually, only 2 bags of compressed biscuits remain. Zhang Shun announces, "We set out today. Where to? I have already begun to long for a soft, cozy bed and a bright home. Ever since I joined Zhang Shun, I have been residing in dark and dreary places, and I yearn for a normal life, to inhabit the spaces where ordinary people dwell. However, I contemplate earthworms. Earthworms dwell underground. Unable to restrain my curiosity, I inquire, "Do you, by any chance, enjoy living underground?" Zhang Shun responds, "Why would you think that? Isn't it obvious? We always stay underground." Zhang Shun continues, "If given a choice, I would prefer to reside in a conventional place. But alas, why can't we stay in a normal place? Why not a small inn? Such places require no identification, and with the constant influx of people, it would be easier to remain inconspicuous. Wouldn't it?" In truth, I have little faith in his habitual retreats to the outskirts. From past tales to the present, he has consistently adhered to the notion of fleeing. Heaven knows, if he were to cease running, he might not be discovered at all. After all, when there are more people, there are more opportunities to blend in unnoticed. Yet now, it seems all too simple to locate someone, does it not? Zhang Shun asserts, "The internet? We must steer clear of it." This statement left me astounded for quite some time. Is this not a plotline from a film? Can someone truly surveil others through the internet? Zhang Shun remarks, "I can survive in 2 pieces. So it's not surprising that many can observe the world through the internet." I tap my head in disbelief, thinking I must be dreaming. Zhang Shun interrupts, "All right, now that you're awake, shall we depart?" We arrived at a small town and took a vehicle to an even more remote village. Zhang Shun stood at the village entrance and declared, "This is it." An expanse of endless fields and structures that are not particularly tall. There are even a few grass huts. Indeed, this place is quite secluded. Is this how we evade the internet? Zhang Shun replies, "No. So you must be cautious." The villagers showed no curiosity. After entering, neither the people sitting by the roadside nor the children playing exhibited any interest in us. Zhang Shun remarked appreciatively, "Not bad. The people here are quite perceptive. I genuinely do not comprehend what makes them so admirable. Surely, the warm and hospitable are more endearing. Nevertheless, our accommodations are satisfactory, as we are staying in the finest house in the village, surpassing even that of the village chief. The interior bears signs of habitation, suggesting that the previous occupants have not departed long ago. Zhang Shun instructs, "You may choose a room. There are numerous rooms here, yet few with bedding." That I selected a sunlit one, knowing that earthworms prefer cool, shaded places. This location would likely be unsuitable for him. Chapter 44. Regarding the note. As noon approached, Zhang Shun prepared to venture out. I did not inquire about his destination, merely trailing behind him. He showed no intention of stopping me, nor did he disclose where we were headed. I feigned ignorance, although I truly knew nothing. There were quite a few children in the village, and I watched them play with keen interest. Children, as we all know, can be delightful yet maddening. At times, one wishes to swallow them back for a second chance, while at other times, their charm is utterly irresistible. Observing their play was indeed entertaining. Zhang Shun commented, "If you like it, keep watching. No, I want to follow you." I quickly averted my gaze. "I want to leave. If I do, I will take you with me." My ulterior motives had been uncovered, and I touched my nose sheepishly, saying, "All right, let us go. I'm not that fond of it." Of course, it was not that I feared he would leave, but rather, I was eager to see what he would do. Regrettably, Zhang Shun did not engage in any outrageous activities. He merely sought out a middle-aged woman to prepare a meal. More precisely, he arranged for her to deliver the food once it was ready. Upon his return, Zhang Shun remarked, "Are you satisfied now?" After some contemplation, I realized the implication behind his words. Having someone cook signifies the presence of regular meals, which addresses my previous dissatisfaction with our rations. I awkwardly replied, "Yes, satisfied." In truth, after Zhang Shun's injury, I had already grasped our precarious situation. His assertion that we could not venture outside was indeed correct. It was genuinely perilous, not just idle talk. I had originally thought we would remain here for an extended period. Yet, astonishingly, we had not even stayed a full day. After just one meal, Zhang Shun set down his chopsticks and declared, "Let us go." I was taken aback, asking, "What did you say?" Zhang Shun replied, "There's no time to explain. We must leave." This time, he did not even take his backpack. Clearly, the circumstances were urgent enough that he could not afford to grab it. Lacking a watch or a phone, I had no way of knowing how long we had been gone. I could only gauge it by our physical exertion, which indicated we had not been away for long. Suddenly, Zhang Shun halted. I inquired, "Is it over?" "It has arrived." Before I could inquire further about who had come, a figure appeared before us, bald, with a scaly visage and a tail that flicked about. I recognized this person well. He was the lizard who had lived across from me in the third hospital. Zhang Shun pulled me behind him, commanding, "You go first." And I smiled at the lizard and said, "Hello? Nice to see you again." The lizard regarded me with a blank expression, his gaze appearing quite frigid. Zhang Shun warned, "If you want to live, do as I say." It was now evident that the lizard had no recollection of me. Although I felt a twinge of guilt for always being the first to leave, there was no other choice. Remaining would only be a burden and a greater hassle for Zhang Shun. This time, before I could take more than a few steps, Zhang Shun had already caught up with me. I turned in surprise, only to find the lizard had vanished from his original position. Did that mean it was resolved? Or was it? Zhang Shun stated, "He has gone." "Why? How would I know?" "So where do we go now?" Zhang Shun pondered for a moment and said, "Stay." "Huh." Zhang Shun clarified, "Stay. The most dangerous place is often the safest." Upon returning to the house, I found myself deep in thought. Why did the lizard leave? Could it be possible that he recognized me? Admittedly, that might sound a touch narcissistic, but I felt there was a good chance he left because of me. I asked, "Have you met him before?" Zhang Shun responded, "What do you mean?" "The lizard, the one who just left." "Have you seen him?" Zhang Shun replied, "He was the one from last time." "Are you familiar with him?" "He lived across from me. Moreover, he wasn't always like this. Initially, only his eyes and tail were different, and now..." Zhang Shun interjected, "So, what are you trying to say? You said you didn't know why he left." "So is it possible it was because he recognized me?" Zhang Shun scoffed. "You're overthinking it. That kind of creature has lost all rationality. If he has lost his reason, why would he leave?" "And what do you mean by lost reason?" "Literally, that creature. This has nothing to do with you. What you need to do now is remain silent. Some matters will become clear to you in due time." "I want to return to the third hospital." Zhang Shun fixed his gaze on me. No opposition, no agreement. After uttering those words, I felt an immediate sense of relief. Rising, I stated, "I will borrow the backpack for a while. I believe I need to take some action." Having seen the lizard only solidified my conviction. What if the lizard had managed to escape sooner? Perhaps he would not have ended up like this. Furthermore, the activities occurring in the third hospital are likely far more sinister than I had imagined. Transforming patients into bizarre entities and then sending them out to hunt. No matter how one looks at it, it resembles the creation of an army or something with special abilities that is exceedingly obedient. I must put a stop to their operations. At the very least, I must try. Even if I cannot liberate them, I must provide them with an opportunity, a chance to escape, a chance for rebirth. I possess the backpack, which contains a few bottles of mineral water, but the food has already been depleted. Before I could contemplate what to take, Zhang Shun entered and tossed me a bag of steamed buns. I asked, "Are you going too?" Zhang Shun nodded. "Yes, I must admit, I felt a flicker of surprise. Not long ago, I had been contemplating how to rid myself of him. There are transport options from the town to the village, yet none for the return journey. Thus, we must continue on foot." Upon arriving in the town, Zhang Shun entered an inn. It seemed he had no intention of continuing our journey. At mealtime, Zhang Shun produced some change and said, "You can go out to eat." I accepted the money and asked, "What should I bring back for you?" Zhang Shun replied, "Don't worry about me. The inn does not serve meals, so I had no choice but to venture out to eat." The streets were sparsely populated, with very few vendors. I casually entered a restaurant. Although Zhang Shun had given me only coins, the total amounted to over 100, and with the low prices in the small town, I need not worry about finances. I ordered a bowl of noodles. The restaurant had 2 tables occupied. One was a family of 3, while the other had a young man wearing a hat. Due to the sparse crowd, the noodles were prepared swiftly. Hardly having taken a few bites, the young man stood up to settle the bill. His voice seemed oddly familiar as he passed by. He glanced at me, and his eyes, too, felt reminiscent. After finishing my meal, I diverted to the supermarket. Although Zhang Shun mentioned he didn't require me to bring him food, I couldn't just watch him go hungry. When I reached for my wallet, I felt something hard in my pocket. The money had previously been in another pocket, and after settling the bill at the restaurant, I transferred it to this one. This explains why I hadn't noticed the extra object sooner. After paying, I intended to retrieve the small hard item, but suddenly halted my motion. The person from the restaurant was a prophet. What had he given me? My first thought was of a note, perhaps warning me to be cautious of Zhang Shun. Following international protocol, I stepped into a secluded corner before unfolding the small piece of paper. Indeed, it was a folded note. However, the contents differed from my expectations. It read, "Do not go to the 3rd hospital, do not inform Zhang Shun." Although not what I anticipated, it was close enough. Since it was suggested, I felt compelled to test the waters. Otherwise, the prophet's efforts would have been in vain. Although I was uncertain whether this arrangement stemmed from good intentions or a trap. Upon returning, I asked, "Shall we not go to the 3rd hospital?" "All right," Zhang Shun replied without hesitation. So, which side was he truly on? The doctor represented the 3rd hospital. The nurses, the prophet. Surely they were all in cahoots, an opposing faction to the 3rd hospital. Zhang Shun, guiding me away from the 3rd hospital's people, should logically be allied with the prophet. Yet, the prophet discreetly handed me a note, instructing me not to inform Zhang Shun. This leads to the conclusion that the prophet was wary of Zhang Shun. While Zhang Shun readily agreed to my proposal of avoiding the 3rd hospital, which did not seem to align with the 3rd hospital's interests, I had escaped. Logically, if he were indeed from the 3rd hospital, wouldn't he seek to return me? Or was it all a ruse? To verify, I refrained from mentioning anything regarding the 3rd hospital. Zhang Shun likewise remained silent. As usual, he lay on the bed to rest after our meal, imposing no restrictions on my actions. During this period, I frequently ventured out to procure meals, while Zhang Shun continued to appear languid. The prophet did not reappear, and Zhang Shun remained unperturbed. I felt a twinge of anxiety, often lost in thought during idle moments. This was not entirely my fault. After all, that for someone ensnared in a web of mysteries, who had spent time in a mental institution and undergone a transformation that rendered them less than human, such convoluted affairs could easily lead one to the brink of despair. Chapter 45. On the unfulfilled reality. Fortunately, a turn of events finally emerged. Whether by chance of encountering the prophet again, I found another note in my pocket. Find a way to leave him. This him naturally referred to Zhang Shun. The handwriting was identical to the previous note, leading me to ascertain that it too was penned by the prophet. Thus, it appeared they were indeed not allies. But what should I do? After hesitating, I returned, and Zhang Shun said, "After we eat, we will set off." Where to? The recent relaxation had nearly made me forget that I was still obliged to heed Zhang Shun's directives. His sudden statement caught me off guard. Back to the 3rd hospital? I frowned and replied, "I told you, I have decided not to go to the 3rd hospital." No, from that point onward, no matter how I pressed. He remained silent. How did it seem he was forcing me to make a choice? I needed to leave. "Wait, let me go buy something to bring along." "All right," Zhang Shun responded. Once outside, I entered the supermarket. Unsure if anyone was following me, I knew the prophet had always discreetly slipped me notes, suggesting there were reasons preventing him from appearing openly. Whatever those reasons were, I sensed they were not particularly pleasant. Thus, it was wise to remain cautious. This small supermarket had a back door, which I discovered after several visits. Upon entering, I wandered for quite some time, drawing the attention of the store's owner, who watched me closely. Fortunately, my frequent visits and the items I held prevented him from directly shooing me away. After an extensive selection process, I stealthily slipped some cash onto the shelf and exited through the back door. Once outside, I ran for a considerable distance before halting. I felt relatively safe. A voice suddenly called out beside me. I turned in surprise. The prophet smiled and waved, saying, "Ah, what a coincidence, we meet again. What has happened to Zhang Shun?" I had no intention of engaging in idle chit-chat, so I inquired directly. The prophet responded, "He is quite dangerous. I believe you've heard that before." Indeed, I had, though the last time it was uttered by the doctor who performed surgery on me. I had not perceived the threat, and yet he had saved my life. Saved? Are you certain he saved you? The prophet scoffed. I'm not sure. The first time I left, I never saw the individual. The second time, Zhang Shun was injured, and I still did not see him. The third instance was with the lizard. In truth, he did not harm me. Upon seeing me, he simply departed. Everything I knew came from Zhang Shun's account, so I remained utterly in the dark regarding the truth. Well, there you have it. He certainly wouldn't divulge anything to you, would he? No, he did share some information. He answered every question I posed. Zhang Shun is far more honest than you. Of course, if you could be equally honest, I wouldn't mind listening to your ramblings. What I had just said was certainly a fabrication. Zhang Shun's secrecy was impeccable. Not only secrets, but even the destination would likely not be revealed until we arrived. Lying is unbecoming. I am not at all well behaved. Truly, he would never tell you, but I can share some information. So, what do you think? Would you like to hear? You are mistaken. Zhang Shun is indeed very honest. As for whether I wish to listen, I do not trust you. You must first earn my confidence. That was the last word I heard before losing consciousness. I awoke in a daze. Realizing I was lying in a vehicle, my hands and feet were bound, and I was merely short of having my mouth gagged. Am I trusted enough now? I turned to look ahead, but in truth, I saw nothing. It was a 3-row seat vehicle, and I was tied in the back. The prophet was driving. I told you, young man, you should behave. Where are you taking me? I asked. Zhang Shun certainly won't disclose the destination, but I can tell you, because I am not afraid of you refusing to go. Nor am I concerned about your escaping midway. Is this your way of showing goodwill? The prophet shook his head, saying, No, no, no. I have no intention of being friendly towards you. With someone as troublesome as you, I would rather not engage. Then don't engage. Please do not force yourself. The prophet lamented, What a pity. Some matters cannot be left unaddressed, so give up until I achieve my goals. I will be keeping an eye on you, but rest assured, I won't imprison you like Zhang Shun. I am incapable of such acts. After all, my sexual orientation is quite normal. You're normal. Then I trailed off. As I found myself unable to continue. That speculation was too. The prophet remarked, I cannot say, but I sense he is quite abnormal. Should I thank you? The prophet rubbed his nose and replied, No need. It was a trivial matter. No special gratitude is required. Just a token of appreciation will suffice. I had no desire to thank him, truly. Not wanting to continue conversing with the prophet, I turned my gaze to the window. The road outside became increasingly familiar. I exclaimed, Have I been asleep for a long time? Not particularly. Are you taking me to the 3rd hospital? The prophet turned his head, regarding me with an expression that suggested I was foolish. Are you daft? If I'm preventing you from going, would I then take you there myself? Have the doctors from the 3rd hospital extracted your brain? How could you be so foolish? It is indeed possible. I felt I had become quite foolish. Could you grant me a moment? I wish to see someone. Of course, I am not a pervert. I wanted to check on Shirlu, that woman. I wondered what had become of her. I hoped she was well. Otherwise, I would truly regret not dealing with her at the earliest opportunity. Merely mentioning Shirley's name prompted the prophet to bring me to her building. My mood soured considerably. What did this signify? It indicated that I had been under someone else's control all along. They even knew my friend's address so clearly. What else could I possibly conceal from them? You think too much. We are not that bored. Concerned with your various trivial matters. You know Shirley's address, don't you? I stared directly at him. The prophet rubbed his head, saying, In truth, we are focused on another individual. That snake, indeed. The prophet observed me closely. It seems you are already aware. When I left, I nearly dealt with her. Do not tell me you were unaware. Now we know I have stated, we are not that idle. There are many things awaiting our attention. As for you, it's merely a moderately troublesome matter. Could I inquire where the trouble lies? The prophet shrugged and said, regrettably, I cannot. He walked with ease to Shile's residence, retrieved a spare key, and unlocked the door. The interior was immaculate, clearly indicating that someone tidied it daily. In the kitchen, the sound of chopping vegetables resonated. Truth be told, I had no desire to investigate. Shile was not one to cook, nor did he enjoy it. If he were indeed the one preparing food, it could only mean one thing. The serpent demon was still ensnaring him. If he were not the one cooking, then I had no inclination to encounter that person, nor any expectation of it. Ultimately, regardless of my thoughts, reality demanded confrontation. You're back? A melodious voice emanated from the kitchen. It's me. The clatter of something falling to the floor was followed by hurried footsteps. It's you. The tone shifted from melodic to defensive and furious. I gazed at her and inquired, Where's Shile? What are you back for? If you don't want me to take action, leave swiftly. You are unwelcome here. Ha, I replied with a smile. How could I depart? This is half my home, and I am far more familiar with it than you are. As for your words, I believe they are intended for yourself. I have no desire to resort to violence. If you have any sense, you should leave at once. Lin 1, this was Shile's voice. I turned to scrutinize him. Hair, no issues. Upper body, no issues. Lower body, no issues. Could you turn around? He hesitated momentarily but ultimately complied. Very well, no issues on the back. I have returned. Shile showed no sign of joy, frowning as he said, What are you back for? Look at you. You're still with that woman. You are not welcome here. Please leave immediately, or I shall call the police. A serial murder case. I believe you do not wish to attract their attention. I forced a bitter smile and said, I wish to save you. Do you not realize you are not well? The prophet grasped my arm and urged, We must go. No. I will not leave. I cannot betray him. I must resolve this trouble and restore him to normalcy. The prophet replied apologetically, I'm sorry. He is having another episode. Please understand. Only then did Shile's expression soften slightly as he begrudgingly said, It's fine. Just remember to keep an eye on him. Yes, of course. Saying this, he dragged me outside. I expressed my dissatisfaction. You know full well the truth is not as he perceives. Why not assist me in explaining it? The prophet responded, Is explanation of any use? If it were, would you need to return? I despondently conceded, You are right. The prophet insisted, You must confront reality. It is all my fault. I crouched on the ground, hugging my legs, burying my face between my knees. Lamenting, I should have met that woman sooner. Had I done so, he would not be so deeply ensnared now. It's all my fault. I have wronged him. There are still options. What do you mean? I looked up, surprised. The prophet cleared his throat and said, I mean there are options. What options? You. What? You. The prophet squatted before me, wearing an enigmatic expression. Do you know what we are researching? If you participate in the study, you can save Shile. Would you like to join? Research? Yes, research. Biological? Regarding mutations and evolution? With mini petri dishes? My thoughts turned to the Third Institute. Could it be that the research he mentioned was? Could it be that he was in league with the doctors? Yet, that could not be right. That I truly underestimated you. Zhang Shun's panicked voice interrupted. The prophet stood, facing him. Some matters cannot be preserved merely by being vigilant. Zhang Shun retorted, What if it cannot be preserved? I can reclaim it with that. He flashed me a smile. That smile was decidedly unsettling. The prophet interposed, Watch closely. Observe how I bring this fellow to heel. Zhang Shun declared, I have tolerated you for long enough. The prophet replied, Regrettably, you must continue to endure it so. You truly are not in cahoots. I could not help but interrupt their exchange. Zhang Shun regarded me oddly. Why would you think that? Chapter 46. About walking into a trap. It is difficult not to think so. During my visit to the Third Institute, you followed him without hesitation, not to mention previously I have been deceived by him many times. We have always been adversaries. Very well, I will accept whatever they say. Let them be pleased. After my inquiry, miraculously, their interest in continuing the argument dissipated. They transformed into what seemed like long-lost friends, embraces, handshakes, even laughter that appeared entirely sincere, devoid of any pretense. I must indeed be unwell. Why disturb them? Come with me, Zhang Shun ordered. I looked towards the prophet. He shrugged and said, Very well. I shall take my leave. Take care of yourself. Zhang Shun nodded at him. Had I lost my memory? I stared blankly at the prophet's retreating figure. What had transpired during their embrace? Just moments ago, they were at each other's throats, and now one had simply withdrawn. Most importantly, what was I supposed to do? Zhang Shun assured me, "Do not worry. I shall not make things difficult for you, despite your escape." His final words were spoken with an eerie undertone. I could not help but shiver, stammering, "I did not mean to." "Very well, then it was intentional, but fear not. I respect your choice. May I return home for a visit?" I asked tentatively. Of course. When I stood before my home, I could hardly believe I was awake from a dream. Who would have thought I would return one day? During my time at the Third Institute, I lamented the loss of this house. Under normal circumstances, I would never have been able to leave. As a normal person, it was impossible. After the modifications, it was even less feasible. The only way to escape was to flee, just as I had done now. I had to evade both the police and the Third Institute. Returning to the house was utterly out of the question. Zhang Shun queried, "Why not go inside?" I retrieved my key, my fingers trembling as I unlocked the door. Inside, the furnishings remained exactly as they were when I departed. No one had resided there, nor had it been cleaned. I stepped into the study, where half-finished manuscripts lay atop the desk, along with a phone. I picked up the device. The battery was too low to power on. I set the phone aside and proceeded to the bedroom. Opening the nightstand, I discovered a wallet. I had thought it lost, but it was here. "Are you still concerned about this?" Zhang Shun remarked. I returned the wallet to the drawer. Initially, I had cared, but now it held little significance. Without the energy to tidy up, I simply lay down on the bed, choosing to ignore Zhang Shun, closing my eyes and refusing to look at him. I slept soundly. Upon awakening, my head felt dizzy. Zhang Shun was in the living room eating. I seldom witnessed him consuming food. During our time living together, I would usually buy food for myself and return with a portion for him, which he often left untouched. Eventually, I would consume it all, which explained why I had gained weight during this escape rather than losing it. "If you're hungry, sit down and eat. Stop staring at me," Zhang Shun said. "Are you afraid to look?" Zhang Shun shook his head. Regardless of his reasons, I simply did not want to make things too easy for him, so while I ate, I kept my gaze fixed upon him. Zhang Shun quickly finished his meal, and after placing his chopsticks down, he asked, "Have you decided what you wish to do?" "I want to go to the Third Institute." I was uncertain of Zhang Shun's true intentions. Nevertheless, I resolved to follow my heart. Go to the Third Institute and save as many people as I could. At worst, I would become even more inhuman or be imprisoned indefinitely. Regardless, I wished to try. "All right," he paused before continuing. "Are you one of the Third Institute's people?" After a while, I casually inquired. This question stemmed from the internet. It was said that an offhand comment often elicited an honest response. I was unsure if Zhang Shun fell into that majority. After all, a minority of cautious individuals might contemplate before responding. "No," he answered without hesitation. I had no way of knowing the accuracy of his response, but my spirits lifted. His answer was not of utmost importance. I merely sought a conclusion, a genuine answer to the enigma. Even if it meant being imprisoned for a lifetime, I would accept it. I simply wished to unravel the truth behind it all. I planned to visit the Third Institute tomorrow. After some time had passed, I casually inquired again. "Very well," he replied, still without hesitation. That night, as I lay in bed gazing out the window, a shadow suddenly appeared. I jumped in surprise, furiously exclaiming, "What on earth are you doing? How dull. Could you provide a more interesting reaction? Are you so frightened that you might faint?" The intruder was the prophet, who climbed through the window and remarked, "Your home remains unchanged. What brings you here?" "I came to see you. How are you faring? Is coexistence with a madman treating you well?" In truth, I wish to express that. Compared to Zhang Shun, he seemed the more deranged. Of course, I would never voice such thoughts, as I could not afford to provoke him. "I am going to the Third Institute tomorrow," the prophet predictably responded. "Did Zhang Shun say he would accompany you?" "Of course. If I am going, how could he not? Even if he were to reveal his true nature on the spot, could I not, without a moment's hesitation, drag him down to hell with me?" The prophet approached the window. "You truly are quite carefree. I have no desire to converse with someone courting death. And so what if I am? At least I can live with a semblance of clarity." The prophet turned his head and remarked, "It's better for you to perish in your foolishness. If you wish to forfeit your life, you may offer it to me. As for your confusions, I can elucidate them for you. Can I? Such a waste, truly. SKSK, the youth of today. You say? Help me clarify? The prophet rolled his eyes and said, the crux of the matter lies in the earlier words. Give me your life. If you are willing to reveal the truth to me, I might consider granting you your wish. He returned to his previous position, intending to sit on the bed, but after a disdainful glance, he opted to stand aside and said, do you know why you regard your life so lightly? I looked at him in bewilderment. He continued, this is Zhang Shun's cleverness. He induces people to lose their composure. Even to the point of extremity that I gazed at the prophet in shock. Individually, I understood each word, yet together, what did they truly mean? Why could I not comprehend anything at all? Confused, shocked, curious. Get out, came a cold voice. The prophet waved his hand and said, all right, goodbye. After saying this, he winked at me. Zhang Shun coldly remarked, get some rest. Don't overthink trivial matters. Reflecting on my experiences, I recalled that he excelled in the art of persuasion. If you believe him, trust me, you will surely tread a path of extremity. With that, Zhang Shun departed, leaving me increasingly restless. I had set out on what I believed to be a profoundly significant mission. Now, someone was telling me that everything I had done was merely a part of someone else's scheming, and that what I was meant to do was, in fact, an extreme notion. He was advising me against going to the third hospital. Indeed, that had been the narrative from the very beginning. So, what exactly was so terrifying about the third hospital? That undercover nurse seemed to be doing quite well, did she not? I must go and see for myself. Regardless of whether it is an extreme notion or otherwise, I simply must go. Resolving to act on my decision, I began to sleep. Due to sleeping late, I also woke up late at long last. I began to discern Zhang Shun's true nature. He exhibited a keen interest in my visit to the third hospital. In truth, I was reluctant to doubt him, even less so to believe that he was affiliated with the third hospital. After all, his experiences there had not been particularly pleasant. Such things cannot be easily feigned. I refuse to believe that anyone, after enduring so much, would assist those who have harmed them. Therefore, I chose to interpret Zhang Shun's excitement as a genuine desire to rescue others. With this thought, he seemed much more endearing. Finally, we were ready to depart. It was broad daylight, and we did not disguise ourselves, nor did we possess any chips. I imagined that as soon as we entered, we would be exposed to the gaze of everyone in the third hospital. Fortunately, Zhang Shun was well prepared. We disguised ourselves as vegetable vendors. The vegetables were real, and the delivery of vegetables was indeed genuine, allowing us to seamlessly integrate into the surroundings. However, the conflict began here. My destination was the glass room where people were confined, while Zhang Shun insisted on heading to the basement. We found ourselves unable to persuade one another, and ultimately, we had to part ways. Linwen, what a coincidence. This journey of ease had finally come to an end. I was astonished to discover that I harbored no feelings of disappointment, sadness, or frustration. It felt as if this was indeed the way it was meant to be. Well, in truth, I had thought so all along. Though I was reluctant to admit it, my inner self believed that this was the final outcome. I lowered my head and said, indeed, what a coincidence. I have walked right into a trap. Heh. The doctor chuckled lightly and said, walked into a trap? That doesn't quite fit. However, returning is good. It seems your condition is not quite well. Do you need me to conduct an examination? I wanted to refuse, but in the third hospital, one never had the right to decline. Thus, I was taken for an examination. Assisting the doctor was Da Chu Jing, the nurse who stood on the opposite side of the third hospital and had contacted the prophet to take me away. The doctor treated her well, giving her guidance while conducting my examination, occasionally handing her various items, of which I was, of course, the living textbook. The examination was agonizingly slow as I encountered a series of unfamiliar machines. Eventually, I fell asleep in a machine resembling a robot. Upon waking, I found myself once again facing the doctor. This did not please me. The doctor said, hello, do you remember me? I shot him a sideways glance and replied, Doctor, are you particularly idle today? Not too busy. He replied, this is a little black room? The doctor surveyed the surrounding white walls and said, clearly, you are mistaken. Look again. What color is it? I did not wish to answer such a childish question, but the doctor insisted on asking several times until I could only respond with disdain. White? Yes, white. He scribbled something in his notebook and continued, where are you? I rolled my eyes and replied, the third hospital, in a little black room. No, no. What you just said was correct. Say it again. Where's this? A little white room. I truly felt a headache coming on. How could the doctor behave this way? Was this not the sort of thing a pediatrician would do? Had he mistaken his role? Or did he regard me as a child? After answering a multitude of similarly foolish questions, he finally closed his notebook. I let out a sigh of relief. It was finally over. Well, your performance these past few days has been commendable. Do keep it up. By the way, the last question. Tell me your name. Lin Wan, I replied, rolling my eyes. The patient's mental state appears stable, but schizophrenia. Yes, nearly recovered, yet schizophrenia? Who? Chapter 47 about my patient. I am Zhang Shan, a psychiatrist currently employed at the Third Hospital. The Third Hospital is a long-established psychiatric institution. To be honest, with my qualifications, I am far from adequate for the position of attending physician. However, nothing is absolute, and I happen to be that fortunate one. Perhaps due to considerations for assessments, the hospital has permitted me to attend to only one patient. In order to demonstrate my capabilities, I am determined to heal this patient. His name is Lin Wan, and he suffers from schizophrenia. I find this patient particularly intriguing. His mind is exceptionally active. Unlike traditional schizophrenia patients, he generates new personalities daily, only to forget them the following day. It is said that he was once an expert in psychology and even authored a book. His published work sold quite well, but after frequent interactions with mental patients, his mind became muddled. Thus, I believe that one cannot be overly intelligent. Closing the patient file, I rose from my seat and exited the office. It was time for my rounds, which also marked my store listening time. Due to my dedication, I made it a point to converse with Lin Wan daily. Gradually, we became familiar with one another. Our conversations evolved from a simple question-and-answer format to storytelling. Lin Wan became the storyteller, sharing narratives he had imagined. In my view, they resembled plots from novels. Whether he is a psychology expert, I cannot say, but he is certainly adept at crafting stories. Lin Wan, good morning. He lazily sat up from the bed and glanced at me, saying, not early. Wait a bit longer, and I'll be able to eat lunch. Is that so? I raised my hand to check my watch, and indeed, time had slowed considerably. It turned out the watch was broken, leaving me once again astonished by Lin Wan's intuition. His grasp of time is more acute than that of the average person. At least, if I did not glance at my watch, I would have no idea what time it was. How are you feeling today? Although it was late, I still inquired out of habit. Lin Wan replied, not bad. I have consistently felt that my condition is excellent. The ones who are truly unwell are you all. While this was not entirely untrue, the fact remained that he indeed had issues. Although he was exceptionally suited for creative endeavors, generating idea after idea, one person could easily fulfill the role of an entire book's protagonist. However, this cannot obscure the fact that he had problems. By the way, you didn't finish yesterday's story, did you? Story? Lin Wan's expression turned peculiar. That was not a story. But never mind. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. What happened after entering the psychiatric hospital? His recent tales left me feeling rather eerie. They featured me, my girlfriend, my childhood friend, and my colleagues. While he himself was the protagonist, no, that was not quite right. The narrative he wove was full of twists and turns, divided into 3 segments. The first segment featured me, and at first, it seemed rather amusing. The second segment shifted to him, and I sensed something was amiss. By the time I reached the third segment, I felt an overwhelming urge to flee. This person, Lin Wan, appeared to know me all too well. This knowledge did not pertain to my character, but rather, my life. For instance, my friends, I was acutely aware that they had never met Lin Wan, let alone known him. Yet he could accurately name them, even providing their addresses. That was not the most terrifying aspect. In his story, my friends morphed into his companions, my girlfriend became a friend's girlfriend, and my hospital colleagues were cast as antagonists. His narrative was fantastical, featuring a doctor. Yes, his story was closely intertwined with the Third Hospital. The doctor he described was undoubtedly one of my colleagues. In his perspective, my colleague was a scientific madman, fixated on human experimentation. The nurses within the hospital are all complicit accomplices of his. Save for my junior, Chu Jing. Chu Jing is exceptionally beautiful and possesses a vivacious personality, making her quite endearing. I often think that had I not been in a relationship, I would undoubtedly pursue her. Alas, I am indeed committed. It seems that Lin Wan harbors feelings for her as well. Otherwise, he would not have gone out of his way to portray her in such a favorable light. After exchanging a few words with Lin Wan, it was time for a meal. He chuckled and remarked, "I told you, it's getting late, you're right. Let us go eat." I replied that he nodded and departed. My phone rang, and upon retrieving it, I smiled that it was a call from my girlfriend. Although she is not conventionally beautiful, her gentle nature is precisely what draws me to her. "Hello, darling, I'm bringing you lunch." "All right, I'll step out to meet you shortly." She delights in cooking and even more so in bringing meals to me. Since my arrival at the third hospital, I have become the envy of many. After all, contemporary young women are often rather spoiled, and few possess the tenderness and thoughtfulness that she does. The meal she brought was a double portion, as she claims that only when I accompany her for meals does her appetite flourish. I am grateful for the freedom afforded at the third hospital. Most medical institutions would never permit such unorthodox behavior. "Darling, I wish to travel." "Traveling sounds wonderful. You've been cooped up at home. Getting out will be good for your health." "Then am I not old enough to take care of myself?" After much persuasion, she finally resolved to venture out. Time was of the essence. And thus, after our meal, she hurried away, scarcely pausing to converse with me. However, I am not one to begrudge her. This was a special circumstance. Moreover, it is essential for my girlfriend to have her freedom. Ensuring her happiness is my duty. By the way, I forgot to mention, my girlfriend's name is Hiran. Her name is quite melodious, and she is a wonderful person, truly deserving of being my girlfriend. It isn't mere self-admiration. We have known each other since our school days, when we were the epitome of a perfect couple. In the afternoon, a colleague from the adjacent office sought me out. His name is Yuan Hui, a man with a penchant for the mystical, particularly fortune-telling. Upon seeing him, I understood why the third hospital would accept me as a resident physician. Though my credentials may not be exceptional, at least I am quite ordinary. A superstitious psychologist is indeed a curious notion, one that lacks credibility. "Zhang Shun, you'd best not return home today." "Why not?" Though I anticipated his answer would revolve around some divination. "The oracle says so. And don't go out tomorrow either." With that, he took his leave. I shook my head at the absurdity of it all. Before long, I received a call from Hiran. "Darling, I'm about to set off." "All right, don't worry about me. Just enjoy yourself. You should stay at the hospital for these 2 days. At least you'll have meals. There's no one at home. And being alone isn't ideal." Okay, I felt a surge of joy. See, my girlfriend truly cares for me. By the way, how many days will you be away? 3 days. I'll be back before you know it. I'll send over your clean clothes shortly, so remember to receive them. No need. I can just go back to fetch them. That won't do. I'm worried. Let me prepare them and send them your way. Fine, whatever you say. After hanging up, I suddenly recalled Yuan Hui's words. It's best not to go home today, nor out tomorrow. Could it be that he speaks with some accuracy? He ran away? I truly have no reason to return home or venture out. After all, without someone to warm my bed, it matters little where I sleep. Senior, have you encountered the prophet? The prophet? My mind immediately conjured the tale of Lin Wan. Isn't he an imaginary figure? Indeed, he is Yuan Hui. Have you met him? So, in Lin Wan's eyes, Yuan Hui is a prophet? That ambiguous character? He has just stepped out. Chu Jing responded, "Fine. I shall search for him again." Speaking of prophets, I felt a compelling urge to seek out Lin Wan. The ensuing tale intrigues me, and perhaps by the end, I might uncover the root of his affliction. In the realm of the mentally ill, everything they express is not without meaning. Their preferences, their notions of good and evil, all manifest vividly amidst their madness. For instance, there is a patient in the hospital who adores singing. Prior to his illness, he was introverted and exceedingly reserved. His newfound love for singing reveals a deep-seated desire for attention. Then there's another patient who can never seem to awaken. In his youth, he was a workaholic. Fortunate if he could sleep before midnight even once a month. He is not mentally ill but rather suffers from dementia. Dementia does not require psychological treatment, yet his children are similarly workaholics. Leaving him to reside at the third hospital. As for why he isn't in a nursing home, that's quite simple. Nursing homes are not as idyllic as they are often depicted, particularly concerning the care provided, which pales in comparison to that of the third hospital. Those deprived of sleep develop an affliction that prevents them from waking, while those yearning for attention manifest a condition that compels them to express themselves regardless of the setting. And Lin Wan, by analyzing his narrative and delving into his psyche, Wouldn't I then discern the cause of his ailment? With the cause known, what need is there to fear an inability to heal him? These were my thoughts prior to truly engaging with him. Yet upon genuine interaction, I realized that some matters are not so easily understood. His nature is exceedingly capricious, so much so that each day brings forth a different tale and a different facet of his character. I find myself at a loss, unable to discern which thoughts are truly his. He is a rather vexing patient, and my colleagues have urged me to abandon him, yet I find myself unable to do so. I am captivated by his stories, or perhaps more accurately, by the multifaceted nature he presents. I yearn to comprehend his inner workings and genuinely facilitate his healing. I have perused his case files countless times, yet found not a single useful insight. Thus, the only course of action I can conceive is to continue listening to his narratives. How was your lunch? Naturally, it cannot compare to what you eat. Your girlfriend is quite lovely. While it is true that Iran is not conventionally beautiful, her strengths lie in her gentleness and thoughtfulness. Yet when someone compliments my girlfriend, I cannot help but feel pleased. Thank you for the kind words. Have you met her? Of course. I paused for a moment before saying, if I recall correctly, she arrived only after you had gone to the cafeteria. How then did you see her? Did you forget? I possess a unique ability. I can perceive what others cannot. I recognized that he was slipping back into his storytelling mode. Recently, I felt rather unfortunate. Could you perhaps discern if there is anything around me? Lin Wen looked at me with disdain. Are you a fool? What era is this? We must adhere to science. Science grants one the vision of a hawk. Science endows one with octopus-like appendages. Science allows for horns upon one's head and wings upon one's back. Now he claims those fantastical notions are scientific. Yet he leaned in closer, lowering his voice and beckoning me with a finger. I inched closer, curious. What is it? You know, someone has set their sights on you. I regarded him, perplexed. Chapter 48. Concerning Dr. Yuan, you are currently in a precarious situation. Do you recall the prophet? He has already infiltrated your vicinity. The prophet you speak of, is he not a doctor with a penchant for divination? His name is Yuan Hui, my colleague. As for your claim of infiltration, he has been at the third hospital longer than I. There are certain matters I feel could still be amended. If he is willing to listen, then a minor adjustment now could lead to significant changes in the future. What a fortuitous opportunity. So do you recall where he was seated during the orientation gathering? The orientation gathering was a new tradition instituted after my arrival at the third hospital, as the administration sought to invigorate the atmosphere. All doctors and nurses dined together and later ventured to karaoke. Yet how could he possibly know of this? I regarded Lin Wen with suspicion. He has been hospitalized for quite some time, approximately 5 or 6 years. Numerous doctors have taken on his case. Yet he remains an enigma. Indeed, 2 of his former doctors now find themselves patients at the third hospital. I am acutely aware that in this institution, no occurrence escapes my notice. Thus, it is evident that he is truly uncanny. Able to fathom my thoughts. By the way, where was Dr. Yuan seated? Among the attending physicians, I counted 9, including myself. At that time, we were seated at the same table as the director. You cannot recall? Can you? Human memory can be capricious. If one remembers everything, they risk mental overload akin to a computer crashing. Sometimes, it is prudent to overlook certain details to ensure the brain functions normally. While I cannot recall his exact seat, it bears no significance. I remain steadfast in my convictions, refusing to be swayed by him. When I assumed responsibility for his case, the director cautioned me against following his lead, for this patient is exceedingly cunning. See how easily I could have fallen into his trap. Had I not been quick-witted, I might have truly found myself ensnared. I was not deceived, and he was not disappointed. He continued, if you live far apart, it's perfectly normal to forget. But what if everyone forgets? The person sitting next to you, you must have some recollection of, right? I couldn't help but begin to reminisce. To my left, Saturday the director. To my right, there appeared to be a middle-aged woman, the previous therapist of Lin Wen. Do you remember now? Good. You can go and inquire with the others. I assure you, no one will have any recollection to this. I offered no response. Let us set aside that question and turn our attention to you. Lin Wen shook his head and said, brother, at this point, are you still pondering these matters? Shouldn't you focus on yourself? You're in quite a predicament. With a stern expression, I retorted, if you continue speaking like this, don't expect to leave. Leave for what? This place is quite pleasant, with food and drink, and there's even entertainment. I have no desire to go outside. Ah, thus, his reasoning was indeed quite meticulous, and no matter what you say, he remains unfazed. All right, do not be angry. He waved his hand dismissively. Since you wish to listen, I shall oblige. I took a deep breath and asked, May we discuss your family? Linwen replied, We can talk about your family, for instance, your girlfriend. Which school do you attend? I continued to divert the conversation. He was adept at sidestepping questions, so if I grew angry with him, I could only imagine how long that might last. Are you going home today? He inquired, looking at me. We are meant to discuss school. Can you answer my question directly? Of course, Linwen replied sincerely. You should return home tonight. I guarantee you will discover something surprising. This suggests that your assumptions are incorrect. In fact, there is no one at home today. My girlfriend is away, so there will be no surprises at all. Surprises will indeed be present. You shall see upon your return. Well then, it is time for afternoon tea. Our conversation concludes here. See, this is the drawback of a person-centered approach. Sometimes, patients can be more audacious than doctors. Upon exiting the ward, I encountered Dr. Yuan coming toward me. I nodded at him, and he halted his steps, scrutinizing me from head to toe, saying, You must not go home. It is a terrible omen, in truth. I was speechless. A psychiatric patient told me I must return home to see a surprise, while a psychiatrist warned me against it, declaring it a dire omen. Whom should I heed? Quite simply, I chose to disregard both. Whatever will be My phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. While answering, I made my way toward the stairs. This must be the call regarding my delivery, and indeed it was. Had prepared 2 suitcases for me. One of the suitcases even bore a tag, and she had specifically purchased new items for packing, truly considerate. The hospital is not too far from home. It takes about half an hour by car. Returning home is not troublesome, but who could blame me for having a girlfriend so thoughtful that she would not want me to exert myself? I must admit, I still find immense pleasure in this feeling. Upon entering, I encountered Chu Jing. She asked, Senior brother, are you moving? I will be staying at the hospital for a few days. What about senior sister? She has gone traveling, I see. Her voice carried a hint of disappointment. Girls should enjoy themselves when they can. I regrettably do not have the time to accompany her, which is indeed unfair to her. Unfair? A man like senior brother is a boon for her. Chu Jing replied with discontent, By the way, since you don't have to go home tonight, do you have nothing to do? Yes, I nodded. May I invite you to dinner, senior brother? She blinked at me, of course. How could I refuse an invitation from such a lovely young woman? Desire is inherent to nature. Even if I cannot attain it, is it not delightful to observe up close? I am aware that my thoughts are somewhat lecherous. Yet I must concede that this is a common affliction among me and, at the very least, I am forthright in my admission, far better than those who harbor countless thoughts while remaining elusive. Then it's settled, senior brother. See you after work. The facilities at the 3rd hospital are quite commendable, with dedicated dormitory buildings. Whether one chooses to reside there or not, the accommodations are available for anyone to move into at any time. And there are regular cleaning services. Thus, I merely needed to unpack my suitcase. To be employed in such a humane environment is indeed a fortunate circumstance, even though I have taken on a rather troublesome patient. Speaking of troublesome patients, as I entered the dormitory building, I casually asked a doctor I happened to encounter about Dr. Yuan's seating arrangements during gatherings. They had no recollection. A chilling thought crossed my mind. Therefore, I resolved to stop pondering. I could not allow Linwen to lead me astray. Having changed to my usual bedding, I felt no discomfort sleeping in a different place. After dining with my junior sister, I returned early to rest. Upon waking, I was astonished to find I had overslept and missed work. I once again expressed gratitude for the 3rd hospital's policies. Whether one arrives early or late, no one raises an objection. Breakfast had already passed, and I resignedly walked toward the office. Having grown accustomed to eating breakfast at home, missing a meal was indeed somewhat disconcerting. On my desk lay several buns and a cup of soy milk, accompanied by a note. Though it was not as delicious as what senior sister would prepare, this breakfast shop was still quite hygienic. A smiley face adorned the note. Clearly, breakfast had been purchased for me by Chu Jing. After finishing breakfast, I made my way to the ward, wondering if Linwen would say anything today. Good morning. Today, Linwen appeared quite spirited, sitting on the bed, and upon seeing me, he said, Good morning. How was yesterday? Dinner was delightful and I slept very well. You didn't go home. Linwen glared at me with displeasure. No, I did not. Lin Wen scoffed and said, "You will regret it." After that, he ceased to acknowledge me. No matter how many questions I posed, he did not spare me a glance or utter a word. I sighed and exited the ward. It is no wonder that the spirits of the top doctors might falter. He instills suspicion. Firstly, by encouraging it, the more one engages in such behavior, the more one begins to contemplate excessively. Suspicion is a malady. When it becomes severe, one becomes paranoid, fixating on every little occurrence, with only one patient. I found myself quite at ease, so during moments of boredom, I would visit other wards, observing other patients or watching fellow doctors diagnose conditions and provide psychological counseling. Due to Lin Wen's remarks, I found myself involuntarily observing Dr. Yuan. Dr. Yuan was currently providing psychological counseling to a child with autism. I stood outside the window, intrigued. The child appeared quite young, perhaps only 8 or 9 years old. Dr. Yuan patiently engaged him in various topics of interest to children, such as cartoons, food, and toys, while employing vibrant colored paper to capture his attention. However, regardless of what he said or did, the child remained unresponsive. After watching for an hour, I began to reflect. Not only did I not possess the same aptitude as he, but I also lacked this level of patience. This is what it truly means to be a doctor. Finally, the child glanced at the colored paper, which depicted a spaceship. Dr. Yuan held up the paper and asked, "Do you like this?" The child stared at him intently. Dr. Yuan smiled and said, "A spaceship, I like it too. Would you like to hear a story about it?" The child gave a faint nod. The child's mother nearby began to cry. I reached into my pocket but found no tissues, so I could only offer dry consolation. "The child will be fine. Thank you for your kind words. This is the first time he has responded since birth." I empathized deeply with their emotions. However, Tio say he had never responded since birth seemed a bit exaggerated. Although Dr. Yuan demonstrated remarkable patience, he had not engaged in any therapeutic actions. 2 hours later, the child left with his parents. As they departed, he looked back at Dr. Yuan with reluctance. Dr. Yuan waved and said, "Goodbye. Feel free to come back and play with me anytime." Until the child's mother carried him away, his gaze remained fixed on Dr. Yuan. I looked at Dr. Yuan in confusion, utterly perplexed by what he had accomplished. "Do you not understand?" I nodded. Dr. Yuan said, "Come to my office." The layout of the office was similar, but the decor was left to personal preference. For example, my office remains unchanged since I moved in. Dr. Yuan's office, however, was different. Aside from some greenery, it featured a compass. Indeed, his tastes were quite unique. Sitting on the sofa in the office, Dr. Yuan handed me a glass of water and said, "It's actually quite simple. You just need to find something that captures his interest." Chapter 49. About holidays. What key point? That child remained utterly silent, not even focusing his gaze on him. How could he possibly know what the key point is? Is there some detail I have yet to uncover? Dr. Yuan lowered his voice and said, "What if I told you he is an alien? Would you believe me? That is even less credible than divination. At least divination is rooted in ancestral traditions. Aliens? They only exist in science fiction films." Ha ha ha. Dr. Yuan laughed heartily. I was joking. I maintained a straight face and replied, "That is not funny at all. What if I said his soul is incomplete? Would you not find that even less believable? At least aliens could be considered a delightful fantasy, right?" Hee hee. "Well, thank you, but I don't need any fanciful illusions," Dr. Yuan said with a serious expression. "What I just mentioned was, in fact, mere nonsense." I silently screamed in my heart. Of course I know you were talking nonsense. In truth, when it comes to patients with autism, whether they are children or adults, the foremost task is to engage them in conversation and communication. The scope of discussion should be vast, ranging from the ground to the sky, and from outer space to the Earth's core. Trust me, the more you talk, the more likely you are to find something that captures their attention. As soon as they exhibit any sign of interest, that is your opportunity. Seize that moment and break through their psychological barriers. If you find it utterly impossible, I suggest employing hypnosis. Hypnosis? Not to be taken lightly. Dr. Yuan raised his index finger to his lips and whispered, "Some things can indeed be quite terrifying, but it all depends on who wields that power, as long as you apply it for the right purposes. Aren't you giving it a noble name? The crux of healing lies in curing the ailment. Everything else is merely a method of treatment. Once the illness is resolved, naturally, no one will utter a word of complaint. So, can you help me hypnotize someone? My own skills are not particularly proficient." I felt a flicker of excitement. "Lin Wen, Your patient? Yes. All right, that I was taken aback, staring at him in astonishment, expecting him to deliberate for a long time. Yet he acquiesced so readily, go be honest. I had been intrigued by him for quite some time. It was said that 2 doctors had previously attempted hypnosis on him, but both had gone mad. I asked, since it's so dangerous, why pursue it? Dr. Yuan chuckled, that's precisely the challenge. Life is replete with various challenges. I always feel that if I don't take on a challenge, I'm merely wasting my existence. However, this must be done discreetly. I'll visit you tonight. Truly, he is a man of action. In the afternoon, I chose not to visit Lin Wan. Having been upset in the morning, I feared that he might still insist on sending me home. I truly couldn't fathom what had been troubling him lately. Based on past occurrences, he would forget everything that had transpired the day before by the second day. This time, however, he was unexpectedly persistent. Amid my excitement and turmoil, night fell that I sat on my bed, awaiting Dr. Yuan's arrival. We had agreed to meet at midnight. Knock, knock, knock. I hurried to answer the door. Dr. Yuan stood at the entrance, saying, let us go to 18 midnight. The nurses began to feel drowsy. As there had been no issues, they often rested in the duty room, making that time the perfect opportunity for action. The third hospital by night bore little difference from its daytime form. We entered the ward and Lin Wan was not asleep. He sat cross-legged on the bed, gazing at the entrance. Good evening, he said, looking at me. Good evening. I wish to conduct a treatment for you. Lin Wan readily replied. Sure, I exclaimed in delight. Thank you for your cooperation. We will do our utmost to help you. We? Yes, we. Dr. Yuan and I turned my head, only to find no one behind me. I saw no one else. Dr. Zhang, hallucinations are a form of illness too. It's time for you to rest. I'll be heading back now. Clearly, Dr. Yuan had been right behind me. I had even glanced back before entering. How could he have vanished? That night, I could not sleep. I tossed and turned in bed until dawn, and I rushed out with impatience. Dr. Yuan was already awake, seated in the dining hall, eating. I approached and said, good morning, good morning. He replied with a slight smile. The porridge today is quite good. Did you sleep well last night? Fairly well. I couldn't discern whether he was masking something skillfully or if the issue lay with me. However, he appeared untroubled, without signs of guilt or deceit. Who did I see last night? Who was it that was playing tricks on me? Dr. Yuan pointed at my eyes and said, young people should not underestimate their health. We doctors must always take care of our bodies. Dr. Zhang, I advise you to maintain a regular sleep schedule. Thank you. By the way, did that little patient come by yesterday? What little patient? He looked at me with a puzzled expression. The autistic child. After he left, we chatted for quite a while in your office. I had matters to attend to yesterday afternoon and did not come to the hospital. I felt lightheaded as I finished my meal and wandered back to my office. Good morning. Didn't you sleep last night? It was Lin Wan's voice. I looked up and realized I had entered the wrong place. Good morning. Lin Wan remarked. It seems you are in a bit of trouble. I stepped into the ward, fatigue evident as I said, you are correct. I am indeed facing some difficulties. Let me guess, it's related to Dr. Yuan, isn't it? How do you know? A lot. Regarding your visit last night? I presume it was a prearranged meeting with the prophet. No, I was merely taking a casual look. I didn't expect to encounter Dr. Yuan right outside. Regrettably, Lin Wan said, you were lying, I know. Perhaps before you arranged a time with him, you were up to something together, and undoubtedly he will deny it ever happened. I struggled to contain my astonishment. He had accurately deduced everything. Clearly, yesterday afternoon he had been providing psychological counseling to the autistic child. Yet now he was outright denying it. Last night, the treatment you mentioned was hypnosis, wasn't it? I instinctively nodded. The prophet is quite skilled in hypnosis. Lin Wan smirked. That is why I warned you. He is dangerous. You see, you didn't heed my advice, and now you regret it, don't you? To be honest, I was feeling rather dazed. I couldn't recall what I had said afterward. Once outside, I made my way to the monitoring room. I needed to check the footage from yesterday afternoon to see what had transpired and whether I had been with Dr. Yuan. The footage revealed that I had indeed visited the ward and then returned to my office, after which I had not emerged again. Was Dr. Yuan correct? I inquired. Did Dr. Yuan come to the monitoring room yesterday? No, just as I was about to leave, the person in the monitoring room remarked, it seems. He did come by today? I couldn't recall. It felt like he might have, but also as if he hadn't. Do you remember what you had for breakfast this morning? Of course, I was on a continuous shift yesterday and have yet to clock out. Therefore, I had breakfast in the dining hall. By the way, did Dr. Yuan come by? I can't quite recall. However, I do remember encountering him in the morning and chatting for a bit. You're looking for Dr. Yuan? There's something you need? No, nothing at all. Thus, it remained a mystery in the afternoon. The director visited my office. I silently rejoiced, grateful that I had not been slacking off. Xiao Zhang, how has work been lately? I quickly replied, it's going fine, except the patients I'm responsible for have shown no progress. The director said, no worries that I sought you out for this very matter. Lin Wen's condition is indeed quite severe. You see, would you consider switching to another patient? If I could switch, that would be ideal. Yet the words halted on my lips. I think I'll give it another try. I have a fair understanding of his condition. Frequently changing doctors is not beneficial for the patient. The director implied, first and foremost, when treating illness, one must safeguard their own health. If you are unwilling to switch, I won't press you. How about this? I'll grant you a few days off so you can unwind and relax. I frowned and asked, Director, I don't quite understand. He cleared his throat and said, I don't mean anything by it. I can see you've been under considerable pressure lately. I'm simply offering you a break. Let us settle on a week off for you. Go out and enjoy yourself. After saying this, the director departed. Did he intend to dismiss me? That didn't seem quite right. Suddenly, I thought of the doctors in the hospital. I decided I should pay them a visit. Their ward was the furthest from Lin Wen's. However, upon arrival, I found it empty. Frowning, I approached the nurse's station and was informed that the patients had already been discharged. Discharged? They are better. I pondered as I made my way back. Dr. Zhang, what a coincidence. I looked up to see Dr. Yuan. Are you here to visit a patient? Yes, I noticed that Dr. Zhang doesn't seem to be in the best state. Would you like to chat? Would I be taking up your time? Although Dr. Yuan had peculiar interests, many sought him for treatment. This aspect impressed me. Despite being of similar age, he was so remarkable that, of course, I had nothing on my agenda today. This conversation took place in my office. I intentionally led him to areas with more cameras. Admittedly, I was still skeptical about the authenticity of the footage. I had clearly spent a considerable amount of time in his office. How could it have transformed into him being absent from the hospital? Dreams don't feel that real. Dr. Zhang, did you visit the monitoring room this morning? Yes, I looked into his eyes and said, I distinctly remember, yesterday afternoon, I did indeed converse with you for quite a long time. What if I said that was an event from the day before? We could revisit the monitoring room. We did indeed chat for a long time the day before, but not about the autistic child you mentioned. In fact, that child is scheduled for tomorrow. I felt as though my brain had turned to mush. Dr. Yuan, I feel much better now. Is that so? Yes. Let us leave it at that for today. Once my break concludes, I'll reach out to you again, Dr. Yuan said with a knowing look. Then, until we meet again. After he departed, I sought out Lin Wen. I shall take a leave of absence tomorrow, for a duration of 1 week. Just then, Lin Wen interrupted my speech and inquired, Are you heading home? Indeed. Pay close attention to the changes in those around you. Trust me, it's for the best. All right, I shall be vigilant. Furthermore, does the hypnosis you mentioned have the capacity to alter the memories of many? Lin Wen replied, That depends on the individual. The average person would likely be unaffected. But a prophet, on the other hand, could be easily influenced. I understand now. Lin Wen added, Knowing alone is insufficient. Would you like me to enlighten you on how to prevent being hypnotized? Is there such an ability? Certainly. Just gaze into my eyes. Chapter 50. On the matter of the green hat. When I awoke, I found myself in the dormitory, and then I heard the most unwelcome news. Lin Wen had escaped. It dawned on me that the method he claimed would prevent me from being hypnotized was nothing but a ruse, and I had foolishly fallen for it. Despite the gravity of the situation, no one held me accountable. Even the dean offered me consolation, granting me an additional day off. I expressed my guilt, stating, I shall forego my rest until I locate Lin Wen. The dean reassured me. This is not your fault. In truth, I should have cautioned you. No, this is not your responsibility. I was simply too careless. Do you know why he is in the 3rd hospital? Is it not due to schizophrenia? Actually, I suspect he is feigning it. Why do you think that? His demeanor does not appear to be one of pretense. That is precisely his brilliance. The dean continued. He is guilty of murder, a serial killer. No less, he should have faced execution or life imprisonment. However, a mentally ill person is not held accountable for murder, and he has successfully convinced others of his schizophrenia. confirmed by numerous psychiatric experts. So was he lucid during the killings? That is a question only he can answer. He is highly intelligent and exceedingly dangerous. Recently, I have noticed signs that you may be under his influence. So that alas, my vigilance has proven inadequate. Return to your rest and relax your mind, and of course, remain cautious, for Lin Wen has yet to be apprehended. Very well, I shall exercise caution. A serial killer, a character that exists solely in television dramas and films, has somehow crossed my path, and I had even spent a considerable amount of time in his company. I couldn't help but touch my neck. Dealing with such a person was akin to tempting fate. I returned empty-handed, as bringing a suitcase would have been cumbersome, and my home was well stocked. Leaving those items in the dormitory would allow for occasional stays. My home was immaculate and tidy, though regrettably, the refrigerator was bare, save for a few eggs. This was quite normal, as Ran was away for 3 days and had naturally cleaned out the fridge. Otherwise, by the time she returned, the vegetables would be inedible. I had initially intended to order takeout, but considering the speed of delivery, I promptly decided to venture out. After dining, I made my way to the supermarket. My girlfriend would be returning in 2 days, and it was essential to prepare a candlelit dinner during my time at home. My culinary skills were adequate, though my girlfriend was so considerate that I seldom had the opportunity to showcase them. After selecting my ingredients, I strolled to the snack aisle. It is worth noting the distance between the supermarket and my home. While there were restaurants nearby, they required a walk to reach. Taking a taxi seemed excessive for such a short distance, so I opted for a more distant eatery, reasoning that since I was already in a vehicle, I might as well dine somewhere more enjoyable. This supermarket was situated near the restaurant. Thus, it was somewhat far from my home. However, I spotted a familiar figure, and not just one, but two. It was a very intimate couple. The male, whom I recognized as my childhood friend, and the female, my girlfriend, who was supposed to be traveling. Most individuals in such a situation would rush forward, but I found myself frozen in place. What is a childhood friend? Someone with whom I grew up, shared burdens, skipped classes, and drank together. That is a childhood friend. I considered him a person of great intimacy, even surpassing that of my girlfriend. Yet, he was secretly involved with her behind my back. If he truly had feelings for her, why not inform me? Is one woman worth such clandestine behavior? Should their feelings be mutual, I would not stand in their way. I silently withdrew, for I knew that any other course of action would hinder our future interactions. Upon returning home, I discarded my purchases onto the floor and collapsed onto my bed. Though you understand why I insisted you return home. I widened my eyes in shock. Lin Wen sat at the edge of my bed. How did you get here? He smiled and replied, I have been here all along. You simply did not notice. The sensation of a serial killer sitting beside me was indeed exhilarating. Suddenly, the matters concerning my childhood friend and girlfriend seemed trivial. Do you wish for revenge? Do you desire it? Naturally, I did. But I can assist you. No. I do not require your assistance. I had not forgotten who he was. His murderous tendencies would implicate me as an accomplice. Ah, you are contradicting yourself. You truly do not wish for revenge? That woman has betrayed you. Enough. I have stated that I do not need help, and I mean it. If you find yourself with too much time on your hands, perhaps you should take a nap. The guest room next door is open to you. Truly useless, are you even a man? If not, then just go to sleep. After Lin Wen departed, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. What was there to be angry about? What was worth being upset over? If my life were lost, what would it matter? Regarding the unpredictable bomb next door, I harbored but one thought, to hastily send him away. Just as I retrieved my phone, the door swung open. You do not wish to know the consequences of provoking me, do you? No, I raised my phone and asked, care to play a game? Though playing on my phone before bedtime is detrimental to one's health, indulging occasionally is permissible. He snatched my phone from my grasp. I covered my eyes and lay back on the bed. What to do? A lethal weapon resided next door, but I could not call the authorities. The following day, I awoke to find it was already noon, though not inquire how I knew. The blinding sunlight streaming through the window made it abundantly clear. Exiting the bedroom, I encountered my childhood friend. Rubbing my eyes, it truly was him. He approached and embraced me, saying, Brother, it has been too long. Indeed, it has been a while. I absent-mindedly surveyed the living room and asked, What brings you here? Did you not invite me? I exclaimed in astonishment, pointing at myself. When did I invite you? Last night. You mentioned treating me to lunch today. Look, it is already past 1, and you have only just risen. What do you plan to treat me to? Did you see anyone when you entered? Anyone? He raised his eyebrows and said, Isn't your wife out traveling? I asked sternly. Did you truly not see anyone? The mention of he ran made me uneasy. No, that is good. However, what does Lin Wen want with Shirlu at home? Shirlu was the name of my childhood friend. I had no desire to discuss him further, so I refrained from introducing him. Let us go out to eat. Shirlu casually suggested. No need to be so formal. A simple meal will suffice. We're brothers, after all. No need for pleasantries, of course. Pleasantries are necessary, especially when one has the audacity to sleep with my woman. What if we forego the fuss and dine out instead? I suppressed my anger. I do not wish to cook. Let us eat out. Shirlu shook his head in disbelief. You have truly become soft. Remember when you used to advocate for cooking your own meals, claiming it was safe and reassuring? In truth, it was due to a lack of funds. Back then, I was indeed broke, and rather than admit my financial struggles, I extolled the virtues of home cooking for safety and peace of mind. I know, but your cooking is quite good, he remarked. That is why I cherished our bond. During that time, he often invited me to meals. Improving my culinary experience, I wiped my face and said, I shall go change. Upon stepping outside, I remained restless, glancing left and right anxiously. Shirlu could not contain his curiosity and asked, What are you looking at? Nothing, nothing. Lin Wen just left like that? I found it hard to believe. Where could he possibly be? I chose a bustling restaurant, and despite it being past mealtime, it was still crowded. I quietly asked Shirlu, May I borrow your phone? After a moment's hesitation, he handed it to me, quickly tapping the screen twice before passing it over. The feature was a blur effect. Even in its obscured state, I could still discern the general image. It was a photo of a woman whom I had to keep hidden from me. The answer was already obvious. What a coincidence, Dr. Zhang. I stiffly turned my head. What a coincidence. His gaze fixated on the phone in my hand. I awkwardly chuckled and said, I was merely checking for any promotional offers. Lin Wen smiled and remarked, Isn't it more appropriate to inquire with the waiter regarding such matters? No, it is unnecessary. I was just standing idly. Glancing around, Otto. Just glancing around. Then, yes, merely glancing, I forced a laugh, returning the phone to Shirlu. Shirlu opened his phone and said, It seems there is a promotion. I believe I still possess a group coupon. Sir, there is a vacant table. Please follow me. The waiter approached Lin Wen, addressing him. Let us go together. Cielo inquired. Is he your friend? I replied vaguely, sort of, with such a friend, I might lose a dozen, no? Several decades of my lifespan. The pressure of sitting next to Lin Wen is quite immense. In contrast, Cielo, who is unaware of the situation, appears far more relaxed. However, his behavior seems perilously reckless to me. Has he not noticed Lin Wen's cold smirks several times? Has he not seen him frown again, before he could dig his own grave once more? I swiftly covered his mouth. Well then, let's eat? I suggested. Speaking too much while dining is not conducive to digestion. Lin Wen remarked, Don't you know? Being a good person brings no rewards. There he goes, smirking again. Summoning my courage, I countered. Just because there is no reward doesn't mean we shouldn't strive to be good. Right? Like Lei Feng. No, like... Lin Wen interrupted my nonsensical rambling. All right, let's eat. Finally, it was over. I whispered to Cielo, brother, can you just refrain from speaking? Cielo responded, Your friend is too easily amused. Huh? Lin Wen looked up. I hurriedly interjected, I'm not easily amused. I'm not. At my age, what do I have to be amused about? If I continue, I might just lose my temper. After that, Cielo fell silent. I could tell he was quite unhappy. But there was nothing I could do. He is straightforward and often speaks without a filter. In the presence of a maniac like Lin Wen, one misstep could lead to, moreover, with Lin Wen around, I dared not say much to Cielo. Being cuckolded is one thing. Putting a brother in a dire situation is another. He hasn't treated me poorly, so I can't repay him in kind. Regardless, this awkward and perilous dinner gathering has finally concluded without incident. When it was time to settle the bill, Lin Wen struck up a conversation with Cielo. Lin Wen asked, What do you think of women? Cielo replied, Women? Yes, women. Lin Wen gestured, women with good figures. Gentle and considerate. Cielo responded, What man wouldn't like such women? I lack such good fortune. In comparison, Zhang Shun is much luckier. Oh, is that so? Lin Wen inquired with keen interest. Xiala continued, my sister-in-law is exceptionally beautiful, with a wonderful personality. Chapter 51. The revelation such a good woman? Are you moved? Xiali's expression changed. What are you saying? How could I let's go that I interrupted him before he could finish. He would undoubtedly say. How could I make a move on your woman? In truth, he had already made a move. After Xiala departed, I asked, aren't you afraid of being discovered by being so brazen? Lin Wen replied. If you're not afraid, why should I be? Of course, I am not afraid. I'm on vacation. Can my situation be compared to yours? The difference is monumental, Lin Wen, unfazed, remarked. It's about the same. I rolled my eyes, wishing to drag him in circles outside the police station. About the same. The disparities are vast. Upon returning, Lin Wen casually raised his phone and asked, want this? Are you giving it to me? Here you go. Lin Wen tossed the phone to me nonchalantly. I asked. Aren't you afraid I'll report you? Lin Wen glanced at me and said, you could try it out, of course. I dared not try. Once or twice is acceptable, but not thrice. I have already failed twice, a third attempt. I'd rather not gamble with his patience. As I took the phone, I noticed He-Ran had sent me a text, saying she was having a great time. The seaside was beautiful, and included a picture of the beach. If I hadn't seen her last night, I might have believed it. I couldn't be bothered to reply. I turned off my phone and tossed it aside. In this day and age, nothing seems reliable. Lin Wen emerged from the bathroom clad in my clothes. Excellent. Aside from being a maniac and difficult to deal with, he has now gained the title of being overly familiar. He sat on the sofa and looked at me, saying, your girlfriend should be back soon, right? I shook my head that I don't know. She might come back, or she might not. I don't want to think about it right now. I saw her text. She said she'd return tomorrow evening and asked you to pick her up. I see. Lin Wen asked in surprise, are you really going to pick her up? I nodded. What else can I do? I don't want to reveal everything now. I didn't say anything when I saw them yesterday. And I certainly don't want to say anything now. Rubbing my temples, I realized I needed to find the right moment. I still admire you. Indeed, to wear such a large green hat and not explode in anger is quite commendable. Lin Wen seemed to be in a good mood since he didn't get upset after I ignored him. Suddenly, I remembered something. Picking up He-Ran is fine. But what happens afterward? Ask Lin Wen to leave? I lacked the courage to say that. Tell her to stay elsewhere for a few days? I don't want the hat to become even greener. It's a perplexing dilemma. Besides being a maniac, difficult to deal with, and overly familiar, I successfully discovered Lin Wen's fourth attribute. He is picky. He is exceedingly particular about food, complaining about this and that. I almost decided to stop cooking altogether. To avoid self-inflicted misery, I haven't cooked at home since the first meal. Eating out means he can't complain about my cooking. Soon, it was time for He-Ran to return. I couldn't be bothered to change clothes and prepare to go out in my loungewear. Lin Wen, munching on snacks while watching TV, remarked, you're going out dressed like that. My wife has run off with someone else. What else should I do? Lin Wen shot me a sidelong glance and said, aren't you going to make her regret it? I'm not that childish. It's pointless. If her heart has already departed, pretending would only make me a laughingstock. Lin Wen coldly commanded, change your clothes. I frowned and retorted, why are you so annoying? Can't you behave a little more like in a story? In the story, I am the one in charge, and he is merely a compliant character. However, he probably ended up in the third hospital because of me. But regardless, it indicates that deep down, he yearns for leadership, so he should just obey. I've already mentioned this isn't story. Lin Wen dismissively waved his hand, hurry up and leave. I don't want to see you for now. Hee, as if I were eager to see you. Before stepping out, I hesitated and said, wait, don't take it to heart. He-Ran is actually quite nice. Yes, quite nice, Lin Wen echoed. Anyone who can wear a green hat is quite nice. My face darkened as I stormed out. Although I have come to accept this reality, no man can tolerate such an insult. If it weren't for He-Ran, wearing a large straw hat and a picturesque long dress, looked exceptionally eye-catching. Unfortunately, this woman will no longer be mine. Upon seeing me, she gleefully waved and ran towards me. I dodged her embrace. Pouting, she asked in confusion, what's wrong? I chuckled awkwardly and said, nothing, just a lot of people around. All right, that excuse is terrible. However, I don't want any unnecessary contact with her. On the way home, she excitedly recounted her travel experiences. I abruptly asked, what about the photos? She paused slightly. Aren't you the one who usually doesn't like looking at photos? Suddenly interested, are we? But that I didn't take any. You should have gone with me. I couldn't take photos myself. All right, next time I'll go with you. My heart sank further. She loves taking photos and always captures a bunch whenever she travels. Can't one person take pictures? She used to take plenty of landscape photos. The rest of the journey was marked by her silence. As we neared home, I said, a friend is staying over at my place. It is a bit messy. I'm thinking of having him stay at a hotel. What do you think? I could stay out. All right, I no longer had the energy to pretend. Once feelings fade, everything appears flawed. Upon arriving home, she didn't get out of the car. She said softly, goodbye. I'll come back to see you in a few days. All right, call me in advance when you come back. This felt like a cold war. In truth, we have never had a quarrel. We have always gotten along well. Whether during our dating phase or when we lived together, it was just that people change. Back home, I lay languidly on the sofa, lacking enthusiasm. Linwin asked, did your girlfriend run away? I turned to him and asked, why do you think people can change so quickly? Just a few days ago, everything was fine. How could it change so suddenly? I even remembered the smile on her face when she brought me food. That smile was my motivation. But it has vanished. Linwin replied, it's quite normal. Humans are like that. They tire of the new and are fond of the old. Picking and choosing. Are you reciting idioms? Yes, I just learned it from watching TV. How about that? Sounds pretty good, right? It's pretty much the meaning. After a moment of silence, I asked, do you think I should invite Cielo out? Do whatever you want. Life is too short to hold back, right? Do whatever you want. When I called Cielo, he appeared quite surprised. Of course, he was surprised, as I vaguely heard a voice inviting him to dinner. That voice was all too familiar to me. It was Iran's. Perhaps to avoid raising my suspicions, Cielo accepted my invitation. After hanging up, I told Linwin, I'm going out for drinks. You stay here. I'm going too. I coldly replied. No, you stay here. This is my home. I make the rules. Linwin displayed a radiant smile. Are you certain that you want me to heed your words? No, I am no longer certain. Ultimately, my plan to drown my sorrows fell through. The moment I stepped outside, I encountered Dr. Yuan, the so-called prophet as described by Linwin. He held a compass and proclaimed. I found it. My lips twitched. The needle on that compass had remained perfectly still. How could it possibly guide me? How could it find me? In a sharp tone, Linwin remarked, I will make you regret finding me. Dr. Yuan sighed. Why do you refuse to confront reality? Linwin scoffed. Reality? What is reality? It is precisely as I say it is. Wait, what are you two playing at? I can't make sense of this. Dr. Yuan cryptically replied, think carefully, and you will understand it. So, you are not planning to enlighten me? You two continue your conversation. I shall take my leave. Hold on. What is it now? I turned to Dr. Yuan. I came all this way to find you, and I am starving. Will you not treat me to a meal? I truly do not wish to. Yet before I could decline, Linwin interjected, let us go together. With the addition of 2 more people, the atmosphere at the dinner table became decidedly awkward. However, it was only I and Shirlu who felt the strain. Linwin and Dr. Yuan seemed to be enjoying themselves. Several times, Shirlu attempted to speak, only to be interrupted by them. I regretted once more bringing them along. What a splendid opportunity it would have been for him to express himself, sparing me the trouble of devising a plan. Those two, lacking any sense of decorum, seemed to deliberately disrupt our conversation. Finally, Shirlu could no longer contain himself and pulled me aside to say, I am now with Xiao Ran. The anger I once felt had dissipated. Leaving behind a complex swirl of emotions, I was at a loss for words and unsure how to respond. Shirlu, filled with guilt, said, I am sorry. You can hit me. I sighed. You all take care. Shirlu, in a fit of urgency, replied, don't say that. I merely don't speak as if you owe me an apology. I considered you a brother. Yet I never anticipated this. I waved my hand dismissively. Let it be. Tomorrow, you can help Ran move, or I could move out instead. Shirlu hesitated. She does not know why it was my heart that was stirred, and I pursued her. Do not blame her. No blame. No blame. I hold no grudges against anyone. Thus, I returned home. Shirlu grasped my arm. Brother, please don't be like this. Just hit me. I scoffed. Would you feel better afterward? Why should I alleviate your guilt? You dared to steal my girlfriend. I raised my fist, and Shirlu shut his eyes. Yet, I ultimately refrained from striking him. Lin Wen chimed in, "Shall I hit him for you?" "No need, if I strike him. He will owe me nothing. I want him to remain indebted." Dr. Yuan shook his head. "Let us disperse. It's not such a big deal. Get some sleep, and tomorrow we can all be brothers again. Your heart is truly large." Dr. Yuan continued, "In life, some matters should not be held onto too tightly. Consider it from a broader perspective. It is better for everyone." Shirlu added, "It's all right. If you can't let it go, that's fine too. Use me as a punching bag. Hit me until you feel satisfied." With a chuckle, Lin Wen remarked, "If one did not know better, one might think you two were a couple." Any lingering anger I held was instantly deflated by that remark. Though I had not been particularly furious, that sentiment had long passed. What remained, to put it bluntly, was a matter of pride that a girlfriend lost is simply that. Yet, the one who took her from me flaunted their affection incessantly. Frustration was unavoidable. Under Lin Wen's meddling influence, I found myself emerging from the haze of jealousy. I playfully punched Shirlu on the shoulder. "There, I've hit you. You may leave now, however. Do not come around for a while. I still have 6 days of vacation. Whatever you wish to do, wait until my holiday is over." "Great, that's wonderful," Shirlu exclaimed, hugging me tightly. Thank you, brother." "Ha ha ha, I'm off now. Ha ha ha." Chapter 52. On suspicion, fool. I spat. "And you dare to call someone else a fool?" Lin Wen approached and patted my shoulder. "Come on, fool, let us head home." "You re the fool, of course. I only dared to think that in my mind. To voice it would invite trouble." Dr. Yuan also stood up. "Having eaten and drunk enough, let us head home for some sleep." As we reached the entrance of the neighborhood, I halted and glared at Dr. Yuan. "What are you still following me for?" Dr. Yuan stretched lazily. "I'm tired. I'm going to sleep." That I frowned. "Sleep at your own home. Do not follow me. One troublesome guest is enough. I want to take on another. He is no simple character. He might be even more troublesome than Lin Wen." Lin Wen echoed my sentiments. "Right, hurry up and leave. Don't disturb our journey home." Dr. Yuan retrieved his phone. "All right, since you refuse to take me in, I suppose I will have to return to the hospital to sleep." Just as I was about to tell him to stop, Lin Wen had already acted swiftly. His speed was impressive, but Dr. Yuan's was even more so. I was certain I saw an afterimage. The martial arts depicted in television dramas were indeed real. These were 2 living examples. This was nothing short of a shadowless hand. Smack! The phone fell to the ground. Dr. Yuan paused momentarily, then looked at me with a serious expression. "Either let me stay at your home, or compensate me for my phone. The phone fell because you 2 fumbled it." "What does that have to do with me?" Dr. Yuan insisted sternly. "It was because Lin Wen and I were tussling that it fell." I replied with a blank expression. "That has even less to do with me. My apologies. I must take my leave." Dr. Yuan grabbed my arm. "You cannot leave. Choose one quickly. Are you out of your mind? If you have an issue with Lin Wen, take it up with him. Why involve me?" Dr. Yuan said cryptically. "Because you 2 are essentially one." I furrowed my brow. "What do you mean by one?" "He is your patient, and you are his attending physician. Are you not essentially one?" "What does that have to do with anything?" I lay in the guest room, staring at the ceiling in a daze. Why was this happening? Why was I acquiescing to him? Clearly, Lin Wen, this formidable weapon, stood by my side. Could it be Dr. Yuan truly possesses the ability to hypnotize individuals without their awareness? Thus, I didn't he genuinely wish to consent, but was merely hypnotized into doing so? I had underestimated Dr. Yuan's depth. Perhaps I should investigate. When he arrived at the 3rd hospital, it is highly probable that Lin Wen was correct. He may have infiltrated after me. The more I pondered, the more I felt my impression of him fading. Perhaps he truly slipped in unnoticed. How unfortunate for the patients. Should Dr. Yuan be exposed, they would be forced to change their attending physician. Patients with mental illnesses often exhibit strong dependence on their doctors, as evidenced by Lin Wen. Even though he is quite dangerous, I feel no sense of threat when he is by my side. It is often said that one should not overthink before bedtime, lest they awaken with a headache. This seemingly unscientific statement turned out to be true. While massaging my head, I exited the bedroom. Breakfast had been laid out neatly. Lin Wen was reading the newspaper, while Dr. Yuan was preparing soy milk. Truly, a harmonious household. If they could coexist peacefully, perhaps taking them in wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. Bang! I slapped my forehead. Had I gone mad? Even if they could coexist peacefully, I still could not take them in. If I were to take anyone in, it should be a woman. What sense does it make to harbor two grown men? One might think I had lost my senses. At breakfast, war broke out once more. The cause? A fried egg. There were plenty of fried eggs, but when it came to the last one, both Lin Wan and Dr. Yuan desired it. Leading to an argument, I helplessly slammed my hand on the table. Stop arguing. No one acknowledged me. Should I slam again? Still, no one paid me any mind. Humph. Then neither of you shall have it. I picked up the fried egg and ate it. Both of their gazes immediately turned toward me. Thus, in my house, you must obey my commands, I declared with a smile. Lin Wan narrowed his eyes, while Dr. Yuan's expression grew serious. In truth, Dr. Yuan was mostly cheerful. Seeing him serious was indeed a rarity. Yet, I had no desire to see it. Under the weight of their stares, I cleared my throat. Dr. Yuan, it's time for you to go to work. Dr. Yuan responded with a blank expression. I'm on vacation. Lin Wan scoffed dismissively. Vacation? It seems to me you are merely here to keep an eye on this fool. Wait, I interjected, narrowing my brow. Who is the fool? Lin Wan looked at me. Whoever responds is the fool. Truly, he showed no signs of repentance. Yet, I found myself powerless against him, for he was the only one who could threaten me. One wrong word, and he could resort to violence, which is far more serious than a mere scuffle. Dr. Yuan said, do not rush. Take your time. You will eventually grow wiser. I have all the patience in the world. Lin Wan replied, the problem is, I have run out of patience. Shall I share some of mine with you? Dr. Yuan asked with keen interest. Humph, who would want it? I extend my hand to cover my eyes. Forgiving myself for the hurt inflicted by two large men, I have resolved to ignore them both. Such behavior in the presence of someone heartbroken is utterly excessive. With two additional individuals in my home, it has become a cacophony of noise. Strangely, I find this new environment far more enjoyable and lively than the previous tranquility. I ponder the incompatibility between He-Ran and myself. She genuinely cherishes silence. Whereas I feigned it for her sake, I can maintain the pretense temporarily, but not for a lifetime. I sincerely wish her and Shirley all the best. This blessing comes from the heart. In the blink of an eye, the holiday has drawn to a close, and it is time to return to work. The night before, I inquired about Lin Wan's intentions. He expressed a desire to return to the third hospital. It truly is a matter of dependency on the doctor. After just a week apart, he could no longer bear it and pursued me all the way home. I am uncertain where his attire originated that day or how he discovered my residence. I suddenly felt as if I were caring for a pet, and upon reflection, Lin Wan does bear a resemblance to a Tibetan Mastiff. After spending a few days together, I feel quite familiar with Dr. Yuan. After seeing Lin Wan, I approached the entrance of Dr. Yuan's office. Hearing voices inside, I refrained from entering and waited at the door for their conversation to conclude. Zhang Shun at improvement. Are they discussing me? I recognized the other voice as that of the director. Dr. Yuan is deliberating my situation with the director? Suddenly, I recalled the holiday. Prior to receiving time off, I had harbored suspicions about Dr. Yuan and even visited the surveillance room in search of evidence. Hence, does this imply that the director granted me leave based on Dr. Yuan's assessment of my mental state? In other words, Dr. Yuan's assertions must be accurate, and my so-called differences are mere fabrications of my own imagination, albeit they feel very real. Furthermore, Dr. Yuan is not an intruder. It seems he and the director are quite acquainted, as if they have known each other for many years, if Lin Wan's claims are not true. Then what is the nature of my alleged confusion? I could no longer bear to listen and retreated to my office. Initially, before encountering the minor episode of self-isolation, I had just met with Lin Wan. Additionally, prior to viewing the surveillance footage, I had also just seen Lin Wan. Therefore, if I were to entertain the notion of being hypnotized, the likely perpetrator would be Lin Wan. But what purpose would he have in hypnotizing me? Perhaps to facilitate a change of doctors. After pacing around my office in a state of agitation, I sought out Lin Wan. With a smile, Lin Wan asked, "Do you wish to know the reason?" If spoken by anyone else, it would be a nonsensical statement. However, since I am the listener, I suspect you have hypnotized me. Lin Wan raised his index finger and shook it gently, asserting, "Not me. I would never harm you." I secretly scoffed, uncertain of who was truly threatening me. Lin Wan continued, "If you don't believe me, you will surely regret it. Let me explain the matter of hypnosis. It is quite simple. There is another individual beside the prophet. whose abilities are immensely powerful, capable of creating an independent illusion. Wait, isn't that Ein Han's ability? Yes, it is indeed Ein Han. But that hasn't he already? Lin Wen replied, as you said, that is merely a story. Indeed, a story. However, how could the fantastical elements within a tale possibly manifest in reality? Dr. Zhang, that I turned to see Dr. Yuan at the door. Dr. Zhang, what are you doing? I shook my head and replied, nothing, just came to check on Lin Wen. After leaving, I noticed Lin Wen mouthing something. Small, heart, he? I secretly observed Dr. Yuan, and regardless of the setting, be it the hospital or in private, he is not an unpleasant individual. He truly, as Lin Wen described, I am uncertain, yet it is undeniably true that he often gazes in my direction. No matter where I go, I frequently encounter him by chance. With such frequent encounters, can they still be deemed coincidental? He must be deliberate. Perhaps he is even monitoring me. Once this suspicion took root, every subsequent glance at him revealed something suspicious. How many times have I encountered him in the ward? Why does he consistently obstruct my meetings with Lin Wen? What is his true objective? Indeed, I have already inquired with other colleagues. They all recall Dr. Yuan being at the hospital for quite some time, yet no one can specify exactly when he arrived. Senior brother, are you inquiring about the prophet? Yes, but why do you call him the prophet? I gazed at Chu Jing with curiosity. Chu Jing, looking perplexed, replied, everyone calls him that. Yet, the truth is, aside from you, no one else refers to him in such a manner. Once the seed of doubt is sown, it becomes difficult to view anyone positively. I thought to myself, Lin Wen's intentions have indeed been achieved. I have truly become paranoid. Chapter 53. The final conclusion. I began to consciously observe those around me. I discovered that they are all insincere. It reminded me of a film I watched long ago, wherein the protagonist believed he was living his life, yet in reality, he was merely existing under the scrutiny of others. The life he experienced was orchestrated entirely by someone else. It is a lamentable truth, yet there is no remedy why current sensation is akin to being ensnared in a trap. After careful and serious analysis, I noted that, aside from the morning and evening inquiries, the conversations others engage in with me are nearly identical, including Lin Wen. They resemble NPCs, responding predictably to whatever I say. This feeling is utterly dreadful. I feel profoundly isolated. As I have no one to confide in regarding this matter, I made a decision, one that would not allow them time to react. I did not request leave, nor did I inform anyone. I simply abandoned my post. Departing from the third hospital, I made my way to Shi Li's residence. I am unsure if Shi Lu is the same, but I hope he is different. And as for Hiran, even if they have betrayed me, even if they are together, I still wish the best for them. Upon my arrival, I encountered an elderly lady, Shi Li's neighbor. She appeared very kind, smiling as she said, as for Shi Lu, he has gone on a trip to get married. You know how young people are nowadays. They should really focus on marrying well. I interrupted her, asking, traveling to get married? Is what you say true? It is certainly true. Why would I deceive you? She replied, oh, young man, that a wave of dizziness washed over me, and then I lost consciousness. The second plan had failed. It was time to employ the third scheme. His current state is quite poor. Yes, cognitive impairment, entirely unable to distinguish between self and facing reality. This very well I understand. Abandon the third plan and directly implement the fourth scheme. What is all this talk about? My name is Zhang Shun. I am a mental patient. As for Lin Wen, he is merely a figment of my imagination. Just like the writer and the psychiatrist, they are all the same. Though I am reluctant to admit it, this is the reality. A rather sorrowful reality. I am, indeed, a mental patient? Am I not a doctor? Is this some sort of jest? Yet, the truth remains. I am undoubtedly a mental patient. My attending physician is named Yuan Hui, and my assistant is named Ein Han. Regarding the memories above, I assert that they are indeed my innermost thoughts and genuine experiences. However, this reality must be enclosed in quotation marks, for I have manifested an alternate persona, one of which my primary self is entirely unaware and, moreover, refuses to associate with it. Therefore, my attending physician has created an opportunity for my primary self to recognize and understand the secondary persona. However, ultimately, it has proven futile. The plan was executed flawlessly. I continued to believe I was indeed a doctor, earnestly treating my patients. Meanwhile, Dr. Yuan privately engaged with my secondary persona, providing guidance and communication. I must admit, Dr. Yuan is truly dedicated. and I am immensely grateful to him. Nevertheless, I remain troubled by the impending marriage of Shirlu and Hiran. Although Dr. Yuan has repeatedly clarified that Shirlu is not my childhood friend, and Hiran has never been my girlfriend. My girlfriend's name is Chu Jing, a nurse. She was not originally a nurse. She entered the psychiatric hospital for my sake. I am deeply touched and elated. Unbeknownst to me, I had already developed a fondness for her. I secretly pondered my previous state of mind. Those experiences felt as if separated by a thin veil, hazy and indistinct, giving me a sense of being an outsider to my own life. Regardless, I must admit, although Hiran is a gentle woman, she is ultimately someone I do not favor. Thus, when she betrayed me, I was not as enraged. Had it been Chu Jing, I believe I would have ensured that anyone approaching her would see no light of day. Moreover, she and Shirlu exhibit no professionalism whatsoever. Observing Chu Jing, she skillfully avoids any acknowledgement of our connection, only revealing her affection for me without any other slips. Had it not been for Dr. Yuan's timely intervention, allowing them to continue their charade, I suspect they would not have received any remuneration for their performance. Setting that aside, upon recognizing my own issues, I resolved to actively pursue treatment. Dr. Yuan entered the room, gently inquiring, "How are you feeling today?" I felt ready to commence treatment. "That is truly wonderful." Dr. Yuan led me into a pristine operating room. I furrowed my brow and glanced around, asking, "Do I need to undergo surgery?" "Lobotomy." "What?" He flashed me a sinister grin. Breathing heavily, I gasped for air. Wiping the cold sweat from my forehead, I felt relieved. It was merely a dream. A lobotomy is an exceedingly inhumane procedure, as the removal of the brain lobe can likely lead to intellectual impairment, effectively stripping one of the ability to think. This surgery is predominantly employed to treat individuals with mental disorders, and I am one such afflicted individual. "How do you feel today?" "Not too bad." "Are you prepared to undergo treatment?" "What treatment?" I cast a wary glance at Dr. Yuan. This conversation felt inexplicably familiar, reminiscent of the dreams I had. "The surgery? You've already signed the consent form, haven't you?" "What surgery?" I regarded him with increasing suspicion. "It's not a major operation. It poses minimal risk to your physical health. Furthermore, there is a certain probability that it could restore your normalcy." I shot him a cold stare and said, "A lobotomy. You could frame it that way. According to domestic cases, there is a 50% success rate. Should it succeed, you will return to being a normal person. Why don't you mention the other half?" "The failure rate? What will happen to me if it fails?" Indeed, doctors are astute. They wouldn't presume me so foolish as to lack even this basic discernment. A rational individual would never opt for such a procedure unless the doctor deliberately steers the patient when their judgment is compromised. There will certainly be a failure rate, yet we must maintain an optimistic outlook. Given the current probabilities, it's worth a gamble. Moreover, Xiao Jing has also consented. My expression shifted as I exclaimed, "Impossible! I want to see her. My feelings for my girlfriend run deep. Otherwise, I wouldn't place her in such a special position amidst the void of my imaginings. How could she possibly make such a choice?" I refused to believe it. "Very well," Dr. Yuan said with a smile. "I shall fetch her. You should contemplate this well, and consider what Xiao Jing truly desires. What kind of life would she wish for, and what constitutes a genuine life? Naturally, she yearns for a life spent together, filled with happiness. Cannot provide her with such a life. So, will you undergo the surgery?" "Ah shun. I gazed at Chu Jing with a complex expression and asked, "Do you wish for me to have the surgery?" Before she could respond, her eyes turned red. I sighed and said, "I understand. I hope you remain safe and sound. If you truly do not wish it, then let it be. I can wait. Perhaps in a few years, the success rate will increase." Upon saying this, her tears began to fall. Who would willingly remain in a mental institution all day? Mental illness is unavoidable, and she is doing this for me. I cannot be so selfish. Even if it fails, she can finally let go. So, what is there for me to fear? I will proceed with the surgery. Be a good girl and call Dr. Yuan. I wish to speak with him." Chu Jing looked at me with reluctance and said, "All right." When Dr. Yuan entered, he asked, "Have you made your decision?" I nodded. "I will have the surgery, but I have one condition." "What condition?" "If the surgery fails, do not inform Chu Jing. Simply say I have died." "Very well, I accept your condition. Should the surgery fail, I will ensure you are placed in a setting where your needs are met, without Chu Jing ever knowing of your existence." Thank you, If time could rewind, I would surely retract that gratitude. I truly feel like a fool. The surgery was successful. I became part of that victorious 50%. However, the memories flooded back. Everything was starkly clear. What girlfriend? I am merely a penniless wretch. 30 years old, with neither car nor home. What sort of person like me could possibly have a girlfriend? And that so-called Shirley, he was the one who ran me over. And he ran. Girlfriend? Marriage. She was merely a mistress who had dabbled in hypnosis for a couple of days. The events unfolded like this. On an otherwise ordinary day, I walked down the street, and a car came barreling towards me. The speed was such that it left me no time to react, and inevitably, I was struck. Following my hospitalization and recovery, I certainly would not let the driver who hit me escape unscathed. That individual, wealthy and arrogant, not only refused to admit fault, but also slandered me as a scammer attempting to extort him. As the situation tilted overwhelmingly against me, he sought to settle privately. Had it not been for the aforementioned slander, I might have agreed. After all, he was a true tycoon, tossing money around like it was nothing. But who did he think he was to act so brazenly? I declined, and subsequently, I found myself in a mental institution, damned wealthy people. This was not the end, but merely the beginning. Dr. Yuan is a mad scientist, of course, that's a private matter. And Chu Jing is a master of hypnosis. The wife of Dr. Yuan. They collaborated seamlessly. One provided psychological suggestions while the other performed the surgery. To make me appear willing to undergo the operation, Chu Jing displayed every capability she possessed. Layer upon layer of hypnosis rendered me incapable of discerning true reality, ultimately leading me onto the operating table under their successful manipulation. This explains why such surgeries frequently appear in these narratives.